Hokage I can fully level up with one click. Chapter 401 to 420. Chapter 401 Give the tailed beast to people. Immediately one click full level. Chinyu thought about it and gave an order directly. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. The ethereal voice of the system sounded again. The next moment, the long-awaited instruction sounded again. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the lock of the golem, one-click full-level success. Information like a warm current quickly poured into Chinyu's mind. Chinyu opened his eyes again, looked at the Kyubi, 9 tails chakra floating in the sky, flipped his right hand, and formed a magic seal. Roar. The seal fell, and Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, let out a high-pitched roar. The big mouth of the blood basin suddenly slammed down, and a chain that was as black as ink turned into a drill and shot into the thin Kyubi, 9 tails body in the void. Roar. The phantom Kyubi, 9 tails, figure with a terrified cry. However, it is not yet time for everyone to react. The lock of the golem, like a sharp claw, suddenly pulled back, and the next moment swallowed it into the mouth of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Boom. The ferocious mouth closed suddenly. The huge head of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, with 9 closed eyes, one of which is slightly open, but looks a little pale. Seeing this scene, Chinyu was not surprised. In the original book, this 8-tailed bull ghost, in order to save Killer Bee, broke an octopus leg and turned into a double to cross the sea. It was only discovered after the magic 9 dragons were sealed. This amount of chakra alone could not revive Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Ding dang, it is detected that the host has acquired Kyubi, 9 tails chakra, is it full level immediately with one click. The ethereal sound of the system suddenly appeared, making Chinyu's expression stagnate. It seems that this time he really guessed right. Call. Chinyu took a deep breath and clenched his fists secretly. Immediately one click full level. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, Kyubi, 9 tails, chakra has successfully reached the full level with one click. The ethereal system sound resounded again. A powerful wave of chakra quickly poured into Chinyu's body. Roar. Roar came from the mouth of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. One of the 9 eyes that were originally closed suddenly opened, and the color of the orangutan Yuhi appeared. Seeing this scene, Chinyu breathed a sigh of relief and removed the magic seal in his hand. Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, which had originally emerged from the rock formation, burrowed into the soil again. Look at Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, disappearing before your eyes. The people present were relieved and slumped on the ground. It can be said that what happened today can definitely be called unforgettable in a lifetime. Teacher, Sarutobi Asuma said hesitantly. Okay, what I want to do is finished. The transformation technique on Chinyu's body dissipated like a cloud and finally manifested the prototype. Patted Asuma and Delu on the shoulders, looked around and said, don't leak this matter, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. You should know, who is the best at keeping secrets. When these words fell, everyone in the field immediately covered their mouths subconsciously and shook their heads again and again. Even the 3 big names nodded in agreement. Goodbye. Voice fell, Chinyuju Tomo Mangekyo Sharingan turned in vain, and the tyrannical spatial fluctuations filled the air. Space Uzumaki emerged, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he stepped into it. Looking at this scene, everyone present, in relief, fell to the ground one after another, showing the expression of the rest of their lives. You Asuma, hurry up and help me. Yuhuo Daming hurriedly shouted. Sarutobi Asuma came back to his senses, rushed up quickly, and said nervously, Master Damo, the teacher was offended just now, but he also disintegrated the assassination plot of Kazuma. Can you not blame the teacher, Damo? Blame. Yuhuo Daimyo said anxiously. Who wants to start a war with such a terrifying guy? Uchiha Chinyu, doesn't he only want the tailed beast? Let Sarutobi, hurry up and give the tailed beast to Chinyu. Give the tailed beast to Chinyu. Sarutobi Asuma and Delu's expressions froze, their faces filled with disbelief. As people in the ninja world, they clearly knew that Uchiha Chinyu provoked the war of the 5 major ninja villages, and was directed at the 9 big-tailed beasts. Moreover, the tail beast is the lifeblood of Shinobi Village, and it is one of the most important combat powers. However, now Daimyo threatens to give Kyubi, 9 tails, to Chinyu. If you don't hear it with your own ears, who wants to believe it? Asuma, what are you still doing? Hurry up and pass the message to Hokage in Konoha Shinobi Village and tell him that this is the highest decision. Yuhuo Daimyo growled hysterically. In their eyes, the 9-tailed beasts are completely dispensable. Senju Hashirama after the establishment of Shinobi Village. Then sell it to other ninja villages, and eventually evolve into a tailed beast weapon. It can be said that, to a certain extent, the contradictions of the 5 major ninja villages are stimulated, and many are built on the tailed beasts. Don't hurry up yet, Yuhuo Daiming roared hoarsely when he said that. I know. Sarutobi Asuma's expression froze, and he nodded hurriedly, turned and fled. At the same time, from the 4th Ninja World War, the 5 major ninja villages are running like war machines. A large number of ninjas were quickly assembled. In the Gobi Desert not far from the Country of Fire, a large number of tent camps had already been set up to provide temporary rest for those ninjas gathered here. The center of the camp, a huge tent was erected, and 5 cage-level powerhouses representing the major ninja villages gathered in this place. 3rd generations of Hokage, why are you calling us in such a hurry? 2 days ago, Onoki raised his brows and said in a breathless voice. The rest of the people suddenly turned their eyes and locked on the 3rd generation of Hokage, a little more impatient. In their eyes, the 5 ninja villages are now temporarily establishing an alliance. However, in the face of the unknown threat brought by Uchiha Chinyu, they also need to prepare a lot of backhands so that they can deal with it with peace of mind. There was not much time left for them. However, now the 3 generations of Hokage are forcibly summoning them, which undoubtedly makes them feel uncomfortable. Although, the 3rd generation of Hokage is the proposer of this alliance, but if he really has to obey, his strength is obviously not enough. After all, every strong person who can become a cage level is an unruly existence. To make them obedient, it would be a complete fart. Don't be impatient. Not long ago, you should have known about the rampage of Kyubi, 9 tails. The 3rd Hokage raised his eyelids and said in a deep voice. Chapter 402-100,000 man-made troops. Kyubi, 9 tails, run away. The expressions of the 4 shadows present changed slightly, and even their eyes suddenly became sharp. It can be said that this time the 4th Ninja War was held, and the battle for tail beasts was the key. Now that Kyubi, 9 tails, is running amok at such a sensitive time, it certainly strains their nerves. What's more, Konoha Ninja Village is Uchiha Chinyu's village, which makes people smell a little tricky. 3 generations of Hokage, of course we have heard about this, but we don't know the details. 2 days ago, Onoki said in a deep voice, you are planning to tell us now that this matter is related to Uchiha Chinyu. In other words, Kyubi, 9 tails, has been taken away, and your Konoha Ninja Village is planning to withdraw from this war. As soon as these words fell, everyone's nerves were tense again, and their eyes turned around, locking on the body of the 3rd generation of Hokage. Hokage from the very beginning was to avoid a head-on conflict with Uchiha Chinyu. It's a pity that the negotiation failed, and it was under the pressure of the 4 major ninja villages, and the powerful force possessed by Kyubi, 9 tails, which made Konoha Ninja Village difficult to give up, and it would evolve into the 4th Ninja War. Convened. However, If at this juncture Konoha Ninja loses Kyuubi, Nine Tails, then the essence of the matter, everything changes. No, you misunderstood. 3 generations of Hokage said in a deep voice. Kyuubi, Nine Tails, rampage is indeed related to Chinyu. However, he helped us suppress the tailed beast. Suppressing tailed beasts. The expressions of Onoki and others changed suddenly, and the 3rd generation Raikage was the first to lose his breath and said anxiously, Uchiha Chinyu, didn't you take this opportunity to take the tailed beast away? No, the 3 generations of Hokage shook his head and said, the day Kyuubi, Nine Tails, went berserk, and under no one's Jinchuriki column force, our Konoha shinobi village was helpless. You should know that among the 9-tailed beasts, Kyuubi, Nine Tails, has the largest amount of chakra, and once it successfully displays tailed beast bomb, it will be able to easily raise the ninja village to the ground. Having said this, the eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage swept across the field, and then said solemnly, it's just that such a powerful Kyuubi, Nine Tails, in front of Uchiha Chinyu, can't resist the next look. You guys, after hearing this, do you still plan to continue to be enemies with Uchiha Chinyu for the sake of the tailed beast? The atmosphere of the scene suddenly changed. A look, subdued Kyuubi, Nine Tails. This kind of thing is placed in their cognition, but they have never expected it. However, at this juncture, they also believe that the 3 generations of Hokage will never lie. After all, for a ninja village, the anger of Uchiha Chinyu is enough to make people jealous, but the anger from the 4 major ninja villages cannot be underestimated either. It can be said that, to a certain extent, their 5 great ninja villages are now sitting on the same boat. 3 generations of Hokage don't need to lie about this sort of thing. HMPH, the 3 generations of Hokage, Mangekyo Sharingan, none of us have seen before. The demonic illusion of the Uchiha family is very strong, but it is not impossible to fight. The 3rd generation of Raikage snorted coldly. What's more, as long as the tailed beast and the human Jinchuriki column force are compatible enough, once the human Jinchuriki column force or the tailed beast is hit by demonic illusion, any party is willing to take action and disrupt the chakra operation, then this is enough to break the demonic illusion. So in this fight, the Jinchuriki column force can also come in handy. Quote. As for, if anyone says it can't be done, it means that you are not good enough. The slightly long-sounding voice sounded a little annoying. However, Onoki and the others nodded in agreement. They are all battle-hardened ninjas, and they are not a minority when it comes to demonic illusion and hypnotism. And in their eyes, demonic illusion, the strongest of the Uchiha clan, still relies on the gaze of both eyes. It is enough to deliberately avoid this. 3 generations of Hokage, you have heard what Raikage meant. This battle cannot be retreated, otherwise other ninja villages will know that our 5 major ninja villages, facing a missing nin in the area, chose to hand over the tailed beast. This is simply shame. How will our 5 great ninja villages be convincing in the future? Rasa said coldly. If it was said that whoever hated Chinyu the most in the field, it would definitely be him. Not long ago, what happened in Sunagakure village made his Kage's image plummet. Only thing that made him feel lucky was that Uchiha Chinyu provoked the 4th ninja war with one blow, attracting everyone's attention. Otherwise, in the case of complaining, waiting for him, I am afraid that even Kage's position will not be guaranteed. For Rasa, this battle is a must. Okay, since everyone's idea has been decided, then I will not persuade them anymore. 3 generations of Hokage sighed and said, you just know that Kyuubi, Nine Tails, went berserk, but you don't know why he went berserk. Minato, come in. Explain it to them. Namikaze Minato, who had been guarding the door for a long time, flashed in like a ghost, and landed on the side of the 3 generations of Hokage. Everyone should be very clear about my identity. Namikaze Minato said without any hesitation, straight to the point. The day Kyuubi, Nine Tails, went berserk, it was because of a person who called himself Black Zetsu. I believe that the shadows present were present. Some people have heard of this name. Black Zetsu. Karataki Yagura's expression changed slightly. Although this change is very small, the people present are all ghost-like beings, and these changes in expressions cannot escape their eyes. It seems that the fourth generation of Mizukage, Sama has also been in contact with Black Zetsu, so I will say it directly. Namikaze Minato did not avoid suspicion, but directly pointed out. Karataki Yagura's expression changed, he opened his mouth when he wanted to speak, and finally remained silent. Seeing this, Namikaze Minato paused for a while, and then continued, everyone here should be very clear. The Uzumaki clan's Grandmaster sealing technique, among which our Konoha ninja village, is the Uzumaki clan's clan, as a human Jinchuriki column force, that confinement ability is strong. Even Kyubi, 9 tails, can only keep his own feet. Quote. However, Black Zetsu has the ability to break through the seal and free the tailed beast. He made Kyubi, 9 tails, riot. He once threatened that as long as we are willing to let him join the alliance of the 5 great ninja villages, we will be able to guide us, and we will use a more powerful sealing technique to make the Jinchuriki column force more compatible with the tailed beast, so as to avoid runaways in battle. At the same time, he also brought us a man-made force of 100,000. The slightly elusive voice reverberated in the tent. If it is said, the first half of the sentence did not interest them much, but the last sentence changed their expressions drastically. It can be said that the 5 major ninja villages have experienced the Third Ninja War, and the losses on ninjas are 4 or 5 out of 10. For example, in Sunagakure village, it is almost half the price. Right now, the 4th Ninja War has started again. In addition to the little kids who are still learning, their 5 major ninja villages can really gather only 50,000 or 60,000 troops. Now suddenly there is a Black Zetsu with a man-made force of 100,000. This was beyond their expectations. After all, this kind of existence is not an alliance, but a huge threat to their major ninja villages. Moreover, the 100,000 man-made troops were silently built under the eyes of their 5 major ninja villages, which was beyond their cognition. Chapter 403 Who has no trump card. 100,000 man-made troops. Rasa was the first to lose his breath, looked at Namikaze Minato and said, "Fourth Hokage, are you kidding me? It's a joke to cultivate 100,000 man-made troops under the eyes of our 5 major countries." Faced with Rasa's questioning, the shadows present turned their gazes in vain and locked onto the 4th generation of Hokage. However, the first thing that catches the eye is a photo full of white Zetsu figures. At first glance, there was no end to the queue, and the faces of the 4 Rasa present turned ashen. "What's the matter? You don't believe it, or you don't want me to join the fight against Uchiha Chinyu?" A slightly playful voice sounded abruptly outside the tent. The attention of everyone present was instantly attracted. Black Zetsu's yin and yang face, in addition to Karataki Yagura, the expressions of the 3 generations of Hokage also changed slightly. Faced with the presence of this mysterious, unwitting, 100,000 strong army, even the 5 great ninja villages were terrified, and couldn't help but cheer up. "Black Zetsu, I didn't expect you to hide so deep." Karataki Yagura spoke first. "Not long ago, this person in front of me had cooperated with him. But at that time, Black Zetsu, in Karataki Yagura's eyes, was at best a conspirator with a little more intrigue. Apart from the sealing technique that controls the tailed beast, there is absolutely nothing worthy of his attention. However, now that it appeared again, but with a different identity, if it hadn't been seen with their own eyes, I'm afraid not many people would be willing to believe it." "Hehe, the 4th generation of Mizukage, didn't you like the seal art of the tailed beast?" Black Zetsu smiled and looked at Karataki Yagura. "Now, but the seal art is handed over to you, is this sincerity enough?" As soon as these words fell, Black Zetsu flipped his right hand down, and an extra scroll appeared, which he threw directly on the table. The scroll flew down in midair and hit the table hard. The next moment, like a cloth, spread out on the table, the mysterious seal recorded in the temple made the pupils of many people in the field shrink slightly. Is this the ancient seal technique? The third generation of Hokage spoke first, tensing everyone's nerves. The face of this ancient sealing technique, the 3 generations of Hokage, known as the Professor of Konoha Ninjutsu, have enough right to speak. Hehe, I didn't expect that someone would be able to see the origin of this ninjutsu. Black Zetsu smiled softly. This is the magic dragon banning technique, which can further enhance the connection between the tailed beast and the human Jinchuriki column power. Now that my sincerity has been seen, you have also seen it, so should you give me an answer? Having said that, Black Zetsu looked around the arena with great interest. If this sealing technique can come in handy, I can agree to your participation. Rasa spoke first. When he thought of the internal and external troubles in Sunagakure village, he couldn't wait, and wanted to kill Uchiha Chinyuge to relieve the pressure. I can agree too. As soon as someone started, Karataki Yagura also chimed in. And the 4th generation of Hokage proposed this time. There are only 4 generations of Reikage and 2 days of Onoki, who have not yet expressed their position. However, 100,000 man-made troops, coupled with the sealing technique that can make the connection between the tailed beast and the human Jinchuriki column force more urgent. For the 5 major ninja villages that have just experienced the 3rd ninja war, it is simply a sweet pastry. For a time, the 4th generation of Reikage and the 2nd day of Onoki, after looking at each other, nodded solemnly and said, "We agree to." These words made Namikaze Minato look happy. Before he could react, the 3rd generation of Hokage took the lead and said, "Okay, since everyone has no opinion, tomorrow the ninjas of our 5 countries will have their final assembly. I hope that you can minimize the damage, but also can't lose this battle. Next, let's wait for the war to come." The old voice had an inexplicable solemnity at the end. In the face of Uchiha Chinyu, who has not been able to figure out the details until now, the confidence in the hearts of the 3 generations of Hokage is still lacking. HMPH, the 3rd generation of Hokage, don't say it if you are polite, let's print a copy of this thing and go back and try it first. The 4th generation of Reikage snorted coldly, took out a brand new scroll with his backhand, and extended the sealing technique. After printing it, he turned around and left. Now there is only 1 day left before the decisive battle. Killer Bee already has the strength of the most perfect person Jinchuriki column. However, the power that can be transformed between a tailed beast and a human is also judged by the human physique. If you can use this sealing technique to increase Killer Bee's power to absorb the 8-tailed bull ghost, this is not a bad thing. The remaining 3 shadows, obviously holding the same idea as the 4th generation Reikage, branded the sealing technique one by one, then turned around and walked away quickly. For a time, in the huge tent, only 3 generations of Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and Black Zetsu remained. What's the matter, don't you want this scroll? Black Zetsu looked at Namikaze Minato and said, if you can use this sealing technique effectively, then you don't have to worry about the tailed beast going berserk in the future. It shouldn't hurt to give it a try. He spoke. Black Zetsu grabbed the scroll with his right hand and threw it to Namikaze Minato. If there is nothing else, then I will go back first. See you in the decisive battle tomorrow. Those words, Black Zetsu turned around and walked away. Stop, the 3 generations of Hokage said suddenly. Black Zetsu, I don't know, what kind of hatred do you have with Uchiha Chinyu, let you make such a determination to seek our alliance. However, I want to remind you in advance that your methods and origins are unpredictable, but I still have a lot of trump cards. I hope you don't make trouble at this juncture, otherwise don't blame me for not in the love of the alliance, I have shot you. The violent scene changed Namikaze Minato's expression slightly. Was suspicious of Black Zetsu, who was shrouded in mystery all over his body. However, under the premise of the alliance, he did not expect that the third generation of Hokage would have such great courage to say such cruel words. Hee, the third generation of Hokage, who doesn't have a whole card? Black Zetsu jokingly laughed and said, however, don't worry, I won't mess around until I kill Uchiha Chinyu. Hopefully, we can succeed in this battle. Leaving those words behind, Black Zetsu didn't hesitate this time. The chakra fluctuations of the body flowed, and the whole body seemed to melt, drilling into the soil under the feet. Black Zetsu had completely disappeared without a trace. The third generation of Hokage breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the chair. Chapter 404_Ninja has no future. 3 generations of Hokage-sama, are you really going to use that trick? Namikaze Minato asked, unable to hold back his breath. As a member of Konoha Shinobi Village, he certainly knew what trump cards were in the hands of the 3 generations of Hokage. I also hope that I don't need to use that trick, but if I have to, I can only take the risk. The third generation of Hokage flashed a dignified look on his face, and said, after all, what means does Uchiha Chinyu have? Even I don't know what to do. Can't guess. What's more, that Black Zetsu, those who come are not good, and those who are good will not come. We still need to use multiple means to take precautions. Have you collected enough of what I asked you to prepare? Third generation Hokage, don't worry, I am ready, and it meets the requirements of the operation. After the fourth generation Hokage was silent for a while, he took out a slightly larger scroll with his backhand and handed it to the third generation Hokage. Third generation Hokage took the scroll, he felt the aura emanating from the scroll, and nodded solemnly, yes, you have done a good job in this matter. The scroll in your hand, which records the sealing technique, may be of use to Kushina, so send it over first. Thank you, Lord Hokage, the third generation. Namikaze Minato looked overjoyed, clenched the scroll in his hand, turned and disappeared. Feeling the spatial fluctuations remaining in the air, the third generation Hokage shook his head helplessly and sighed. Minato, this time the proposal to cooperate with Black Zetsu seems to be largely due to Uzumaki Kushina. I hope he didn't watch it this time. The wrong person. Jiraiya, the great toad immortal of Mount Myoboku, is there an answer? As soon as these words fell, Jiraiya, who was carrying a huge scroll, flashed out of the darkness of the tent. Third generation of Hokage looked back, frowned, and said, is there any bad news? In the huge ninja world, there are 3 holy places for cultivating immortals. Among them, the great toad immortal of Mount Myoboku can be said to have the longest existence. According to Jiraiya's narration, this giant toad immortal who has survived for thousands of years, but he opened his mouth and closed his mouth, thinking of the past. In particular, that sentence, I think that when I and the 6 Paths immortals were brothers and sisters. Teacher, I don't know if it's bad news or good news. Jiraiya said with a bitter expression, in the reply from the big toad fairy. The first time he met Chinyu, he couldn't see through it at all. Right now, it's even harder to see through. The world of ninja that was disturbed by Uchiha and Chinyu seems to be blocked by a layer of veil. Having said that, Jiraiya looked at the 3 generations of Hokage and said, if possible, immortal big toad, let's try to avoid war, otherwise it will be doomed. There is no future in the ninja world. Will it be doomed? The third generation of Hokage couldn't help but startled. Faced with this kind of evaluation, he had never thought of it at all. It's a pity that the arrow is on the string and he has to send it. The current situation can no longer allow him to think too much. 3 generations of Hokage knocked on the table, he sighed faintly and said, okay, we can no longer retreat. Now I just hope that Uchiha and Chinyu can retreat, otherwise we can only use a trick. These words fell, Jiraiya's expression changed slightly, and when it finally came to his mouth, he swallowed it back in his stomach. At the same time, not far from the huge tent used for the Central Council, there was a heavily guarded tent. Namikaze Minato's appearance like a ghost clearly alarmed the Anbu ninja stationed in the dark. However, after seeing Namikaze Minato's identity clearly, Anbu ninja hiding in the dark did not do much, but let Namikaze Minato go in. PFF'd. The sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded along with the rolled-up door curtain. Two pitch-black and ink-like stances attacked Namikaze Minato's face in a savage manner. The violent scene changed Namikaze Minato's expression slightly. Before he could think about it, he took out a Hiraishin kunai with his backhand and threw it on the ground in front of him at will. The next moment, before the attack fell, the whole person disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. Had passed through the attack, and let two kunai shoot through the tent, settling on the wooden Jinchuriki column outside. Sir Hokage, what happened? An Anbu ninja flashed out in the dark. Watching these two kunai sticking straight on the wooden Jinchuriki column, and making a move in the garrison of the Ninja Army Alliance, this is simply courting death. However, as soon as these words fell, a figure flashed out from another corner, and stopped the nosy Anbu ninja. Don't meddle in your own business, it's the Kyuubi, Nine Tails people Jinchuriki, column force Uzumaki Kushina who live there. Can't you see her relationship with the fourth generation Hokage, Sama? The slightly older Anbu said with a hint of apology, and said, Ms. Minato, Sagi has just joined Anbu, and some things are wrong until you don't know. However, don't worry, no matter what sound comes out or what happens next, we won't intervene. I hope Lord Hokage of the fourth generation can forgive Sagi. After all, in their eyes, tomorrow there will be a decisive battle with Konoha missing Nin, the blood-colored Asura Uchiha Chinyu. So who doesn't want to cherish it right now, the truth that a spring night is worth $1,000. The two Anbu ninjas, obviously thinking of the same juncture, invariably cast a glance at WDM Minato and disappeared into the dark. Feeling the atmosphere in the arena, it suddenly changed. Namikaze Minato reluctantly touched the tip of his nose, looked at the scroll in his hand, and immediately followed the direction that kunai came from. The first to catch the eye was Uzumaki Kushina, who was locked in the barrier. Why are you still here? Uzumaki Kushina said coldly, you should know that this kind of barrier breaking can't stop me at all. I just felt that you were working with the guy who made Kyuubi, Nine Tails go berserk in my body. Minato, are you crazy? The words that seemed a little long, but at the end, there was a hint of anger. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato's expression turned ashen. He clenched the scroll in Evil's hand, and said, Kushina, everything I do is for you. Uchiha Chinyu's strength, you have seen it with your own eyes, but one look suppresses Kyuubi, Nine Tails, such an existence can't be fought against him by ordinary means alone. The only way is to join forces with the equally mysterious Black Zetsu. At least, Black Zetsu has given us a huge help, 100,000 man-made troops, and this sealing technique that enhances the control of the tailed beast. Everything I do is to strengthen our bargaining chip against Uchiha Chinyu, isn't that also wrong? Chapter 405 _ The yellow flash is also useless. Namikaze Minato, the hurried voice echoed in the tent, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Torch-like eyes, staring at Uzumaki Kushina, as if eager to get her approval. It looked like a dog who had done something and waited for the owner's praise. However, the words that fell in his ear made this expression instantly stiff. No, what you did was for yourself. When Uchiha Chinyu left, he told you not to have any dealings with Black Zetsu. Uzumaki Kushina said anxiously, he also told me that he would not let me die. So you don't have to use me for any excuses at all. I won't even want the broken scroll in your hand. After these words fell, the scene suddenly filled with an inexplicable depressing atmosphere. Namikaze Minato's expression suddenly stiffened, his hands clenched tightly against the scroll, his phalanges turned white, a grim look flashed across his face, and he roared, Uchiha Chinyu again, since you and him first after the first meeting, you kept talking about him. If you like him, you can run as missing Nin, and I don't need to do so much for you. Spoke, Namikaze Minato suddenly flipped his right hand, and the scroll was unrolled. Looking at the mysterious spell marks recorded in the scroll, WDM Minato is literally 10 lines at a glance. For such a famous genius in the history of Konoha Ninja Village, it takes only a few breaths to browse the ninjutsu recorded on this scroll. When the last surgical mudra fell in Namikaze Minato's eyes, his hands flew up without warning. The violent scene suddenly changed Kushina's expression. However, she has a way to break through the barrier, but under the premise, it still takes time. However, at the moment, Namikaze Minato's spellcasting speed is obviously faster than her breaking through the barrier. When the last spell fell, Namikaze Minato's face flashed a ferocious look, roaring, everything I do is for you. Sealing technique, illusory dragon ban. Boom. The 5 fingers slammed on the scroll, and the moment the mysterious magic seal spread quickly, an illusory dragon quickly rose into the air. The next moment, before Uzumaki Kushina could react, he drilled into her body directly. The violent scene made Uzumaki Kushina's expression change suddenly, feeling the Kyuubi 9 tails in his body, and at this moment, as if he was bound tightly to her, his expression changed suddenly. The past, her relationship with Kyuubi 9 tails was a bit like a well-watered sea. Kyuubi 9 tails is just a resident of her body, and she is the landlord of the Master's Key. However, the moment this strange sealing technique penetrated into her body, the originally weak connection was instantly established. It feels like the meridian is smooth. Girl, what happened? Why can't the chakra in my body be freely controlled? Did you break the agreement between us? The dark consciousness space, Kyuubi 9 tails' eyes suddenly opened, and an inexplicable and fierce aura exploded like a frenzy. However, this burst of breath quickly changed the consciousness space. The green and gleaming, like blood vessels, the sealing spell that was inserted into Kyuubi 9 tails' body quickly absorbed the power emanating from the tailed beast and poured it into Uzumaki Kushina's body. Feeling this rapidly growing chakra, Uzumaki Kushina's expression changed drastically. Girl, what the hell is going on? If you don't give me an explanation, you'll blame me for being impolite. Feeling the detonating aura in his body, he was devoured and plundered by a whale. This is the first time that Kyuubi 9 tails has encountered. After all, there are only 2 ways to get the power of the tailed beast with the Jinchuriki column force. First, unlock the seal, let the power leak out of the body, and use the erosion of the tailed beast chakra to achieve the effect of borrowing. It can be said that this is most of the way that the human Jinchuriki column force uses the tailed beast chakra. The second is to get the approval of the tailed beast like Killer Bee and become a perfect human Jinchuriki column force. However, Uzumaki Kushina and Kyuubi 9 tails obviously have not yet reached this relationship. I was forcibly put a seal into my body just now. I haven't figured out this situation yet. Please be patient, our agreement is still valid. Uzumaki Kushina explained in a hurry. Please leave this matter to me and I will give you a proper explanation. Faced with these words, Kyuubi's 9 tails' round blood-colored pupils turned slightly, and the tailed beast chakra that erupted in the end was quickly retracted. His penetrating pupils closed and said, "Okay, look. For that guy's sake, I trust you once. But don't forget what I reminded you of yesterday, but don't get me involved." The words that were annihilated in the consciousness space gradually dissipated, and the figure of Kyuubi 9 tails made Uzumaki Kushina secretly relieved. Kyuubi 9 tails took the initiative to contact her yesterday. I couldn't help but feel a huge shock. According to Kyuubi 9 tails, it has a momentary, as if caught, feeling. Then, there's an illusion of overlap. It was as if this world suddenly had another self. If you want to reason in this direction, the first-person Kyubi, Nine Tails, thinks of as not Black Zetsu, but Uchiha Chinyu. It is for this reason that it has reached an agreement with Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina, how do you feel? Have you strengthened your control over Kyubi, Nine Tails? Namikaze Minato looked at Uzumaki Kushina, who opened his eyes, and hurriedly moved closer. However, as soon as the face got close, before Namikaze Minato could react, his slender hands whistled and fanned directly towards his face. Look at the slap that quickly expands in the pupil. At this moment, Namikaze Minato was stunned in place. Faced with this slap, the Konoha yellow flash was useless. Snapped. The crisp slaps echoed in the tent like thunder, and the burning sensation made Namikaze Minato bewildered. Covering his cheeks subconsciously, he hurriedly asked, Kushina, hit me. What's wrong with hitting you? I'm going to kick you. Kushina roared. Her Yuhi hair was barely moving. The title of Konoha Yuhi Pepper was not in vain. The muscles in his right foot tightened suddenly, and he flew straight towards Namikaze Minato. Who asked you to put a seal on me at will, and quickly untie it for me, or I will kick you to death. How dare you hide? My mother has to kill you today. A series of noisy voices echoed in the tent. Anbu ninjas who were guarding outside and deliberately distanced themselves, looked at each other subconsciously, and showed such an expression on their faces. The two did not have any verbal communication, and there was no hesitation in the slightest. With a flick of the figure, they pulled a little further away. Spring nights are worth thousands of dollars. At least, in their eyes, what happened in this tent was too violent. Chapter 406 5 Armies Assemble. The early morning sun is like broken gold, swaying on the entire Gobi beach. An inexplicable and oppressive atmosphere permeated, like an invisible big hand, tightening the heart. On the huge Gobi Desert, tens of thousands of people gathered here. The leader of the cage-level powerhouse, standing on the cliff, looked solemn, overlooking the phalanx that gradually gathered below. The powerhouses from each village followed cage level, with a solemn expression on their faces, like straws pressing on everyone's heart. It can be said that the attitude of any strong man is the confidence and determination of the Alliance Army. The crowd of cage-level powerhouses present looked at each other, and the third generation of Hokage took the lead to stand out from the crowd. The turbid pupils could not help but sharpen like torches, and immediately said aloud. Okay, everyone gathered here today, which means that we have made up our minds to maintain the glory of our 5 great ninja villages. However, this battle involves life and death. In the face of Uchiha Chinyu, we don't know what cards he has and what means he has. Speaking of this, the 4th generation Raikage looked solemn and stood out from the crowd, and a thunderous voice suddenly sounded. The 3 generations of Hokage are right, but our 5 major ninja villages can stand in the ninja world for 100 years and have their own heritage. Now Uchiha Chinyu is hunting tailed beasts privately, and even openly declaring war on our 5 great ninja villages. This is a shame for our 5 great ninja villages. So, today, we gathered here to wash away this shame, to pin Uchiha Chinyu on this Gobi Desert, and let him know clearly that the majesty of our 5 ninja villages cannot be violated. The slightly elusive voice rolled backwards like thunder, and the calmness mixed with it hit the depths of everyone's soul. Yes, Lord Raikage of the 4th generation is right, this is a battle to wash away the shame of the 5 great ninja villages. In this battle, we absolutely have no turning back. We will definitely be able to defeat Uchiha Chinyu. How can a mere missing nin be the opponent of our 5 great ninja villages, and we can drown him even with a spit of saliva. Quote. Scene suddenly boiled, facing the thunderous words of the 4th generation Raikage, which obviously aroused the war in their hearts. This scene, the 4th generation Raikage flashed a trace of satisfaction on his face, and immediately raised his big hand up and continued to roar loudly. In this battle, we can only win, not lose. Let Uchiha Chinyu completely defeat the Gobi, and you will become heroes in every village. What awaits you will be the cheers of Guy's return. We will win the battle. We will win the battle. Tens of thousands of people shouted in unison in an instant, bringing a feeling of shaking the ground and shaking the whole Gobi Desert, and shivered. Reikage who pushed the atmosphere in the field with a few words. Many of the elites in each village who followed them had different expressions. In particular, those who have seen Uchiha Chinyu's shot have their eyes twinkling in the depths of their pupils. Hehe, it seems that the morale of your 5 great ninja villages is really strong, which is beyond expectations. Black Zetsu's voice sounded suddenly. Soon I saw that the soil not far away turned outwards, and a figure emerged like a ghost. Looking at this sudden yin and yang face, the ninjas in the field couldn't help but stagnate, and they all looked at the shadows. After all, their 5 major ninja villages have been fighting each other for many years. For their respective ninja villages, there are some strong people, and I still know a little. However, the guy with the yin and yang face in front of him obviously gave people a strange feeling. Black Zetsu, you're finally here. Namikaze Minato said first. There was a hint of playfulness on Black Zetsu's face, and he was about to say something. The first thing that came into view was a fat face that was bruised and purple. Looking at this scene, Black Zetsu's expression froze. I didn't see you tonight, what happened? HMPH, it's only now, I thought you flinched. Fourth Reikage said coldly, his face sank. Facing the words that were obviously mixed with hostility, Black Zetsu didn't take it to heart, smiled playfully, and said, it seems that witch sealing technique has also satisfied the 4th generation of Reikage, otherwise it is not evil words that are waiting for me now. But a violent punch. For the character of the 4th generation of Reikage, the people present also felt the same. It can be said that whether it is the 3rd generation Reikage killed by Uchiha Chinyu, or the 4th generation Reikage, the characters are all vigorous and resolute. It is precisely because of the action style that the action is not in line with each other, which makes the major ninja villages have a headache. However, as Black Zetsu said, the current attitude of the 4th generation of Reikage, from the side, uses that sealing technique. HMPH, Black Zetsu, you're talking a lot of nonsense. Are you here to fight or fight? 4th generation Reikage snorted coldly, didn't you say that you have 100,000 man-made army? You're the only one now, so you won't be talking idioms without a reason. If so, I wouldn't mind twisting your head off. As soon as these words fell, the crackling arc of thunder suddenly skyrocketed on the 4th generation of Reikage. The tyrannical breath exploded like a frenzy and rolled back around. However, in the face of all this, Black Zetsu's expression remained the same. He looked at the 4th Reikage with a playful smile, and snapped his fingers with his right hand. 4th generation, be careful. An unexpected and urgent cry suddenly appeared. Everyone's expressions suddenly changed. Soon I saw the mud behind the 4th generation Reikage, which was quickly pierced. A pale figure burst out of the ground and turned into a figure like an iron tower. Roar! A violent roar resounded suddenly. Under a pair of tearful eyes, he raised his big hand like a grinding disc and smashed it directly at the 4th generation Reikage. The violent blow instantly tightened everyone's nerves. The attack that slammed down with force brought a stern sound of breaking through the air, and it was even more heard. At this close distance, it gives people a feeling that there is no way to hide. You bastard, give me death. The 4th generation of Reikage's expression sank, and the moment when the anger roared has already entered the Raiden Thunder style chakra mode, and the speed of the explosion is not familiar to the naked eye at all. In the face of the huge fist that was thrown down, he just raised his hand to block at will, and the thunder light was wrapped around it, turning into a thunder light, and smashing straight towards White Zetsu's abdomen. Boom! Like a thunderous crash, It rolled and reverberated. The expressions of everyone in the field suddenly changed, and the tower-like body flew straight out. With the sound of a thunderous collision, the huge body smashed heavily on the cliff dozens of meters away. The huge impact caused the seemingly indestructible cliff to burst open. White Zetsu's abdomen collapsed directly, forming a huge hole. Chapter 407 _ The violent scene changed the expressions of everyone in the field. They never imagined that at this juncture, the so-called alliance would violently start. The fourth generation of Raikage's face sank, looked at Black Zetsu angrily, and said sharply, "Black Zetsu, what do you mean? If you want to assassinate me, can't you use some means that can be put on the table?" As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes were locked on Black Zetsu's body. 100,000 man-made troops. This is more than the ninja army they have assembled here. If this force is transferred, it will affect the entire battle situation. For a time, the atmosphere in the field changed. Hehe, fourth Raikage, you are as impulsive as the rumors say. Facing so many gazes, Black Zetsu gave a strange smile and said, "I'm just showing you whether my 100,000 troops are qualified to be on an equal footing with your 5 great ninja villages." Equals. Raikage of the fourth generation snorted coldly, "I can kill one with one punch. If it's only this level, then don't be ashamed." The fall of these words undoubtedly aggravated the depressing atmosphere in the field. 3 generations of Hokage and the others couldn't help but let out a wry smile. For the violent scene in front of them, it can be said that it is beyond their cognition. Moreover, the strength of the fourth generation Raikage also made them unexpected. Black Zetsu is really forced back. 100,000 man-made troops, for them, is also a disaster. Hehe, the fourth generation of Raikage, we are allies, everyone's goal is Uchiha Chinyu, I wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Black Zetsu laughed strangely. Did you just say my subordinates are just chops? You can look back now. Roar. A low growl, as if responding to Black Zetsu's words. Originally smashed and flew, it was penetrated through the abdomen, and White Zetsu, like an iron tower, rushed out like a tiger and a leopard. A distance of tens of meters is just a few breaths. The tower-like White Zetsu came to Raikage of the fourth generation again, clenched his hands suddenly, like a warhammer, and slashed head-on. The violent scene suddenly changed the expressions of everyone in the field. In their eyes, a person whose stomach was penetrated should be dead and no longer dead. However, the scene in front of them was beyond their cognition. The fourth generation Raikage's expression also changed slightly. This time, he didn't make a move. The lightning on his body skyrocketed like a frenzy. The next moment, like a ghost, he disappeared out of thin air. Boom. The combined hands hit the ground like a war hammer. The huge impact force made the solid rock ground shatter. However, after this shot down, the huge tower-like body of White Zetsu stopped chasing after him. Standing in the same place, looking fierce, he looked around. The originally penetrated abdomen, those white flesh and blood, rolled quickly and healed under the watchful eyes of the public. The strange scene made everyone in the field look slightly changed. 4 generations of Raikage who face Grandmaster Ninjutsu. It can be said that the ninjas present, including the cage-level powerhouses, were not confident enough to take the 4-generation Raikage thunder-like punch. However, the so-called man-made weapon in front of him had nothing to do with it after suffering the blow. This is beyond their comprehension. To Black Zetsu, the 100,000 man-made troops possess this so-called immortality. That would be a nightmare for any ninja village. Hehe, you should have seen that the miscellaneous soldiers in the mouth of the 4th generation Raikage, my 100,000 man-made soldiers, have a different kind of immortality. Seeing the different expressions of everyone, Black Zetsu smiled playfully. If I tell you, they can still perform ninjutsu. Can you still perform ninjutsu? Everyone present, whether it is Rasa and others, even the fourth generation of Hokage, suddenly changed their expressions. The immortality has already made people feel hopeless. If they can still perform ninjutsu, the level of difficulty is definitely not under Chunin, or even under Jonin in particular. This artificial force should only obey a single combat order. The third generation of Hokage suddenly said. As soon as these words fell, the expressions of the ninjas present changed slightly, and some people were secretly relieved. These white zetsu have immortality and no ninjutsu, which makes people feel terrible indeed. But without intelligence, that's another story. No matter how powerful it is, it can only be reduced to a beast. As long as they cooperate properly, it is not difficult to deal with white zetsu. HMPH, you guessed the third Hokage wrong. Black zetsu's face sank. However, this white zetsu is in my army of 100,000, and it is only in the middle. Some white zetsu in the upper layer have a will comparable to that of humans, which is enough to command these armies. He played in this way, all for his own sake, and then to take the initiative in the next move. I never thought that the 3 generations of Hokage would see through it so quickly. Originally, he planned to hide this as a backup for the battle. Still possessing an IQ, the 4th generation Hokage's expression changed slightly. The remaining cage-level powerhouses are no exception. A pig that raises 100,000 pigs is a completely different definition than having a lineup that can command 100,000 pigs. Seeing that the atmosphere in the arena changed again, the smile on Black Zetsu's face grew even more. A playful smile, he said, "Don't worry, we are allies and have a common enemy, Uchiha Chinyu. So you don't need to be so nervous about me at all." Having said that, Black Zetsu took out a quaint scroll with his backhand, which was already covered with dust, and said with a dry smile, "Let's stop talking nonsense. To avoid Uchiha Chinyu's exploits and surprises, now let me wake me up first. The 100,000 army, let's go to meet them together and enter the battlefield." The awe-inspiring voice came out of Black Zetsu's mouth. On such an occasion, as long as he raised his hands a little and laughed loudly, he would definitely exude the smell of a big boss behind the scenes. Before everyone could react, his hands flew quickly, and the ancient scroll was spread out on the ground. After forming a series of spells, he suddenly pressed it towards the ground. Boom! A low burst of air suddenly came, and at the same time the mysterious magic seal spread quickly. Black Zetsu's face suddenly stiffened as the aura shot out. The next moment, before everyone reacts, Black Zetsu shook his head and exclaimed, "It's impossible, it's impossible. How I can't get in touch with them, what the hell is going on?" The murmured words, at the end, were mixed with a smell like crazy, echoing in this world, and there was no way to disperse for a long time. Chapter 408 When something goes wrong, there must be a demon. The sudden scene shocked everyone in the field. In their eyes, the Black Zetsu of the previous moment was still in high spirits. Now it feels like a madman who has lost his beloved toy. "Black Zetsu, what happened? You just said, where is the awakened army?" Hokage, the 4th generation, exclaimed anxiously. "When things go wrong, there must be demons. At this juncture, anything that can weaken the strength of their alliance. That's all bad news." "Shut up," Black Zetsu roared with a ghastly face. "I have lost contact with my army, this is absolutely impossible. Except for a limited number of people like Namikaze Minato, absolutely no one knows where my army is." The hysterical voice, like an invisible big hand, suddenly clenched everyone's heart. Those present, before they could react, saw urgency on Black Zetsu's face. "Before I could think about it, I just pulled away and stormed off into the distance." The violent scene shook everyone's nerves, and even the cage-level powerhouses present had their expressions changed drastically. After seeing with his own eyes, the pervert means possessed by white Zetsu. For their 5 great ninja villages, this artificial force is the best cannon fodder to deal with Uchiha Chinyu. It is also the best way to reduce the loss of their ninja village. After all, after the Third Ninja World War, their own strength has been weakened a lot. Ninja village is even more wasteful. If you have to go through the 4th ninja war that follows one after another, those waiting for the 5 great ninja villages may be severely injured. It is for these many reasons. When the 4th generation of Hokage Namikaze Minato proposed the addition of Black Zetsu, everyone would reluctantly accept it. However, the scene in front of them now far exceeded their expectations. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe it? At this juncture, the 100,000 man-made force would suddenly lose contact with Black Zetsu. The 3rd generation of Hokage, what are we going to do now? The 4th generation of Raikage said in a deep voice. As the initiator of the 5 Great Ninja Village Alliance, the 3 generations of Hokage have an absolute right to speak, whether it is seniority or just a word. For a time, the eyes of everyone in the field turned and locked on the 3rd generation of Hokage. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field, the 3 generations of Hokage's expression darkened slightly, and then he said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I think everyone has the answer in their hearts. However, based on what I know about Black Zetsu, he just loved his face and planned to give us a slap in the face. With this style of behavior, he should not lose the chain at this juncture. So, there must be something wrong with his army of 100,000 white Zetsu." Having said that, the 3rd generation of Hokage looked around the field and said in a deep voice, "We now have 2 choices. First, follow Black Zetsu to the place where the 100,000 white Zetsu army is hidden, but the premise is that we all act together to avoid Black Zetsu's tricks and let us to break them one by one. Second, we stop cooperating with Black Zetsu's alliance. No matter what happens to his army of 100,000 white Zetsu, we will deal with it alone. However, we have to keep an eye on it. In case there is no accident with the 100,000 white Zetsu army, our decision will probably push the Black Zetsu to the side of Uchiha Chinyu. Before facing Uchiha Chinyu who doesn't know the details, I'm afraid you will have to fight the backlash of 100,000 white Zetsu, so I hope you can choose carefully." The slightly elusive voice reverberated in the 4 directions of the sky, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Hokage where the old god is present, the remaining 4 cage-level powerhouses also have a change in expressions on their faces. After a short while, the 4 cage-level powerhouses looked at each other and said in unison, "Uchiha Chinyu hasn't appeared yet, let's go see it together." As soon as these words came out, the army of tens of thousands of ninjas waiting below nodded in agreement. Facing a Uchiha Chinyu has already caused them enormous psychological pressure. Now there are 100,000 white Zetsu. If they become their own enemies, no one is willing to accept this huge gap. Okay, then let's set off immediately. Seeing this, the 3rd generation Hokage waved his big hand suddenly, and gave an order in a deep voice. The voice fell, and the 6 cage-level powerhouses present were the first to storm out. Immediately behind them, there are the most elite fighting forces in the major ninja villages. When they crossed the cliff and landed in the desert, tens of thousands of ninja coalition forces were directly bombed. As dense as locusts, they converged into a torrent, chasing straight away. Tens of thousands of people marched, giving people an inexplicable depressing atmosphere. But the 5 ninja villages act together, and at any time, it is an unbelievable scene. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would have believed that the 5 great ninja villages, which have always been war-torn and strife, would have come this far in order to fight against a missing nin from a Konoha ninja village? Black Zetsu's breath is not hidden like before. There are a lot of chakra fluctuations in the air, and it seems that he is very anxious and should be able to catch up. Yamanaka Inoichi, who was next to the third generation of Hokage, Hand Seal, suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes and looked in the direction where Black Zetsu left. As one of the top 10 ninja tribes in Konoha Ninja Village, Yamanaka Inoichi has enough right to speak. Let's speed up our pace. It seems that something really happened to Black Zetsu's 100,000 army. The third generation of Hokage's expression sank, and he gave the order again. The large army of tens of thousands of people, the speed of the march has accelerated again. The only thing fortunate is that this time the battlefield was chosen in the Gobi. Otherwise, tens of thousands of people would travel through the forest, and everyone would step on the branches of a tree, and I'm afraid everyone would fall without falling. The torrent of tens of thousands of people hurried on the road for 20 or 30 minutes. After crossing 20 or 30 kilometers, Yamanaka Inoichi's closed eyes opened again. Black Zetsu's breath stopped 2 miles ahead, but his position seems to be a little deep. Yamanaka Inoichi frowned and said in confusion. The location is a bit deep. 3 generations of Hokage also changed slightly. However, before he could speak, the 4th generation Raikage on the side snorted coldly. Hey, he wants to hide a 100,000 man-made army under the eyes of our 5 great ninja villages. If it wasn't underground, we would have already discovered it. The relationship between the 5 ninja villages has been unstable. It is for this reason that everyone's eyeliners are definitely not few in the country of fire. A single sesame may not be able to detect it, but if 100,000 man-made army really appeared on the earth, it would be a blind man. Otherwise it would be strange not to know. However, this idea just sprouted in their minds, and the next moment crossed the rock forest in front of them. The first scene that came into view was like an invisible hammer, hitting everyone's nerves. Looking at the scene in front of me, I almost split my eyes. When things go wrong, there must be demons. But it can definitely be called a big demon. Chapter 409 The Son Beats the Father. On the huge Gobi Desert, an indescribably depressing atmosphere clenched everyone's heart like an invisible big hand. Looking at the front, it is as shocking as a cliff and abyss. White Zetsu lying on the edge one after another. The black flames wrapped around his body, the heat radiated, made the spine sweat. White Zetsu, who claims to have an immortal body, in this blazing black flame, in addition to making a howling hissing sound. It can only struggle and crawl through the abyss like ruins. The so-called immortal body, under the black flame, obviously has a pale and powerless feeling. No matter how they tumbled on the ground, the black flames on their bodies showed no signs of going out at all. The burning speed gave people a feeling like maggots on toe bones. In just a few tens of seconds, the huge body like an iron tower was burned to ashes. The faces of everyone who witnessed this scene were even more pale. It was like an invisible big hand clenching the heart tightly. Who, come out quickly. Black Zetsu growled hysterically. Yuan's stared eyes were almost split, looking around the huge ruins, can't wait to dig 3 feet directly to find people. Faced with Black Zetsu's madness, the people present couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. 100,000 White Zetsu artificial army, if it is really killed. That was simply heart-wrenching. The black inextinguishable flame, only Uchiha Chinyu can display it. He won't find this place in advance and kill all the 100,000 White Zetsu army. Jiraiya's voice suddenly sounded, instantly tense everyone's nerves. Uchiha Chinyu also appeared in the hearts of many people. However, no one dared to jump to conclusions. After all, the scene in front of him was too shocking. The 100,000 strong White Zetsu army has immortality, ninjutsu, and very few people have an IQ comparable to that of humans. Such a powerful man-made corps is an existence that even their 5 major ninja villages are afraid of. However, The place where the White Zetsu army was hiding was turned into an abyss. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe this is true? Uchiha Chinyu, get out of here, I'm going to kill you. Black Zetsu was startled at first, then roared hysterically. In his eyes, White Zetsu's real hiding place, but even Uchiha Madara doesn't know. However, now it has been destroyed without anyone knowing it, which is beyond his plan. Are you looking for me? An indifferent voice came softly, shaking everyone's nerves. The eyes of tens of thousands of people in the audience turned and followed the sound. The first thing that came into view was a thin figure that appeared like a ghost on the huge meteorite. That breezy attitude, as well as the auspicious cloud robe with the black yuhi bottom, and the spotless attitude, is simply a feeling of stunned. In their eyes, killing a strong, immortal White Zetsu also has the heart to fight to the death. However, if the person in front of him really single-handedly killed 100,000 White Zetsu, the robe on that body can still be spotless. It was a nightmare for them. Let me ask among them, the coalition forces of the 5 great ninja villages, according to incomplete statistics, only have more than 50,000 people. Compared to the so-called artificial White Zetsu army, that was almost a fraction. If, even 100,000 man-made White Zetsu army, is not the opponent of Uchiha Chinyu, are they going to die then? Chaotic thoughts flashed in their minds. Everyone's eyes, subconsciously, looked at the 6 cage-level powerhouses. Lord Hokage of the 3rd generation, Sarutobi Asuma, one of the 12 guardians of the Guardian Ninja, urgently sent a message on behalf of the great name of Yuhuo. A hurried shout came from a distance. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Looking at the sound, he was the first to catch the eye, and it was 2 figures rushing to the scene. Among them, the one who fell behind was Sarutobi Asuma with a tired face. After all, unlike Uchiha Chinyu, Sarutobi Asuma does not know time and space ninjutsu. Looking at this scene, the 3rd generation of Hokage couldn't help but sank. This is where the army of the 5 Ninja Village Alliance is located. Under the watchful eyes of all the people, Sarutobi Hiruzen, his son, came in such a panic, which obviously damaged the face of Konoha Ninja Village. Thinking of this, the 3rd generation of Hokage's face sank, and he shouted sharply, Sarutobi Asuma, there is something panicking. If there is nothing important, then wait for the return of our 5 great ninja village allied force guys on, let's talk in detail. Voice fell, and the turbid old eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage lit up like torches. After looking at each other with the other 4 cage-level powerhouses, they were about to speak. Then I saw Namikaze Minato beside me, disappearing in place like a ghost. Appeared again, and has come to a place not far from Sarutobi Asuma. Asuma, is the daimyo going to cheer us up? I'll take you to the side of the 3 generations of Hokage. Namikaze Minato came to Sarutobi Asuma's side. He could react. Namikaze Minato grabbed Asuma's shoulder with his right hand, and the moment he squeezed the Hiraishin seal in his hand, it disappeared like a ghost. When he appeared again, Sarutobi Asuma had come to the side of the 3rd generation of Hokage. The face of Namikaze Minato's unauthorized actions, the 3rd generation Hokage frowned, slightly displeased, but did not hold him accountable. The face of Sarutobi Shinosuke, who is known as one of the 8 colors of Konoha, this younger brother, Sarutobi Asuma, obviously makes the 3 generations of Hokage a little unwelcome. Sarutobi Asuma, who was running back all the way, out of breath, a trace of impatience flashed on the face of the 3rd generation Hokage, and he said in a deep voice, Asuma, we have heard the motivational words of the daimyo, if you have nothing to do, go first. Step aside. Talking, the 3rd generation Hokage waved his hand casually, and then turned to look at the 4th generation Raikage. However, as soon as this scene appeared, a sharp knife sound resounded suddenly. The snow-white cold light is like a drill, and it is forbidden to swept away from the throat of the third-generation Hokage. The unexpected move instantly tensed everyone's nerves. Although most of the people present did not know the bad relationship between the three generations of Hokage and Sarutobi Asuma. But this son's stance against Leodu was completely unexpected. Mention Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato, even the three generations of Hokage are no exception. For a time, everyone's eyes were locked on the body of the third generation of Hokage, showing a look of confusion. Only Uchiha Chinyu touched the tip of his nose helplessly. As expected, the famous feathered fire still couldn't hold back and got involved in this matter. Chapter 410 will be subject to foreign military orders. The violent posture made the expressions of everyone present, including several cage-level powerhouses, suddenly change drastically. Third generation of Hokage felt the chakra knife on his neck, his face was somber to ultimate. If it weren't for the fact that he was in the public eye, he would slap the disdainful son to the ground with one palm. The anger in his heart, the three generations of Hokage bit Kiba word by word and said, "Sarutobi Asuma, do you know what you are doing? On this one move, I can designate you as missing nin. If you don't give me a reasonable answer today, I will ban you in public." The awe-inspiring voice, when it came to the end, had a taste of decisiveness. A smell of slaughter, before the battle with Uchiha Chinyu, permeated the five great ninja village alliances. For a time, everyone's eyes were fixed on the violent Sarutobi Asuma. Namikaze Minato also had a hint of apology on his face, if he had known that things would have evolved to this level. He would not use Sarutobi Asuma to perform Hiraishin's art. Once something happens, no matter what the conclusion is, he can't get rid of it. "Dad, I have to do this for the sake of Konoha Ninja Village, or you won't listen to me at all." Sarutobi Asuma's face flashed an apology. The chakra knife held in the right hand did not move away, and the left hand turned over at the waist to take out a scroll. "Dad, this is a joint decision of the three big names to hand Kyuubi, Nine Tails to Uchiha Chinyu and withdraw from the Battle of the Five Ninja Village Alliance. If you insist on doing it, you will destroy the hard work of Hokage in all dynasties." "Once," Sarutobi Asuma exclaimed anxiously. A small voice, at this moment, swept the audience like a hurricane. Looking at the scroll unfolded in Sarutobi Asuma's hand, after the magic seal on it was undone, three great names that belonged to the country of fire were revealed, representing their identity. There is also the content of the book above, which is exactly the same as what Sarutobi Asuma said. The violent scene made everyone look stunned. Some even swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The relationship between the five great ninja villages and the five great nations seems to be dependent. However, if it is really investigated, the major ninja villages, except for the inheritance of cage-level powerhouses, need to be approved by the daimyo. At other times, the filmmakers have the right to make decisions about everything in the village. Moreover, in this wartime situation, this kind of autonomy can also be implemented at any time without passing the daimyo to deal with any disaster that threatens the country and the ninja village. It can be said that in the face of the war game, Wying is the spokesperson. However, now the three big names in the country of fire suddenly jointly issued an order to let Konoha Shinobi Village hand over Kyuubi, Nine Tails, and withdraw from the war against Uchiha Chinyu. This is undoubtedly beyond everyone's expectations. "Sarutobi Asuma, do you know what nonsense you are talking about?" Three generations of Hokage's face sank and roared. His right hand abruptly looked up, and with a lightning-quick gesture, he snatched the chakra gauntlet from Sarutobi Asuma's hand. The next moment, he was castrated unabated and cut off the daimyo oracle in the hands of Sarutobi Asuma. The violent scene once again shook everyone's nerves. This is an oral oracle from the daimyo, let's not talk about its authenticity. However, if this matter reaches the ears of the daimyo, it will damage the trust of the daimyo of the Land of Fire in the Konoha Shinobi village. When a black cold light, like a pistol, shot out without warning. One step ahead, bumped into the chakra gauntlet in the hands of the third-generation Hokage. The sparks splashed, and the huge impact force made the gauntlet fly out of his hand, and finally slanted into the ground not far away. As for Kunai, who rushed in first, he cut through the scroll in Sarutobi Asuma's hand and stuck it directly on the ground behind him. Looking at this sudden scene, let alone the 3 generations of Hokage and others, even Sarutobi Asuma couldn't help but froze in place. Uchiha Chinyu, who provoked the war. Lord Chinyu, what are you doing? This is a daimyo's oracle. Don't you want Kyubi, 9 tails? Sarutobi Asuma was the first to lose his temper and asked anxiously. The eyes of the people present were also fixed on Chinyu. At this moment, everyone's thoughts were the same as Sarutobi Asuma. As long as you are not a fool, you can know that this decree is beneficial to Uchiha Chinyu. If you win without fighting, you can get the Kyubi, 9 tails, of Konoha Ninja Village. Who wouldn't want to? Haha, you shouldn't be involved in this kind of mother-in-law's business. Chinyu laughed dryly. That Yuhuo is also nosy. When he says what I like, he grabs it with his hands. 3 generations of Hokage, don't be stunned. You will be subject to foreign military orders. I want to see your determination in this battle and your cards. Fell, Chinyu's eyes turned in vain, and locked on the body of the 3rd generation Hokage. Faced with this provocation from Kai Guago, the expressions of the people present suddenly changed, and before they could think about it, the awe-inspiring voice of the 3 generations of Hokage could be heard in their ears. Okay, a good sentence will be subject to foreign military orders. The 3 generations of Hokage said good things twice. His right hand suddenly clenched, and he said sharply. I have read countless people in my life, and I never thought I would overlook you. The courage you possess is indeed beyond the comparison of ordinary people. Having said that, the 3rd generation of Hokage looked around the field and continued to say sharply, this time, our 5 ninja villages are gathered here, and we have already held the heart of a deadly fight. I don't know how you killed the 100,000 white Zetsu, but since you came out of our Konoha Shinobi village, as the 3rd generation of Hokage, I have an irresponsible responsibility. Although this ninjutsu is a technique banned by the teacher, in order to deal with you, the only thing I can do is to assume the name of a sinner and use the name of the shadows of the past to judge your crimes. The slightly elusive voice reverberated between heaven and earth like thunder. Jiraiya on the side heard the words, sighed with a complicated expression, and walked out. With his backhand, he pulled out the huge scroll behind him and spread it flat on the ground. 3 mysterious spell seals were the first to catch everyone's eyes. The center where the curse seals gathered, and the words written on it, shook the nerves of everyone. Man Matsuri. This is the forbidden technique. 3 generations of Hokage actually need to use Matsuri's forbidden technique. There was an uproar in the field. In their eyes, if Uchiha Chinyu is the incarnation of evil who provoked the war, then the 3 generations of Hokage are the incarnation of justice who presided over this battle and fought against Uchiha Chinyu. However, now the 3rd generation of Hokage has pulled out a scroll of a living Matsuri product. It is still the forbidden technique to be performed. That's a bit too big for anyone. Looking at the familiar curse mark, Chinyu touched the tip of his nose helplessly, and couldn't help but say, I said, this won't be your trump card, will it? Chapter 411 The wrong way to open the trump card. Is this your trump card? Could it be that the strange voice made everyone in the field startled? In their eyes, the use of live Matsuri products is a powerful forbidden technique. However, now in Chinyu's eyes, it gives people a feeling of disappointment. This is unavoidable. Uchiha Chinyu, I know this forbidden technique, you may too, but as the inheritor of the will of fire, it will be the biggest killer of our Konoha ninja village, the shadow of the past dynasties, the majesty cannot be humiliated. 3 generations of Hokage. His expression sank. At the moment when the voice fell, he did not take into account the many eyes in the field, and with the movement of his hands, it quickly turned like a wheel. Dozens of spells, in the hands of the 3rd generation of Hokage, were completed in an instant. This kind of hand seal's speed of performing techniques does not humiliate his title as a ninjutsu professor at all. But the last magic seal fell, and the 3rd generation Hokage's eyes were like torches, and his right hand roared and shot towards the scroll. The art of psychic and pure world reincarnation. Roaring like thunder, it brought forth a sense of indomitable awe, which made everyone in the field startled at the same time. Sarutobi Asuma was stunned, and couldn't help but said coldly, "Dad, is this your trump card? Let's not be ashamed, hurry up and admit defeat." The small voice instantly overwhelmed the awe-inspiring voice of the 3 generations of Hokage. Hokage, who was originally a rainbow-like force, almost fell to the ground with a stumble. If it wasn't for the image, he and Jiraiya pulled Sarutobi Asuma away in time. "I'm afraid the father and son will really fight together." Roar. However, before everyone could react, 3 roars suddenly sounded. The living Matsuri product on the scroll, like endless dust twisting, quickly transformed into 3 figures. That hideous appearance, under the rapid reorganization, was the first scene that touched everyone's nerves. This is the first Hokage and the second Hokage. No, you can see it clearly, there is that person, it seems to be Uchiha Madara, the legend of the Uchiha family. The hurried exclamation shook everyone's nerves. If you say Senju Tobirama, in the ninja world, he is a ninja with outstanding strength. That Uchiha Madara, and Senju Hashirama, that is known as a godlike existence. Konoha Ninja Village with 2 giants, the ninja world at that time was their era. It can be said that the infighting in Konoha Shinobi Village, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara's death, gave them a sense of relief. However, these characters are now resurrected by forbidden technique. No one dared to question the power they possessed. After all, this was regarded by the 3 generations of Hokage as a means to clean up the portal against Uchiha Chinyu. The strength it possesses is definitely not weak. What's more, if this is the strength of one's own side, it is a strong and powerful shield for anyone. Brother, is this what impure world reincarnation feels like? Senju Tobirama's voice sounded first. However, the moment he saw Uchiha Madara, his expression sank, and the chakra dormant in his body detonated directly. Boom! The breath like a hurricane turned into a frenzy, and the look of the ninjas in the field changed drastically. Being exposed to this burst of breath gave them the feeling that they were in a hurricane. If it is not for personal experience, no one wants to believe that someone can cause such coercion by breaking out of chakra alone. Tobirama, put your fingers down. The original Hokage rolled his eyes and said, I didn't expect to be summoned again in just one day. It seems that the 4th ninja war is still unfolding. Uchiha Chinyu, we meet again. Speaking of this, the first Hokage raised his hand towards Chinyu, and the look of intimacy was simply stunned. Teacher, this is. The 3rd generation of Hokage was also stunned. He was the first to lose his breath and hurriedly said. This is his method of pressing the bottom of the box, and it is also one of the strengths of the decisive battle. However, as soon as it appeared, the trump card that should have turned the situation around. The way this trump card opens has the wrong feeling. It turned out to be a monkey. I didn't expect you to use this forbidden technique. Senju Tobirama glanced at the original Hokage, and put his taut fingers down. He said coldly, that guy has used impure world reincarnation and summoned his eldest brother several times. And Uchiha Madara over there. Having said that, Senju Tobirama subconsciously looked at the arrogant back, and said in a deep voice, I heard that he and Uchiha Chinyu used impure world reincarnation's undead body to fight several times, and they all lost in the end. The strength of Uchiha Madara at that time reached 70% of its heyday. 70%. The expressions of the people present changed drastically. For them, such things are simply secrets. No one would have imagined that Uchiha Chinyu would have fought against the legend of the Uchiha family of the next generation and defeated him. If you don't hear it with your own ears, who wants to believe it? Monkey, the purity of your impure world reincarnation. Senju Tobarama came back to his senses and remembered the most important question. 40%. The bastard has only 40% of the strength of the heyday, and the guy who uses impure world reincarnation is simply inferior to 1. Uchiha Madara's face sank, and he growled in anger. The chakra pressure dormant in the body was directly detonated like a volcanic eruption. That rolling and sweeping situation shook everyone's nerves. In the round eyes, there was disbelief. Haven't seen pigs, but they have eaten pork too. They don't know how strong Uchiha Madara 70% is. But the 40% aura that burst out just now gave them the feeling that it was completely superior to Senju Tobarama. With such strength, even the shadows in their shinobi village cannot easily reach it. However, now someone tells them that Uchiha Madara, who is 70% powerful, has impure world reincarnation's undead body, but he can't beat Uchiha Chinyu. The trump card that they considered Konoha shinobi village's greatest help. Totally a paper tiger. The huge gap between their original expectations and the current situation made them immediately understand that the name of the Kingdom of Fire just now had good intentions. Sarutobi Asuma's beating dad is even more commendable. Haha, you don't need to worry, that kid is also collecting tailed beasts. Senju Hashirama laughed indifferently. Also, I heard that those tailed beasts like him very much. As long as you give him the tail beast, it can be considered to avoid a battle, and you don't have to worry about the tail beast riot in the future. Of course, I was summoned. If you say you must fight, then I can only fight back. Chapter 412 What is humiliation? The small voice brought an inexplicable smell of slaughter, making the atmosphere in the field suddenly depressed. Facing the attitude of the first Hokage, the expressions of everyone in the field suddenly changed slightly. If it is said that the god of ninjas has the strength of the heyday, as their help, they may be able to be happy. However, the current Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, only 40% of the strength of the heyday. Maybe a dead camel is bigger than a horse. Uchiha Chinyu in front of him is not a paper tiger. 100,000 man-made white Zetsu can also be easily destroyed. I'm afraid it's not enough to see them together. Messy thoughts flashed through the minds of everyone present, and their eyes were locked on the third generation of Hokage. If they hadn't seen the scene where 100,000 white Zetsu was killed, they might still have the heart to fight against Uchiha Chinyu. But this scene in front of him undoubtedly played the role of killing chickens and warning monkeys. For a mortal situation, no one is willing to die. HMPH, mother-in-law's guy. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and said disdainfully, that kid summoned me last time, but he had 80% of his strength. I said that without the strength of his heyday, I will not fight him again. Fell. Uchiha Madara looked at Chinyu coldly, then went straight to the side and sat cross-legged on the ground. That posture obviously intends to stay out of the way. After all, having been abused in private several times before has already made Uchiha Madara's face unbearable. Not to mention, in such a large audience, knowing that they will lose, they still have to take action. That's self-inflicted humiliation. Looking at this scene, the nerves of the people who were originally timid were tense, like a straw. HMPH, we didn't expect that the Uchiha clan would take action. Senju Tobarama said suddenly. The moment his eyes fell on Chinyu, he disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. Appearing again, he has already come one step behind Chinyu. The right hand suddenly turned over, revealing the detonating talisman in his hand. Without any bells and whistles, he directly patted Chinyu's body. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. The face of Senju Tobarama's shot, everyone just felt a flash in front of them, and their eyes were obviously unable to keep up the speed of this instant technique. However, this speed only reached 40% of their heyday. If it is the heyday, it can definitely be called super speed. Don't underestimate them with only 40% of their strength. The power of legends cannot be described in words. 2 days ago, Onoki spoke with a solemn expression. We're ready to shoot too. The awe-inspiring voice tightened everyone's nerves. However, in the face of the violent Senju Tobarama, Chinyu said with a playful smile, "Is this the technique you use to detonate each other's talismans for the purpose of restraint, and pure world reincarnation?" You know, Senju Tobarama's expression changed suddenly. When he developed the technique of impure world reincarnation that day, the required Matsuri products were too inhumane, and the peace of those who intruded on Huang Izumi was disturbed. By Senju Hashirama to destroy this ninjutsu. However, as his own efforts, it was still pervert's ninjutsu, and Senju Tobarama didn't want to let it disappear at all. Forbidden technique in the name of beauty, and sealed it up, and researched the technique of exploding each other that he thought could restrain impure world reincarnation. All just to let future generations remember the highlight of his Senju Tobarama. Uchiha Chinyu, who was able to break his forbidden technique, he didn't take things to heart. Senju Tobarama's face sank, and his hands clasped together suddenly, forming a spell. Blast me! As soon as the low roar came out, the detonating talisman that was originally attached to Chinyu's body instantly burst into flames. At the same time, Senju Tobarama disappeared like a ghost out of thin air. At the same time, the two ninjutsus were almost completed in an instant, which surprised everyone. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded first, and the fiery air wave rolled back like a frenzy. The faces of the people present changed suddenly, and in the blast of air, one after another detonating talisman was instantly channeled out. At the same time, these detonators continued to be detonated. Under such a cycle, a dense saturated explosion storm was formed, which directly submerged the radius of tens of meters where Uchiha Chinyu was located. The places that were affected along the way were torn to shreds like a piece of paper. Seeing the blast of air rising into the sky, the nerves of the onlookers suddenly became tense. Some people couldn't hold their breath, and they muttered in shock. Is this the strength of Konoha's second-generation Hokage? It's definitely the first person to be able to use the detonator talisman to such a degree. The power of this explosive talisman also uses the means of psychic communication to increase the originally limited attack power by dozens or even 100 times in an instant. Facing this kind of attack, I am afraid that even the shadow will not be able to retreat. The scene suddenly boiled. After all, in their cognition, the role of the detonating talisman was to harass the enemy by surprise. It's nice to be able to smash a light wound. To achieve such a saturated attack, no one dared to imagine. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the arena, the 2-day-old Onoki who was planning to take action snorted coldly. HMPH, don't forget, this Senju Tobarama is the ninjutsu master of Konoha Ninja Village. His ability is not something you juniors can do. Figure out. However, just after this evaluation came down, the voices floating not far away made the nerves of everyone in the field tense. Boring. Uchiha Madara raised his eyelids disdainfully and said, if we can defeat him with a single ninjutsu move, we won't be channeled over and over again. Hashirama, your younger brother is still so naive, this is a self-inflicted insult. You. Senju Tobarama's face sank, and a trace of anger flashed in the depths of his pupils. However, before he could react, Senju Hashirama's roar suddenly sounded. Be careful. Mokuten, wood style, Senju art. Senju Hashirama let out an urgent cry, and when his hands clasped together suddenly, 2 tree roots burst out of the ground like horned dragons, and wrapped around Senju Tobarama's waist with lightning speed. The violent scene made Tobarama's expression change suddenly, and before he had time to think about it, strong spatial fluctuations emerged behind him. A figure like a ghost came behind him. Knives out. The thunder light bloomed in full view, and an arm even flew up, although there was no blood splashing. But it also tightened everyone's nerves. After all, this is one of the legends of Konoha Ninja Village. The existence of playing the detonator very smoothly. However, all this if not for Senju Hashirama's help. I'm afraid it's not the arm that was thrown away, but the head is in a different place. At this moment, they finally understood what Uchiha Madara meant by self-inflicted humiliation. Chapter 413 Even the tailed beast was thrown away. PFF'd. The crackling thunder light splashed, raging like a horse training in the heaven and earth. Looking at the flying arm, when everyone's pupils contracted suddenly, they had a deeper understanding of Uchiha Madara's words. Big brother. As soon as Senju Tobarama came to Senju Hashirama's side, he subconsciously covered his arm. Don't look at it, this is the body of impure world reincarnation. This knife will not cause much damage to you. Senju Hashirama glanced lightly and said, however, you were too underestimated just now. Don't take this kid lightly because he is too young. If Madara is to evaluate, this kid's strength is probably stronger than our heyday. The small voice was like an invisible big hand at this moment, and instantly clenched everyone's heart. They knew that Uchiha Chinyu's strength was no small matter. But all this is their guess. A vague guess just makes people feel worried about the unknown. But after a real understanding, what you get will be trembling. Let me ask, what evaluation is more authoritative than the affirmation from the god of ninjas? What's more, in the face of Senju Hashirama's evaluation, Uchiha Madara, who was aloof, didn't even say a word. This alone is enough to see that he also agrees with Senju Hashirama's evaluation. The first generation, if you are like this, the game is no longer fun. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, are you guys going to play together or wait to die one by one? Madness. Arrogant. Facing the invitation to battle that Chinyu issued alone. What a domineering move to single out the entire ninja world. However, in the face of this kind of rhetoric, the huge situation suddenly fell into a dead silence, and no one responded first. Such a scene made the dignified coalition suddenly embarrassed. Do it, the fourth generation Raikage roared angrily. In his eyes, regardless of old or new hatred, the only thing he can do now is to let go and fight. Let him hand over Killer Bee, one of the most powerful warriors in Kumogakure village, he can't do this kind of thing. Yo-yo, Big Brother is right, there are so many of us, we can't believe it, we can't beat this person. Killer Bee rapped to keep up. The crackling thunder light suddenly skyrocketed on the fourth generation Raikage. The tower-like body, with the Raiden Thunder style chakra mode activated, the speed soars to ultimate. The fourth generation Raikage, once known as the fastest in the ninja world. At a distance of 100 meters, in the eyes of everyone, it was only a blink of an eye. Raikage, who was bathed in thunder light, had already come to Chinyu and waited for me. Uchiha Chinyu's chest like a giant hammer filled with thunder. Boom. With a punch, it was like a fierce wind-like frenzy that rolled away. The distance that was so close at hand was also approaching in the blink of an eye. However, before everyone could react, Chinyu suddenly moved. In the right hand detonated, and the black Madara lightning pattern unfolded directly. Without any bells and whistles, he punched him in the face. Boom. The fists that were not trying to give in at all collided together, and the thunder light splashed down, and the air wave brought heavy pressure, directly shattering the ground under his feet. At the same time, the pupils of the fourth generation Raikage shrank suddenly, and the words that fell in his ears shook his nerves. "I got you, Yao." The small voices seemed to be filled with magic sounds at this moment. As the AB combination of Kumogakure Village, the fourth generation Raikage and Killer Bee are best at the combination battle of Thunder Plow and Hot Knife. Under the tacit understanding of the long-term battle, as long as the fourth generation Raikage shoots, Killer Bee will assist from the back. It is wrapped around the waist of the fourth Raikage with 8-tailed octopus feet. Whether it is the fourth generation Raikage that succeeds or misses, Killer Bee can also respond quickly. Is it to pursue, or to pull back the fourth generation Raikage who missed the attack? However, the fourth generation of Raikage never imagined that this tacit understanding would give Uchiha Chinyu an opportunity. Looking at Chinyu's lightning-like right hand, he buckled it on the 8-tailed octopus's leg. Before the people present could react, Chinyu's 5 fingers on his right hand suddenly tightened, and under the protruding muscles, a tyrannical force erupted. "Come out to me." Bang! Killer Bee, who follows the fourth generation of Raikage, feels like he is being pulled by a whale. The speed of the flight is even more unbelievable. The 8-tailed bull ghost, in desperation, could only stick out the remaining 7 octopus legs and fasten them to the ground, intending to do some buffering. However, all these efforts seem to be in vain at this moment. Just as the heavy ground was fastened, the solid rock formations collapsed. A large piece of rock collapsed, and sand and dust rolled up. The next moment, everyone saw Killer Bee, like a cannonball, smashing heavily on the deep crater meteorite not far away. The huge impact was accompanied by a thunder-like collision sound. The meteorite was also smashed head-on. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Although, Uchiha Chinyu chose the counterattack time very accurately. However, the fourth generation of Raikage, and the AB combination of Killer Bee Jinchuriki, column force were defeated in one shot. Moreover, under the wrestling, even the tailed beast was pulled away. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe this is true? The art of mutual haraishin. Senju Tobarama's roar suddenly sounded. Like a ghostly figure, he appeared on Chinyu's side first, and then reached out and buckled on the fourth generation Raikage. He could react. Senju Tobarama disappeared like a ghost with 4 generations of Raikage. When it reappeared, Senju Tobarama's roar sounded again. Sunagakure Village, if you don't do it now, when will you wait? Sandstorm Double Burial. Rasa's voice suddenly sounded. He and Bunfuku were obviously horns, and they even appeared dozens of meters away from Chinyu. After forming a series of spell marks with both hands, he slapped the ground below suddenly. Boom! The roar of the rolling rock formations reverberated, straining everyone's nerves. The ground with Chinyu as the center, under the rapid rolling, endless sand waves rushed out. It turned into 2 huge waves, and shot towards Chinyu. The gold dust and the yellow sand collided in an instant in the void, hitting Chinyu like a huge wave that overturned. Hee, it seems that even the Jinchuriki column force can't hold back. This just saves my effort. Facing this scene, Chinyu didn't seem to care about it at all. With a warm smile, the 9-tomo Mangekyo Sharingan spun up in vain. Suzano. The violent pupil power exploded like a frenzy. The bloody posture, mixed with the taste of disaster, shook everyone's nerves. Those rapidly emerging ribs formed an absolute defense that made the pupils shrink suddenly. Chapter 414 You are so naive. Blood colored like a tidal wave, like a huge giant, it forcibly blocked the wave of gold dust that was rolling in. The ferocious ribs, the 100-meter body that was quickly constructed, and the majesty covering the whole body. The three-headed and six-armed posture is even more hideous. Faced with this scene, the expressions of everyone in the field suddenly changed drastically. The four generations of Kazekage and Aikido Jinchuriki, column force Bunpuku, the joint strike that was displayed. It should be able to easily submerge a small town. However, in front of Chinyu, the seemingly turbulent sand waves seemed pale and powerless. If you don't see it with your own eyes, no one wants to believe it. Cage-level powerhouses who are regarded as the strongest combat power by them, as well as the Jinchuriki column power weapons, will display such a pale and powerless attack. However, in the face of all this, Rasa was the first to laugh unbridled. Haha, Uchiha Chinyu, I knew you would be so arrogant, and in the face of such a wide-ranging attack, you didn't take it to heart at all. Bunpuku, use that trick. The hurried voices detonated everyone's nerves one after another. Rasa, who was originally at a disadvantage, but suddenly became a winner, everyone's nerves suddenly tense. The Buddha's name recited in Bunpuku's mouth stopped instantly. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly changed, turning directly into the black and gold eyes of Shukaku. Roar! A thunderous roar swept away with a strong wave of air. The purple pattern quickly emerged from the yellow sand and sand gold. In the blink of an eye, it spread to the buried Susanoo. However, no one has yet to react. Bunpuku's body was instantly shaped into Shukaku's huge body under the endless rolling of yellow sand. The huge body of 100 meters, covered with purple patterns all over the body, exudes a strange smell everywhere. Damn human, dare to force me to control me, I will not spare you. Shukaku's roar echoed in the sky. Everyone's nerves suddenly tense. After all, it is different from the perfect person Jinchuriki column in Kumogakure village. Bunpuku was able to communicate with Aikyo, but it wasn't enough to get Shukaku's approval. Case Shukaku can't think about it, he chooses to go berserk at this juncture. That makes people unable to eat kabuto and walk away. However, in the face of all this, Rasa didn't take it to heart, and not long ago got the seal against the tailed beast in the hands of Black Zetsu. He has personally tested it, and the power is self-evident. Otherwise, at this juncture, he would not take risks and put chips on Bunpuku's body. This thought just flashed in Rasa's mind, and the sound of chanting the Buddha sounded again. This time, however, it was clearly from Shukaku's mouth. At this moment, the black and gold eyes that were bursting with tears became clear. A pair of huge front claws were inserted into the sand, and the next moment an angry roar rose. Seal of the Great Burial in the Desert. The yellow sand and alluvial gold that had originally buried Susanoo all around were affected in an instant. Like a carp rolling, the moment it suddenly rolled up, it turned into a frenzy and went directly to Susanoo's body, frantically burying it. In the blink of an eye, the huge desert pyramid of 100 meters was directly condensed. At the same time, on the sand body of Shukaku, the purple incantation that appeared, seemed to come alive, and quickly diffused towards the desert pyramid with a swift and violent attitude. The speed was so fast that when everyone came back to their senses, the seal enchantment was directly condensed. Seeing that the blow was successful, Rasa's face flashed with ecstasy, and even Uchiha Madara, who was sitting cross-legged beside him, withdrew and retreated because of the violent shot in front of him, away from the battle circle. Facing the sealing technique condensed with the power of the tailed beast, his brows were also raised. If you don't shoot now, wait until later. Rasa succeeded with one hit. At this time, for him, it was a highlight moment. These words fell, the 2 days not far away, Onoki, like a ghost, rushed to the side of the desert pyramid in an instant. His hands suddenly pressed down on the pyramid, and he shouted violently. Doden, Earth-style, super heavy rock art. Boom. There was a roar on the ground of the rock formation, and the huge pyramid of 100 meters, under the super heavy rock technique, the weight skyrocketed dozens of times. It gives the impression that it weighs tens of millions of pounds. Make the original sealing power even more indestructible. Roar. A roar of tears suddenly came out. The five-tailed king Mew, the six-tailed rhinoceros, and the eight-tailed bull ghost manifested in an instant. After obtaining the seal of Black Zetsu, the control and transformation of the tailed beast has obviously reached the ultimate. With the awe-inspiring roar, the bloody mouth suddenly bluffed, and the violent chakra gathered in a frantic backlog. The violent scene fell in the eyes of the ninja coalition, and some ninjas with a little more experience suddenly changed their expressions. This is the tailed beast bomb that can destroy Ninja Village with one blow, let's retreat. As soon as these words fell, everyone's nerves seemed to be moved. There was no time to think about it, and they all quickly retreated, and the huge formation became completely flustered. However, watching the four-tailed beasts cast tailed beast bomb at the same time, Rasa's face suddenly sank, and he hurriedly looked at the three generations of Hokage. Konoha Ninja Village, your QB 9 tails are not going to take action now. In Rasa's eyes, Uchiha Chinyu, who was invincible in the eyes of outsiders, was counted by him from the moment when the violent lure attack launched. It can be said that if this battle is successful, then Rasa will become the most prestigious ninja in the ninja world. Those voices that filled the village and were unfavorable to him would obediently shut up and disappear. Under his leadership, Sunagakure Village can also rise like the sky. Moreover, according to the agreement, whoever defeats Uchiha Chinyu, he has the first right to choose the tailed beast he possesses. Once that time comes, their Sunagakure Village will have a second head-tailed beast. As long as the human Jinchuriki column power is created, under the unsatisfactory tail beast sealing technique provided by Black Zetsu, then their Sunagakure Village will be further strengthened, and it will be no exception to become the most powerful ninja village in the ninja world. At that time, Sunagakure Village will be the same as the Konoha Shinobi Village that had Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara at the same time. Hirasa will also become the greatest Kazekage in the history of Sunagakure Village. However, this idea had just emerged, and before Rasa could react, a violent chakra detonated in Uzumaki Kushina's body. Like the moment when a frenzy rises into the sky, it is filled with the smell of various negative disasters. Chakra of Yuhi, the gorilla, quickly circled and condensed in the void, and instantly turned into a vague QB 9 tails posture. A pair of tearful eyes like a blood moon, after looking around the entire battlefield, instantly locked on the huge pyramid with high hopes, and a hoarse voice suddenly came out. You guys are too naive, do you think that this thing alone can suppress him? Chapter 415 The Tail Beast Like a Dead Dog. Too naive. The disdainful voice reverberated like thunder in the sky, and did not dissipate for a long time. Many people looked at Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama subconsciously. After all, the two of them are known as the top of the ninja world in the past, and all opinions will become the most important measure. However, it was Senju Hashirama that caught the eye, and that gesture of touching the tip of her nose with a little helplessness. While the expressions of everyone in the field changed slightly, Rasa, who was on the side, took the lead in roaring. You bastard, it's buying time for Uchiha Chinyu. He is now suppressed by Bunpuku's sealing technique. Under tailed beast bomb, I don't believe that Susanoo alone can save him. Along with the hysterical roar, everyone's nerves were tense again. Seeing this, Rasa roared again with a ferocious expression on his face. Go! The successive urgings instantly made the four big men Jinchuriki column force and tense their nerves. Looking at the sandstorm pyramid in front of him, a ruthless color flashed in the depths of his pupils. The arrow has to be sent on the string. Things have progressed so far, and there is no way out. What's more, in the face of the joint force of the four big men Jinchuriki column, they couldn't believe that Uchiha Chinyu could really take the attack down. Tailed Beast Bomb. The four-tailed beasts roared in unison, the bloody mouth bluffed, and the endless chakra madly gathered and compressed in the mouth. Looking at the rapid prototyping tailed beast bomb, the overflowing atmosphere of destruction is shrouded in all directions. Hum. A slight air vibration suddenly came out, and the four-tailed beast bombs clearly reached the critical point. The eyes of the four-tailed beasts lit up, and after reflecting on the motionless sandstorm pyramid, they moved instantly. PFF'd. The big mouths of the four-tailed beasts suddenly opened and closed, compressing into ultimate, S-tailed beast bomb, like a cannonball, instantly tearing the air out. The turbulent air ripples quickly rolled back around. At a distance of 500 or 600 meters, under the four-tailed beast bomb's roaring, it was only a blink of an eye. Looking at the next moment, you can collide with tailed beast bomb, whether it is the four people Jinchuriki column force, or Rasa and others. Even the more distant ninja coalition had an inexplicable urgency on his face. They desperately wanted to know, who Kyuubi, Ninetales, said was too naive, who was more naive. However, this idea had just sprouted in their minds, and before they could react, one after another sonic boom burst into pieces. Bang bang bang. The thick pyramid wall was instantly penetrated. Collided head-on with the oncoming tailed beast bomb with lightning speed. Bang. The seemingly fierce tailed beast bomb was instantly pierced under a single shot. Boom. The thunderous explosion sounded directly, and the turbulent airwaves rolled back like a 12-category hurricane. The fire that soared into the sky turned into a sea of fire in an instant. The four indestructible blood-colored chains appeared in front of the four-tailed beasts in an instant, penetrating the endless flames. Feeling the breath emanating from the chains, a trace of panic flashed in the eyes of the tailed beasts. However, at such a close distance, all efforts pale in vain. As soon as the golem chain approached, the speed increased sharply. As cunning as a poisonous snake, it quickly wrapped around the neck of the tailed beast. As soon as the four-tailed beasts touched the golem chain, the chakra in their bodies was like falling into a quagmire. The strength of the whole body was imprisoned in an instant. Get over here. The light voice, at this moment, seems to be waiting for me without a doubt. The moment the voice fell, the blood-colored chains suddenly tightened, without any fancy. Four huge-tailed beast silhouettes like hills were pulled over forcibly. It gives the impression that it is like a tailed beast like a dog, looking pale and powerless in front of the four blood-colored chains. Roar. A low roar instantly detonated the silence in the arena. The sandstorm pyramid, which had been pierced, spread out like a spiderweb of cracks. The next moment, a huge palm like a dead tree pierced through it. The defense, which they regarded as indestructible, was pulled by two big hands, accompanied by a rolling roar, and suddenly tore apart in front of everyone's eyes. The yellow sand was flying all over the sky, pouring down like a torrential rain. Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, which is far bigger than the tailed beast, broke out of the ground directly. The five eyes that were opened, and the blood of the gorilla Yuhi, was even more frightening. The tailed beast like a dead dog was pulled in front of him abruptly. But the people present, whether it is Rasa and others, or the ninja coalition. Even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama suddenly turned their eyes and locked onto Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, the thin figure. Those eyes that were as white as snow, and the 9 Tomo-s that were turning, looked at each other, and the soul seemed to be shaken. This is the Rinnegan of the Six Paths Fairy. An unexpected exclamation tensed everyone's nerves. Uzumaki Nagato during the Five Shadows talks held at the Konoha Shinobi village. Faced with this so-called Akatsuki chief, though, they were shocked and surprised, but not in awe. However, when these eyes fell on Chinyu, the meaning was completely different. A pair of 9-tomo Mangekyo Sharingan has already made the ninja world frightened. Now let's have a pair of Rinnegan's. What level of strength is that? That is not at all to describe in words. No way, you can't turn on Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara's face changed, and he growled anxiously. In the face of this junior, he has always held the determination to be ashamed. No matter how many times we meet, none of this will change. However, this idea became more and more extravagant with each meeting. Uchiha Chinyu became stronger and more unfathomable again and again. When he saw this pair of Rinnegans, he couldn't help but feel a hint of despair in his heart. The violent scene made everyone in the field froze in shock. The face of the legend of the dignified Uchiha clan, he actually behaved so rudely. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would want to believe that all this was true? Madara, isn't this your eye? Black Zetsu, who had been holding back his belly full of murderous intent and was about to look for an opportunity, suddenly changed his expression and asked anxiously. As the most powerful behind-the-scenes mastermind who has lived for thousands of years, Rinnegan appears very rarely. If Uchiha Madara didn't turn on Rinnegan by chance, Black Zetsu wouldn't know. There are other ways. However, this part of the secret that he originally regarded as a secret was broken one after another by the young man in front of him. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe this is true? After all, having Rinnegan means that Uchiha Chinyu has the opportunity to become a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki column force. In the face of Chinyu, who has been astonishing in his actions time and time again, Black Zetsu dare not gamble. Chapter 416 The Last Confidence. The voice of hysterical questioning reverberated in all directions. Everyone's eyes turned and locked on Uchiha Madara. The face of the legend of the Uchiha family, they never thought of it, and there is such an inside story. No, these are not my eyes. Uchiha Madara glared at Uchiha Chinyu with a hint of madness on his face, shook his head and roared anxiously, "Who are you? Why do you know everything?" In the face of this, every time he appears, he can do things to give people a faction, steady as a rock, and strategizing the younger generation. Even Uchiha Madara couldn't help but feel a trace of inexplicable powerlessness and despair in her heart. Hee, do I need to ask? I am a member of the Uchiha clan. Chinyu smiled warmly, but instead looked at Black Zetsu not far away and said, "Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara is stupid, and thinks you are the heir of his will." Quote. However, I'm different from him. I've lived on my brain until now. I really want to know, what other cards do you have so that you can still have the confidence to run away this time? Whether it's the first time they meet, or one after another. Black Zetsu was the first to escape when he saw that the situation was not right. However, at the moment, no matter whether the army of 100,000 white Zetsu disappeared, or the four-tailed beasts joined forces, they were directly captured. For Black Zetsu, who originally liked the 36 strategies to be the best strategy, he still stayed on the battlefield. That's when things go wrong and there must be demons. Isn't he a product of my will? Uchiha Madara's expression froze, and said, "No way, before I was killed by you, I clearly poured my will into his body, this is a clone." While roaring, Uchiha Madara couldn't wait to form a series of spells. However, when the last spell in his hand fell, Black Zetsu, who was not far away, still stood there indifferently. Regardless of Uchiha Madara's order, everything seemed pale. Now, let alone Uchiha Madara, even the melon-eating crowd in the field suddenly understood that Uchiha Madara might have been deceived again. Feeling the change of sight around him, a trace of anger flashed on Uchiha Madara's face. Taking one step forward, like a ghost, he performed the teleportation technique and appeared first 10 meters away from Black Zetsu. Like wheels, his hands flew up quickly, forming a series of spell marks. Kaden Fire Style Great Fireball Jutsu. The fiery chakra, condensed frantically in Uchiha Madara's mouth, rushed out the next moment. A fireball with a diameter of tens of meters was condensed in an instant, and the fiery air wave rolled down. With a rolling gesture, he rolled towards Black Zetsu. The violent scene surprised many people. In their eyes, Black Zetsu is their ally against Uchiha Chinyu. Uchiha Madara from Impure World Reincarnation is the killer of 3 generations of Hokage. However, now there is an infighting in public. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe that all this is true? 3 generations of Hokage. Rasa's expression changed and he exclaimed anxiously. The face of Uchiha Chinyu, the 4-tailed beasts were easily subdued, and the human Jinchuriki column force was even more unresponsive. Black Zetsu is hard to figure out, but as long as there is more effort, it is also a chance to win. However, it was Senju Hashirama's shot that stopped him when he entered the target scene. You guys don't understand now, what does the naivety in Kyuubi, 9-tails' mouth really mean? Since the tailed beast has already fallen into Chinyu's hands, I advise you not to take action anymore. He didn't put you in his eyes at all. He finished speaking. Senju Hashirama's eyes suddenly turned and fell on Uchiha Madara's body, and he said in a deep voice, the current Madara is at the level of berserk. If you forcibly stop him, I'm afraid it will force him to go mad and shoot at you. What I want to know most now is what the kid in front of me is thinking. Mokuden, wood style, wood golem jutsu. Black Zetsu roared, his hands clasped together suddenly, the muscles in his body wriggled, and the ground under his feet instantly moved. A tree root as huge as a horned dragon directly broke through the rock formation, turned into a big hand, and suddenly caught the incoming fireball. At the same time, the 100-meter huge wooden man transformed into an illusion. Bang! The fireball was crushed in response to the sound, and it turned into a sky of fire and scattered between the sky and the earth. The faces of the people present changed suddenly. A low voice came out on the wooden man. Black Zetsu, everything is ready. Danzo. Seeing this uninvited guest, the 3 generations of Hokage were startled at first, and his face changed drastically. The face of Danzo, a conspirator, he is obviously a shit stick. Hee, Danzo, your shit stick has come out. It seems that you are ready, confident killers to deal with me. I hope you won't let me down. This time it won't be like before. Let you be street mice, fled in despair. Uchiha Chinyu looked at Danzo with a smile. The small voice once again tightened everyone's nerves. Having seen Uchiha Chinyu's strength with his own eyes, he dared to stand up and show his trump card. That means, this trump card is no trivial matter. Danzo's face sank involuntarily when he heard the still calm voice. It can be said that the biggest mistake in his calculations in this life was to underestimate the strength of Uchiha Chinyu. If he could be counted once, he would definitely strangle Chinyu to death in his infancy. However, in the face of the once despair, Black Zetsu came to him not long ago and proposed the last trump card, which gave him a glimmer of hope and urgency. Once this technique is successfully performed, what awaits Uchiha and Chinyu will be despair. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Danzo's ugly face. After glancing at Chinyu, he immediately looked at the 3 generations of Hokage, his old rival for many years, and said, Hiruzen, I didn't expect that you would end up in a dead end. The teacher's forbidden technique was also displayed. Although, I couldn't become Hokage back then, but this time, I have to prove that the teacher is blind. If I become Hokage, I will be 100 times better than you. Look, this is the ancient ninjutsu we prepared to deal with this arrogant man. As long as he is killed, I will become a hero of the ninja world. Chang's voice became a little hysterical at the end. Danzo didn't delay much. In the backhand, a simple scroll fell directly into his hand and quickly spread out on the wooden figure's head. At the same time, he took out a brand new scroll again and bit it into his mouth with his backhand. As the scroll hung down and spread out, Danzo quickly flipped his hands, forming a series of spell marks. The next moment, without any bells and whistles, he roared angrily. The Art of Psychic. Chapter 417 _ The Worst Three Sons. The Art of Psychic. Roar again and again, with a decidedly unparalleled taste. The moment Danzo's hands clasped together suddenly, the scroll in his mouth exploded into a cloud of white mist. The next moment, the worn-out vessels were directly channeled out. There are various mysterious patterns on each vessel. That's the 9 dragons sealing pot that was broken during the sealing of the 3 tails. How did Danzo get it? That's the magic flame tin that sealed her way. That's what seals the 6 tails. A series of exclamations came out from the mouths of several shadows. Before the previous person, Jinchuriki Column Force, died, and the candidate for the successor Jinchuriki Column Force was not found. They usually seal with the help of utensils. Although the difficulty is also very high, at least they will not be as violent as the human Jinchuriki Column Force. It can be said that the value of these vessels is no less than that of divine vessels. However, now these things are in Danzo's hands, which has to make these shinobi villages look at Danzo's dark line with admiration. Black Zetsu, these utensils all have chakras from tailed beasts, which should be enough. Danzo said hurriedly. It's just a bit of an invitation to take credit. However, in the face of all this, not many people pay attention to it now. What they are most eager to know now is what Black Zetsu wants these sealed vessels containing the tailed beast chakra. Danzo, I didn't expect you to succeed. Black Zetsu's eyes lit up, and after looking around, he said with a grim smile, Uchiha Chinyu, you sealed the rest of the tailed beasts in Geto Mazo, demonic statue of inside the outer path. I can't get it. But it doesn't mean that I can't get the chakra of the 9-tailed beast. Having said that, Black Zetsu clasped his hands together suddenly, and a mysterious magic seal appeared in his hands at the moment. Originally got Black Zetsu as a vote, and then the seal applied to the tailed beast quickly appeared on the body of the 4 tailed beasts and Kushina. Roar! Painful screams came out from the mouth of the tailed beast like thunder, and Uzumaki Kushina covered his abdomen with pain, and a large amount of cold sweat oozes out of his forehead. The scene of, waiting for me, suddenly changed the expressions of the cage-level powerhouses. Namikaze Minato stepped forward even more quickly, hurriedly trying to support Uzumaki Kushina. However, oncoming him was a slap from Hula. Pop! The crisp slaps echoed in the sky, and the burning sensation made Namikaze Minato stunned. Covering half of his cheek, he said with a pale face, Kushina. 9 your sister. Uzumaki Kushina bit Kiba and said, if you hadn't put a seal on me for no reason, my mother would not have done this, and I won't see you in the future. The hysterical growl, like a hammer, shook Namikaze Minato's nerves. Looking at this scene, Namikaze Minato shook his head horribly, then suddenly looked at Black Zetsu, and roared, Black Zetsu, what the hell did you do? You've been used as a spearman. Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, that guy has been eyeing Chakra, the tailed beast from the very beginning. It seems that this ninjutsu is worth looking forward to, and it is worthy of having lived for thousands of years. Behind the scenes. These words fell, not only Namikaze Minato and the others, but also Black Zetsu's expression suddenly changed. Do you know my origin? Black Zetsu asked anxiously, his face sank. Faced with these words, everyone's nerves were moved. After all, if in their eyes, the origin of Uchiha Chinyu is the first and most difficult to guess, then Black Zetsu can be ranked second. Now that Chinyu is playing with a kick, this is big news. For a time, everyone's eyes were locked on Chinyu's body, and there was an inexplicable urgency. Hee, I originally planned to leave some suspense for you, but since you have such a request, then I will also fulfill you. Chinyu laughed dryly and said, 6 paths immortal, named Otsutsuki Hagoromo, he has a man named Otsutsuki Hamura. Brother. Of course, you may think that this black thing is Hagoromo, but I can tell you clearly that this guy is just the seal of the 6 paths immortal, the ancestor of chakra, the ancient will that was stripped out when Otsutsuki Kagaya was called the most ancient will. The third child who is not in the stream. The slightly elongated voice can be called full of explosiveness. It is simply a stone that stirs up 1,000 waves. In the ninja world, there is indeed a legend of a fairy with 6 paths. In their eyes, the ancestor of chakra is also the 6 paths immortal. However, now Chinyu's words have simply removed the mystery of history. Let them know what dusty history is. It's impossible, it's absolutely impossible. Black Zetsu's expression changed dramatically, and he stepped back a few steps frantically. Who are you? Why do you know these things? Looking at Black Zetsu, who was so rude, everyone who was still suspicious, suddenly changed their expressions. In particular, I always thought that Black Zetsu was Uchiha Madara of his own will. Now suddenly tell him that this is the will of the ancestor of chakra. In the case of public embarrassment, it would be a big embarrassment. If there is a dog hole here, he can't wait to go straight into it. Hee, who are you asking me? Chinyu said with a playful smile. Actually, I don't know either, or you can call me the heavenly path of this world, someone who stands on the top and overlooks all beings. The nonsense is over, it's time to show the cards. Heavenly path. A person who overlooks all beings. The people present were obviously stunned. Black Zetsu's expression changed. Looking at the primitive scroll on the ground, he roared angrily. What heavenly path? What overlooks all beings? This is just bullshit. You just know that my mother is the ancestor of chakra, but you must not have thought, where did my mother come from? This scroll, as long as you use the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts, you can open a door to the dimension that my mother broke off 1,000 years ago. This chakra does not belong to this world. As a princess, the mother is responsible for cultivating the divine tree. She has already violated the rules of the family by doing so. Speaking of this, Black Zetsu's expression was obviously distorted, and he said with a big laugh, the Protoss where my mother belongs, every clan can easily destroy this ninja world, your so-called shadow is not even a fart in front of them. The army of 100,000 white Zetsu, but the mother who is the ancestor of chakra, created it to deal with the clansmen who came to the door one day. Uchiha Chinyu, aren't you very powerful? Although I can't unlock the coordinates that were closed by my mother forever, but even if I open it for a moment, I can let the people of the Otsutsuki Protoss discover this dimension. Once they come through the world, they will be waiting for you. It's a mortal situation. The voice of Cheng's words rolled away. Black Zetsu, who is dead and the net was broken, everyone's nerves suddenly tightened. Danzo, who is an accomplice, changed his face slightly, and couldn't help but take a half step back. Chapter 418 _ the bottom line is different. Crazy-like voices, like thunder, rolled and dispersed in the 4 directions of the sky. Looking at Black Zetsu's distorted cheeks, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Especially the so-called Otsutsuki gods that Black Zetsu kept talking about. That is comparable to the ancestor of chakra, and even comparable to the existence of 6 paths immortals. Black Zetsu really makes a hole out of the dusty space coordinates. It was a nightmare for them. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes turned and locked directly on Uchiha Chinyu. At this time of crisis, they thought of Chinyu first. If he is willing to take action, the crisis brought by Black Zetsu may be easily resolved. 3 generations of Hokage. 2 days ago, Onoki couldn't hold back. In the current situation, anyone can see who is loyal and who is traitor. Facing the crisis that Black Zetsu is about to bring, the 3 generations of Hokage's face changed one after another, and finally he sighed. Chinyu, can you stop him? As soon as these words came out, everyone's nerves were tense. However, more than that, Yuhi's face was suffocated. After all, just a moment ago, they kept saying that they wanted to kill Uchiha Chinyu and win the Fourth Ninja War. He even regards Black Zetsu's 100,000 man-made White Zetsu army as his trump card. However, the change in the situation that is now in front of us is too fast. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe that this is a turning point? Stop him. Chinyu smiled genially and looked around and said, "Why do you want to stop him? I'll wait for him to take action until the flowers are gone. Black Zetsu, don't linger." The small voice seemed to be filled with magical sounds at this moment, and it echoed in the heaven and earth for a long time and could not be dissipated. Not to mention many people in the ninja world, even Black Zetsu was shocked, and the whole person was stunned. "Monkey, don't be fooled." Senju Hashirama appeared on the side of the third-generation Hokage, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Although I don't know that kid, why do you know so many ancient things?" However, according to Black Zetsu, the ancestor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya, obscured the spatial coordinates of this dimension, and then captured the chakra fruit. Then her family will never give up the pursuit, and I am afraid it will be a matter of time to find this place. Quote. He finished speaking. Senju Hashirama's eyes suddenly turned and landed on Chinyu. "I think, this kid is probably planning to lead them out, and then cut the weeds." Lead them out. The expressions of the people present changed drastically, and they simply gasped. 2 days of hesitation, Onoki hurriedly asked, "Lord Hokage of the first generation, if the spatial coordinates are really opened, how many people will the other party come and what level of strength will they reach? It's a disaster for the world." The expressions of the people in the field also changed slightly. As Onoki said, facing the Otsutsuki Protoss in the mouth of Black Zetsu, under the unknown strength, the risk is too great. No, according to Black Zetsu, this space coordinate is only open for a short time. Then the other party can sense that the people who came here should only be those who have been tracked down for a long time. Senju Tobarama explained, if this chakra is really right, the Otsutsuki Protoss in Black Zetsu's mouth are so important, they will come after them, and it will be a matter of time. Quote. Uchiha Chinyu's strength is unfathomable right now, and even the eldest brother asks himself that he is not an opponent. He is confident that he will let Black Zetsu go. He definitely has a whole card. He is willing to deal with it, and it will be better than the ninja world in the future. As soon as these words fell, the people in the field suddenly realized. Side said with surprise, "Tobarama, I didn't expect you to say good things to this kid, it's really a miracle." In the original, if Senju Hashirama is a joke, then Senju Tobarama is an unselfish judge. 2 are black and white faces, especially when facing the Uchiha family. HMPH, eldest brother, I'm just talking about things, not to mention that with our current state, we can't be of much help at all. Senju Tobarama's expression froze slightly, and he hurriedly explained. Haha, never thought Tobarama you would be shy too. Senju Hashirama laughed. However, no matter how many people come to the other side, we must be prepared, otherwise, let the other side beat him and let the kid come to help, it will lose the face of our ninja world. Yes, Lord Hokage of the first generation is right. The third generation of Hokage's face condensed, and he shouted in a hurry. Everyone obeys orders. Now the 5 Ninja Village Alliance has changed from crusade against Konoha missing Ninuchiha Chinyu to dealing with foreign enemies, and the whole army is fighting. Do not lose the face of our 5 great ninja villages. Yes. The unanimous response, like thunder, shot straight into the sky above the 9 heavens, giving people a deafening feeling. Looking at the rainbow-like situation, Black Zetsu's face couldn't hang, and his cheek muscles twitched. This is his trump card at the bottom of the box, and it should have been enough to make people feel frightened and confused as soon as it was revealed. However, the scene now presented in front of me is obviously not the right style of painting. However, it was no wonder that Black Zetsu had a change in mood. Even the 5 level powerhouses present did not expect such an aura. After all, not long ago, the 4 generations of Hokage personally boosted morale, and the effect was not as good as before. However, when he saw the thin figure standing on the meteorite, there was a warm smile on his face. Everything makes sense. The bottom line is different. HMPH, don't think too much. The boss said that the people who will come next, even we are not qualified to shoot, let alone these little shrimp hair. A cold voice suddenly appeared. The originally high morale suddenly collapsed, and his eyes followed the sound. It's Kikuzu, how come you haven't died yet? Senju Hashirama looked at the person who came and spit out a sentence in confusion. Kikuzu, who was originally high-spirited, couldn't help twitching with that stinky face that had not changed for thousands of years. However, looking at this in front of him, he used to be frightened and ran back to the first Hokage in Taki Ninja Village. Senju Hashirama in front of him is only 40% of the strength in his heyday, but Kikuzu also has no confidence and challenges again. This is the shadow of a lifetime. More look at Senju Hashirama. Kikuzu approached the 3 generations of Hokage recklessly and said, "Hurry up and let all the ninjas below the elite Jonin leave. No one can do anything at will without an order from the boss." The words fell, and the people in the field couldn't help but look at each other. A moment ago, I thought I could contribute, but now I am disgusted. This gap is a bit too big. Chapter 419_Foolish and Naive. For a time, the huge Ninja World Coalition became hesitant, and everyone's eyes swiped and locked on Senju Hashirama's body. According to what Kikuzu said, facing this unknown enemy, that kid should be the most familiar. Senju Hashirama said in a deep voice. Although, he was dead, but now he was resurrected by impure world reincarnation. However, as the former god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama has absolute right to speak. Third Hokage sank, and without any hesitation, I looked back at the other 4 shadows. We agree. 4 shadows nodded in agreement. Konoha is the only village in front of him, let alone Uchiha Chinyu's order. Now even the former god of Ninja World, Senju Hashirama has made a decision. What's more, in the face of this unknown enemy, they are not willing to let these hard-trained ninjas die in vain. Along with it, the 5 shadows decided to fall, and the ninjas present were a little reluctant in their hearts, but it can be placed anywhere when watching a movie as a melon-eating crowd. Under the premise that life is critical, it is better to turn around and retreat quickly. Looking at the scene that seemed to be slapsticking and didn't take him seriously, Black Zetsu's expression turned ashen, and he almost clenched Kiba's teeth. Why don't you do it? The yellow cauliflower is cold this time. Chinyu turned over Byakugan helplessly. You. Black Zetsu suddenly became angry. However, the arrow had to be sent on the string, and it was too late to retreat. The only thing that could be done was to give it a shot. Thinking of this, a ferocious look flashed across Black Zetsu's face, and then he roared in anger. Okay, very good, I'm going to see how you can be fierce in the face of the Otsutsuki Protoss. Today, I will let you Ninja World and see what the fear of despair is. Voice fell, and Black Zetsu moved his hands, and flew up like a wheel. As soon as he moved, the tailed beast chakra, which had been pulled, exploded instantly. At the same time, the utensils that sealed the tailed beasts in the past were also pulled out by this ninjutsu, and a large number of chakras were drawn. Accompanied by a low roar, the power of the 9-tailed beasts turned into a frenzy and poured towards Black Zetsu. When the last sigil fell, the hideous look on Black Zetsu's face climbed to ultimate. Without any bells and whistles, it was photographed suddenly on the scroll in front of him. The art of psychic, dimensional boundary wall. With the maddening voice, the simple scroll seemed to be on fire. The power of the nine-tailed beasts gathered together. Immediately, like a ray of light Jinchuriki column, it pierced through the 9 heavens. Boom! A thunderous sound resounded. The lead clouds accumulated above the 9 heavens quickly rolled back like ripples. The tyrannical spatial fluctuations spread out like a frenzy, and the shattered spatial cracks gave people a mirror-shattering scene. The situation that had been in broad daylight suddenly turned gloomy, as if night had fallen. Through the huge space crack spanning 1,000 meters, you can vaguely see the stars in the sky, just like the Silver River. The strange scene and the tyrannical spatial fluctuations that spread out, like an invisible big hand, tightened everyone's heart. Uzumaki like a black hole turned frantically, and suddenly there was a crisp crashing sound. Gives a feeling of breaking down barriers. Looking at this scene, even the many ninjas who had retreated couldn't help but stopped and looked up at the sky. Uchiha Chinyu, you should have a stronger impure world reincarnation technique of Grandmaster, right? Uchiha Madara suddenly said, I can join the war. When these words fell, the expressions of many people in the field changed slightly. Uchiha Madara was originally a rebellious person. If Senju Hashirama is going to shoot, it is because of the ninja world. However, as Uchiha Madara, no one would blame him even if he didn't make a move. However, the decision now made is beyond their knowledge. Haha, Madara, it seems that you are a guy, but you are full of resentment and can't beat that kid. Senju Hashirama patted Uchiha Madara on the shoulder, laughed unbridledly and said, however, if you can find a suitable partner, you can vent it out. Not bad. Boy, the technique of impure world reincarnation shouldn't be too difficult for you. 40% of the strength, in this situation, I'm afraid it's not enough. The small voice tensed everyone's nerves. Third generation Hokage couldn't help twitching. He thought that impure world reincarnation would be his biggest weapon against Chinyu. However, I never thought that in this kind of situation, people would be despised in public. But in the face of this, the most mysterious existence in today's ninja world, his technique of impure world reincarnation, is indeed an axe. After this, the title of ninjutsu professor, I don't know where to put it. Okay, it's fine to let you guys play. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly and looked at the third generation of Hokage. 3 generations of Hokage quickly recovered, since Uchiha Chinyu was willing to use the technique of impure world reincarnation. More reliable than his 40% impure world reincarnation. Moreover, the strength of the first generation of Hokage and Uchiha Madara has increased, and for them, they have a more sense of security. Thinking of this, the third generation of Hokage quickly flipped his hands. A series of spells fell, and with his hands suddenly clasped together, the third generation of Hokage shouted again. The art of impure world reincarnation solution. Bang! The 3 figures of impure world reincarnation exploded like balloons. It was like a pile of dust left behind as the soil collapsed. Witnessing this scene, everyone's eyes were locked on Chinyu's body. Even the dignified ninjutsu professor, the third generation of Hokage's technique of impure world reincarnation, is only 40% of the heyday. Then through Uchiha Chinyu's shot, how powerful can it be? Facing so many gazes, Chinyu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose, then took out 3 scrolls and spread them out on the ground with his backhand. The next moment, both hands flew quickly, forming a series of spells. In the face of all this, however, Black Zetsu feels unmoved. When the last magic seal in Chinyu's hand fell, an exclamation suddenly sounded. Chinyu, be careful behind your back. Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed anxiously. A black shadow emerged from the meteorite, and the pitch-black arm turned into a long spear, stabbing straight at Chinyu's back. Haha, Black Zetsu, your methods are still so stupid and naive, but you think this can kill me, do you still need to summon those guys? Chinyu laughed dryly, not caring about all this at all. Still backhand slapped on the reel. The art of impure world reincarnation. Bang! 3 white mists rose into the sky, and soon came a scream of pain like a ghost. Before everyone could react, the debris quickly gathered into 3 figures. Chapter 420 _ The ant bites a little bit fiercely. 3 familiar figures suddenly appeared. Who held his arms around his face and looked arrogant, suddenly turned his head to look at Black Zetsu, who had made a sneak attack, and said almost word by word, "Black Zetsu, we meet again. However, I'm very angry now." Uchiha Madara moved instantly, and with a flick of her figure, she appeared in front of Black Zetsu like a ghost. Muscles of the 5 fingers of the right hand tensed suddenly, and they snapped towards Black Zetsu's throat. Bang! The huge impact directly sent Black Zetsu flying backwards like a cannonball. The speed is so fast that it gives people a comet-like impact, smashing down towards the rock formation 10,000 meters away. Boom! The entire rock layer collapsed and spread rapidly. The huge Gobi Desert shook violently like an earthquake. Looking at the random blow, a deep pit was smashed out of the rock formation, and everyone's faces suddenly turned pale. This impure world reincarnation technique is far more violent than before. Haha, Madara, can't you stop for a while? The guests are coming soon. Senju Hashirama laughed, moved his body a little and said, "However, this kid is really good, he can restore us to the strength of the heyday. As expected, no monkey can compare." Quote. Words fell, making the 3 generations of Hokage look ashen. However, in the face of Uchiha Madara just now, there was no way to refute the powerful aura that burst out like a glimpse. HMPH, Black Zetsu, I will avenge this revenge later. Don't think you can escape, I have already left a space mark on you. Uchiha Madara glanced back coldly, then immediately looked up at the sky. Hum. The air vibrated suddenly. The sky, which was like a cracked mirror, shattered again. The whole world went dark in an instant. Gives a feeling like darkness. Uzumaki, which is spinning like a black hole, feels like being torn apart by an invisible big hand at this moment. The 3 waves of terror were like a tide, giving people an inexplicable feeling of depression like the top of a mountain, and swept the world in an overwhelming manner. The ninja who was in it, the pores were standing upright, and the spine was even colder. The violent scene made everyone's faces change dramatically. They finally knew why Uchiha Chinyu just allowed the elite Jonin to stay on the battlefield. This breath alone is enough to make them unable to rise up and fight. Even though they were separated by 10,000 meters, they could still see the so-called elite Jonin, their bodies trembling slightly. However, in this situation, no one was distracted, and their eyes were locked on the 3 figures wrapped in the power membrane. 3 people alone have such a huge pressure, and this strength is probably beyond their knowledge of cage level. Haha, it finally appeared, you just wait to be killed. Black Zetsu dug out from the rock pit. For him who has an immortal body, there is no way to kill him except for the seal. Uchiha Madara just now seemed to be very fierce, but for him, the damage that could be caused was very little. Humph! Uchiha Madara gave Black Zetsu a cold look, and did not continue to speak. Facing the 3 people who appeared in the sky, he was also like a great enemy. These uninvited guests in front of him exude the breath, but even he has to cheer up. Boy, is this beyond your budget? Senju Hashirama looked at Chinyu. Chinyu raised his brows, Rinnegan turned abruptly, and the 3 figures covered under the energy membrane were clearly presented in front of him. It seems that luck is good, and it is still within the budget. Chinyu smiled warmly. If he remembers correctly, the person in charge of chasing Otsutsuki Kagaya in the original book is Momoshiki, Kinshiki. At the back, a small follower Pooh style was added. And it was these 3 people who were summoned through the psychic technique. Haha, I didn't expect that someone would take the initiative to open this space coordinate. Is it Princess Kaguya? Have you realized it? Otsutsuki Momoshiki took the lead with a reckless laugh and glanced around. However, when he entered the scene, his brows were obviously furrowed. Kinshiki, you can feel that the power of the divine tree is scattered in every corner of this dimension. Otsutsuki Momoshiki said in a deep voice. Kinshiki, as Momoshiki's sidekick, obviously had no objection, and together with Urashi behind him, he also closed his eyes. After a short while, the two of them opened their eyes in vain, and Kinshiki said in a deep voice, Lord Momoshiki, the power of the divine tree has been dispersed. It seems that Princess Kaguya really did something to betray the Protoss. Having said that, Kinshiki looked at Chinyu and the others expressionlessly and said, however, the only good thing is that they seem to know that we are going to take things back, so they came here to meet us. Really? Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face flashed a ferocious look, and then he said playfully, that's fine, so that we can also carry out the task without any scruples. However, these 4 ants have powerful chakras, and the rest of the chakras have also turned into various beasts. It is as simple as a thought to collect them. Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked around the arena with a smile as he spoke. However, the moment his eyes fell on Chinyu, his pupils suddenly shrank. Is it Rinnegan? As soon as these words fell, even Kinshiki and Urashi's expressions changed slightly. Among the Otsutsuki clan, Rinnegan is also a very luxurious thing. It is also a status symbol. Right now, the ants they keep talking about actually have a Rinnegan who is the same status symbol as them. This undoubtedly gave them an inexplicable shame. Hee, what's the matter? Didn't you think that you were no different from the ants in your mouth? Chinyu smiled playfully. However, in the next moment, his eyes suddenly sharpened, and with one step, he disappeared in place like a ghost. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves, including Momoshiki and the other 3. But when Momoshiki and the others came back to their senses, a voice ringing in their ears made their expressions suddenly change. Have you tried the taste of being bitten by ants? A small voice sounded. Of thunder light, the thunder knife in Chinyu's hand turned into a drill and slashed directly towards Momoshiki's neck. So fast. Momoshiki's expression changed drastically. At this distance, he couldn't react at all. In a hurry, he could only stimulate the energy to spread all over his body. When the crisp metal collision sound echoed, and the splash of thunder was mixed with the existence of Mars. Huge impact, though without severing Momoshiki's neck. But still let him fly upside down like a cannonball, directly smashing 10,000 meters away. The tyrannical impact force created a big crater, which was bigger than what Black Zetsu smashed in the previous circle. Looking at the alien visitor who was blown away by the embarrassment as soon as he appeared on the stage. This ant bites a little bit fiercely. Hokage I can fully level up with one click. Chapter 421-440. Chapter 421 broke everything. Bang. The rolling sand and dust rolled back, and the huge impact force smashed the rock formations with a radius of 1 kilometer. One after another hideous cracks spread rapidly around like a horned dragon. Looking at this violent scene, let alone the people of the 5 great ninja villages, even you, Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Arashiki, couldn't help being stunned in the air. In their eyes, they never imagined that the people they regarded as ants would shoot violently without the slightest hesitation. There is no so-called temptation. You bastard, kill him for me. The huge ruins of the deep pit, the rocks were overturned, and an embarrassed figure rushed out. The scars on the neck are very obvious. He was in a hurry and increased the strength of his body, but in the face of this time-space ninjutsu, he was caught off guard and obviously could not completely stop the attack. Yuhi Light Ring. Otsutsuki Kinshiki moved suddenly, and Yuhi's chakra light skyrocketed behind him. instantly turned into a pair of giant axes, 10 fingers clenched suddenly. The next moment, the purple light of thunder rapidly rose on his body, and appeared in front of Chinyu like a shock. PFF'd. A pair of axes slashed down like a frenzy, and wherever they passed along the way, the air ripples swayed, and there was an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air. Looking at this scene, Otsutsuki Ura's style also shot in an instant. The power of Yuhi's light gathered in his hand and turned into a fishing rod. He threw his backhand straight behind Chinyu. The speed was so fast that he and Kinshiki formed a front and back attack. In their eyes, it only takes one hit. There is only a little arrogant ants in front of him, and they will be defeated in an instant. However, in the face of this combined attack, Chinyu, who was in the attack, seemed completely unknown. Before everyone could react, two ghostly figures appeared in front of Chinyu, one after the other. Uchiha bounces back. Thunder sword. The huge banana fan directly hit the oncoming axe in the face. The sharp blade wrapped in thunder light directly hit the Yuhi hook of the gorilla. With the crisp metal collision sound, sparks splashed down. Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Arashiki, the fierce combined attack, was stopped in an instant. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face flashed a ferocious look. In his eyes, being attacked by an ant was a shame. Now there are two annoying ants, which is too annoying. Hihi, Momoshiki, Kinshiki, Fushi, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chinyu laughed dryly and said, this time, you will be planted in the hands of ants, and there will be no return. These words fell, let alone people from the ninja world, even the expressions of Black Zetsu and even Momoshiki changed slightly. Opening their mouths and closing their mouths, it is beyond their cognition to be able to point out their names. Moreover, judging from the changes in the expressions on Momoshiki and their faces, Chinyu was obviously right. If it was said that Black Zetsu's long-prepared ultimate move was just a moment ago, then Chinyu, who knew everything like the back of his hand, was now facing it. Does that mean that it was Chinyu's game that led out the three of them? How do you know our names? You are not from this dimension. Momoshiki asked anxiously with a heavy expression. Everyone's nerves suddenly tightened, and they looked at Chinyu subconsciously. If they don't know the ancient dusty history, they will definitely regard the so-called other dimension as an ignorant joke. But now that the three of Otsutsuki Momoshiki came from a different dimension with their own eyes, whether Chinyu's identity is also the same has become more sophisticated. After all, for 17 years, someone who had been unknown for 17 years suddenly became the strongest in the ninja world. Such a huge gap. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe it? Hihi, who am I? Does it matter? Chinyu smiled warmly and said, I leave these two to you, but they can absorb ninjutsu, take other people's ninjutsu as their own, and then increase it several times or even 10 times. The power will be doubled back, so the best way to deal with them is physical art. You even know this. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's expression changed drastically. They came across the border, and the stored power also consumed a lot. It was originally planned that in the next attack, they would be able to plunder their attack by surprise. Then use the way of the person, and treat the person's body, so as to be able to regain some face. However, Otsutsuki Momoshiki never thought of it, and even this was broken by the ant in front of him. Can only use taijutsu. Senju Hashirama's expression changed slightly. As a ninja, all of his strengths come from ninjutsu. After all, no one would be so stupid that if there is a shortcut called chakra, they would go to practice some physical skills. Unless the forehead is caught. Hashirama, is your body rusted? Uchiha Madara said coldly, if it doesn't work, I can do it alone. Madara, you forgot something. Senju Hashirama gave Uchiha Madara a teasing glance and said, last time, how did you exit the stage? These words fell. Uchiha Madara, face suddenly became embarrassed, and his eyes were almost like fire, staring at Senju Hashirama. Ha ha ha, I know, I don't say it, I don't say it. Senju Hashirama didn't take Uchiha Madara, who was about to violently kill, at all. After casually patting him on the shoulder, he restrained his smile and said, however, if we want to win without ninjutsu, it will be difficult. However, we came out this time to fight Chan, and at the same time, we wanted to see how far this kid can go. This battle, I think it will end soon, so let's not be ashamed. The slightly long-sounding voice reverberated in the sky in all directions. Humph! Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, but surprisingly did not refute under the watchful eyes of everyone. Such a scene immediately piqued the curiosity of everyone in the field. After all, Senju Hashirama mentioned just now that Uchiha Madara's way of exiting the stage last time was probably a bit embarrassing. Looking at the confident three people, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face was instantly gloomy to ultimate. Coming from a different dimension, Lefeng's appearance is a mysterious and unpredictable alien identity. An ant with an open mouth and a closed mouth. However, now it feels like a fart. Grandstanding. Thinking of this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki clenched his hands and fingers suddenly, a trace of madness flashed on his face, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Byakugan. One after another hideous blood vessels roared viciously at the moment when his eyes quickly spread open and his eyes locked on Chinyu. You bastard, I want to see how far your physical skills can reach, and let you know what physical skills are. Go. The roars fell one after another, rolling away like thunder. Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Arashiki were the first to move. However, the people they locked were obviously transferred from Uchiha Chinyu to Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. In their eyes, Momoshiki's physical skills, as well as the means at his disposal, to educate the ant in front of him is just an easy task. Chapter 422 I have a lot of ants. Above the huge ruins, the confronting two sides made the depressing atmosphere in the field gradually rise. They could react. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's roar sounded awe-inspiring. Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Arashiki looked at each other and moved instantly. Bang! A low sonic boom exploded like thunder. The two figures moved instantly, and swept forward and back in a posture like one left and one right. The speed is so fast that it feels like a training exercise, obviously intending to attack the ninjas gathered around. The violent scene obviously made people feel caught off guard. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama's expressions changed slightly. They didn't have time to think about it. They also performed the telekinesis technique and disappeared out of thin air. However, with Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Arashiki, who started out with ultimate speed, it was obvious that the speed could not keep up. According to one chasing, Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Arashiki will probably arrive first. Looking at this scene, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face showed a hint of abuse, looked at Chinyu and said, "Aren't you worried? If your people can't stop them, you will be desperate." Despair. Chinyu smiled warmly and said, "Did you misunderstand something? I have more than 2 people. According to what you said, I have a lot of ants." More than 2. Otsutsuki Momoshiki was stunned at first, and then he hurriedly looked at it before he could think about it. The first to see the 2 shadows, the first to appear in front of Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Arashiki. The violent scene changed their expressions slightly. In their preconceived cognition, they can confront them head-on. Even those who have the confidence to fight against them, only these 3 ants are right. As for the other people, they are not even ants, at most they are just rations. However, just as the thought flashed by, 2 shadows had already stopped in front of them. Hiraishin slash. 8 Demon Rui Bang. 2 low and violent shouts sounded at the same time. Flash of cold light, the Hiraishin sword in Senju Tobarama's hand turned into a sword and stabbed at Otsutsuki Ura style. On the other hand, it is the third generation of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen that shot. The Rui King Kong stick in his hand went up and down in one round, and soared directly, giving people a feeling of heavy force, and smashed it head-on towards Kinshiki. Looking at the ants that suddenly appeared, they displayed extraordinary attacks. Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Arashiki, in a hurry, could only stop abruptly, and raise their axe and fishing rod to block. Bang! The huge impact made Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Arashiki, caught off guard, take a few steps back abruptly. However, before they could react, the remaining 5 shadows were scattered around. However, Jiraiya et al., also following them, took advantage of the position and formed a formation of horns. Looking at the people who shot one after another, there is also the fluctuation of chakra that is not inferior. This is impressively confirmed by Uchiha Chinyu's comment. We have a lot of ants. Looking at the 2 people who were suddenly blocked, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face suddenly turned gloomy, his eyes suddenly turned to Chinyu, and he said, "You are right, there are so many ants." However, you ignored the most important point. As long as I kill you first, they are still inferior to ants. The awe-inspiring voice came out. The next moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face flashed a ferocious look, and the moment he stepped on the ground, he stepped on the ground. The huge explosive force directly smashed the ground of the rock formation. At the same time, the whole person was like an afterimage, spanning 10,000 meters and appearing in front of Chinyu first. Magic. Drinking like thunder, he uttered the simple words. Otsutsuki Momoshiki clenched his 5 fingers suddenly, turned into an iron fist, and smashed towards Uchiha Chinyu with a gesture like tearing the air. However, in the face of all this, Chinyu didn't seem to care at all. Huo Ran raised his head, his eyes locked on the fist that attacked like a thunderbolt, and the aura of the whole person changed in an instant. If it was said that Uchiha Chinyu was lazy a moment ago, then now he is like a sharp-edged blade, straight out of its sheath. In the face of the incoming fist, without any fancy, the 5 fingers were suddenly clenched, and a punch came in the face. Bang! The crashing sound of thunder bursting sounded, and at the moment when the fists collided, 2 violent forces directly detonated an air wave like a 10th-level hurricane, and rolled away in a rolling posture. The evenly matched punch made Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who had sworn to kill Uchiha Chinyu, looked stunned for a moment. Otsutsuki Momoshiki hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he couldn't believe that someone could take a punch from his strange power. I'm sorry, I also happen to know strange power. Chinyu smiled genially. However, I am stronger than you. Stronger. A strange color flashed in the depths of Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes. Before he had time to think about it, Byakugan's operation reached ultimate, which instantly broke Chinyu's body meridians. Seeing the huge chakra rushing through the meridians like a horned dragon, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's expression changed drastically. Before I could think about it, I immediately freed up my left hand, put down 2 fingers together, and pointed at Uchiha Chinyu's body like lightning. HMPH, your strange power is just using chakra to stimulate your body and transform it into an attack method. As long as I seal your acupuncture points, I'll see how you fight against me. Voice fell, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's 2 fingers landed directly on Chinyu's chest. Bang! The dull collision sound resounded. However, with Otsutsuki Momoshiki's second finger, there was obviously a feeling that a point fell on the iron plate. This is Chinyu, the Doden Earth style hardening that he learned from Kakuzu, although it is slightly inferior to Hiriko's steel shield defense. But in the face of this pure physical collision, it is obviously enough. You said that you want to seal my acupuncture points, are you too naive? Chinyu smiled genially. This smile fell on Otsutsuki Momoshiki, eyes, but there was an inexplicable taste. If you really want to describe it in one sentence. That feeling was like death urging life, making Otsutsuki Momoshiki feel a chill down his spine. However, before he could react, the voice that fell in his ear made his nerves suddenly tense. The 8 inner gates. The 6th gate is open. Bang! The awe-inspiring voice fell, and the blue airwave like a frenzy detonated in Chinyu's body. On Otsutsuki Momoshiki Byakugan is even more nerve-wracking. One by one, the acupoints that were originally used to limit the amount of chakra passed through, like a gate. If the amount of chakra just a moment ago was like a horned dragon, then the power that is detonating now is a wild beast. Escape. Ridiculous thoughts flashed in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's mind. Before I could think about it, I quickly pulled away and retreated. At this moment, he increased his speed to ultimate. Chapter 423 _ Does this keep people alive? In the sky, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who was retreating rapidly, affected everyone's nerves. After all, in their eyes, this extraterrestrial visitor was always talking about ants just a moment ago. I didn't even expect that after this blow, he took the lead and retreated. How can this look horizontally and vertically? It gives people a feeling of being at a disadvantage, right? This kid finally uses the strongest physical technique. Senju Hashirama stopped Kinshiki's giant axe. Looking at the blue airwaves erupting from Chinyu's body, a smile appeared on Jonan's face. Lord Hokage, the most powerful physique, is this the trick you said to defeat Uchiha Madara last time? Namikaze Minato couldn't help but follow up. However, when he looked at Chinyu, he was more helpless, especially when facing Kushina. This is the 8 inner gates, but there are very few people who can master this body art. I didn't expect this kid to be able to do it, but I don't know how many gates they can open. Senju Tobarama explained. As soon as these words fell, everyone's interest was immediately aroused, and their eyes subconsciously looked at Senju Hashirama. After all, in the field, he was the only spectator who knew that Uchiha Chinyu defeated Uchiha Madara. Haha, this is a secret, just take it slow, I don't want to be chased by Madara in another world. Senju Hashirama laughed unbridled. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara's murderous gaze was drawn. However, before he could be violent, Chinyu suddenly moved. Too soon. A thought quickly passed through everyone's mind. No. It should be said that the speed at which this thought swept through was not comparable to Chinyu's movement. When they reacted, Chinyu had already appeared behind the retreating Otsutsuki Momoshiki, the muscles of his right foot were tensed, and like a battle axe, he slashed down towards his heavenly spirit Gai Li. Konoha, Ryu Righteous Fire Heavy Axe. PFF'd. With a heavy slash, the powerful momentum almost stirred the airwaves of the whole world. Under the rapid friction, the fiery light burst into flames. The next moment, with a thunderous attitude, he slashed head-on. You. Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked startled, and he had no time to react, so he could only hurriedly raise his hands and cross them to block. Boom. With a heavy smash, it swooped down like a flaming meteor, directly wrapping Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body, and smashed hard on the ground below. Bang! The huge impact force shattered the rock formations with a radius of 10,000 meters. The rolled-up sand and dust waves rolled down, and large swaths of rocks were overturned. At this moment, it gives the feeling that there is a taste of hitting the rock formation with one foot. Damn ants, I'm going to kill you. A frantic roar sounded from the deep pit of the ruins, and soon a figure in a state of embarrassment emerged from the ground. However, as soon as he appeared in the void, Otsutsuki Momoshiki saw Chinyu appear more than 10 meters away. Morning Peacock. As soon as it appeared, Chinyu's attacks were like raging waves, wave after wave. The fists are like afterimages, and they are transformed into thousands of them, which cannot be captured by the naked eye. The blazing flames in the sky are like a peacock opening its screen, falling head-on towards Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Ninjutsu. The ninjas present were stunned for a moment, and even Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face flashed a hint of ecstasy. Coming through the world, he consumed a lot of physical strength, and now he is worrying about how to replenish it. He did not expect Chinyu to be so stupid that he would come to the door in person. As long as he can absorb this peacock-like fire. Otsutsuki Momoshiki believes that not only can he recover the injuries in his body, but he can also exert stronger ninjutsu power to crush Uchiha Chinyu. Thinking of this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki couldn't wait to raise his hands, and the Rinnegan hidden in the palm of his hand suddenly opened, and there was a chilling light. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face was full of ecstasy as he looked at the flames coming towards him. Damn ants, when I absorb these powers, I will make your life worse than death. The awe-inspiring words came out wildly, and when everyone's nerves were tense, many people were unwilling to believe that Chinyu would make such a low-level mistake. This idiot, as expected, was trapped by that kid. This is a super high-speed punch, and the flames produced have no chakra at all. Senju Hashirama commented with a cold smile. Kinshiki and Urashi, their strength is very good. But the lineup that has gathered here at the moment is led by him and Uchiha Madara, and the delaying battle assisted by Senju Tobarama and others. This is not the infinitely weakened lineup in the original book. However, these words that drifted in the wind obviously couldn't escape Otsutsuki Momoshiki's downwind ears, his expression stagnant, his open hands, that Rinnegan was also misfiring. The absorption of the sealing technique can invalidate the ninjutsu and take it as one's own, but it also requires the flame of the peacock to open the screen in front of him. It is only ninjutsu that is effective. At the moment, the palm of his hand was hot, causing Otsutsuki Momoshiki to wake up. Facing the incoming flames, he was obviously a beat slower. He was directly enveloped by the sky-filled flames, turned into a burning man, and smashed into the ruins again. But this time, Otsutsuki Momoshiki obviously reacted quickly, and his roaring rage resumed. Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, sign. Bang! Yuhi's body was instantly repelled and flew away. The next moment, in front of everyone's eyes, was a figure in a state of embarrassment and broken clothes. Seeing this scene, even Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Arashiki in the distance couldn't help but startled. In their eyes, Otsutsuki Momoshiki is a senior and an adult. They never thought that they would be so embarrassed in the face of a group of ants that they regarded as their own hands. An ant, I'm going to kill you. Otsutsuki Momoshiki roared again and again. In front of so many people, it is a shame to let an ant tease like this. Really, I also want to see how you kill me. Chinyu's smile became even bigger. Down at Otsutsuki Momoshiki below, he clenched his hands suddenly, and the words he uttered, like thunder, shook everyone's nerves. The 8 inner gates, the 7th gate, the door is open. Boom. The blue steam released from the outside was stagnant at first, and the next moment it exploded again like a frenzy. However, the aura that erupted this time has obviously skyrocketed several times compared to just now. The air waves that soared into the sky, together with the lead clouds accumulated in the sky, were also penetrated. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces turned pale. No. Should be no exception to Otsutsuki Momoshiki. By Uchiha Chinyu made him a little bit overwhelmed. Now there is a 7th gate, does this still make people live? Chapter 424 just rely on the force of force. The 8 inner gates, the 7th gate, the door is open. The small voice, at this moment, was like a burst of thunder, echoing in the 4 directions of the sky, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. The moment the voice came out, with Chinyu as the center, the violent blue air wave exploded like a frenzy, and the ruins of the rock formation underfoot collapsed in response. The rolled-up sand and dust debris gave people the feeling of a Category 12 hurricane passing through. Is this the strongest physique that Dad said? The formation of the 8 inner gates. Even the strongest Uchiha Chinyu in the ninja world uses it to fight the aliens. In the ninja coalition in the distance, a man wearing a green tight-fitting the young man in clothes couldn't help but mutter to himself. Kakashi, who was beside him, gave him a cold stare and said, "It's Mr. Chinyu, please add honorifics after the title. Also, Guy, do you think you can reach a height like Lord Chinyu?" Might Guy's expression was stagnant, looking at the frail figure that single-handedly provoked the battle of the 5 great ninja villages, and even led to the enemy from outside the sky. It did give him a feeling of looking up. However, when I think of the encouragement given by my father after his return not long ago, the adult in front of him has praised him, and he will become the first person in the ninja world in the future. Although this kind of compliment seems very ethereal, it only comes from the mouth of this adult. Everything has changed. It is a great honor to be praised by the strongest in the ninja world. Even the so-called demigod Hanzo of the Salamander, feel free to comment on it, and let the ninja world have more sanin. Now, the strongest person in the ninja world speaks. As a taijutsu practitioner, he does not have the first, but also the second and third, right? Thinking of this, Might Guy suddenly clenched his fists and looked at Kakashi frantically. "Kakashi, I'm watching the battle anyway, let's not waste time, you sit on me, I'm going to do 10,000 push-ups." "No, it should be 100,000. Looking at Might Guy who was suddenly hot-headed, Kakashi's expression couldn't help but stagnate for a while, especially the weird gaze cast from all around, and Might Guy who made him fit with enthusiasm. If Chinyu saw it, he would really doubt that Kakashi was probably bent by Might Guy after years and months. "It's impossible, you ants, it's impossible to reach this level, I want chakra." Feeling the oncoming dust debris, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face was grim, his eyes turned in vain, and he locked on not far away on the black Zetsu. Without any hesitation, the right hand protruded from the air like lightning, and the 5 fingers were suddenly clenched. Bansho Tenon, universal pull. Invisible attraction, like a raging tide, shrouded Black Zetsu's body instantly. The sudden scene made Black Zetsu's expression change suddenly. Before he could react, the whole person was pulled over forcibly. "Power, hurry up and give me your chakra, don't you really want to kill him? As long as you give me your power, I can kill this ant." "Kill." Otsutsuki Momoshiki growled hysterically. If the spittle splattered can drown people, Black Zetsu has been drowned at least tens of thousands of times. Seeing this foreigner who had high hopes for him, but became so embarrassed, Black Zetsu was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but said, Can you really defeat him? Calculate again and again, fight again and again. Every time, it seems to be calculated by someone in the palm of his hand, and that plan that he thinks is guaranteed every time. Especially this time, don't hesitate to use Otsutsuki Kagaya, an ancient scroll connected to the Otsutsuki family. At the risk of being killed, the dimensional tunnel was opened. However, despite all his efforts, this Otsutsuki Momoshiki was beaten like a dog by the ants in his mouth. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he couldn't believe it, and one day he would doubt life. "Sure, I'll stomp him completely." Otsutsuki Momoshiki roared in a hurry. "I feel the breath of a princess in you, I believe you opened the seal to deal with him." Feeling Chinyu's gaze, Otsutsuki Momoshiki became anxious, and now he can't wait to be ashamed immediately. Okay. Black Zetsu hesitated for a moment, then bit Kiba in agreement. Now the arrow is on the string and has to be fired. Sitting in the same boat right now, just give it a go. Mokuden wood-style cutting technique. Black Zetsu clasped his hands together, frantically mobilizing the chakra in his body. Thorns surged out of Black Zetsu's body, like a hedgehog, rushing towards Otsutsuki Momoshiki. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. After all, Chinyu reminded them just now that once the Otsutsuki God clan people absorb chakra, not only will it transform into their power, but the power of ninjutsu will also increase several times, even dozens of times. Thinking of this, the third-generation Hokage was the first to lose his breath and shouted in a hurry, "Chinyu, stop him quickly." As soon as these words fell, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's nerves were instantly tense, and he hurriedly looked at Uchiha Chinyu. At the same time, he immediately spread his hands, driving Rinnegan madly, and madly absorbed the incoming Mokuden wood style. However, in the face of all this, Chinyu didn't seem to care about it at all. He stood there and looked at Otsutsuki Momoshiki lightly and said, "If you want to make a person desperate, let him swell first, you can just suck it." The small voice made many people in the field stunned in place. Facing Chinyu's confidence, a trace of inexplicable urgency crept up his face. In the face of mysterious foreign visitors who do not know the depth, he can still show such domineering actions. Undoubtedly, it can bring out the strength of Chinyu, and I am afraid it is even more unfathomable, right? Looking at the ants who were bubbling with blue steam like a god, ignoring everything, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was startled at first, and then the dissatisfaction and resentment accumulated in his heart instantly exploded. The violent swallowing ability revealed by his hands suddenly increased dozens of times. Black Zetsu just felt that the body was still full of chakra, and was evacuated in an instant. The moment he stumbled and fell to the ground, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who was directly distorted by his expression, kicked and rolled to the ground 100 meters away. After doing all this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face was mad, his expression twisted, and he turned his head to look at Chinyu. Immediately, he laughed uncontrollably. "Power, this is my power, ants, I will show you, what is despair. Have you had enough?" Chinyu smiled warmly. Facing Otsutsuki Momoshiki's madness, Chinyu's calmness made his nerves even more tense. After all, let's not say who is better, Uchiha and Chinyu are stabilized by the momentum alone. At least, in their eyes, this extraterrestrial visitor is already in a mess. Chapter 425 You were really rubbish. On the huge ruins, the two confronting figures are facing each other in a distance, and the diametrically opposite momentum makes people swallow a mouthful of saliva. However, all of this was like a signal, and Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who had a ferocious face, roared wildly the next moment. The Emperor's spiritual reverence. The dark energy sphere quickly condensed on Otsutsuki Momoshiki's palm. The raging Mokuden wood-style chakra, driven by the madness of Otsutsuki Momoshiki. The rock formations with a radius of 10,000 meters made a sound of roaring vibrations. The next moment, before they could react, the rock layer collapsed, the rock turned outwards, and the roots of the horned dragon gushed out. Under the watchful eyes of the public, they gathered crazily and turned into a giant Senju Buddha that was thousands of meters tall. However, compared with Senju Hashirama's Senju Shinsu, this Senju giant Buddha's face is impressively the same as Otsutsuki Momoshiki. A pair of pale eyes suddenly opened, and the eyes locked on Chinyu's body instantly, and the breath of the outside, like an invisible wave, swept the whole world. And the scene like a god and a devil in front of him, as if it turned into an invisible big hand, tightening people's hearts. "Big brother, isn't this your trick?" Senju Tobarama couldn't help but said. Everyone's nerves were moved, and their eyes turned in vain, falling on Senju Hashirama. "He's better than me," Senju Hashirama said in a deep voice. "However, calm down and watch, now is the beginning. Start now." When these words fell, many people in the field were shocked. Looking at the scene of the fight in front of them, the movement will destroy the mountains and the ground, giving them the feeling that it is like a battle between gods and gods. However, Now Senju Hashirama is telling them that this is just the beginning. If you hadn't heard it with your own ears, who would believe it? It can be said that it is not on the same level at all. That man moved. I don't know who exclaimed, and the nerves that were tense were suddenly pressed to ultimate. Everyone's eyes, too late to think, all locked on the battlefield. They desperately wanted to know that this time, Chin-yu, who let Otsutsuki Momoshiki absorb chakra, took care of him. Or Uchiha Chin-yu, who really didn't take Otsutsuki Momoshiki to heart and let him suck casually. And, give me death. Otsutsuki Momoshiki stood on the head of the giant Buddha. At the same time as his face was hideous, he suddenly caught Chin-yu with his right hand. Boom! Senju Buddha under his feet moved instantly, and the huge body of thousands of meters moved like the earth was shaking and the mountain was shaking, making the earth roar and roll. Senju suddenly turned into a fist, and hit Chin-yu across the sky like a rainstorm. PFF'd. The void in front of him erupted with a low neigh, and the turbulent air ripples felt like the space was also being penetrated. As soon as Senju came out, while stirring the heavens, the fists of the sky were changed in the hands of Otsutsuki Momoshiki in the next moment, and they were quickly mixed together like mud. Huge fist, I don't know how many meters in diameter. Punching out, the air wave formed as like a frenzy, which is suffocating. What's more, in the face of such a fierce punch, it makes people nervous and eager to look at Chin-yu. Is this your full strength? You are really trash. Chin-yu suddenly raised his head and stood against the fist wind. A robe moved with the wind, and the voice changed in vain, adding a hint of awe-inspiring taste. Black Madara Raiden Thunder Style Mode on. Yin Seal, unparalleled strange power, open it for me. The technique of super heavy rock, open it for me. The awe-inspiring voices came out one after another. Whether it was the Yin Seal or the technique of the super heavy rock, Chin-yu had specially prepared it during this time. What he has to do is to elevate the power of taijutsu to the extreme. Ultimate like a volcanic eruption. The crackling thunder light surged out like a tidal wave. The body that was originally unlocked by the 8 inner gates was bathed in endless thunderlight in an instant and activated to ultimate. The Yin Seal unfolded, and mysterious patterns spread over half of his cheeks. The technique of super heavy rock raises the power of one hand to ultimate. At this moment, all ninjutsu, like an auxiliary halo, was controlled by Chin-yu, and everything was done. Nine-Tomo Rinnegan turned in vain, locked on the occasion of the incoming huge fist. Chin-yu moved instantly. When the muscles in both hands suddenly tightened and made a crackling sound, they were bulging like a rock, giving people the feeling that it was like Sauron exerting his 2 strengths. The whole arm skyrocketed in a circle. The next moment, his eyes were like torches, exuding a hawk-like aura, and his awe-inspiring roar seemed to shake the sky. Day Tiger. Simple 2-word handling, giving people endless power. His hands clasped together suddenly, and he slammed the incoming huge fist without any hesitation. Roar. Howling tigers shake the hills. The dragon roars like the sky. With a punch, the air circulating in the entire space became stagnant. The endless breath turned into a giant tiger of 10,000 meters of air, accompanied by the sound of the air tearing, as if swallowing the sky and the earth, hitting the huge fist head-on. Wherever you pass along the way, the space ripples like waves. The ground beneath his feet was even more overwhelmed, and was directly torn apart. The short distance of 10,000 meters, under this kind of offensive, was just a blink of an eye. Boom! The endless airwaves rolled back, and the broken rock formations and ground, as well as the sand and dust in the sky, seemed to be stirred by an invisible big hand, and they were quickly overturned around. Together with the onlookers tens of thousands of meters away, facing such a fierce blow, their pupils could not help shrinking, and their hearts shuddered. Facing the howling wind, a pair of eyes were even more difficult to open. However, compared with the urgency in their hearts, the so-called hurricane could not stop them, their urgent thirst for knowledge. However, this sight, the sight of their eyes, made their pupils shrink suddenly. At the moment of contact, a seemingly even blow, the scale of victory tilted. Boom! The deafening sound of collapse rolled and spread out, and under the endless airwaves, the rock formations quickly collapsed. That fist, which was many times bigger than Chin Yu's, shattered like a mirror. When the crack spreading like a spider web first came into view, the huge day tiger of 10,000 meters rolled towards Otsutsuki Momoshiki standing on the head of the giant Senju Buddha with a gesture of undiminished power. Wherever he went, everything was like a chicken and a dog, not even the slightest hindrance. A distance of thousands of meters was only reached in the blink of an eye. Looking at the incomparably high-definition magnified scene in Byakugan, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's frantic expression suddenly stiffened, and the reflection in his pupils made him look ashen, shaking his head and muttering. It's impossible, I'm Otsutsuki Momoshiki, there's no chance I'll lose. Chapter 426_Ants Can Kill. Boom. The thunder-like cracking sound rolled and dispersed, and the huge Senju giant Buddha was torn to shreds in an instant like paper paste under the day tiger. Standing above the giant Buddha, Otsutsuki Momoshiki only had time to subconsciously raise his hands to block. It's a pity that no matter how he struggled, or roared hysterically, everything seemed pale and powerless. Under the twisted expression, the whole person was swallowed by the day tiger, and together, like a cannonball, it smashed towards the Gobi stone forest of tens of thousands of meters. Bang! The rocks shattered, the ground was like paper paste, and the tens of thousands of meters of land was directly overturned. The dust that rolled up finally made it impossible for people to keep their eyes on the chase, and they could only hurriedly use their magical powers to defend themselves. Mumoshiki-sama. A hysterical roar came out, and a chakra shield was directly formed under the change of light from Yuhi the gorilla. At the same time, the crackling purple electricity turned, and seeing the dignified Otsutsuki Momoshiki was knocked flying by a single blow, Kinshiki was obviously unable to hold back his breath, and used the Raiden Thunder-style blinking technique to ultimate, and swept away towards the place where Otsutsuki Momoshiki smashed. Stop him! Senju Hashirama exclaimed urgently. However, in this case, there are still unexpected riots, and obviously no one can react in time. More, Otsutsuki Kinshiki's instant speed is faster than the 4th generation Reikage. They reacted, Otsutsuki Kinshiki had already come to the ruins first. Give me a break. A low roar rang out from Otsutsuki Kinshiki's throat. There was only a small amount of breath left in his body. Under the madness, it turned into a gust of wind, and with him as the center, it quickly rolled back away. The sand and dust in the sky, as well as the flying rock debris, were directly suppressed. After all the sights were restored, the deep pit of the broken rock layer, and one buried deep in it, covered in blood, with one arm and one broken off, the miserable Otsutsuki Momoshiki came into view first. Golem. Black Zetsu, whose chakra was completely absorbed in his body, couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Looking at the power of one blow, his mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, was also afraid at 3 points. The enemy who had to prepare for a rainy day and prepared many means to deal with it was seriously injured and almost lost his life. If this matter reaches Otsutsuki Kagaya's ears, I'm afraid even Kagaya's coffin board can't hold it down. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu couldn't help but glance at Chin-Yu. A hint of urgency flashed in his pupils, as if he was about to break the unfathomable boy in front of him. Sir Momoshiki, are you okay? Kinshiki didn't hesitate. As Otsutsuki Momoshiki's servant, he was absolutely loyal. Beside Otsutsuki Momoshiki like an afterimage, and he quickly reached out to help him up. However, in the face of Otsutsuki Kinshiki's kindness, Momoshiki's face flashed a ferocious look, and the only remaining left hand was thrown back. Are you riding a horse blind? Is it okay for me to be like this? Is it okay to die? The hysterical roar made many people look at each other in dismay, and Chinyu was immediately speechless. Now, Otsutsuki Momoshiki is simply full of anger and has nowhere to vent. It is a state where women are unhappy and chicken feathers can pick on thorns. As long as you speak, no matter what you say, it's your fault. If it was someone else, facing this treatment, I am afraid it would have already exploded. However, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, as Momoshiki's entourage, was obviously not angry at all. He stood there like a piece of wood and said in a deep voice, Lord Momoshiki, it's about time. Following you for so many years, watching one by one die in battle, it's my turn to become a part of Momoshiki-sama's power. To be his power. The expressions of the people present could not help changing. In the face of foreign visitors these days, the means and strength they possess are obviously beyond their expectations. However, now there is a fusion, which is too shocking. This messy thought flashed through everyone's mind, and they followed Chinyu subconsciously. The purpose of entry is still Chinyu, who doesn't care about it at all. This scene made people smile helplessly, but also made people feel more shocked. An even more shocking thought popped into his mind. Could it be that this is not his limit? Okay, it seems that you have nowhere to go, and you are ready to get together. Chinyu's body exuded aura, and all of a sudden, like a frenzy, the clothes that moved with the wind fell, and all ninjutsu was shut down. Eyes turned in vain, locked on Otsutsuki Momoshiki, and after loosening the bones on his body casually, he said, I'm done warming up too, let's start the real battle. Finished warming up. The small voice swept the whole world like a hurricane at this moment. Everyone's eyes were locked on Chinyu's body, and their pupils were full of disbelief. It can be said that facing Chinyu's frivolity, even the hearts of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama could not help but twitch. Senju Hashirama showed a bitter face, and said with a helpless smile, it seems that we still underestimated him. Indeed. Whether it is in the eyes of the people who eat melons, or in the eyes of Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others. Uchiha Chinyu burst out just now is enough to slaughter the so-called 5 great ninja village allied forces 10,000 times. However, in the face of all this, hanging on Chinyu's lips, he actually finished his warm-up. If you hadn't heard it with your own ears, who would want to believe that all this was true? An ant, you bastard ant, you must be bluffing and planning to use this to scare us back. Otsutsuki Momoshiki was the first to lose his breath and growled like a madman. It must be like this, you know I still have the trump card to say such things. As an ant, you can push me to this point. You are already a great ant. This time, I will show you what despair is and what is the fear of death. The voice of Chang's words rolled and dispersed as if filled with magical sounds. That maddening smell just gave people a feeling that was engraved in their bones. However, in the face of all this, Uchiha Chinyu gave the impression that he didn't take it to heart at all. He put his arms around him and said with a genial smile, I'll wait for you, don't worry, and slowly fit together. You. Reply made Otsutsuki Momoshiki's expression stagnate, and he almost gnawed Kiba's teeth. Huo-ran raised his head and stared at Chinyu with hatred on his face, and immediately roared. Okay, very good, I'll see how crazy you, an ant, can be. How crazy is it? Chinyu didn't give in at all, his eyes met, and he said with a smile, it's nothing, you haven't heard that ants can kill people. Chapter 427 I can also be transformed. Can ants kill people too? Otsutsuki Momoshiki roared with a ferocious expression. Okay, very good, I will see how you ants kill me, today I will tear you apart. The thunderous voice came out. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's expression became more and more distorted, his body floated in the air, and the only remaining right hand was shot directly on Otsutsuki Kinshiki's head. What is he going to do? Looking at this scene, the expressions of many people changed drastically. However, before anyone could answer, Rinnegan in the palm of Otsutsuki Momoshiki's right hand, the blood-colored light sword, and a huge breath surged out like a frenzy, directly covering Otsutsuki Kinshiki. The next moment, the huge body like an iron tower was instantly submerged in blood. In just a few short breaths, the huge body collapsed with a bang, and immediately gathered in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's hands, turning into a blood pill the size of a human head. Under the gazes of everyone, Otsutsuki Momoshiki opened his mouth and bit down without the slightest hesitation. Gorilla Yuhi dyed the corners of Yuhi's mouth, and that wolf-like gesture fell into the eyes of everyone, making people feel like they were trembling. Not long after stepping into the battlefield, the junior ninja immediately retched. The face of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who was ruthless and swallowed even his own people, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would want to believe that this scene was true? When the last mouthful was swallowed, the Adam's apple rolled down, and Otsutsuki Momoshiki's hideous face froze at first, and then his muscles wriggled and roared up to the sky. Roar! The thunderous roar rose into the sky, and the violent chakra was like a volcanic eruption, forming a huge wave-like hurricane that rolled back around. The breath that burst out, the degree of intensity, gave people a milky white color of dense fog, which directly drowned Otsutsuki Momoshiki. However, this scene did not last long. The chakra, which was originally scattered with the wind, first appeared a little stagnant, and the next moment seemed to be pulled by an invisible big hand. Incarnated like Uzumaki, he was swallowed and eaten away by the Otsutsuki Momoshiki whale. The sight of everything was restored. The first thing that came into view was Otsutsuki Momoshiki, that hideous face. Silver-colored long hair, moving without the wind, is as flamboyant as a lion. The pale eyes have long been replaced by golden pupils, and the pair of horns are extremely sharp. Coupled with the tower-like body, it exudes a breath like the vast sea, and it is completely different from the previous one. The most unexpected thing is that under Otsutsuki Momoshiki's head, a vertical crack tore open between his eyebrows. A golden Rinnegan is also revealed. The left hand and right foot that had been torn off by Chinyu, the granulation on the fractured mouth, under the rapid squirming, quickly reshaped new arms and thighs. The palms of his hands, 2 golden Rinnegans were revealed. Having 5 Rinnegans for one person is a bit too much. Senju Tobarama couldn't help but said. Rinnegan is owned by the legendary Six Paths Immortals, and now there are so many out at once, which makes people feel like Chinese cabbage on the street. However, this Chinese cabbage is a bit too pervert. After the transformation alone, as if inadvertently, the momentum exuded gave people an inexplicable oppressive force, like an invisible big hand that clenched people's hearts. An ant, I've finished my transformation now, and then you should die too. Otsutsuki Momoshiki raised his head suddenly. The 3 Rinnegans glared abruptly, and there was a slight stagnation in the air velocity of the entire space. The next moment, before everyone could react, the invisible pressure like a raging wave was instantly detonated. Rinnegan coercion. Boom. The violent hurricane wave rolled away in a rolling posture, and the ground along the way was directly overturned along with the ground below. Uchiha Chinyu in the blink of an eye. However, in the face of this invisible impact, Chinyu seemed unable to react in time, just raised his hands to block. Bang! The huge impact came like a wave. With the dull sound of collision, Chinyu's thin body flew out. After crossing 10,000 meters and smashing a rocky mountain, he stopped. Looking at the overturned dust and gravel, the expressions of the melon eaters present suddenly changed drastically. Uzumaki Kushina, who was guarded by Tsunade and Jiraiya and others, flashed a hint of urgency on his slightly painful cheeks. Mr. Jiraiya, Chinyu, why doesn't he hide? Could it be that he is not Otsutsuki Momoshiki's opponent? Looking at the moment before, he was majestic, using the body of an ant to torture and kill the god like Chinyu, and now he was sent flying. This feeling, but many people cannot accept. Haha, you girl, don't you like this kid? Jiraiya laughed. However, Tsunade gave him a quick look. Seeing that his apprentice's face was full of bitterness, he immediately coughed and said, "You girl thinks too much." Chinyu didn't hide from it just now, but just tried to attack with himself to see how powerful this might be. Having said that, Jiraiya's eyes suddenly turned and landed on the ruins formed by the smashed rock mountain. Looking at Chinyu, who came out with a calm face and patted the dust on his body, Jiraiya said with a smile, "The next thing is the real good show." The small voice tensed the nerves of everyone present. Chinyu slapped the dust on his body, raised his head suddenly, and smiled warmly. "This attack is much more powerful than mosquitoes, but I forgot to tell you, I can also transform." "You can too." Otsutsuki Momoshiki's expression changed slightly. After a short fight, Chinyu pressed him. "If this ant is in front of you, it will also know how to transform. The result waiting for him, I am afraid it is also unknown." The distance, Black Zetsu was half lying on the rubble. Listening to these words, and recalling the scene of the fight not long ago, my nerves were suddenly fluctuated, and I was the first to lose my breath, and roared in a hurry, "Hurry up and stop him! Hurry up and stop him from absorbing the remaining tailed beasts. If you let him absorb the 9 big tailed beasts and become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, column force, his strength will skyrocket. 10 tails people Jinchuriki, column force." The awe-inspiring voice reverberated in the sky in all directions, causing the ninja who was eating melons in the field to look stagnant. In their cognition, they often heard about EPUB, 9 tails, when they arrived, but it was the first time they heard the name 10 tails. Not to mention the 10 tails Jinchuriki, column force. If you hadn't heard it with your own ears, I'm afraid no one would believe it. Tailed beast. Otsutsuki Momoshiki was startled. Of course he knew what it meant by this title. Eyes turned abruptly and landed on Uzumaki Kushina, with a hint of killing intent. Chapter 428 10 Tails People Jinchuriki, column force. The sharp eyes suddenly turned, instantly affecting everyone's nerves. They may not know what 10 tails are, but this is a battle for the safety of the entire ninja world. It is also the key to Chinyu becoming the Jinchuriki, column force of the 10 tails, and it is absolutely impossible for EPUB, 9 tails, to fall into the hands of Otsutsuki Momoshiki. As for the other people, Jinchuriki column, during the battle just now, they had already gotten rid of the golem chains and returned to their human form. It's just that after experiencing the scene of being thrown away like a dead dog, they obviously don't have the confidence to participate in the war. Now that Otsutsuki Momoshiki is staring at him, it is like walking on needles and felt, and he seems to be unable to hold back his breath. "Don't worry, Kushina, I will protect you even if I don't want to take this life, just as an apology for what I did wrong not long ago." Namikaze Minato's voice suddenly sounded. Soon, like a ghost, he disappeared into place out of thin air, and reappeared and stopped in front of Kushina. Looking at this scene, a haze flashed across Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face. It would be a shame to let Chinyu, an ant, despise it, and it would be a shame to let this person who is not even an ant in front of him jump around in front of him. Kill one as an example. This thought flashed through Otsutsuki Momoshiki's mind, and a ruthless color flashed in the depths of his eyes. Before he could do anything else, the voice from Chinyu came first. "Who said, I haven't gathered all of them yet?" Chinyu smiled warmly, bit his right thumb with his backhand, blood spattered, and his hands flew up like wheels. The art of necromancy Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Bang! With his hands like lightning, he pressed down on the ground, and the violent air wave rolled back like a tidal wave. The rock formations beneath his feet roared and shook violently, giving people the feeling of a giant turning over. The large schist layer cracked, spreading out cracks like a horned dragon. Boom! A pair of withered hands, like dead trees, penetrated directly through the rock formation and caught this piece of ruined land. The next moment, the arms seemed to burst out with endless force, suddenly exerting force to the left and right, forcibly cracking the thick rock formation to create a huge hole. The huge body of 10,000 meters was squeezed out abruptly. The huge tail 10 kilometers long, like a fierce iron whip, swept the surrounding rocks across the sky. However, the most unbelievable thing is that compared with the first appearance, there were only 5 eyes that were opened, but now it has reached 9. Roar! The huge body of 10 tails was suddenly squeezed out of the fissure in the earth. When the 4 feet stepped on the ground, there was a rolling rumbling sound. The breath that came out of the body was like a 12-level hurricane passing through the country, and it rolled back around. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, especially Black Zetsu, who was in this airwave, was startled at first, and then his face was full of disbelief. No way, you obviously didn't absorb the 9-tailed beasts, why did you wake up the 10 tails completely? Black Zetsu growled anxiously. And, why does it turn into a huge chakra aggregate? The hysterical voice reverberated in all directions. It can be said that even Otsutsuki Momoshiki is a little suspicious of life. In his memory, Otsutsuki Kagaya's mission was to cultivate a chakra fruit. Now suddenly a second aggregate has appeared, and he wouldn't believe it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Why? Chinyu smiled playfully, then his expression became condensed, his eyes sharpened like a falcon, his hands suddenly folded, and he shouted in a deep voice. Seal. The simple words are handled like a thunderbolt. One after another golem chains shot out from Chinyu's body, like thousands of tentacles, entwining directly towards 10 tails. When he caught the 4-tailed beasts just now, Chinyu used the 1 key full level system to fully level the obtained tailed beast chakra with 1 key, turning it into a full state. With this method, the 10 tails can be awakened directly. Looking at Chinyu, who was tying 10 tails into a zongzi in an instant, a trace of madness flashed across Black Zetsu's face, and he roared in a hurry, "Hurry up and stop him, or you will die." A warm-up Uchiha Chinyu has been able to make Otsutsuki Momoshiki beat him to the point of being powerless. Now if Uchiha Chinyu gets the power of 10 tails Jinchuriki column force and turns into 6 paths mode, Black Zetsu will not believe that waiting for Otsutsuki Momoshiki to win. Shut up, I'm not going to lose to an ant. Otsutsuki Momoshiki roared with a grim expression, and he was determined to lose without a fight. The opponent was still the ant he kept talking about. This shame, he cannot accept. However, the mouth may be full of lies, but the body is honest, and when he saw Chinyu's hands suddenly turned around. Otsutsuki Momoshiki was the first to lose his breath, his body swayed, and the spatial fluctuations opened, like a ghost, disappearing into place out of thin air, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Chinyu. Chinyu, be careful behind your back. Uzumaki Kushina's face changed suddenly, and he didn't know if Chinyu could hear the distance. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who suddenly appeared behind him and attacked with his spatio-temporal means. Chinyu's back seemed to have eyes. Without any bells and whistles, he turned around abruptly, his right hand was like lightning, and he clasped the hand that turned into a knife, hitting his back. Huge strength wrestling. The moment of a little touch, there is a series of sonic booms. The violent scene made Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face stagnate for a while, and it fell to his ears, and the calm voice of the wind shook his nerves. Sorry, I want to absorb 10 tails, just a thought. Chinyu smiled warmly. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 tails chakra, whether it will be full level immediately with 1 click. The ethereal voice of the system suddenly sounded in my mind. The long-awaited scene made the smile on Chinyu's face even more intense. Without any hesitation, he immediately issued an order. Immediately one-click full level. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, Ten-Tails chakra control power has been fully leveled with one click. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for learning Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, do you want to reach the full level immediately with one click? Ding dong, congratulations to the host for learning the 6 paths Sage Art Space Restraint, is it full level immediately? Ding dong, congratulations to the host who has learned the Muji Healing, whether it is immediately full level with one click. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for acquiring the 6 paths Life Body, do you want to reach the full level immediately with one click? Ding dong, congratulations to the host for learning 6 paths Chibaku Tensai, Heavenly Body bursting from the earth, do you want to fully level with one click? Quote. A series of system prompts, like firecrackers, crackled in my mind. Rao is that Chinyu has already been mentally prepared, but it is inevitable that he does not feel dizzy. Chapter 429_transform for the 8th gate. A series of system prompts kept ringing in my mind. If Uchiha Madara and Obito in the original book know that they need all the means, they can barely become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki column force and turn on the 6 paths mode. I'm afraid I can't wait to find a hole to dig into. However, Chinyu was obviously not in the mood at the moment. The system detected some ninjutsu, and after a thought in his mind, he directly issued an order. Immediately one-click full level. Ding dong, congratulations to the host who successfully acquired the 6 paths mode with one click. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully learning the Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, one key full level. Ding dong, congratulations to the host on learning. A series of system prompts sounded again. However, this time Chinyu didn't care at all. The scene just now seemed very complicated, but it was only the moment when his thoughts moved. Before and after, I am afraid there is not even a breath of time. When Chinyu's eyes met Otsutsuki Momoshiki again, the 10 tails, which had been bound into a zongzi by golem chains, had banged and turned into a large white mist and dissipated in front of everyone's eyes. Chinyu's body gradually changed, wearing a white flying robe, 2 sharp horns, and 8 Gudodama truth-seeking ball suspended on his back. When the face-lifting scene shook people's hearts, the aura emanating changed instantly. If it is said that the Uchiha Chinyu a moment ago was a volcano that could erupt at any time, then Chinyu now feels as deep as a vast ocean. Just suspending in the void gives the impression that it affects the entire space. The air in Sefangtianyu was stagnant, and the inexplicably suppressed breath, the moment it was born from the heart, seemed to turn into an invisible big hand, tightening people's hearts. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who was close at hand, looked at Chinyu's completely changed face, and the huge suppressed aura emanating from him, and said with disbelief, "It's impossible, you can't completely absorb the power of chakra fruit so quickly. Steer. I don't believe that you, an ant, can really do it." Messy lion's hair. A hysterical roar came out one after another. Under the infusion of violent chakra, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's silver-colored hair, as if alive, shot towards Chinyu. At this close distance, Chinyu's body was directly entangled. Seeing that the blow was successful, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face was full of ecstasy, and his left hand quickly reached out. The Rinnegan on his palm suddenly turned, and the surging power quickly accumulated and condensed. Feeling the backlog of power reaching ultimate, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face flashed a ferocious look, and roared again. Shock. Boom. The crazy backlog of violent violence was instantly detonated. Yuhi-colored light Jinchuriki column, at a close distance, shrouded Chinyu head-on. However, before Otsutsuki Momoshiki was happy, the words that fell in his ears touched his nerves. Heavenly hands. 3 simple words, Otsutsuki Momoshiki just felt a flower in front of him. When it reappeared, it quickly enlarged in the pupil, and it was the shock wave that he displayed with anger. No. Boom. Just too late to say a word, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was instantly submerged by endless shock waves. The huge impact, like a dragon coming out of the abyss, is directly obliquely inserted into the rock formations below. Bang! The sound of the rolling explosion came out, and the rock formations that were already in a mess were directly shattered. The air waves that were set off, and the rolling sand and dust rolled back, like a 13-magnitude earthquake. Hurry up and use ninjutsu to defend with all your strength. 3 generations of Hokage's face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly issued an order. The 2 people in front of them, after the transformation, completely transformed into a higher level. It can be said that this one-handed strike can definitely easily raise a ninja village to the ground. This scene in front of me can be called a fight between gods and mortals. Doden, Earth Style, Doden, Earth Style, Wall. Doden, Earth Style, Rock Formations. Doden, Earth Style, Earth Continent. Quote. A series of urgent calls, accompanied by the flying down of the magic seal, formed various Doden, Earth Style, ninjutsu for defense. The side glanced at Uchiha Madara and said, "So, your Susanoo is quite suitable for protecting people." Go away. Uchiha Madara stared coldly, and now he is full of drama. The strength gap between him and Uchiha Chinyu would be able to catch up. But the scene in front of him made him clench his fists. This gap is too large. Stingy. Senju Hashirama curled his lips in annoyance, but his hands didn't stop for a bit, and the moment they flew, they formed a series of spell marks. Mokuden, wood style, trees are born. Boom. Large tracts of tree roots burst out like a horned dragon, and under the command of Senju Hashirama, they turned into huge Mokuden, wood style, walls in a blink of an eye. The next moment, the sand and dust waves that swept over hit it like rain hitting a banana. Damn ants, I'm going to kill you. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's roar shot straight up like thunder. A figure with broken clothes rushed out from the underground rock formation that penetrated it. However, this time, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, after absorbing Kinshiki, has the indestructible body of King Kong, and also has the healing of Samsara. There is no way to do the blow just now, causing him a little bit of damage. However, when he thought about it, the attack he used to kill Chinyu just now was unexpectedly transformed by someone. This kind of shame, for him who kept saying that he wanted to kill ants, it was completely harder than death. Hee, Momoshiki, can you change some fresh dialogue? In addition to killing me and the ants, why don't you say something? Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly, touched the tip of his nose and said with a smile. Attitude fell into Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes, his forehead roared instantly, his fingers clenched suddenly, and he roared hysterically. Your sister, you bastard ants, I'm going to tear you apart. Healthy dog feeding. Otsutsuki Momoshiki roared again and again, and his 5 fingers slammed into the broken ground. The rock formations rolled, and under the endless gravel flying, it was like a wild beast turning over, and instantly turned into a 9,000-meter mud snake. Roar. The 8-headed snake made a deafening roar, and the huge body twisted frantically, and instantly locked on Chinyu's body. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. If they move, they will destroy the sky and destroy the earth. Between their gestures, they shatter the posture of a ninja village, so that they can only look up. However, it is even more unimaginable that Uchiha Chinyu can still talk and laugh in the face of such a confrontation of strength. With the warm smile on his face, the words that fell in his ears made people look sluggish. Forgot to tell you, I only transformed for the 8th gate. Chapter 430 Who can kill him? And the 8th door. The small voice, at this moment, seems to be infused with a magic sound. To mention the melon eaters present, even the hideous look on Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face showed a hint of stagnation. However, the arrow was on the string, so he had to let it go. Looking at Chinyu's calm face, a trace of resentment flashed on Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face, and then he roared again. Bastard ants, I don't believe it. What is the 8th door? Hunting Phoenix. An awe-inspiring roar sounded one after another. Otsutsuki Momoshiki slammed his hands again in the air. The fiery flame seemed to be pulled in the void, without any fancy, and condensed into a huge flame bird of thousands of meters. Ah! Shofeng let out a shrill neigh, and his wings slammed down, causing a fiery wind and waves, and at the speed of ultimate, it rushed towards Uchiha Chinyu. For a time, the two major attacks appeared to be close together, and with a first move, Chinyu was bound to be severely injured. Looking at this scene, the expression of the ninja in the distance suddenly changed. However, their faces were more urgent. Looking at that thin figure, standing in the two ultimate moves, with a completely unknown demeanor, that kind of courage completely affects people's hearts. Kakashi, hurry up, he's moving. Might Guy was the first to lose his breath and exclaimed with excitement. As a ninja who specializes in taijutsu, for Uchiha Chinyu, he can choose taijutsu to deal with foreign visitors. This is a great honor for them, ninjas who specialize in taijutsu. Guy, shut up for me, didn't I remind you to call Mr. Chinyu? If you say it wrong again, I will bring you down. Kakashi said coldly. However, his eyes never looked away from Chinyu. Do not. It should be said that at this juncture, no one wants to miss any moment on Chinyu's body. The 8 inner gates, the 8th gate, the gate of death opens. The awe-inspiring voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with a magic sound, and exploded like thunder. The attacking canine Zijian and Shofeng stopped abruptly without warning, as if they had hit an invisible barrier before they were 7 or 8 meters away from Chinyu. The next moment, Uchiha Chinyu's hands and fingers suddenly clenched tightly. 7 roars like muffled thunder came out one after another in the body, and the 7 body shackles were instantly broken. That chakra, like a horned dragon, lost its restraint, and for a while, like a wild horse that ran away, it turned into a raging wave and went straight to the final door of death. Boom! Chimpanzee Yuhi's blood energy exploded in an instant like a volcanic eruption. The blood energy that rose to the sky, with a fierce and unparalleled posture, went straight to the sky above the 9 heavens. The original backlog of clouds was penetrated first, and the oncoming attack, under the impact of this air wave, was instantly thrown away by the tyrannical air wave. Orangutan Yuhi, like blood, quickly emerged from Chinyu's body. The criss-crossed faces are even more terrifying. The ruins under his feet were the first to crack open under the attack of this uncontrollable, rapidly overflowing air wave. Feeling the tyrannical force in his body that was so tyrannical that he couldn't control it well, Chinyu clenched his 5 fingers and said, using the 6 paths mode, coupled with the tyrannical healing body, he can indeed use the 8th door without injury. If coupled with Raiden Thunder-style chakra mode, and the body of strange power, I don't know how powerful it will be. Quote. The slightly hoarse voice, at this moment, simply gives people a feeling of hitting the soul directly. A moment ago, in response to Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who had not yet transformed, Chinyu used the 7th ninja technique, and combined with other ninjutsu techniques to enhance the explosive power of his body, he was crippled with one punch. If, now in the 6 paths mode, and with the help of the strongest 8th gate, one move, I am afraid that a finale will come directly. Messy thoughts appeared in everyone's mind, and Otsutsuki Momoshiki was no exception. Looking at Chinyu, who had completely changed his appearance, his eyes met, and the words that fell in his ears shook his nerves again. Dear Protoss, the ants are ready to bite, are you ready to die? With a slightly frivolous voice, at this moment, like an invisible thorn, it pierced the nerves of Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Looking at Chinyu's penetrating appearance, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face flashed a trace of madness, and he grabbed it with his hands again. The overturned Kenzi Jianming and Shofeng were attacking Chinyu. At the same time, Otsutsuki Momoshiki didn't have time to think about it, and roared in a hurry, "Urashi, lend me your power temporarily, or you won't be able to escape." Otsutsuki Arashiro, who had been facing off against Uchiha Madara, suddenly changed his expression. As Otsutsuki Momoshiki said, after seeing Uchiha Chinyu's endless methods with his own eyes, their so-called god's self-esteem has long since disappeared. If Otsutsuki Momoshiki is defeated, then he will have to face Uchiha Chinyu head-on. This was a nightmare for Otsutsuki Arashiki. "You have to hurry up, otherwise there will be no time." Chinyu smiled warmly. Seeing the attacking Inguzai Jianming and Shofeng, Chinyu clasped his hands together again, and the moment the stance unfolded, thunderous voices were uttered again. "Day Tiger! Roar!" The sound of tiger roars shook the hills. At the moment when the violent aura erupted, the rocky ground beneath his feet shattered first. Orangutan Yuhi, like a volcano erupting, instantly condenses into a 10,000-meter tiger in the void. With the sound of tiger roaring, the oncoming attacks collided. Boom! The thunder-like collision sound exploded, and the so-called dog-feeding Jianming and Shofeng. When the 8 gates opened together, the day tiger they displayed was like a piece of paper, and they were torn to shreds in an instant. Everywhere along the way, the air rippling and rolling back like a hurricane. Attack came. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's complexion changed drastically. Before he could think about it, he let out a long whistle, and the time-space technique pushed to ultimate, tearing a space crack connected to Otsutsuki's Ura style directly on his side. "Hurry up or we'll all die." Otsutsuki Momoshiki was obviously confused in the face of the attack in front of him. "If you don't hurry up, keep dawdling, but you will die." Uchiha Madara, who had wrapped her arms around her hands, reminded lightly without any thought of stopping her. Otsutsuki Arashiki was stunned at first, then bit Kiba and said, "Why didn't you stop me? Aren't you afraid of changing the battle situation?" "Change?" Uchiha Madara sneered and said, "I'm just a dead person, and I have no interest in these things. What's more, I also want to see who can kill him in this world." Chapter 431 Attacked by Ants. Who can kill him? Otsutsuki Kushi was stunned. It was the first time he had seen such a righteous act of betraying his companions. Moreover, in the face of these remarks, the other ninjas in the field were also indifferent. Even Chinyu urged to hurry up, it was useless for them to worry. What's more, they also want to see how high Uchiha Chinyu can reach. Bastard ants. Otsutsuki Ura-style biting Kiba growled. Feeling the urgent gazes around them as a shame for them. Seeing Hiroter, with a rolling gesture, he was rolling towards Otsutsuki Momoshiki, and Otsutsuki Ura-style didn't dare to delay any longer. Backhand on the Yuhi light fish cage at his waist, and a ball of golden light fell into his hand and threw it directly into the space crack. This is the strength he has accumulated for this mission. It was originally intended to be used to supplement one's own strength, as well as to save one's life. It never occurred to me that I would actually make a wedding dress for someone else. However, the current situation cannot help him. If even the senior who was hanging on his lips would be killed. That let him face Chinyu in person, which was something he didn't want to encounter even more. Otsutsuki Arashiki believed that as long as Otsutsuki Momoshiki got his own power assistance, he would definitely be able to defeat the arrogant person in front of him. Good job. Otsutsuki Momoshiki showed a trace of ecstasy on his face, and hurriedly grabbed into the crack. Rinnegan in the palm of his hand, under the rapid rotation, quickly swallowed up the whistling power whale. Bang! The strength was poured into the body, and the muscles all over the body suddenly tensed. The next moment, the originally golden Rinnegan appeared in a large sky blue color. Originally, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's breath changed in an instant, and his face immediately became a little crazy. Haha, Urashi, you really have a great power. No wonder the Lord attaches great importance to you. This time I have completed the task, I will definitely repay you. Otsutsuki Momoshiki laughed unbridled. In the face of the incoming attack, there was no intention of dodging at all, but the attack came helplessly. Boom! Yuhi slammed through the sky with a tyrannical attitude, and finally shattered the rock formations in the earth 10,000 meters below, and lifted up a large piece of sand and dust before it collapsed into the sky and the earth. Seeing how he could shatter the heavens and the earth in a single gesture, Chinyu used this move to injure Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Now this scene is repeated again, causing the group of people who eat melons in the field to cast their urgent eyes on the ruins. Otsutsuki Momoshiki in the face of this blow. He dodged the attack. Senju Hashirama spoke suddenly. Words instantly tensed everyone's nerves, and they hurriedly followed Senju Hashirama's gaze. The first thing that caught the eye was a streak suspended in midair. Otsutsuki Momoshiki with a raging and mad face. Haha, Urashi, your strength is really strong. With this move, I can be invincible. Otsutsuki Momoshiki glanced at himself, and his unscathed posture made him the first to hold back, unscrupulously. Laugh out loud. This scene changed the expressions of many people. The blow just now was able to destroy at least 2 Konoha shinobi villages. Not long ago, Otsutsuki Momoshiki almost died. Now, with the help of transformation, his strength has been enhanced, but in the face of the same blow, at least he must be in a state of embarrassment, so it can be logical. However, now Otsutsuki Momoshiki, but it gives the feeling of unscathed. This scene is completely beyond their expectations. Lord Hokage, what the hell is going on? Uzumaki Kushina was the first to lose his breath and asked anxiously. Faced with this undisguised concern, Namikaze Minato felt an inexplicable jealousy in his heart. However, he couldn't help but look at Senju Hashirama. After all, after witnessing this godlike fight with his own eyes, Namikaze Minato knew clearly that if Uchiha Chinyu was defeated, he knew awaiting them will be pervert's enemies. I haven't figured it out either. It should be a bit similar to Chinyu's time-space ninjutsu, right? Senju Hashirama frowned and explained hesitantly. As for the mysteries of Rinnegan, Senju Hashirama has encountered too many of which cannot be explained in words. The only thing that can be done right now is to look at Chinyu and see if he can solve this mystery. Hee, you can still do this without you. Chinyu laughed dryly and said, is it time rewinding? It's really a rare pupil technique, but how many seconds can you rewind? 1 second, 2 seconds, or 3 seconds? And, whether your body can catch up with your mind shift is another matter. The small voices exploded like thunder at this moment. Everyone looked at each other, even Otsutsuki Urashiki and Momoshiki's expressions changed drastically. Looking at Uchiha Chinyu's eyes, it was unbelievable. For Senju Hashirama, Chinyu's remarks just now might just be guesswork. But Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Arashiki knew clearly that there was nothing wrong with these words. Otsutsuki Momoshiki had made a mystery just now was broken. No, it's impossible. Who are you? Why do you know everything? You are a spy in the Protoss, it must be like this. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's expression became a little crazy, and the moment he looked at Chinyu, who Oran wanted to turn around. Escape. Everyone present couldn't help but froze in place. Even Otsutsuki Ura's style is no exception. Had already obtained Otsutsuki's Ura style power, yet at this juncture, he turned around and ran away. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would believe that the so-called Protoss was attacked by the ants in their mouths? You are really stupid and naive. Could it be that you really escaped? Chinyu smiled warmly. The body was slightly bent, like a tiger and leopard slaughtering, and his hands suddenly clenched the ground. The next moment, Huo Ran looked up, his eyes suddenly sharp like a falcon. If it was said that Chinyu was lazy a moment ago, then now he is a dusty sword unsheathed, completely incomparable. Evening Elephant. The simple words were uttered, shaking the world like thunder. Boom. The ground suddenly shook, and the place where Chinyu was standing seemed to be unable to withstand the explosive force of this moment, and collapsed and collapsed. The cobweb-like crack opened, and Chinyu had already appeared in the sky above Otsutsuki Momoshiki like a ghost. 1 foot. Voice. Chinyu didn't have any fancy. He moved towards Otsutsuki Momoshiki and punched down from the air. Chapter 432 Drive People Crazy. The sky in all directions, the air fell into a stagnation in an instant. Uchiha Chinyu, who appeared in the sky like a ghost, the speed was so fast that even his thoughts could not keep up. Otsutsuki Momoshiki began to panic. However, before his thoughts turned around, Chinyu moved again. 1 foot. Hesitating for 2 words, the 5 fingers of his right hand were suddenly clenched, and the wave of the gorilla Yuhi, which exploded through his body, gathered like a frenzy, and hit Otsutsuki Momoshiki in the air at the next moment. Boom. With a punch, the air seemed to be penetrated, the invisible ripples could not be stirred in time, and the entire space was distorted. A squeeze formed by a space instantly enveloped Otsutsuki Momoshiki before his thoughts turned. Boom. A thunderous crash resounded. Chinyu punched out without any pause, and his body shifted again at a high speed. 2 legs. 3 legs. Quadruped. The boxing was like a tidal wave, turning into invisible air shocks. It felt as if Otsutsuki Momoshiki was blocked in the space before it reacted. Not to mention the body, there is no way to turn even the thoughts. When the 4th punch fell, Momoshiki Datonki finally managed to react, and the moment he spat out a mouthful of blood, a hysterical look appeared on his face. Back in time. A simple 4-character spit out, the blue 6 Tomo Rinnegan, at this moment, like a wheel, madly turning. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who was originally under attack, instantly retraced his steps back to 2 seconds ago with the help of the power of his pupil technique. At this moment, he obviously has not been attacked. As soon as his body was loosened, he didn't have time to think about it, and quickly wanted to get out of the place and use the technique of time and space to escape from this place. However, this thought, which had just sprouted in his mind, the voice that fell in his ear shook his nerves. Dear Protoss, I've been waiting for you for a long time. 5 feet. Boom. As if the thunder was torn apart, Chinyu moved, and the endless power accumulated on the fist exploded in an instant like a raging wave. Yuhi's blood-like space-light Jinchuriki column, with an awe-inspiring gesture, caused the space along the way to stir up a lot of ripples, and it quickly distorted. In Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who had just walked out of the time rewind, before he could react, he fell down with a rolling gesture. Boom. The huge impact force hit the ground like a meteor falling from the sky. The earth with a radius of tens of thousands of meters suddenly collapsed. Under the rock formations, the sand and dust rolled back and forth. Otsutsuki's expression changed drastically after witnessing this scene. He never imagined that the power of Chinyu's attack would become stronger and stronger one by one. The power of this 5th foot is exactly the sum of the 4 strikes just now. Seeing the turbulent air waves, Otsutsuki Urashi was the first to lose his breath and roared in a hurry, "Senior, hurry up and use time rewind." In Otsutsuki's eyes, it was better to endure the sum of the 4 legs that had just disappeared rather than the power of the 5th leg. Back in time. Otsutsuki Momoshiki roared like a maddening sound, and the tyrannical air wave came out, directly shaking the sand and dust that filled the surrounding area. At the same time, the injury Otsutsuki Momoshiki suffered was directly traced back to the time when he was 4 feet, and there was still a trace of Yuhi's blood on the corner of his mouth. However, before he could react, the sight of the sight made his pupils shrink suddenly. I saw that Chinyu did not know when, and fell to the ground. Like a lion and tiger slaughtering, his hands clasped the rock formations and the earth, and under the meridians that flowed like lava, the breath wrapped around the body's surface showed a stagnation. The next moment, before Otsutsuki Momoshiki could react, the words he uttered shook his nerves. Product. Boom. It was said in one word that the originally violent aura exploded in an instant. The violent blood energy caused, like a frenzy, hit the 9 days straight up. Roar. The blood energy in the sky is coiled in the void, and after a dragon's roar, he turns into a blood dragon of 10,000 feet. Without any bells and whistles, his eyes turned abruptly and locked onto Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body, which instantly sent chills down his spine. It's even more of an illusion, like a god of death. However, before Otsutsuki Momoshiki's thoughts turned around, the words he uttered shook his nerves again. Night guy. Boom. A dull roar exploded like thunder. The huge blood-colored dragon ripped apart the air along the way like a frenzy. Wherever it passed, the space was overwhelmed like tofu. Under the turbulent ripples, it gives people a feeling that the mirror surface is broken. The distance of 10,000 meters gives people the feeling that they arrive in an instant. When everyone suddenly woke up, the first thing that came into view was the scene of a giant dragon swallowing the sky. Boom. The thunder-like roar is simply incessant. Under the violent wind, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body was thrown straight out like a rag bag. The spine at the waist was even broken, and under the huge impact, it smashed into the ruins tens of thousands of meters away. Hurry back in time, the 5 legs just now are not enough to kill. Otsutsuki Ura's style went crazy, watching the attack that was more powerful than one blow. Allowing him to go back in time, such a heaven-defying means, also feels powerless. This trick is to be able to return his own time to 2 or 3 seconds, the moment before being attacked. But it doesn't mean that the damage of that time can be ignored. Once someone sees through this, a saturation attack is launched. For example, in the original work, Jiraiya was summoned to the stomach of the big toad of Iwasu, and with the help of this constant volatilization of toxicity, Otsutsuki Urashi was unknowingly subjected to a saturation attack. As for Chinyu, he is now using the 8 inner gates, a swift and unparalleled attack that is enough to kill him in one blow, to carry out a saturation attack. This method is enough to increase the damage of the previous backtracking before Otsutsuki Momoshiki has reacted. Back in time. Otsutsuki Momoshiki smashed to the ground and smashed under the large schist layer. He felt his body being torn apart by the violent force, and after opening his mouth to spit out blood, he roared hysterically before he had time to think about it. As Otsutsuki Arashiro said, he was more willing to endure the 5 feet just now than Guy this night. However, this idea had just emerged, and the next moment Chinyu spoke again, making him feel like he was being driven crazy. 6 paths Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. The simple 6 words were uttered in a hurry, the indifferent tone of overlooking, shaking everyone's hearts. When Chinyu's right hand caught him from afar, it felt like he was in control of this world. The air circulating in the sky suddenly appeared a stagnation, overturning the broken rock formation. At this moment, it was like being controlled by an invisible force. The next moment, with Otsutsuki Momoshiki as the center, quickly absorbed and left. For a time, it was like a scene that opened up the world. Chapter 433 _ It's not that many eyes can win. Boom. The huge ruin, centered on Otsutsuki Momoshiki, suddenly trembled. The huge attraction surged out like a frenzy. The speed of rewinding covered a radius of 50,000 to 60,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Numerous rock formations, gravel, and dust were immediately pulled up. The next moment, Chin Yu's eyes suddenly narrowed, and his 5 fingers were suddenly caught in the air. "Give it to me." The awe-inspiring words came out in a hurry, and the simple 3 words were like thunder. At the moment when the voice fell, Chin Yu seemed to be transformed into the ruler of the sky in all directions, like a godlike existence. Boom! Endless explosions sounded one after another. The rock formations in the huge ruins were directly peeled off, and smashed towards Otsutsuki Momoshiki at a frantic rolling speed. For a time, the darkness of the sky quickly enlarged in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's pupils. However, in the face of the power of space imprisonment from 6 paths Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, no matter how he moved, his body remained motionless as if he had stopped. "The only thing I can do is to watch the debris in the sky and slap it in the face." Back in time. The azure blue Rinnegan appeared again. Under the round eyes, the 6 Tomo turned quickly, returning their own time to a few seconds ago. With this move, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's imprisoned body was instantly freed. Looking at the rock debris rolling in from the sky, I didn't have time to think about it, and frantically urged Rinnegan to tear the void in front of me. "No, I won't die, I will be able to escape. As long as you enter Kagaya's other dimension, you will not be able to find me." A hysterical roar resounded frantically. With a few seconds of respite from back in time, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's 5 Rinnegans turned to ultimate. A trace of blood gushed out from the corners of his eyes, and even the corners of his eyes were stained with yuhi. Bang! The void in front of him shattered like a mirror, and a crack in the blood-colored space of the orangutan yuhi was torn open. Seeing this scene, Otsutsuki Momoshiki showed a hint of ecstasy on his face. He didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly walked in. Boom! After he disappeared from sight, a dull thunderous roar echoed in the sky in all directions. The giant rock ball with a diameter of 10,000 meters is quietly suspended in the sky, giving people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. However, in the face of this scene, no one was happy. After seeing the strength of Otsutsuki Momoshiki with his own eyes, if he escaped, it would be a return to the mountain. After all, not everyone is Uchiha Chinyu, and not everyone can stick to his side all day long. After Otsutsuki Momoshiki escaped, and then secretly hunted and attacked, it would be a nightmare for every shinobi village. Don't panic, that kid thinks about things, but he is more thoughtful than you. Senju Hashirama's expression condensed slightly, and said, "Don't forget, that kid is best at time and space, too." To the extent that it is necessary to lock the spatial coordinates of Otsutsuki Momoshiki's transfer in an instant, and then interfere with it, the other result that Naden can get is that it is not an escape. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be filled with magic sound, echoing in the heaven and earth for a long time, and there was no way to disperse. When everyone heard the words, their nerves suddenly became tense, and they hurriedly followed Chinyu. The first to catch the eye was the black thunder that burst out from Chinyu's right hand. Tomo Rinnegans like a delusional soul. At the moment of crazy rotation, a crisp egg-cracking sound came from the void in front of them. The next moment, there was a strong spatial fluctuation in the void in front of him, and the figure of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who had endured the Night-Gai time period and had not had time to perform the healing technique, was moved to him without warning. "I'm sorry, you are welcome to take the initiative to die." Chinyu smiled genially. At this moment, like a brand, it was reflected in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's pupils. Looking at the genial smile that was like death urging, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's nerves were suddenly tense, and he tried to drive his body crazily, dodging. It's a pity that the current him, but back to the Night Guy's injury, the spine is broken, the bones all over the body are broken, and there is no time for treatment. Originally, he still planned to use the transfer to a different dimension to get a chance to breathe and heal his body. However, he never thought that Chinyu still kept this hand and left a spatial coordinate on him in advance. When caught off guard, the destination of his time-space technique transfer became close at hand. Goodbye, next reincarnation, remember that ants are not easy to bully. The smile on Chinyu's face became brighter and brighter. Under the skyrocketing black thunder in his right hand, there was no pause at all, like a black thunder across the sky, moving towards Otsutsuki Momoshiki's neck swept away violently. No, don't kill me, I can be your slave, don't kill me. A hysterical roar came out of Otsutsuki Momoshiki's mouth, and the round eyes, the torn eye sockets, and the blood oozing out, and the fear that could not be concealed. However, in the face of the rapidly expanding attack in the pupil, all these words seemed pale and powerless. The only thing that can be done is to watch the attack helplessly, and in the pupil, it quickly enlarges. PFF'd. The black thunder swept across the sky, and when Otsutsuki Momoshiki still hadn't gathered his body's strength to defend, it slashed across his neck in an instant. Yuhi's blood splashed, crackling black thunder, mixed with Amaterasu, instantly detonated, swallowing Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body. The flying head, and the eyes that were originally staring, were full of panic and despair, and eventually evolved into endless resentment. An ant, you hateful ant, my family will not let you go, they will definitely kill you, I will wait for you in another world, waiting for you to accompany me. Wait for me, Chinyu said with a playful smile, wait for me, but under any circumstances, you will still be bitten to death by ants. After all, you are even worse than ants. I forgot to tell you that it is not enough to have too many eyes. When you... Otsutsuki Momoshiki suddenly gasped. It's a pity that this time there is no chance for him to speak. The soaring black flame instantly covered his head, and under the scorching high temperature, it instantly turned into ashes. In the void, the ashes scattered with the wind made the huge ruins inexplicably depressed. Momoshiki, who claimed to be a god, a man from the sky, and possessed 5 Rinnegan's, he had no power to fight back in front of Uchiha Chinyu. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe that all this is true? Facing this victory scene, the crowd of melon eaters present turned their eyes in vain, and subconsciously looked at Otsutsuki Ura's style, who was stopped by Uchiha Madara. It was Otsutsuki Momoshiki's battle just now, and Otsutsuki Kinshiki increased his power. It can be said that, to a certain extent, Otsutsuki Ura's style has been left to the side like air. Chapter 434, Joining Forces in the Last Desperate Situation. In the huge ruins, 50,000 to 60,000 pairs of pupils were locked on Otsutsuki Ura's body. That invisible pressure, like a mountain, pressed on his heart. If it was an ordinary time, he would not have the slightest fear of these ants in front of him. And will make fun of them. However, after facing the Union, with 5 Rinnegans, all 3 of them, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who had all the power of the pupil technique, were also killed as a result. Otsutsuki Ura's style, but the arrogance can't get up. Feeling the gaze falling on him, Otsutsuki Uchiha couldn't help but look at Uchiha Madara and said, "Can you let him go?" In the eyes of Otsutsuki Urashi, if anyone is more like Dachan oil, he doesn't take this battle to heart at all, except for Uchiha Madara, he can't think of anyone else. For him now, if he can reduce one obstacle, then there will be more hope for survival. Is that kid scary? You can't kill him anymore, Uchiha Madara said suddenly. Suddenly tense the nerves of many people, even Otsutsuki Momoshiki is no exception. His expression changed slightly, but without any hesitation, he bit Kiba and said, "Yes, I have no choice, please move away, the next time we meet, I will definitely kill him." These words, Otsutsuki Urashi was the first to lose his temper, and under the skyrocketing chakra on his body, the azure blue Rinnegan appeared instantly. However, before he could use it further, the next moment, Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly turned, revealing a terrifying whiteness. You actually own a Rinnegan too. Otsutsuki Ura's expression suddenly changed drastically. Hehe, I originally planned to deal with that kid, but I didn't expect that his impure world reincarnation technique would be able to revive me to the moment when Rinnegan was activated in a short period of time. Uchiha Madara said coldly, however, since neither of you will be able to revive me. That kid kills me, so I don't want to humiliate myself. Limbo Border Jail. PFF'd. One after another black sticks, like sharp knives, appeared without warning. The next moment, without any fancy, directly penetrated Otsutsuki Ura's body with a piercing gesture. The blood and water splashed down, and the confinement ability in the black stick quickly spread, and instantly swept Otsutsuki Ura's body. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Faced with the explanation given by Uchiha Madara, the scalps of those present were no longer numb. Only Uchiha Madara of Mangekyo Sharingan has been able to fight against Senju Hashirama, the god of ninja world, and now even Rinnegan has transformed. Perhaps, it will not reach the same height as Uchiha Chinyu. However, it may not be a problem to press Senju Hashirama. Only thing that makes people feel lucky is Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, the time for transformation is too late. It turns out that you left behind from the very beginning. Otsutsuki's Ura-style expression flashed a bit grim and said, you also have Rinnegan, why don't we join forces, then we will definitely defeat that guy. Join us. Uchiha Madara raised his head coldly and said, are you kidding me, who would humiliate themselves in public, unless, like you, their head was kicked by a donkey. Also, do you think that kid doesn't know, are you delaying time on purpose? The small voice fell on Otsutsuki Ura's ear, causing his expression to stagnate for a while, and then a flash of madness flashed in the depths of his pupils, and the blue color appeared, and the 6 Tomo Rinnegan turned frantically. I can't believe he has fought for so long and can't beat him. Back in time. It roared again and again, bursting like thunder. I saw Otsutsuki's Ura-style body, a trace of blur appeared. The next moment, the black rod that had run through his body disappeared like air out of thin air in front of everyone's eyes. A single blow, Otsutsuki Ura-style quickly retreated in order to avoid repeating the repetition. Under the watchful eyes of the public, he slammed his own eyes with his backhand. PFF'd. The bloody and abnormal scene made people feel like their pupils contracted. Looking at the 2 eyes that were dug out by him, he threw them directly into his mouth. Bah-ha-ha-ha-ha's biting sound was even more clearly audible, and everyone's faces turned pale all of a sudden. This self-mutilation is too disgusting to ride a horse. Are you planning to kill people and disgust them? However, this idea just sprouted in their minds, accompanied by Otsutsuki's swallowing action. An azure blue light, Jinchuriki column, exploded in his body instantly. In the next moment, without any fancy, the figure displayed again shook everyone's nerves. Birdman. If you say, Otsutsuki Ura's style the moment before, still looks like a person. So now his, obviously, has abandoned the human body, and has become a bird-like existence. The crack on the forehead was torn open, and the golden Rinnegan emerged, and the lost eyes also turned golden. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. The moment before, they had seen Otsutsuki Momoshiki's transformation, but they never thought that Otsutsuki Ura's style still has this way of operation. It's just that what they care about the most is the Otsutsuki Ura style a moment ago. He was a gentle person, and his words were honorifics, but now his whole body is full of violence and ferocity. It's like a different person. You bastard ant, I'm going to kill you. Otsutsuki Ura's style roared with a ferocious expression. Without any bells and whistles, his wings slammed down. He didn't choose to be like Otsutsuki Momoshiki and fled, but instead headed towards Uchiha Chinyu and attacked from the air. The speed was so fast that the space along the way caused waves of ripples. The distance of tens of thousands of meters is just the blink of an eye, giving people the illusion of traveling through space. However, as soon as they approached, the words that fell in their ears shook everyone's nerves. "Have you finally lost your temper?" Chinyu smiled genially. As soon as the voice fell, and before everyone could react, the scene that first came into view made people's expressions change drastically. "Chinyu, watch out for the black Zetsu behind you," Uzumaki Kushina called out eagerly. However, in the face of all this, Chinyu seemed to be completely unknown, and there was no trace of dodge. A large piece of black, like a tide, gushed out from the cracks in the ruins under his feet. Of Otsutsuki Urashiro's selection is very commensurate. It can be said that this can definitely be regarded as an early plan. Haha, Uchiha Chinyu, if you are not greedy to become a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki column force, maybe I really have no way to achieve the purpose of resurrecting the mother, but now I really want to thank you, as I bet, you will never give up the temptation of such enormous power. Quote. In the large black tide, the face of Black Zetsu was revealed, and there was laughter of unbridled laughter on his hideous cheeks. This is probably the last desperate alliance of Black Zetsu and Otsutsuki Ura style. Chapter 435 _ Chinyu, you will become the Matsuri product of my mother's resurrection. The maddening laughter echoed in the sky for a long time and could not be dissipated. However, this is not to say that Black Zetsu is gaff. After all, in the face of this godlike existence that dominates everything, now being able to counterattack with such a beautiful result, in anyone's eyes, is also great news. Yin-yang escape, spiritual possession, assimilation. Hysterical roars came out one after another. Black Zetsu that turned into a black tide, like a sky, covered Chinyu's body. Otsutsuki Kushi of this scene, the frenzy and madness on his face did not diminish in the slightest, and appeared in front of Chinyu like a ghost. Claws on the right foot burst into the light of Yuhi, like a sharp blade, they moved towards the head of Uchiha Chinyu. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. They never thought that at the beginning, Black Zetsu, who was absorbed by Otsutsuki Momoshiki, would explode at this moment. Now Uchiha Chinyu is possessed by Black Zetsu, Otsutsuki Ura's style attack is close at hand. If this claw really hits, then waiting for Chinyu, I am afraid only the end of the brain collapse. However, this idea, just sprouted in their minds, was the first thing that caught their eyes was an unbelievable scene. Laughed. Uchiha Chinyu actually laughed at this moment. Otsutsuki Urashi, who was in a frenzy with a violent killer, was no exception. The mind is like a hong bell hitting, and the roar is constant. A terrified scream rang out without warning. No, there is no possibility. What is in your body? No, don't. I am immortal. What is your origin? However, in the face of this unknown fear, all words seem pale and powerless at this moment. Black Zetsu covering Chinyu's body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and quickly poured into Rinnegan. Losing the restriction of this yin and yang escape, Chinyu's body control was obviously restored. Huo Ran raised his head to meet him. The eagle's claws that came from the sky didn't have any fancy, and the probing hand was directly buckled on it. Goodbye, I've been through the first battle and lost a lot of physical strength, but no one told you, are you too weak? Little follower, Chinyu said with a warm smile. That increasingly bright smile made the storm in Otsutsuki's mind instantly vanish. He was about to withdraw to cast time rewind, but the moment his eyes met, a roar resounded in his mind like a bell. Tsukuyomi. Otsutsuki Ura style, just felt the darkness in front of him, and the whole person shifted. While Rinnegan possesses the ability to dispel demonic illusion, Tsukuyomi is only able to trap Otsutsuki for a split second. However, when the strong fight, life and death are only a moment. This slight mistake is enough to divide life and death. PFF'd. Blood spattered, scalding warmth, and fell on Otsutsuki's cheeks. With the help of Rinnegan's backtracking time, he did recover from Tsukuyomi, but it was his bird-like body that caught the eye first. The splashing blood and the rapidly spreading black flames devoured his body in an instant. Seeing the end like Otsutsuki Momoshiki's retreat, Otsutsuki Arashiki was stunned for a moment, and then roared hysterically. No chance for me to lose, no chance for me to die. This must be demonic illusion, this must be demonic illusion, hurry up and wake me up, hurry up. The rolling roar echoed in the sky like a bell, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Chinyu released the eagle's claws in his hands, looked up at the head that had been covered with black flames, and said with a light smile, "Unfortunately, you are really dead, goodbye, I hope you can take 2 steps quickly and be able to find a place in another place. A world meets seniors." Quote. One more thing, you are really weak. Otsutsuki Arashiki suddenly became angry. However, in the face of the rapidly spreading black flames, even the vision was finally blocked. The so-called ruthless words could not be uttered in the end, they turned into ashes, and they were scattered in the sky and earth with the wind. Seeing this scene, the melon eaters present immediately looked at each other in dismay. In their eyes, Otsutsuki Urashiki and Momoshiki, who possess the strength, are like gods. However, now that it fell on Chinyu's mouth, it was too weak to open and close. In comparison, they are like fish on a chopping board. Next, the foreign enemy is resolved, and this time the so-called war will return to its original point. 5 Ninja Village against Konoha missing Nin Uchiha Chinyu. Victory. I am afraid it is no longer necessary to imagine. What are your expressions? Cheer up. Senju Hashirama felt the change in the atmosphere in the field, and patted Sarutobi Hiruzen on the shoulder with a big laugh. Looking at the heartless eldest brother, Senju Tobarama rolled his eyes helplessly and said, "Brother, why don't you come out and intercede, maybe you can save 1 or 2. After seeing Uchiha Chinyu's methods with his own eyes, Senju Tobarama, who has always been Tsunere, obviously gave up his heart to fight. Grandmas, you can't even have 5 Rinnegans, let alone those who don't even have a Sharingan. Tobarama, what you said is wrong, don't forget that our identities are different now, but the Kid Impure World reincarnation came out, let's not say whether he can break free, at least we can't control what that guy means." Senju Hashirama left. He curled his lips and said, "What's more, I believe that kid won't mess around." "Won't you mess around?" Senju Tobarama and the others couldn't help but startled. Disagreed with Senju Hashirama's evaluation, as he said, both sides are dead. It's better to just wait and see what happens, so as not to be embarrassed. For a time, the eyes of the melon eaters present all turned around, and locked on Chinyu's body, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Waiting for the arrival of Chinyu. As Chinyu approached quickly, everyone's nerves were gradually tightened. The savior of the previous moment, the enemy of the next moment, this identity change is simply ups and downs. What's more, he was so nervous that there was a large amount of hot sweat on his forehead, and even his clothes were soaked. I can't help it anymore. Uzumaki Kushina suddenly exclaimed, looking at Chinyu who was hundreds of meters away, and shouted in a hurry. "Chinyu, what are your plans? You can kill or slaughter, just say it, but the old lady hates this kind of long waiting and suffering. If there is anything, the old lady is willing to bear it." The unpredictable voice of the words instantly tugged everyone's nerves. When they hurriedly looked at Chinyu, the sight of the scene made their pupils shrink suddenly. Chapter 436 Not everyone is Chinyu. A hysterical roar echoed across the sky. Everyone, for Uzumaki Kushina, this unexpected move was obviously startled. Even Namikaze Minato on the side is no exception. However, this crazy move fell into his eyes, but he saw an inexplicable opportunity. If Uzumaki Kushina really annoyed Chinyu and caused his death, what awaited him would be a good opportunity for a hero to save the beauty. Thinking of this, there was an inexplicable urgency on Namikaze Minato's face. However, just as this thought appeared on his face, the scene that caught his eye the next moment made Namikaze Minato's pupils shrink. The first thing that catches the eye is Uchiha Chinyu's ghost-like teleportation technique, and when he reappears, he has already arrived in front of Uzumaki Kushina. The next moment, before Kushina could react, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he directly gave her a chestnut on her forehead. "You girl is just restless, just stand there obediently, or I'll spank you." Chinyu rolled his eyes and said. "You." Uzumaki Kushina covered his forehead all of a sudden, and his cheeks couldn't help but turn red. Duzui puffed up his cheeks, but he didn't dare to make a fool of himself. After seeing Uchiha Chinyu's combat methods and means with his own eyes, she knew very well that if Chinyu was really irritated and kicked up his ass, I'm afraid no one would be able to stop him. No. It should be said that I am afraid that the people present will turn around and pretend not to see it. Minato, what's your expression? You didn't know it just now, do you have any ideas? Jiraiya said coldly. When Namikaze Minato heard the words, he was stunned at first, then shook his head quickly and said, "No, I didn't think about anything, let's hurry up and see what Uchiha Chinyu thinks." Seeing Uzumaki Kushina's rare little girl-like expression, Namikaze Minato knew completely that he had no hope. As these words fell, the eyes of everyone in the field were locked on Chinyu's body, and the inexplicable solemnity and depression spread across the sky. Like an invisible big hand, it clenched people's hearts. It's all gone. This kind of enemy may appear in the future, but the only thing left is to let you deal with it yourself. Feeling the sight from all around, Chinyu waved his hand lightly. "Chinyu, are you serious?" The third Hokage was the first to lose his temper. Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, "If it's not true, or let you 5 shadows come up and fight with me, I'll give you both hands." "Give a hand." The people present were startled. But no one dared to take the joke. The one in front of him is an existence that can kill people with a single kick and kick out the finale. Not even the so-called extraterrestrial visitors, let alone them. "My old bones, but I can't help tossing, I surrender." 2 days ago, Onoki took the lead in hammering the old waist and raised his hand. "I seem to have eaten the wrong thing this morning, and my stomach hurts a little bit. I abstain." Karataki Yagura also raised her hand and said, "HMPH, a bunch of cowards, there are still too many excuses." The 4th generation Raikage snorted coldly, tensing the nerves of many people. The next moment, the words that fell in his ears made people smile bitterly. "I surrender." Those 3 simple words made Rasa's cheeks twitch. No matter how much resentment he has towards Uchiha Chinyu, everything seems pale to him now. If you dare to challenge Uchiha Chinyu now, I am afraid that the people from Sunagakure village will be the first to be unwilling. Thinking of this, after Rasa's expression changed, he raised his hand and said, "I also surrender." "You have lost the face of our 5 shadows." The 3rd generation Hokage's face turned black, and he couldn't help sighing, "I surrender too." For a moment, the 5 shadows surrendered. Many people present couldn't hold back, and burst into laughter. In the eyes of them waiting for me, this was originally a war billowing with gunpowder. It may also overturn the ninja world, and make the 5 major ninja villages unable to survive the battle alone. However, everyone did not expect that this battle would end with such an outcome. Chin-yu, look at this time. Senju Hashirama couldn't help but speak. Chin-yu rolled his eyes and said, as a dead person, you still like to worry so much, but I accept you as cowards. See you next time. These words, Chin-yu turned around in vain with a pair of 9 Tomo Rinagans, the tyrannical spatial fluctuation overflowed, and the whole person disappeared in place like Uzumaki out of thin air. The violent scene made the people in the field startled for a while, and then heaved a sigh of relief. Okay, it's time for us to leave too. I didn't expect this world to be so big, but this time I have a lot of eyesight. Senju Hashirama smiled and patted Uchiha Madara's shoulder. It seems that as we thought that day, the future of the ninja world is immeasurable, but the premise is more unity. Having said that, Senju Hashirama looked around the arena and said, however, I should also thank Chin-yu for appearing this time. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid the 5 great ninja villages would never have joined forces one day. However, I want you to know that after this time, you should know that the enemies of this world are not only us ninjas, but also those foreigners. As Chin-yu said, this time he may be able to help, but next time, and the next time, if our 5 major ninja villages cannot unite, then what awaits us will only be the destruction of the ninja world. I hope you all know clearly what to do next. As a dead man, I can't be tossed about every time. Cheng's voice fell, making everyone in the field silent. Even the 5 shadows, who have always been in conflict with each other, looked at each other in dismay, but had no way of refuting. It's not because the person who said this is the god of ninjas in the mega ninja world. On the contrary, they have seen the strength of the aliens with their own eyes. Not everyone is Uchiha Chin-yu. Not everyone can do this. Hashirama, you still like to linger, are you done? If you still want to talk, I'll take a step forward. Uchiha Madara shook her shoulders, shook Senju Hashirama's hand away, and glanced at the 3 generations of Hokage. If you think that one day you can beat that kid, then you can do it all, and if you can't, then be a coward. These words, Uchiha Madara's body suddenly shines. If it is said that the technique of impure world reincarnation, in addition to dispelling the caster, another method is to completely end the grudge against the mortal world. Long time, Uchiha Madara's ambition has been to become the strongest recognized in the ninja world. However, after seeing Uchiha Chin-yu, that unreachable mountain, the so-called ambition has also become pale and powerless. Chapter 437 _ The birth of the first actor. A dazzling light blooms on Uchiha Madara's body. The body that the soil condensed cracked like a spider web. Uchiha Madara, still looking handsome and holding both hands, flew straight into the sky in the form of a soul. Seeing this scene, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but touch the tip of his nose and said, it seems that Madara really gave up this time. Although I'm a little jealous of Chin-yu's strength, but this time it was a blessing in disguise. Madara gave up her hatred and the alliance formed by the 5 ninja villages. Sometimes war is not the solution to everything. Mutual benefit and win-win. No one wants to watch their relatives go away. Hatred breeds, but what you see is the hatred of life and death that has been born again and again. Every war, and the following evil consequences are all in let the younger generation take over. Quote. Look back, 10 years old, 12 years old, 14 years old, on the battlefield, how many people can go back? This time Chin-yu disdained to fight with you. If he really wants to fight, which of you will survive in the end? How many of the 5 great ninja villages are left? Cheng's voice, with a very soul-penetrating taste, reverberated in the 4 directions of the sky, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. In the face of this, it was like an old man's chatter, belittling their 5 major ninja villages to be worthless. Raikage, who has always been hot-tempered, had no way to refute it. Enough, brother. Senju Tobarama rolled his eyes and said, we are all dead, and the rest will be handed over to these juniors. I believe they will think about it carefully. I hope this is our last appearance, and I hope you don't. Another abuse of my forbidden technique, goodbye. Those words, Senju Tobarama grabbed the collar of Senju Hashirama, and his body suddenly glowed. On the side couldn't help but stunned, and hurriedly said, I haven't finished speaking yet, Tobarama rarely comes out once, let me talk a little more. You guys, you have time to usher in peace. Don't waste that kid, the mind of being a harlequin, the future of the ninja world, is in your hands. The hurried voices echoed between heaven and earth. No matter how Senju Hashirama struggled, there was obviously no way to break free from Senju Tobarama's assimilation. The white light on his body skyrocketed, and the clinging soul quickly escaped from the body, and was finally carried by Senju Tobarama's collar, and shot straight into the sky beyond the sky. Hokage, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help coughing dryly and said, everyone laughed. It seems that this impure world reincarnation has a lot of influence on the first generation Hokage. He was not like this before. This justification fell, and many people burst out laughing. For this so-called god of ninjas, the 5 ninja villages also have records. Moreover, Onoki has seen it with his own eyes, what is funny and not funny. He already knew. I felt the atmosphere that was tense once we met, but now it has completely changed. Many ninja coalition forces, in the battle just now, faced the aftermath of the devastating impact, and it was considered a shared adversity. There are also hands to save each other, the posture of shoulders and backs, and the relaxed expression full of smiles for the rest of the life after the catastrophe. Onoki, who has a stubborn will, a temper like a dung pit, and an indestructible 2-day, sighed and said, I think that the other 4 shadows, after going through this war, also listened to the original Hokage. Rebuke, there should be the final answer. As soon as these words fell, everyone's nerves were instantly tense. As the first generation of Hokage said, the so-called war ambitions were born, all because they felt good about themselves and thought they could dominate the ninja world. But at the moment, there is an outer god race that can overthrow the 5 great ninja villages with the power of one person alone. Uchiha Chinyu, who has endless means and unfathomable strength. Let them clearly understand that what is outside people, there are days outside the sky. The so-called ambition is also gone. What's more, it has experienced the 3rd Ninja World War, and the 4th Ninja World War, which is half-baked. They know better that in addition to fighting for life and death, they can also share weal and woe. The messy thoughts passed through the urgent gazes one by one in the minds of everyone, and they turned around and locked on Wang's body. I believe everyone already has the answer. Raise your hand if you are willing to continue the alliance. The 3rd generation of Hokage spoke first. As soon as these words fell, Onoki took the lead in raising his hand in support. The remaining 4 generations of Raikage, Karataki Yagura, and Rasa also expressed their opinions. Watching this scene, the field fell into silence at first, and then deafening cheers erupted the next moment. Don't die, we don't have to continue fighting. My fiancé is still waiting for me to go back. I thought I would never see her again in my life. My daughter was just born. I haven't had time to hug her. She's already on the battlefield. This time I go back, how can I stick to her? My mother-in-law just got pregnant. I'm a father-to-be. Cut, you're all too far behind. I'm going to be a grandfather. A series of voices rang out one after another. Looking at the smiles on their faces, the 5 shadows present were stunned at first, and then they couldn't help laughing. At first, they still had so-called concerns about this decision. After all, not everyone is so easy to let go of the hatred in their hearts. However, perhaps they had witnessed a Kamui-like battle and felt helpless like an ant, which made them fully understand the fragility of life. Looking at the scene in front of him, Wang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, after the 3rd generation of Hokage was silent for a while, he couldn't help but say, this time, we have misunderstood Chinyu. This time the alliance can be concluded because of his existence. If you don't mind, our Konoha ninja village is willing to take the lead and invite Uchiha Chinyu to be the first coordinator of our alliance. As for his strength, he is superior to our 5 shadows and has the appearance of an emperor. Be a movie star. The low voice shook everyone's nerves. If Chinyu were to know that he had become the first film emperor, he might even have the feeling of vomiting blood. Can you take care of this method of naming it? If another one walks the Yuhi carpet, I am afraid they will become a star. However, in the face of the 3-generation Hokage's finalized suggestion, in addition to cheering and agreeing, the audience clearly agreed with the word, emperor. However, in the face of all this, Chinyu was not clear. At an altitude of 10,000 meters from the ground, a space crack was torn apart. Chinyu walked out like a ghost, looked up at the sky, and the first thing that caught his eye was the moon. Chapter 438_Fake Tenseigen. According to the system's prompt, you need to go to the moon to achieve the final mission. Chinyu frowned. In the fight just now, Black Zetsu performed yin and yang, intending to revive Otsutsuki Kagaya with the help of spiritual assimilation. However, as soon as he got into Chinyu's body, he was directly locked by the system that resided in Chinyu's body. In the end, the so-called spiritual will was swallowed up by the system, and it was exhausted. However, Chinyu didn't expect that the system didn't jump out of any little loli, and there was no so-called big fierce Yuji. There is just one more system panel, and it also jumps out of the final task. Obtaining the Eye of the Wheel will end this dimension adventure. Looking at this scene, Chinyu had thousands of puzzles in his heart, but he still decided to go after 1 or 2 to see how far he could get in the end. Unfortunately, there are no space coordinates, otherwise, there is no need to jump in space many times, but it is almost there. Chinyu said to himself, and a powerful space fluctuation appeared again, like a ghost, disappearing in place. The moon, as an artificial satellite guarded by Otsutsuki Hamura. Living here, they are the descendants of the Otsutsuki clan, who are supported by the main family and the branch family, and possess the power of Byakugan. But like Rinnegan, as a descendant of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, there are almost no people who can open Tenseigen. However, they also opened up another way, with the help of many Byakugan combinations, to form the so-called giant Tenseigen, with the power of Tenseigen. But it also requires the strength of most of the clansmen to be able to use it. Otherwise, one person alone needs to capture the high-purity Byakugan like Otsutsuki Sharon in the original work, and then can do it after awakening the Tenseigen. On the barren moon, a huge castle stands. The 2 crowds of people confronted each other like a torrent of steel, making the atmosphere in the field suddenly depressed. Princess, you should know very well that the promise that our ancestors kept is to monitor whether the earth can survive peacefully. A man with the shape of an iron tower, holding a huge wolf kiba stick, slammed it on his shoulder, sinking said aloud. For thousands of years, Otsutsuki Hamura, the ninja world created by Otsutsuki Hamura, after gaining power, what did they do? Apart from launching wars again and again for their respective ambitions, what else did they do? This time, someone even channeled the Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, that we were guarding, and it even started a war. If such a world is still worthy of our protection, I am Otsutsuki Yuyu. But I can't swallow it. The voice of Chang's words reverberated in all directions. Otsutsuki Yuyu, who stood in front of the castle, with white hair and white gauze, and skin like suet white jade. In the face of this contemporary head of the family, under such huge differences, her opinion can obviously influence the development of the whole thing. Feeling the urgent atmosphere around him, Otsutsuki Yuyuki raised his veil slightly and said, You still misinterpreted the will of the ancestors. The ancestors let us live on the moon, not to monitor the evolution of human beings, just to prevent someone from misusing the power of the 10 tails and causing the tragedy of 1,000 years ago. Moreover, the biggest task we shoulder is to deal with the people in the sky. Not long ago, I have detected a powerful space fluctuation and a force that does not belong to this world, and it has come to the Earth. Now is the time for us to carry out the ancestral teaching. The expressions of the people present suddenly changed. Not long ago, Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, was summoned again, and they felt the same wave of tyrannical battles coming from the earth. However, I never imagined that this was a person from the heavens involved in the ancestral training. HMPH, this is a human matter. What does it have to do with us? What else did they know apart from melee fighting for thousands of years? Otsutsuki Yuyu said grimly. What we have to shoulder now is to destroy all people on Earth, and then regenerate the world. This is what it means for our family to control Tenseigan. This time, since we are here, we are already prepared. The awe-inspiring voice fell, causing Otsutsuki Yuyuki's complexion to change dramatically. She could react. A wooden car that was sealed and looked like a Jinchuriki column was slowly pushed out from behind. Yu, are you crazy? You actually made this thing. Otsutsuki Yu Shui exclaimed anxiously. She knew very well that the thing in front of her was Otsutsuki Hagoromo, a fake Tenseigan that was left behind and made with the strength of most of the clan. A special combination formed by the people of all dynasties who excavated Byakugan before they died. To a certain extent, it can display the power of Tenseigan. It's just that this thing has been resisted by the family, and I didn't expect that the family would secretly create it. HMPH, if there is no such thing, how dare I come today? Otsutsuki Yuyu said with a cold snort. Today, I will see who can stop us. We will become the creators of this world. Use Tenseigan. The voice fell, the clansmen stationed around, their hands suddenly hand-sealed, their eyes widened, Byakugan played to ultimate. Hum. The vibration of the air sounded, and the sealed wooden cart instantly glowed. The huge wooden box at the top slammed open, revealing a combination of densely packed Byakugan. Smell, making everyone in the family pale, even Otsutsuki Yushui. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the arena, the smile on Otsutsuki Yuyu's face became a little crazy, and he roared sharply. Today, even if the ancestors are resurrected, they can't save you. Attack. Boom. The strange Byakugan combination erupted with dazzling light, and in an instant, it seemed to merge into one, turning into a blue color. Gives a feeling of deep sea. A dazzling white light, Jinchuriki column, blasted out with an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air. Along the way, the air was turbulent and appeared in front of Otsutsuki Yuyuki in an instant. Princess, be careful. The exclamation sounded suddenly. However, in the face of this scene, everything seemed pale and powerless. The face of this fake Tenseigan's attack, they, who are not good at fighting, are useless at all. Otsutsuki Yuyuki, the veil covering her face, was also blown away by the incoming gust of wind, and a hint of despair appeared on her pretty face. The tyrannical spatial fluctuations in front of her shook her mind. The boy who appeared out of thin air like a ghost, at the moment when four eyes met, the pair of 9 Tomo Rinnegan, like a brand, was engraved in the depths of her soul. Be careful. Chapter 439 The Son-in-Law of the Otsutsuki Clan. Be careful. The unpredictable scream also alarmed everyone in the field. Looking at this boy who suddenly broke in and appeared in front of Otsutsuki Yuyuki, I was surprised. The rushing beam of light shook their nerves even more. In their eyes, being hit head-on by such a powerful attack, I am afraid that the whole body will be torn to shreds in an instant. However, this idea just sprouted in their minds. The scene that first came into view at the next moment made the pupils shrink suddenly, and the eye sockets almost split. Reflected in the pupil, it is a backhand fan without fancy. Boom. The incoming attack, like a kite with a broken string, was directly pumped out. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he hit the rocky mountain in the distance diagonally. Boom! The tyrannical explosion sounded like a thunderous tear, and the huge rock mountain of 100 meters shattered in response. The tyrannical hurricane that was set off rolled back like a frenzy, and the fierce smell was not like a dream at all. Right. Mention the main family of Otsutsuki, even those who split up, at that moment, were wondering if they were dreaming. However, in the face of this meat-cutting wind blowing, this idea was just born, and it was annihilated in my mind. Tensagen, whom they had high hopes for, would become so pale. Ahem, it seems I'm not here at the right time. Chinyu coughed dryly, touched the tip of his nose helplessly, looked back at the fake Tensagen, and said, however, it also saved me a lot of time to search, so I turned around. I want eyes. You want it. Otsutsuki Yuyu's face sank. He thought he could kill the family with one blow, but he never thought that Cheng Yaojin would be killed in the middle. However, the arrow had to be thrown on the string, and the moment Otsutsuki Yuyu's face showed madness, his hands suddenly folded, and he roared in anger. Boy, I don't care who you are. Come here today, let me die here, try the true power of Tensagen, this is a blow through the moon. The golden wheel is reborn. Boom. The combination of azure blue turning eyes and eyes was instantly replaced by endless golden light. The next moment, the violent force compressed wildly, converged at one point, and exploded with a bang. Boom. The golden beam is obviously more powerful than the strike just now, and the short distance of 100 meters is completely impossible to capture with the naked eye. In an instant, the attack came to Chinyu, and there was no time to scream. However, in the face of the rebirth of the golden wheel that almost exhausted the power of the fake Tensagen, Chinyu frowned, and with the 5 fingers of his right hand, he spoke calmly. Shinra Tensai Almighty Push Sign. Boom. The incoming golden light first appeared stagnant, and the next moment the violent repulsive force exploded like a raging tide. Along with it, the deafening sound of the explosion echoed, and the golden wheel reincarnated and was thrown into the sky by Chinyu again. The speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye, the lead cloud that had accumulated in the sky ran through the sky. Boom. The endless golden light, like a dazzling firework, was directly detonated. The rewinding air waves blew the backlogged clouds of lead into the air, and they gathered from below, like a torrent of steel, and the confronting crowd was also overturned to the ground under this unexpected precaution. After more than half a minute, the air wave finally dissipated. Tensagen that had become dull, Otsutsuki Yuyu fell to the ground with a weak thud of his knees while he was stunned. In the face of the attack that he claims to be the strongest, he can't stand it. How do you fight against such a person? Yuyu, stop quickly. Otsutsuki Yushui hurriedly came to Chinyu's side and said, he is a Rinnegan awakener, not us can fight. Rinnegan. Otsutsuki Yuyu's expression changed drastically, the moment he hurriedly raised his eyes to meet, the 9-tomo Rinnegan reflected in his pupils shook his nerves. Looking at this young man in front of him, he raised his hand and smashed the golden wheel into the air. He had lost the battle unjustly. Princess, I didn't expect you to hide such means. No wonder you had to make Tensagen. I lost this battle to Otsutsuki Yuyu. After Otsutsuki Yuyu's expression changed, he finally fell to the ground as if deflated. Seeing that, even the head of the branch family expressed his position, and the clansmen who followed closely also bowed to the ground and softly echoed. We are convinced that we lost. For a time, even the members of the main family looked at Otsutsuki Yuyu with a little surprise. An elder-like old man walked slowly, patted Otsutsuki Yuyuki on the shoulder with relief, and said, Princess, I didn't expect you to secretly go to Earth many times. It turned out that you were looking for such a husband-kun. No wonder you are so jealous of Gedo. The unblocking of Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, was not taken into consideration, as it turned out that a countermeasure was already in place. Quote. See, my old bones are getting old, and the future affairs of the clan will be completely handled by your husband and wife. Haha, I see this kid, the aura he exudes is pure, and there is no demon obsession. The combination of Tensagen and Rinnegan, I don't know what will be born, it really makes people feel excited. The big guy standing on the side also restrained he couldn't stop laughing and said, if this is true, it is a big happy event. Seeing the scene that exploded all at once, the branch headed by Otsutsuki Yuyu was also stunned. Respect for Otsutsuki Yuyuki was even more overflowing on his face. Facing this one-sided situation, Chinyu almost fell down. It was originally intended to steal Tensagen's power secretly to complete the last mission of the system and see what could be activated. Never thought that he would become the son-in-law of the Otsutsuki family. Chinyu wouldn't believe it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Yes, sorry for bothering you, but can you help me with a play? A spiritual voice transmission sounded in Chinyu's mind, and when he looked up, he saw a pleading flashing in the depths of Otsutsuki Yushui's pupils. As the princess of a family, she has to support the huge family and eliminate the so-called ambition. The most important thing is strong strength, in order to be able to suppress everything. However, the girl in front of her was obviously missing this point. Thinking of this, Chinyu's lips pursed slightly, and he stepped forward, approaching Otsutsuki Yushui like a ghost. The moment he gently probed with his right hand and caressed the back of her head, he kissed her forehead with an overwhelming height difference. Yushui girl, I finally found you. The violent scene made everyone's expressions stiff. Although, they have already determined that this is the door-to-door son-in-law of the Otsutsuki family. However, kissing as soon as we meet is too fierce. Chapter 440_Capture Tensagen. On the huge battlefield, he instantly fell into an inexplicable silence. Everyone's eyes turned and locked on Chinyu's body, their faces filled with disbelief. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that a goddess-like princess would be so lightly offended. Chinyu, what are you doing? Otsutsuki Yushui flushed her cheeks and pushed Chinyu away hastily. For this unfamiliar boy, even the name of Uchiha Chinyu, he just learned through spiritual communication. You girl, let me take action, and of course you have to pay for it. Chinyu smiled and flicked his hand. Otsutsuki Yushui's forehead, said, however, I will deal with the business first, and then I will meet with you. Business. Otsutsuki Yuyuki covered her forehead, and the most important thing suddenly sounded. Chinyu agreed and acted for her, but for the sudden appearance of him, Otsutsuki Yushui, he didn't know the purpose of his coming here. If she guessed correctly, what happened on Earth might have something to do with the boy in front of her. Moreover, the breath that permeates is also very similar. In case, this time, he came with some idea, facing the existence of the golden wheel being reincarnated and blown away. I am afraid that their entire Otsutsuki clan cannot fight against it. Chinyu, why are you here? Otsutsuki Yushui hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but ask. As soon as these words came out, everyone's nerves were moved at once. Although he is a son-in-law, if he has any thoughts about them, it will be difficult for people to accept. What's more, even their princess didn't know about it. Don't worry, I have no ill will towards you girl. Chinyu smiled and rubbed Otsutsuki Yushui's head. The face of these many eyes, Otsutsuki Yuyuki's body suddenly stiffened, but it was difficult to ride a tiger, so he could only bear it hard. Seeing that Chinyu's eyes fell on the fake Tensagen, Otsutsuki Yushui frowned and said, are you here for Tensagen? However, I'm afraid this will disappoint you. Even I, my own family, can't awaken Tensagen. Our ancestors only knew how to open up Tensagen when they were dying. This is just another shortcut, using a large number of Byakugan. To improve the purity of Byakugan, so as to exert a certain degree of power of Tensagen. Quote. Having said that, Otsutsuki Yushui couldn't help but look at the fake Tensagen and said, "Also, after the battle just now, the power contained in this Byakugan has been squeezed out to 7 or 8, if you want to recover it. Can only be done by continuing to dedicate a lot of Byakugan, or having a truly awakened Tensagen." Quote. The voice of Chang's words reverberated in the four directions of the sky, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. As the head of the Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki Yuyuki of course knows how to make this fake Tensagen and the pros and cons. It's just that this manufacturing method is too detrimental to the harmony of heaven, and they have not implemented it for a long time. Instead, Otsutsuki split up to steal, almost making a big mistake. Now, Otsutsuki Yushui has revealed all these secrets in order to understand Shinyu's thoughts. Will they kill their clan for the strength of Tensagen? Once that time comes, Otsutsuki Yuyuki can only take action against this frivolous person. Don't worry, the only remaining strength is enough. Shinyu smiled and patted Otsutsuki Yushui's shoulder. The moment the voice fell, the whole person disappeared out of thin air like a ghost, and reappeared, having crossed the crowd and came to the dim Byakugan combination. From a distance, it gives the impression that it is as deep and blue as the sea. But when it is close at hand and the energy is almost exhausted, this combination can be clearly distinguished, which is Byakugan. In that round stare, the appearance reflected in the pupils made people feel a sense of intimidating astonishment. Shinyu raised his brows, but he didn't care too much. He reached out and pressed the counterfeit Tensagen directly. You! Otsutsuki Yuyu suddenly panicked. After all, this is what they separated, and it is also his biggest trump card. However, as soon as the words were spoken, the first thing that caught the eye was the skyrocketing blue light. Originally, the already dim fake Tensagen seemed to instantly echo Shinyu's Rinnegan. The two turned in vain, and the power contained in the fake Tensagen was directly eaten away by the whale. Da. The blue light was absorbed in an instant. The assembled Byakugan, without the support of his strength, was scattered on the ground like a stone. The violent scene changed the expressions of the Otsutsuki people present. Shinyu's Rinnegan suddenly turned and switched to Tensagen. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. If you have acquired Tensagen, will you be able to reach the full level immediately with one click? The ethereal voice of the system suddenly sounded. Shinyu, who originally had a gamble mentality, never thought that he would succeed. But it also saved him a lot of effort. Full level now. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. Ding dong, congratulations to the host Tensagen for one-click full level success. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. The golden wheel is reborn and exploded to full level with one click. Ding dong, congratulations to the host Silver's successful one-click full level reincarnation. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, a full level success in the Tensagen mode. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the power of Tensagen's awakening has been fully leveled with one click. A series of system prompts echoed in his mind. And after more than 10 seconds, Shinyu's thoughts gradually calmed down. Huo Ran opened his eyes, his hands and fingers suddenly clenched, and a pale green light shot up on his body. The power rewinds like a frenzy, and a pair of azure blue eyes as deep as the sea blooms with a fascinating taste. This is Tensagen, how could he open it? Otsutsuki Yuyu's expression changed drastically. In the 1,000 years after Otsutsuki Hagoromo's death, no one in their clan had awakened the Tensagen at all. For this legendary power, the only thing they can do is to obtain it through shortcuts. However, looking at the power gained at the expense of countless clansmen, in a blink of an eye, it was obtained by a young man who met for the first time. Moreover, he also awakened the real Tensagen, who would believe if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Shinyu, who are you? Why even Tensagen can be activated? Otsutsuki Yushui's pretty face changed slightly. As the princess of the family, she knows very well that the ancestor Otsutsuki Hagoromo owns Byakugan and his elder brother owns Sharingan. Former can awaken Tenseigan, and the latter can awaken Rinnegan. But never heard of it, Rinnegan and Tenseigan can get both at the same time. That was a level that even Otsutsuki Hamura could not reach. Looking at Otsutsuki Yushui with a desperate look, after the Tenseigan on Chinyu's body dissipated, his figure swayed again and appeared in front of her. The two fingers of the right hand suddenly merged, and the blue light lit up and nodded towards her forehead. Since as a door-to-door son-in-law, there is no betrothal gift at all, it is very shameful. I will give you something, maybe you will like it. Hokage I can fully level up with one click. Chapter 441 to 460. Chapter 441 Tenseigan again. Send me something. Otsutsuki Yushui was stunned for a moment, but before she could react, she saw Chinyu's two fingers and nodded straight to her forehead. A tyrannical and pure pupil power, like a vast sea, quickly poured into her eyes, and the next moment, there was a rumbling in her mind. The sea of consciousness that was originally dim, in an instant, there was a hint of blue light. The darkness all around is like the winter snow meets the spring sun, quickly disappearing. The next moment, a light blue figure, covered with chakra meridians, appeared in the consciousness space. The speed and range of this projection perception, once it emerged, quickly swept around, covering most of the moon in the blink of an eye. The strange scene made Otsutsuki Yuyuki's expression change suddenly. She clearly remembered that she closed her eyes just now when Chinyu pointed with both hands. Now, this unexpected scene made Otsutsuki Yuyuki hurriedly open his eyes. However, before she could figure it out, the exclamations around her tightened her nerves. Princess, your eyes. Then, is that Tenseigan? Oh my god, our family finally succeeded our ancestors, and someone awakened Tenseigan, worthy of being a princess. Quote exclamation mark dot 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 quote. The exclamations sounded one after another, and when Otsutsuki Yuyuki was shocked, she hurriedly took out a mirror with her backhand. After seeing the reflection in the mirror, the pair of blue eyes as deep as the sea, his face was full of disbelief. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Otsutsuki Yuyuki would never have believed this to be true. You helped me. Otsutsuki Yushui barely suppressed the excitement in her heart, looking at this young man who was shrouded in mystery from beginning to end. When the people present heard the words, their nerves were also tense. Some people may have misunderstood just now, and it is Otsutsuki Yuyuki's ability to open Tenseigan. But the words of this questioning fell, and instantly let them know clearly that all this was probably related to this young man. Although, I knew early in the morning that this son-in-law is not easy, but being able to open Tenseigan at will, this ability is not even their ancestors can do. Hee, as your man, how can you be a beautiful woman without giving you any favors? Chinyu smiled, rubbed Otsutsuki Yushui's head recklessly, and said, however, this also requires your bloodline to be pure enough to be able to do it. Quote. I also guide a little bit, as for other people, the bloodline can't reach. Speaking of which, those clansmen who were originally hot-headed were instantly poured a basin of cold water on their heads. After all, in the face of the power that claims to be able to destroy the world and reshape the cycle, no one wants to get it. Can't your hands be more secure? Otsutsuki Yushuichang wrinkled her nose, but did not avoid Chinyu's offense. There isn't a woman who doesn't like sugar-coated shells. What's more, Chinyu helped her to open Tenseigan as soon as he made a move, and these means made Otsutsuki Yushui feel an inexplicable feeling in her heart. It was as if the helpless heart had found a trace of support for a long time. However, this strange thought had just sprouted in his mind, and Otsutsuki Yuyuki's cheeks slightly lowered, and hurriedly threw these thoughts out of his mind. Facing the mysterious young man in front of her, she was eager to find out his origin and purpose. Are you leaving? Why don't you stay for one night? Otsutsuki Yuyuki said these words hesitantly. However, when these words came out, it was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 waves. After all, staying for one night is too much information. We should go to the branch tonight to get together. After all, there are such big differences this time, and we need to correct them in time. The elder is right, the guard of the castle. What kind of guards do you need? Those are puppets, and at that time, there will be no one in the castle. Yes, it seems to be quieter when no one is there. A group of members of the family immediately winked and started talking. Otsutsuki Yuyuki was unmanned, but she couldn't hear the implied meaning of these words. It seems that I don't want to stay for one night, but I have let down everyone's wishes, so I'll chat tonight. Chinyu smiled genially. As soon as these words fell, Otsutsuki Yuyu's cheeks were instantly flushed with Yuhi. Yuhi's lips were slightly open, and he was about to say something, but was interrupted by the echoing voices around. Looking at the one-sided situation, Otsutsuki Yushui glared at Chinyu before turning to leave, when Chinyu stopped him. By the way, there should be a baby who is about to be born, or has been born, but has no eyes. If you find it, come and see me. Chinyu remembered Otsutsuki's wife in the original book. It has to be said that this withdrawn young man possesses extraordinary strength and means. If left unchecked, it may add trouble. Since the Tenseigan was obtained from the branch of the Otsutsuki clan, karma was still very important to Chinyu. Baby without eyes. The members of Otsutsuki's main family, even Otsutsuki Yuyuki couldn't help but froze in place. As a descendant of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, it may be difficult to open Tenseigan, but having Byakugan is standard for the clan. Now, let alone Byakugan, a clan without eyes is beyond their expectations. However, this idea had just emerged, and Datongmu Yuyu, who was originally the leader of the Troubles as a branch family, was startled at first, and then rushed out in a tumultuous manner. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he knelt on Chinyu's body and kowtowed frantically. My lord, you are as good as you can imagine. I hope you can rescue my son Sharon. He was born without eyes, and the eyes of other clansmen cannot be equipped. The unexpected action made Otsutsuki's main family and even Otsutsuki Yushui startled. They finally understood why Otsutsuki Yuyu suddenly attacked the main family. It would be an unfortunate curse to have an offspring that didn't even have Byakugan. Once it really spreads, I am afraid that it will be isolated and looked down upon by the clansmen. It seems that your efforts are just right, otherwise I'd be a step too late, and I'm afraid I would have left. Chinyu smiled and patted Otsutsuki Yuyu on the shoulder. If he and his mother-in-law were lazy once, I'm afraid he really didn't have time to create an Otsutsuki lover. At that time, once Chinyu left, he wanted to take another shot, but it was impossible. Listening to these inexplicable words, Otsutsuki Yuyu smacked his face and stepped on Chinyu's feet. Seeing Chinyu's unconcerned look, he couldn't help but pouted. The attitude of this little woman fell in the eyes of everyone, obviously giving people an unexpected feeling. After all, in their eyes, the princess who has always supported the entire Otsutsuki clan is a cold person. Every move now is completely beyond their cognition. However, as soon as this thought appeared, he was attracted by the blue light in Chinyu's hands. It's Tenseigan again. Chapter 442_last word. The huge situation suddenly became dead silent, only the sound of breathing gradually became heavy. Facing the face, a pair of blue eyes, as deep as the sea, were easily taken out. For the Otsutsuki family, it was a sweet pastry. Who would believe it if you hadn't seen it with your own eyes? The legendary Tenseigan, in the hands of the young man in front of him, was like a Chinese cabbage, and he took it out. You guys, don't think too much. Chinyu looked around. Of course he could see the greed of many people. In the prophecy, the child has the physique to barely control Tensagen, and this pair of eyes is also specially made by him as a blueprint. If any of you are interested in these pair of eyes, I think they haven't used them yet. Will be blasted by the power of these eyes. Quote. Moreover, the power that these eyes can exert will only be unsealed according to his state of mind. It may only be a pair of ordinary eyes, or it may destroy the world, change life and death, and all depends on personal opportunities. The slightly elusive voice, as if infused with a magic sound, hits the depths of one's soul. Originally, many people were shocked when they saw these eyes, and a trace of greed was indeed born. However, the greed that was just born at the moment was instantly defeated. Yu, thank you soon. Otsutsuki Yuyuki was the first to speak. Otsutsuki Yuyu hurriedly regained his senses, took the eyes quickly, and kowtowed. Thank you, sir. If something happens in the future, Yuyu will definitely go through fire and water. Okay, if there is something I can't solve, you will die if you go. Step back first, I still have something to deal with. Chinyu looked overly enthusiastic, and could almost melt the crowd with his fiery eyes. Waved his hand. Yes, we're all in the way, hurry up and leave. As soon as Otsutsuki Yuyu took his eyes, he suddenly regained his energy and hurriedly shouted. However, this expulsion order obviously made everyone in the field misunderstood. Everyone, after showing their natural expressions, left their respected princess and left. A few good-hearted women even secretly gave Otsutsuki Yushui, stuffed a few little booklets, covered their mouths and snickered and left. In just a few dozen seconds, the huge courtyard became obviously empty, and there was not even the slightest sound of human beings. The speed of this departure is simply not too agile. Seeing this scene, Chinyu touched the tip of his nose helplessly. This misunderstanding was too big. However, since he couldn't explain it, he didn't bother to explain it, so he looked back at Otsutsuki Yuyuki, which instantly made her feel like an electric shock. The muscles all over his body tightened, his cheeks suddenly turned red, he took a half step back subconsciously, and hurriedly said, You, don't come here, we are just acting. Although you are very powerful, if you are tough, I will call you. Call. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly, and said, before calling, you should pick up the little book that your aunt gave you. Pick it up. That pose is actually quite handsome. Little book. Otsutsuki Yushui couldn't help but startled, followed Chinyu's line of sight and looked down. The entry picture is simply not too beautiful. What lotus sitting, what digital form, etc. Otsutsuki Yuyuki's cheeks were flushed with yuhi, his blood was even more intense, and he almost passed out in a blissful coma. Waved his hands again and said, No, I don't mean that, I'm still young, I don't need it for the time being. Otsutsuki Yushui, who was like a frightened bird, Chinyu stepped forward, crossed the space, and appeared in front of Otsutsuki Yuyu. When her nerve strings were almost broken, the probe hand gently rubbed her head. Don't worry, Kunzi doesn't force others to be difficult. Although I'm not a Kunzi, I won't force you to do things. Chinyu said with a smile, however, you look very beautiful. If you have enough time, I will maybe after you. Rogue. Otsutsuki Yushui was stunned at first, but after hearing the praise from Chinyu, Yuhi couldn't help but mumble. However, he couldn't hold back quickly and said, You didn't have enough time, what do you mean? I didn't mean to let you pursue me, I just felt that you had a lot of reluctance. A lot of reluctance. Chinyu couldn't help but fell into a brief silence. To this world, the time is not too long or too short, but after so many things, to go to nothing, to dominate this world. For Chinyu, it was indeed a bit reluctant. However, after combining the strength of Tensagen just now, Chinyu understood that he was an episode in this world. And, he will leave. There will be reluctance to part, but leaving is also Chinyu's wish. Do you have something to hide? Maybe you can tell me. Otsutsuki Yuyuki couldn't help saying. After all, in her circle, the so-called clansmen were nothing compared to the boy in front of her. Nothing. Chinyu shook his head, dispelling his thoughts and said, however, I hope you can go to Earth instead of me. If you can, your clansmen, perhaps, don't need to stay in this dead moon. Down. Let's go to Earth, Otsutsuki Yuyuki said with a stagnant expression. However, the duty of our family is to guard the sealed Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Hehe, you also said it was Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. This thing has been sealed in my body. In this scroll, there is something that I want to pass to Konoha Shinobi Village. When we meet, you will take it. The transfer is good. As to whether to stay on Earth or not, you decide. I will guide you next. You use Tenseigen. Quote. Chinyu spoke. He took out a scroll and handed it to Otsutsuki Yuyuki. At the same time, he also started to guide her in the use of Tenseigen. After all, he helped Otsutsuki Yuyuki to open Tenseigen, but he couldn't make her pupil technique reach full level with one click. After half a day, Chinyu sent Otsutsuki Yushui away, and while secretly relieved, his eyes instantly sharpened. A robe went down automatically without wind, the left eye was reincarnated, and the right eye was reborn, the moment when the two turned in vain. A huge tidal force surged out. When the two forces of reincarnation suddenly gathered together, they headed towards Chinyu and shrouded him. Under the agitation of space fluctuations, he turned into Uzumaki and devoured people directly. Chinyu, where have you been? Otsutsuki Yuyuki hurriedly returned. The light of Tenseigen mode on his body was surging, the tyrannical breath bloomed, and the speed was maximized. However, everything in sight, Chinyu has disappeared, and the traces of his activities seem to have been erased at this moment. If not, there are still memories with Chinyu in his mind. I am afraid Otsutsuki Yushui will think all this is just a dream. Chapter 443 Foreign Visitors. Earth, Konoha Ninja Village. After the Fourth Ninja World War, which was a little funny 3 days ago, Konoha Ninja Village not only did not restore its usual tranquility, but became more and more lively. A huge rock statue that rises above the Hokage rock. The well-defined cheeks, and a pair of 9 Tomo Rinnegan, make this special statue. The identity is also ready to come out. Actor. It is also known as the Zeon, jointly launched by the 5 ninja villages, the highest decision-maker 5 shadows, and is also a symbol of strength. Of course, if Chinyu knew about it, he would probably vomit 3 liters of blood first and feel the pain in the egg. However, with the spread of the world-shattering war 3 days ago, the big boss behind the scenes turned into a savior who had to endure humiliation and led out visitors from heaven. The huge ups and downs of the identity change, and the shocking, godlike war, made the listeners marvel. The viewers are shocked. Some of the first batch of videos of the war that were released and recorded, immediately grabbed the goods as soon as they were released. Those who can get the first-hand battle video are either lucky European emperors or local tyrants. With the spread of the record, those who had prejudice against the Uchiha family all dispelled their grievances. Every time I pass by the statue of the actor, I will stop and watch it. However, with the end of the Fourth Ninja World War, after being warned by the first Hokage, the first alliance meeting jointly held by the 5 major ninja villages was also put on the agenda. In the past, Chinyu's betrayal, the damaged arena, once again became the venue for the 5 shadows meeting. And the main purpose of this meeting was to elect Chinyu as the best actor, which led to the current meeting place. The ninjas who had been questioned by the 5 ninja villages, was blocked. After all, in the face of this godlike existence, no one is willing to give up this opportunity. 3 generations of Hokage, you Konoha are outstanding this time. 2 days ago, Onoki spoke first, and there was a hint of sourness in his words. However, there is no way, who made Uchiha Chinyu come from Konoha Shinobi Village. 3 generations of Hokage want to set up the actor rock in the Konoha Shinobi Village, and this shameless thing has become a matter of course. Hihi, Onoki, you are serious. When we selected the best actor, Chinyu was not only a member of our Konoha ninja village, but also the actor of the entire ninja world. The 3 generations of Hokage laughed dryly and said. However, the mouth said so, but his face was still full of pride. That expression, if it wasn't for the occasion, I'm afraid the rest of the 4 shadows would have already violently beaten his old bones. HMPH, the 3rd generation of Hokage, let's not worry about this kind of thing. The 4th generation of Raikage snorted coldly and took the lead. This time, we are here, and Chin Uchiha and Chinyu are going to witness our 5 great ninja villages reach an alliance agreement. At the same time, he was invited to be the 1st generation actor, but where is he now? Didn't you say he was in charge of contact? As soon as these words fell, everyone's eyes fell on the vacant 1st place on the conference table. Even Namikaze Minato, who stood behind 3 generations of Hokage, was no exception. 3 days ago, when the war came to an end, Chinyu disappeared without a trace. Later, they also managed to connect through Akatsuki, but in the end it didn't work out either. The questioning of the 4th generation of Raikage, when the 3rd generation of Hokage hesitated to speak, a huge spatial fluctuation rolled back without warning. Phew, Namikaze Minato exclaimed first. As a cage-level ninja of Grandmaster Time-Space Ninjutsu, he was the first to be alerted. He hurriedly followed the spatial fluctuations, and the thin figure that appeared fell in front of Shadow Emperor Rock. The familiar white robe and veil hood instantly tightened everyone's nerves. It's someone from outside the sky, why are they here again? I don't know who exclaimed, and in an instant, like a depth bomb, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The uninvited guest in front of them, as well as the familiar clothes, and the tyrannical breath, instantly tensed their nerves. Are you 5 shadows? The ethereal voice spread in vain, as if it was filled with magical sounds, echoing in the sky and the earth for a long time, and there was no way to disperse. They could answer. Otsutsuki Ushuiduo glanced at Shadow King Rock, then suddenly turned around and looked down. A pair of pale eyes, the light in the eyes suddenly condensed, and the deep blue color like the sea spread quickly. The tyrannical aura, like a giant beast gradually awakening, made the people in the field, Jinchuriki column force, and the complexion suddenly changed drastically. It's not Rinnegan. The tailed beast in the body has a fearful thought, this visitor is not easy. Killer Bee took the lead and couldn't hold back and exclaimed. The 4th generation Hokage's expression sank, and he said, the 3rd generation Hokage, have you contacted Chinyu? I didn't expect them to come to you so quickly. As soon as these words fell, everyone's eyes were locked on the 3rd generation of Hokage. Facing the pair in front of them, the extremely strange eyes and the tyrannical breath that pervaded their eyes made their minds tense. Not yet. The 3rd generation of Hokage flashed a hint of hesitation on his face, and finally bit Kiba and said, however, don't worry, with Chinyu's strength, no matter where he is, he will definitely be able to perceive this huge breath coming. We are now, all you have to do is buy time and wait for him to come. Quote. Yes, even if Chinyu is not there, as long as we work together well, we will be able to protect the ninja world. She is only one person, and we have 5 major ninja villages. Namikaze Minato was the first to agree. However, his gaze couldn't help but glance at the absent-minded Uzumaki Kushina. Since Chinyu is not here, this is a good opportunity for him to perform. However, as soon as these words fell, the sound of words floating in the sky instantly tensed everyone's nerves. You mean guarding the ninja world? Otsutsuki Yuyu's eyes turned in vain, locking on Namikaze Minato's body, and said, I just want to try it out, what is your strength? Tensegan mode. The awe-inspiring words came out, and there was a slight vibration in the air. Under the sudden condensation of Tensagen, the tyrannical pupil power directly detonated like a frenzy, turning into a 12-level hurricane, sweeping the entire venue. Light blue rays of light shone through, 7 balls of light, quickly emerging behind Otsutsuki Yuyuki, without any bells and whistles. Slender hands grabbed at Namikaze Minato from the air, and the cold voice was even more hesitant. Out. The golden wheel is reborn. The simple 5 characters spit out, the air circulating around. When there is a stagnation, the endless golden light madly gathers and compresses in the palm of the hand. The next moment, in the eyes of the public, it exploded instantly. Chapter 444 times Crush Big Rollover. The golden wheel is reborn. The cold voice was not mixed with a trace of emotion. The violent golden light, at the moment of convergence, turned into a frenzy and exploded directly. A golden light pierced through the space like a sharp arrow, and appeared in front of the 5 shadows in an instant. Get started without a word. The violent scene made everyone's pupils shrink at the moment. Namikaze Minato, who had just boasted about Heiko, suddenly changed his face. He didn't have time to think about it. After throwing 3 Hiraishin Kunai with his backhand, his hands were like wheels, and his hands flew quickly. Get up. Waiting for the last spell to fall, Namikaze Minato roared in anger before he had time to think about it. Hiraishin Barrier. Boom. The crack in the space opened instantly, and the violent golden light penetrated directly. The stern and unparalleled posture and the turbulent wind it brought up made the exposed skin feel as if it was cut by a knife. However, seeing the attack being stopped, the 5 shadows' faces showed joy, and hot blood spurted out of Namikaze Minato's mouth. Nagato. The 3 generations of Hokage's expressions changed drastically, and they were the first to shout. However, before they could react, 3 explosions suddenly sounded. Boom. Hiraishin Kunai, which were the base of the space array, shattered directly. The violent power of the golden reincarnation obviously exceeded the speed of Hiraishin's enchantment transfer. Overwhelmed in an instant, a cobweb-like sound burst open. Losing the barrier of Hiraishin's enchantment, the remaining golden light poured down toward the 5 shadows like a frenzy. At this moment, the scene of the reflection in the pupils gave them a feeling like death was urging them to die. It is obviously too late to make a defense. Hum. The vibrating sound of the air suddenly sounded, and the golden light filled the pupils, and there was a stagnation. The next moment, as if being pulled by an invisible force, at a tricky angle, he suddenly turned back and hit the mountain outside Konoha Shinobi Village. The sudden change made people's expressions stagnate, and before they could react, a shocking explosion sounded like thunder. The violent air wave turned into a 15-level hurricane and rolled away in the distance, and even the ceiling barrier of Konoha Ninja Village was penetrated in an instant. After more than 10 seconds, the wind and sand in the sky dissipated, and the sky and the earth returned to the bright moment. Everyone followed the direction they were looking, where the golden wheel exploded and landed, where there were still 5 mountains. With one blow, 5 mountains were razed to the ground. This kind of strength, and the means displayed by Chinyu in the battle with the visitors from outside the sky 3 days ago, did not give way. If the blow just now really fell on this venue that awaits them, not only will they die, but the entire Konoha Shinobi Village, in an instant, will be destroyed. It's the actor, it must be the actor Chinyu who saved us. Yes, it must be the actor, only he can fight against the aliens. We are saved, Lord Chinyu is here to save us. I don't know who exclaimed, causing tens of thousands of people in the field to suddenly cheer. In their eyes, even the 4th generation Hokage Namikaze Minato could not resist the attack. The only person who can do it is Uchiha Chinyu, who became the 1st generation actor. However, in the face of the cheers, Wang's face suddenly turned gloomy, suddenly looked up at Otsutsuki Yushui in the sky, and said, "Why, at the last moment, change the path of the attack, you or are you planning to force Chinyu to come out?" As soon as these words came out, thousands of waves were aroused. The people who were cheering at first suddenly stiffened. At this juncture, the 5 shadows seem to be useless, but they clearly know that the 5 shadows will not choose to joke at this time. Then the person who changed the attack trajectory just now was not Chinyu, but the uninvited guest in front of him. However, in the face of this questioning, Otsutsuki Yushui's eyes turned in vain, fell on Namikaze Minato, and snorted coldly, "Humph, no one can replace Chinyu, next time I will be rude, be careful. I killed you. However, don't worry, I'm here this time because I was commissioned by Uchiha Chinyu to bring something to you. Also, this rock statue is so ugly." The inexplicable words made people look stagnant. However, when Otsutsuki Yuyuki threw the scroll with his backhand, and the blue light scattered from his body, Uzumaki Kushina was the first to lose his breath and exclaimed anxiously, "Excuse me, where is Chinyu? Are you his fiancé?" Fiancé. As soon as these words came out, everyone's nerves were shaken. However, looking at Otsutsuki Yuyuki, with every gesture, he displayed a powerful attack. There is also a Tenseigen mode that is similar to the 6 Paths mode, and the strength beyond ordinary people's expectations, but it makes people feel that they can't refute. Otsutsuki Yuyuki's stride was stiff in midair. Looking back and looking down, after looking around the huge venue for a while, looking at the crowd, the pretty faces with a little urgency. There was a smile on his icy cheeks, as if Haruyuki met the warm sun, giving people an inexplicable warmth. He is a thief and a heartbreaker. It seems that my vision is not bad. Otsutsuki Yushui shook his head with a smile and said, "I am looking for him too, but he should not be in this world. There or it may have gone to the sky, or it may have crossed the dimension." Quote. However, I believe he will come back. He's gone. Uzumaki Kushina couldn't help but froze in place. Do not. It should be said, whether it is Uzumaki Kushina, Samui, even Nohara Rin, etc., as long as Chinyu has something to do with people, they are also lost. At this moment, there was only one feeling in their hearts, as Otsutsuki Yuyuki said. He is a heartless man. To be able to live up to the Tathagata and live up to the Emperor, one can only pass through the thousands of flowers, and the leaves do not touch the body. Feeling that the atmosphere in the field suddenly changed, the ninjas of various villages mixed in the crowd suddenly felt a crush on the era. No matter what kind of young talent you are from the 5 great ninja village, in front of Uchiha Chinyu, it is obvious that Yingwo and Hao are fighting for glory. Excuse me, what exactly is in this scroll? The 3rd generation Hokage took the scroll and was the first to break the silence in the field. I don't know either, Otsutsuki Yuyuki said indifferently. However, when he is not around, the earth will be guarded by me. No matter how many of you love him deeply, but his fiancé is only me. My name is Otsutsuki Yuyuki, the woman who inherits his will. If you have any objections, you can let it go. Chapter 445_Undocumented Criminals. Tick, tick. Inside the dark prison, there was an inexplicable biting cold wind. Even the iron Jinchuriki column on the outside was in the extreme cold and was hung upside down by the ice pick. A figure curled up in a corner, wearing a black and white striped prisoner suit, twitched slightly. Hey, what's the origin of this little devil on the opposite side? He was able to be detained in the 5th layer of the extreme cold hell. It can't be because the Navy is incompetent. There are more than 100 million little devils in the sea outside. Haha, I think, this small body, let alone fighting, even donating a backyard flower and tossing it with us alone can't do it. I'm afraid prisoners with special hobbies are blessed. The unbearable talk made the entire corridor boil. Suddenly, the color of 2 orangutans' yuhi suddenly lit up in the dark, like a bright light in the dark, and immediately attracted the attention of many people. The huge corridor fell into a dead silence all of a sudden. However, before they could react, the 9-tomo Sharingan suddenly turned, and the pitch-black flames surged like a frenzy on the rude prisoner. "It's on fire! It's on fire! My body is on fire!" a Murloc exclaimed first. However, in the face of this scene, many prisoners did not take it to heart at all, gave them a casual glance, and said disdainfully, "A fire, will it be? You have recently been on fire, and there is a fire in the backyard. There are so many ice and snow here, you can do whatever you want. Roll and go out, what a fuss." However, as soon as these words fell, the screams all around sounded one after another. "No, what kind of fire is this? Why can't it be put out? Don't come here, don't put the fire on us. Come on, come quickly, help, open the floodgates to save us." The shrill screams echoed in the huge corridor. The prisoner, who didn't care about Heian at all, suddenly became confused. At the same time, advanced to the monitoring room of the city. Countless surveillance phone bugs, the projected screen, instantly jumped to the 5th floor, inside the extremely cold hell. The scene of endless black flames scurrying around, and the prisoner's miserable cry for help, alarmed the entire monitoring room. "Hurry up and inform Prison Magellan. Those with the ability to fruit have escaped in the 5th floor of the extreme cold hell. Please go to support as soon as possible." One of the prison guards couldn't hold back. "Advance the city's underwater prison, which is divided into 6 floors in total. Being able to be imprisoned in the 5th layer of the extremely cold hell, at least there is a reward of over 100 million, and some of them are fruit capable." The black flames that spread throughout the entire video surveillance area clearly made the prison guards preconceived. Faced with this scene, Hannibal, who was hiding behind the gate, couldn't help but laugh mischievously. "It's a rare and lively event. As long as Magellan is a little dereliction of duty, the position of warden will belong to me." When these words fell, the jailers looked embarrassed and couldn't help saying, "Head wardens, you have revealed your ambitions again." Along with that, an urgent announcement was passed on. The door on the 5th floor was kicked open, and Magellan, who had a gloomy face, was shrugging his pants and walking slowly with a roll of tissues. In the crotch, the green venom that fell tick-tock directly corroded the floor into a big pit. Some prisoners who had not yet been affected by the black flames, watching this scene, immediately covered their mouths. They had already guessed that Magellan might have another stomach upset. And at the critical moment, it was obviously disrupted. "It's not good to say, and now I have pulled up a pair of pants. Warden Magellan, help." A prisoner smothered with black flames grabbed the iron guardrail and hurriedly asked for help. However, before the words were finished, Magellan's face was full of anger, and he reached out and grabbed his cheek directly. Endless venom, like a frenzy, rushed out of his body quickly. "Shut up." The simple 4 characters roared out, and the anger of being disturbed was clearly mixed with the words. However, in the next moment, Magellan's expression froze, and soon he saw the venom that gushed out, volatilized like water, and turned into steam. The black flame that was originally covered by venom surged up in an instant, and spread rapidly towards him. The violent scene caused Magellan's expression to change slightly, and the venom on his body flew and covered it up again. After trying 3 or 4 times, the black flame was finally annihilated. As for the prisoner covered in venom, it has already been corroded by the venom to the point where there are no bones left. Looking at this scene, Magellan's face was gloomy to ultimate, and he looked back at the prisons around him. Due to this delay, those prisoners covered in black flames had already turned to ashes. The remaining black flame, like a ghost, disappeared out of thin air. The strange scene made Magellan's face even gloomier. As the warden of this prison, he clearly remembers how many prisoners there are on each floor and what level of strength they possess. And what means of fighting. However, in the face of this sudden black flame, no one in the 5th floor has it. Could it be that someone has hidden the means? But this is not scientific. They are about to be thrown into the city, who would be foolish enough not to work hard and hide their tricks? Thinking of this, Magellan frowned even more, strode like a shooting star, and walked towards the end of the corridor on the 5th floor. He glanced at the prisoners along the way, recalling his name, abilities and deeds. Cell number 530, prisoner. Magellan suddenly stopped and looked at the thin body in the prison, and couldn't help but froze in place. In his memory, he could not find any information that matched the prisoner in front of him. After thinking about it, it seems that there is only one name that vaguely comes to mind. Uchiha Chin-yu. Magellan spoke suddenly. A pair of eyes, like torches, locked on the young man in front of him. The strength is unknown, the ability is unknown, the reward is unknown, and the deeds are unknown. All of this gave Magellan the feeling that it was like a prisoner who had erased all traces of his existence and left only his name, which was incomprehensible. However, facing this call, the thin figure curled up in the corner was as motionless as a dead person. If not, in observation Hoki's perception, it can be clearly perceived that the boy in front of him is still breathing. I'm afraid Magellan would suspect it was a corpse. Grumble, I'm Hannibal, the Great Warden. Magellan, please reply if you hear me. The voice of the phone bug rang suddenly. Facing Hannibal's undisguised ambition, Magellan obviously didn't take it to heart. He answered the phone and said, the black flame has disappeared, and the number of prisoners who died is unknown. You can ask someone to count them. I'm going to find one. Man, see if you can get something out of it to disappear. Chapter 446 Children make choices. The black flame has disappeared. How many people died? Magellan, this is your dereliction of duty. Hannibal was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in excitement. It felt as if he was getting closer and closer to the position of the warden. However, in the face of all this, Magellan didn't take it to heart. After glancing at the teenager in the prison, he quickly walked to the 6th floor. Compared with him, there is another person who is more familiar with this prison. Facing the prisoner whose everything seemed unknown, and the black flame that suddenly appeared, Magellan felt a little more uncomfortable in his heart. With Magellan's departure, Chin-yu, who was curled up in the corner, moved slightly, then sat up straight, looked at the figure who had disappeared into the end of the corridor, and breathed a sigh of relief. I finally left, but I didn't expect to come here after leaving the Hokage world. Was a hint of helplessness on Chin-yu's face. When he was in Hokage, it coincided with the Third Ninja World War. At that time, he was still a free body. It's all right now. As soon as he arrives in this world, he will be wearing a Yuhi white and blue prison uniform as standard, and he will be trapped in the world of One Piece, which will make people feel terrified and advance to the city big prison. This opening spree is too much of a joke. However, the first thing Chin-yu had to figure out was the situation of the system. Used Mangekyo Sharingan just now, why did it suddenly fire intermittently? Ding dong, welcome the host to enter the world template for the first time. Currently has a character template, Hokage World 6 Paths Mode, 1 template character. Template state, it doesn't fit the current world, you need to get world turmoil points, unlock restrictions. The current turbulence point is 3. A series of ethereal voices from the system echoed in the sea of consciousness, and Chin-yu was immediately stunned. Does this mean that the tuba is banned, and the trumpet needs to be practiced? Now that they are poor and white, let alone pushing the city to leave, I am afraid that it is a problem to survive. Thinking of those prisoners with special hobbies, this is a tight chrysanthemum, and I can't hold my breath. System, I don't play anymore, I want to go home. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for getting the dimensional template gift package. Open it immediately to get any dimensional template at random. The host can unlock the power of the ontology through the world's turbulent point. The sudden sentence makes people feel that the customer service has retained the old players of Krypton Gold. Before Chinyu could react, 3 cards with their backs facing each other appeared in the consciousness space. Host, please make a choice within 30 seconds, otherwise it will be permanently closed, and the host will also exit this dimensional world. The system's urging voice made Chinyu's brows twitch involuntarily. There are obviously 2 paths given by the system at the moment. Once you choose a new template, continue to practice the trumpet, and retrieve the password for the large size. 2. Take you home. Facing this simple and straightforward choice, Chinyu chose the first one after hesitating for a while. Now that everything is here, with the system, he doesn't believe that he will die. Moreover, in Chinyu's eyes, only children can choose as adults, of course, all of them. Show me 3 cards. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, get the character template Ain's Our Gong. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, get the artifact, you must hit the glasses. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the parasitic cloak of the demon world. The sound of the 3 system prompts made Chinyu stunned. I remember correctly, this Ain's Our Gong was the Bone King Bone Aoshin in Overlord. It is a full-level existence as soon as it comes out. The current character template fidelity is 0. The more familiar the host is, the stronger the unlocking power will be. When the host's fidelity reaches 80%, it will gain the full power of the character. When the fidelity exceeds 80%, the power gained will exceed the original character. Along with it, a series of system prompts came out. Chinyu looked at the 3 things floating in front of him, and couldn't help but smile. Krypton Gold player, Bone King plus body, Grandma, can finally escape from prison. At the same time, it is located in the Advancing City Grand Prison, the 6th floor of Infinite Hell. Can be detained here, without exception, not the famous pirates in the sea, political criminals, etc. Among them, either the death penalty or life imprisonment. Some 2 vicious prisoners have been deliberately erased from history by the Navy headquarters and even the world government. It can be said that the prisoners who can be detained here are almost legendary existences. Even the first one who escaped from the Jincheng Grand Prison, known as the Admiral of the Flying Pirates, the legendary Great Pirate Shiki, was also imprisoned here. Hee, Magellan, you are a rare visitor. Since you sent me here, this is the first time you have seen me. A playful voice came from the dimly lit prison. Compared with the connected prisons on the 5th floor, because the number of prisoners that can be detained on the 6th floor is relatively small, and due to the particularity of individuals, each prison will be far apart. And this time, the person Magellan was looking for was the one who was sent to the 6th floor by him not long ago, the former deputy warden of Shiryu the Rain. Shiryu, I'm not here to meet you this time. Magellan took out a cigar with his backhand and threw it directly into the prison. Shiryu raised his brows, but did not refuse. After he took it, his face became more solemn, and said, it seems that when you advance into the city, there will be something that even you can't control, otherwise you will not be so generous. On this long-lost cigar, say it. Seeing Shiryu lit the cigar at will, Magellan didn't have any kabuto circle either and said, back then, for your own selfish desires, you not only murdered the prisoners here, but also secretly caught a lot of people in, causing chaos in the Advanced City Prison. Quote. At the end, when I counted, there were 520 prisoners who disappeared without a reason, 390 people died, and 17 people were not recorded, but just now, there was a riot on the 5th floor, something strange. Black flames that could not be extinguished came out, and by the time I hurried there, many prisoners had died, and at the same time, there was an undocumented prisoner. Having said that, Magellan looked at Shiryu and said, I just remember that the man's name is Uchiha Chinyu. He gave me a very dangerous feeling. I want to know if you have anything to do with him. Uchiha Chinyu. Shiryu raised his brows, obviously trying to scour the memory in his mind, but after a brief pondering, he shook his head and said, "This name seems to be a bit of an impression, but I don't know where it came from. However, this name seems to have something to do with the country of Wano. To find out, there is another way to contact the Navy headquarters. Those who can be sent to the City University prison are all charged with crimes and rewarded. I think they are there. There will also be records. Quote. If possible, I would also like to see what this guy who makes you feel dangerous is like, or let me out and chop him off." Chapter 447 I am Ains Ergen. Navy Headquarters. Magellan raised his brows at the troubled old fellow mentally retarded. No. Sengoku of the Wisdom General Buddha, he still does not want to touch too much. After all, the old man is getting old, and it is really too long-winded. Uchiha Chinyu, who suddenly appeared, still made him uneasy. After hesitating for a moment, he still found the phone bug that specifically contacted the Navy. Shiryu, who witnessed this scene, also immediately became interested. In his eyes, he really hoped that there would be some trouble that Magellan could not solve, and at that time, he might have a chance to leave this ghost place. At the same time, it can also make the long-lost saber drink some fresh blood. This kind of feeling, but thinking about it makes Yuziliu excited. At the same time, in the 5th floor, the imprisoned Chinyu still maintained a posture of neither the enemy nor me, until he understood the principle of the system. After more than 10 minutes, Chinyu's closed eyes suddenly opened, and a trace of excitement flashed in the depths of his pupils. According to the interpretation of the system, he can now be divided into ontology, which belongs to the 6 paths template in Hokage that is limited by this world. Bone Ains Gong. This character template needs to be imitated to unlock the character strength. But Chinyu was pleasantly surprised that his body belonged to the power of the Hokage world, and conflict with this world was restricted. But the one key full-level system he owns is still preserved. Although there have been some changes, but starting with a dual system, it is like a novice village with dual artifacts, which is like a blast. In Chinyu's perception, the Bone King is indeed a full-level necromancer in the original book. Ordinary players only have 1300 magic power at full level, but the Bone King is as high as 1980, and the magic that can be used is as high as 718. It has a lot of super magic. However, once the magic power is exhausted, his agility, melee combat, defense, etc. are all at a medium level. If you can cooperate with the last button full-level system, you can use the power of this world on the Bone King. This may make up for this shortcoming. Thinking of this, Chinyu felt eager to try. After making up his mind, Chinyu patted the dust of Yuhi's white and blue prison clothes and looked at the surrounding prisons. If you say, in the world of One Piece, where is it suitable for stealing teachers? In addition to the Navy boot camp, this advancing city prison can definitely be called a place where talents are born in large numbers. With a reward of over 100 million, or even hundreds of millions, who has no tricks to stand by? What Chinyu has to do now is to gather everyone's strengths and raise the trumpet's rank. Haha, kid, you finally woke up. I'm worried about boredom, and the buddies here are too busy. I haven't seen you for a long time, the snow-white backyard flowers of a little brat like you. The words that came out suddenly attracted Chinyu's attention. Looking at the burly man in the prison opposite, who was taller than ordinary people, like an iron tower, Chinyu couldn't help but raise his brows. In his memory, Murlocs are good at karate and Murloc jujitsu. However, the fishman in front of him didn't seem to stand out at all, except for his ugliness. Boy, why don't you speak? Are you scared by the uncles? I advise you to hurry up and kill the uncles for a while, otherwise, when you get anxious, your ass will be spent, but you will be in danger. Heiu is right. None of us have any lives on our backs. If you are restless, we can kill you across the prison. Do you want to come and bet? I bet this kid. Within 3 minutes, he was so frightened that he fell on the ground, took off his pants and begged for mercy. 3 minutes. Are you looking at this kid's small body, or underestimating the black fish? I bet 2 minutes. I bet a minute. The chattering arguments made the corridor on the 5th floor suddenly become lively. Seeing this scene, Chin-Yu smiled playfully. He hadn't tried this feeling of being despised for a long time. However, this is also just right. To completely control the power of the Bone King, he still needs to act in a step-by-step manner. The moment Huo Ran raised his head, he said with a smile, "It seems that everyone here is so busy." The small voice swept the audience like a hurricane at this moment. The huge corridor fell into dead silence in an instant. The next moment, it turned into a roar of laughter. "Ha ha, is this kid crazy? Dare to drag in front of us? I will give him an enema with an iron Jinchuriki column with a thick arm in a while. Heyu, this kid seems to be mad at you, why don't you talk? Hurry up and fuck him." "Heyu, what are you looking at?" The cells in the corridor were opposite each other. Except for the cell where Heyu was, who could see Chin-Yu directly, the other cells were obviously not good. They joined in the fun, only to owe their mouths by seeing the black fish. "What's more, I don't know anything, and I'm making a mess here." Boom. A low sonic boom resounded suddenly. The black mist that was as pitch black as ink blew out without warning. Orangutan Yuhi lit up in the dimly lit cell, and his gaze, like a phosphorus fire, became more and more dazzling. The next moment, a bone-like hand suddenly grabbed the iron Jinchuriki column guardrail. The black mist that radiated out, after a stagnation appeared, seemed to be pulled and pulled by an invisible force. In an instant, it was swallowed up by the whale and swallowed into the huge skeleton. The eyes that were originally like phosphorus fires, at this moment, were like a dazzling lamp in the dark phantom. Also dyed the entire dim corridor the color of Yuhi the gorilla, and suddenly raised his head. There was a feeling of extreme excitement in the deep-set skull's eye sockets. Power. Chin-Yu looked at the big hand of his skeleton. Although the power that he had not seen for a long time was not as strong as before, for him now, it was like a straw caught in drowning. For him with dual systems, this power alone is enough to start. Skull. Skeleton. This kid has turned into a huge skeleton. You. Who are you? Heyu, who had not spoken for a while, was the first to exclaim. Under the pupil contraction, the eye sockets are about to split. Looking at the boy who suddenly changed from a thin body to a huge skeleton like an iron tower, which is nearly 2 meters tall. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would believe that this white ass suddenly had no meat? Who are you asking me? Chin-Yu's eyes narrowed suddenly, and Yuhi's eyes turned in vain, and the moment he locked on Heyu, he spoke sternly. I am Ains Ul-Gaon, the supreme unifier of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. Chapter 448 _ 718 Kinds of Magic. Ans Ergen. The awe-inspiring voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with a magical sound, echoing throughout the 5th floor, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. At this moment, it shocked everyone. After all, after entering the 5th floor, whether it is a pirate or a prisoner, it has already been worn away by time and boredom. Who has the confidence to speak such domineering words? However, before they could react, a shrill metallic twisting sound reverberated in the dead corridor. At the moment when everyone followed the sound, what they saw was 2 big white skeleton hands, which suddenly clenched the specially made iron Jinchuriki column. Looking at this pair of big white hands, although most of the people couldn't see Chin-Yu's current appearance clearly, but when they thought of Heiyu's lost voice and exclaimed just now, they clearly thought of it together. This is the devil fruit power. In the world of One Piece, all unexplained phenomena and problems can be related to devil fruit. In particular, Qin Yu is now transformed into a Bone King, in front of this terrifying physique. This is apparently the only explanation. No possibility. If it is a devil fruit person, he will not be imprisoned in an ordinary cell at all. The sharp-eyed prisoner exclaimed first. Furthermore, the devil fruit person must also wear the Sea Tower Stone, he can't use the devil fruit ability at all. As soon as these words fell, everyone's nerve strings were instantly tensed. As long as they could see the cell where Qin Yu was, everyone's eyes would be locked on the pair of big bones clasping the iron bars. However, after the sound of the metal pulling just now dissipated, the iron guardrail, which was originally slightly bent, became motionless, as if it was mute. This unpredictable sense of terrifying gap made many people's expressions stagnate. Is this bluff? Compared with the people outside, Qin Yu was also puzzled. Now his character template is switched, but the level of realism of the role is zero. The power that can be exerted, in addition to the appearance, can scare people. To mention bending the iron Jinchuriki column, I am afraid that any prisoner who comes here will be able to bend Qin Yu. Ding dong, the Bone King quotations have been successfully activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20% fidelity. Host, Uchiha Qin Yu. Own character template, Uchiha Qin Yu, 120%. The second person, Ains Ooal Gong, 20%. The current character template is Ains Gong, and the ability is being entered. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the characteristic talent and eliminating negative emotions. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the second level flight. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for getting the second level full attribute upgrade. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the second level dragon power. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the second level magic ensemble. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the second level rebirth of the dead. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for getting. A series of system-raising sounds resounded like a symphony in Qin Yu's mind. How about awakening 718 kinds of magic in an instant? The feeling is like, what kind of empowerment in Shenxia novels? If Qin Yu hadn't already been mentally prepared, I'm afraid he would have been dizzy by this sudden and huge information group. A little careless, I am afraid I really become an idiot. Feeling that only 20% of the magic power in his body was in its heyday, it was enough for Qin Yu now. Pretending to be halfway through, it was a thunderbolt from the sky, and 5 thunderbolts. Don't say that other people can't stand it, even Qin Yu himself is full of fire. Now just relying on a quote from the pretending king, it activates 20% of the fidelity. This allowed Qin Yu to see a broad avenue. Looking at Qin Yu, who was silent for a while, the prisoners present were stunned for a while, and then quickly recovered. Hey Yu, who had just lost his voice in exclamation, clearly felt that he had lost his face. Yuhi changed his expression, bit Kiba and shouted sharply, "You bastard, you can't even bend the iron Jinchuriki column, you are still pretending here, I wait. In a while, I'll definitely put this iron Jinchuriki column in it and give you an enema." The roar of gnashing Kiba's teeth echoed in the corridor. However, this time, without waiting for the other prisoners to speak, Qin Yu had already withdrawn from the space of consciousness, the moment he suddenly raised his head. In the deep-set eye sockets, the flickering phosphorus fire gave people a terrifying feeling, and the plain and tidal voice of words swept out the nerves of people again. "Oh, do you doubt the name of the great Ains Ooal Gong? Then let me see where your confidence comes from. Second level agility on. Secondary defense on. Secondary power on. Second level full attribute promotion is on. The power of the second level dragon is on. Ding ding ding." A series of roaring sounds rang out from Qin Yu's body, and all kinds of auxiliary magic lit up like a revolving lantern. One by one, the mysterious magic circles turned into protective rays of light and enveloped Chinyu at the moment. The next moment, the illusory dragon bloomed on the surface of the body. Roar. The sound of the dragon's roar was like a thunderous explosion. Under the huge dragon's wings and soaring, an endless aura of dragon power erupted, sweeping the entire 5th floor. Dragon power, but auxiliary magic, the top enchantment in power. The 2nd level dragon power means that Chinyu has the power of double dragons in both arms. When the magic mark was branded on his body, Chinyu held the big bones of the iron Jinchuriki column, and his 5 fingers suddenly clenched tightly. Click. Originally indestructible, the special iron Jinchuriki column that was as thick as an adult's arm, under Chinyu's hands, quickly bent like a piece of paper. When his hands slammed down, the entire gate of the prison was overturned, revealing an entrance and exit sufficient for Chinyu to walk out. Bang! Senran's skeleton was smashed out with big feet, and the huge pale body was in everyone's eyes at this moment. Those deep-set, phosphorus-like gorilla Yuhi pupils almost split their eye sockets at the moment when all the prisoners' pupils contracted. Facing the changes in everyone's expressions, Chinyu's heart flashed a trace of satisfaction. However, under the elimination of the negative emotions of the talent, it was directly annihilated in the heart. At the moment, he can maintain only a mind as high as ice. The fire-like gaze suddenly turned, locked on Heiyu's body, and spoke coldly. Didn't you just say, what would you use to give me an enema, why don't you do it now? You, don't come here, this is the advanced city prison. You are tearing up the cell without authorization, but you have committed a serious crime, and someone will come to clean you up soon. Heiyu panicked and threw an ice pick at Chinyu. Under the strength of the murlocs that are several times larger than ordinary people, the power that erupted from this sudden throw is also not small. Chapter 449 Please die. PFF'd. The ice pick that shot out in awe was instantly caught by Chinyu's probing hand. The big hands of the bones were suddenly clenched, and under the enchantment of various attributes, the power of the great wilderness erupted, which is also not to be underestimated. Bang! The ice pick shattered in response to the sound, turned into crystal debris, and scattered on the corridor. Seeing this scene, Heiyu's complexion suddenly changed. The skeleton in front of him exudes a gloomy aura, and his words and deeds are obviously not like a joke. 5th floor, what are you doing? Hurry up and be quiet, or don't blame us for running out of food. The phone bug's broadcast suddenly sounded, obviously startled by the noise. The phone bug hanging in the corner, when turning back to shoot, Chinyu suddenly raised his right hand and caught the phone bug in the air. 2nd class ghost train. Bang bang bang. One after another like light green ghost fires, like wheels, condensed out of thin air around Chinyu's body. The next moment, as if being pulled, he quickly blasted away the phone bugs around him. Since Chinyu decided to escape from the Advanced City University prison, the first thing he should do is to buy time to improve his strength. Looking at the scene where the phone bug was completely destroyed in an instant, the expression of the prisoner on the 5th floor suddenly changed drastically. Crazy. This skull is crazy. As the inmates in the Advanced City University prison, as long as they are not fools, they all know clearly that there are 2 people in this place who cannot offend the most. Besides Shiryu the sadistic Rain, there is also Magellan, the head of the toilet. The strength of the 2 may be inferior to Shiryu of the Rain, but Magellan is at the level of a proper general. With the strength of a general, let alone a prisoner on the 5th floor, even the existence of the 6th floor, which is almost legendary, is probably not an opponent. Especially in the face of Magellan's poisonous fruit ability, it was simply frightening. Murloc, why didn't you speak? Wasn't your mouth very hard just now? I'm standing here, you can attack, let me see what you are capable of. After destroying all the phone bugs, Chinyu spoke again coldly. Seeing this scene of Heiyu, his face suddenly turned pale. He never imagined that in this prison, it was rare to be able to kick the iron plate by pretending to be forceful with one mouth. Don't come here, you have destroyed the prison and the phone bug. Warden Magellan will be here soon. By then, you will be a dead end. Heiyu said hurriedly. Is this your confidence? Chinyuchi Yuhi's eyes flashed like firelight and said, or tell me what means you have, maybe if you tell me, I can spare your life. For example, Murloc Karate, or Murloc Jiu-Jitsu. No, I don't know these things, don't come here, or I will kill you. Heiyu hurriedly shook his head, and then in a corner, he took out a rudimentary tachi. This is a knife sharpened with iron jinchuiki column, which is very rare in this kind of prison. Nothing. Chinyu frowned and said in a deep voice, you're so disappointing to me, but there is one more thing you can help me with, and that is to ask you to die. Fell. Chinyu took one step forward, and the big hand of the bones went straight to Tai Jinchuriki column to catch it. Witnessing this scene, Heiyu's face suddenly turned pale, a ferocious flash flashed in the depths of his pupils, his hands suddenly clenched the crude sword, and stabbed towards Chinyu. You forced me to kill you. When the huge power is released, if it is changed to normal times, the power of the Murloc is several times, or even 10 times, that of ordinary humans. It's just that the quality of his physique has already dropped by more than half when he has been in the city university prison all the year round and cannot eat enough. This so-called stab didn't stand out at all, but it was easily caught by Chinyu with the help of the dragon's power. Is this your strength? It's really disappointing. I thought you knew Murloc Karate and Murloc Jiu-Jitsu. Chinyu looked at Heiyu coldly and said, if that's the only thing, then I'm really sorry. In my eyes, the strength and weakness are measured in meters, and the difference between 1 centimeter and 3 centimeters is beyond my understanding. So, please die. Second-class ghost train. Bang. The pale green flames rushed out from Chinyu's big white-boned hands, and devoured the black fish in a blink of an eye. After just 7 or 8 seconds, the screams gradually subsided. On the huge 5th floor, apart from the burnt smell that filled the air, there were only a group of pale-faced prisoners. They never imagined that since the legendary great pirate Golden Lion who was imprisoned in the 6th floor more than 10 years ago successfully escaped, there would be such a crazy thing in their lifetime, coming from the 5th floor. Thinking that even Heiyu was killed, and looking at Yuhi's phosphorescent eyes, many prisoners were like falling into an ice cellar. Okay, it's your turn to talk about what you are good at. If you are all mediocre, then please die. The awe-inspiring and icy voice pierced into the depths of one's soul like a frenzy. Faced with these crazy words, even the nerves almost broke. At the same time, at the moment the phone bug on the 5th floor was destroyed, the screen in the monitoring room suddenly went black. The sudden scene made the jailer's face change drastically. This kind of crazy thing has not happened in many years. Why is the screen black? Is there something big that has happened that prevented Magellan from being able to sit in the position of warden? Hannibal's voice came suddenly. At this moment, as if he had caught a life-saving straw, the jailer rushed to report, Deputy Warden, in the 5th floor of the extremely cold hell, there was a prisoner riot, and the last picture captured by the phone bug was a person with suspected devil fruit ability. The skeleton man escaped from the prison. Devil fruit ability. Skull. Hannibal's expression froze, and he hurriedly said, didn't that guy Magellan go to the 5th floor? How could such a thing still happen? Hannibal was desperate to kick Magellan out of the warden position and replace him himself. However, when it comes to strength, Hannibal's strength is only at the level of a major general. Between Magellan and Magellan, but very different. If even Magellan could not take down the prisoner who escaped from the prison, the person who escaped would probably have reached the golden lion-like existence of the past. Warden Magellan has left the 5th floor not long ago. According to the monitor of the phone bug, he went to the 6th floor, but we have tried to contact us just now, but it is a pity that Warden Magellan's phone bug is busy. The jailer replied in a hurry. He's not here. Hannibal was startled at first, then a flash of ecstasy flashed across his face. In advancing the city, the greater the crime, the lower the level of detention, and the harsher the punishment. It can be said that the prisoners in the 5th floor can maintain half the strength of the heyday. If Magellan is not defeated, it means that he, the deputy warden, still has a chance to make contributions. Thinking of this, Hannibal is eager to try it. Chapter 450 The dead are the most trustworthy. The huge 5th layer extremely cold hell suddenly became dead silent. Facing Heiyu's dying cries, this long silent cell became even more depressed. Hey, what are you trying to do? If you keep making trouble like this, Magellan is here, and you will surely die. A burly prisoner was the first to lose his temper. You don't want to implicate us. Yes, you want to escape, that's your business, we won't be involved. This is the advanced city. Do you think you are a golden lion? Don't be kidding me. This kind of thing, you alone, there is no way to do it. Facing the burly skeleton transformed by Chinyu, after the initial shock, he obviously mistook this change for the ability of the devil fruit. Sengoku, the wise admiral of the Navy headquarters, who owns the animal-type phantom beasts, and the Buddha's form of the human fruit. Moreover, after such a big thing happened here, the high-level people in the prison will know about it. Once Magellan came again, the skeleton demon in front of him would definitely be killed. In these two reasons, they are not worried. I am implicated. Chinyu looked around coldly and said, who said I would implicate you? Besides, I'm not alone, I just want to borrow something from you. Borrow things. As soon as these words fell, everyone's nerves were moved. They were detained on the 5th floor all the time, but they didn't move much between each other, and they were separated from each other by a cell, and there was no intersection. If you want to risk the consequences of offending Magellan and not being able to survive in the Advanced City University prison, I am afraid not many people will agree. Boy, we don't know each other at all, why should we lend you something? Do you really think that you are a golden lion, and we will borrow it if you say anything? That's your business, it has nothing to do with us, get out of here. The huge corridor was boiling again. However, Chinyu didn't take it to heart. He grabbed Heiyu's crude sword with his backhand. Yuhi's eyes radiated a fierce light, and his icy voice seemed very intimidating. Since you don't want to, then I can only take your life. Second level flying. Pong. Chinyu stepped on it with a big foot, and under the power of the dragon and the magic of flying, the whole person was as light as a ghost, and instantly appeared in the prison beside him. The big hand of the skeleton suddenly clenched it tightly, and the faint green ghost fire instantly burned on the sword. Second level fire attribute enchantment, the ghost fire is on. Along with the infiltrating green light, Chinyu clenched the crude sword in both hands, without any fancy, and slashed down towards the iron railing of the prison beside him. When the clanging sound of metal crashing echoed in the huge corridor. The sparks splashed like fireworks, and the thick iron Jinchuriki column was split in an instant, and the prisoner inside was also cut in half. Mukuro, the mutilated limb, flew over, hot blood splashed, and under the penetrating green light, the soles of his feet felt cold. The moment the corpse hit the ground, he suddenly turned around, and Yuhi, the gorilla glistening with blood in the deep-set skeleton's eyes, looked around in the field. The infiltrating voice came out, shaking the nerves again. Whoever obeys will live, and whoever disobeys will die. Are you ready? The words of the rhetorical question made the original extreme cold hell even more chilling. In an instant, Chinyu rushed out like a cheetah. No, don't kill me. You can't escape even if you kill us. I know how to shave the Navy 6. I am willing to follow your escape, don't kill me. The penetrating green, the eyes of the orangutan Yuhi, the blade of the ghostly fire, like a long rainbow piercing the night. Many prisons were directly smashed by Chin-yu, and at the moment when his hand raised the knife and fell, the starving, cold and exhausted prisoners were directly headed to different places. Some pirates who surrendered in the middle were directly unlocked by Chin-yu's second-level unlocking magic. However, with the liberation of people, gradually increased. The prisoner who had been saying that he wanted to help Chin-yu gradually revealed his original purpose. Picking up the scattered iron Jinchuriki column, with a grim face, it rushed towards him. For a time, dozens of people started to move in unison, and the huge momentum actually overwhelmed Chin-yu in terms of momentum. It touched the hearts of many prisoners present, and their eyes were locked on Chin-yu. In their eyes, no matter how powerful Uchiha and Chin-yu are, there will be panic in the face of so many people joining forces. However, this idea just came into being, and the scene of being the first to enter the scene shook everyone's nerves. Sure enough, the most trustworthy people in this world are dead people. The deep and cold voice came out of Chin-yu's mouth. Of the incarnated Ain's Ul Gown, Yuhi the gorilla, at the moment when the rays of light soared, the violent magic power was vented and detonated like a frenzy. It turned into a hurricane, reversing the entire messy ruin moment. When the attacking prisoners were forced to retreat, the magic circles of Yuhi, the gorilla, bloomed under the broken corpses. Dozens, hundreds, even some corpses that were killed or starved to death in the past, covered by ice and snow, were also pulled by magic at this moment, blooming the magic circle of Yuhi the gorilla. For a time, every corner of the entire fifth floor seemed to be enveloped by the blood-colored light of Yuhi the gorilla. The sound of reciting the incantation from Chin-yu's mouth became more and more urgent. The next moment, before everyone could react, the huge black magic circle suddenly opened under Chin-yu's feet, and the tyrannical magic power swept the audience in a hurricane-like posture. Undead Magic Cemetery of the Dead. Roar. One after another hoarse roar, like the awakening of the dead. Crippled Mukuro covered in ice and snow, instantly protruded from the magic circle, and the big hand of the skeleton poked out. Under the horrified eyes of everyone, he struggled to climb out. Hundreds, thousands, or even thousands of white-boned skeletons holding rusted Madara blades appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The number is so large that it looks like a piece of blackness, and there is no end in sight. Chin-yu, who witnessed this scene, flashed a hint of satisfaction on his face, and said, "It seems that the dead are the most trustworthy, although they are only the lowest skeleton soldiers, but as long as my thoughts move, they will not have the slightest objection, unless I run out of mana or they won't back down." The awe-inspiring voice was spit out in Chin-yu's mouth, and the icy taste hit the depths of one's soul. When his eyes turned abruptly, his hands moved up and down slightly, and the cold voice resounded again. "My servant, fight for freedom. If there are any rebels, kill them all." Chapter 451 called the God of Death. Roar. Thousands of skeleton soldiers made the most primitive roar, full of wild taste. Like a torrent of steel, it rushed towards the surrounding cells quickly. Unlocked with the help of Chin-yu's magic, as soon as the prison door opened, endless skeletons rushed into the prison like one after another. Perhaps the combat power of these skeletons is just a little stronger than ordinary people. However, every one of the prisoners who were sent to Push City University Prison had already been tortured, which was far from their peak. Not only can they have a full meal for 2 or 3 days, but they must also endure this harsh cold all the time. There are very few people who can really exert their combat power. Most importantly, these skeletons had no concept of life and death, only Chin-yu's order to kill was in their minds. Moreover, the physique of the skeleton has the property of immortality. Once it is broken, it will quickly regroup, like locusts, endlessly. For a while, after struggling to resist and seeing the fighting style of the skeleton army, the screams echoed one after another in the 5th floor. They never thought that Chin-yu had been talking about it from the beginning, saying that he would use their lives to escape from prison, and it turned out to be true. So many strange skeletons can be summoned in an instant. This method is beyond their knowledge of devil fruits. The one-sided killing game made the snow and ice ground dyed with Yuhi. The fallen skeleton quickly recovered after consuming Qinyu's magic power. With 1790 magic power, Qinyu now has a total magic power of 30,000. There are currently 2,500 skeleton soldiers, and with Qinyu's current magic power alone, they can be reborn dozens of times. Moreover, the prisoners who were killed were instantly transformed into skeleton soldiers by Qinyu when they fell to the ground. With the increasing number of the dead, the prisoners in the 5th floor, after seeing Qinyu's strength with their own eyes, there were many defectors. In just 4 or 5 minutes, the huge army of the dead occupied the entire prison corridor, except for the extremely cold forest outside. It can be said that this 5th floor has fallen directly. Are you sure you want to return? Qinyu's eyes rolled in vain and landed on the 50 or 60 prisoners behind him. These prisoners who were able to save their lives, buy time to surrender, and even initiate resistance to Qinyu's approach under the impact of the army of skeletons were all outstanding in the 5th floor. It can be said that in its heyday, the bounty it has can definitely reach over 100 million. We are willing to surrender. I know the iron nugget in the 6th form of the Navy. I know Murloc Jiu-Jitsu. A series of answers came out, echoing in the corridor for a long time, and there was no way to disperse. However, there are still many prisoners who are hesitant. After all, they are all heroes on the sea, and it still takes a lot of determination to let them surrender as captains. Qinyu, who witnessed this scene, did not make another move. He now has the means of the Bone King. But it's only 20% of the heyday. To really escape from this place, it still needs the help of these prisoners. In addition to most of the mediocre people, the current screen is killing chickens and making an example, which makes many people feel in awe. The next thing he has to do is to let this group of rebellious guys follow the order and break through the advanced city prison together. Thinking of this, Qinyu turned his eyes in vain, and said coldly, "Don't worry, the so-called surrender is just before leaving the advanced city prison. Once the escape is successful, the road is up to the sky, we all owe each other, and now Magellan is going. On the 6th floor, I sent an army of skeletons to suppress the only gate, blocking his steps. Next, we need to get out of the city big prison in one go." The icy and piercing voice, as if infused with a magic sound, shook everyone's nerves. A moment ago, the prisoners who were worried that they would become slaves and horses under Qinyu's command suddenly lit up, and they all shouted in unison. There are many of them, but they saw Magellan enter the 6th floor with their own eyes. And in the big prison of the advanced city, in order to prevent mistakes, there is only one entrance and exit connecting each floor. If Qinyu is really willing to send a large army of skeletons out to stop Magellan, the upward impact may not be difficult. For a time, the faces of the prisoners were filled with fighting intent. Catching the changes in everyone's expressions, Qinyu did not hesitate. He is very clear about the truth of lateness and change. What's more, with his current strength, he is simply not enough to fight against Magellan. Once he found out, there was a riot on the 5th floor, and the army of thousands of skeletons could not stop killing for a long time. Therefore, after Qinyu inherited the template of the conspirator, the Bone King, he also inherited the black belly and conspiracy theories. When the simple sword in his hand was directly inserted into the ice-covered ground, attracting the remaining prisoners in an instant. Qinyu's flaming eyes flashed and jumped, and he said coldly, "You are imprisoned in the 5th floor, and your strength is not as good as before. It can be said that it is just a piece of garbage now. In my eyes, rubbish has no survival value at all, and it has no use in the world. It can be said that I want to kill you now, easily." The inexplicable awe-inspiring words made the faces of the prisoners in the field change dramatically. In their eyes, they had just surrendered happily, but why did they suddenly turn around again? Is that because of rubbish? It's just that this idea just sprouted in their minds, and before they could speak the next moment, the ice-cold words shook their nerves again. However, don't worry, in the next 10 minutes, I will be able to restore you to your heyday, and I hope you can leave the advanced city prison alive. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed and he growled sternly. The fighter will win, and the retreat will kill. Secondary auxiliary magic, Orc's madness. When orangutan Yuhi magic circle with a diameter of several hundred meters bloomed under Qin Yu's feet. The nearly 100 prisoners were stunned at first, and the next moment they felt the blood of these gorillas Yuhi, like poisonous insects, burrowed into their bodies. The next moment, the veins quickly appeared on the surface of the body, and under the hideous prominence, they squirmed like a centipede. Before everyone could react, a huge force felt like a torrent going straight to the limbs. The muscles of the whole body are even more inflated, and they bulge quickly, giving people a feeling of explosive rock. Some prisoners who were both physically trained were originally tower-like, with a height of almost 2.45 meters. Especially the two fish giants, directly reaching a height of 8 or 9 meters. The exposed skin has completely turned into a bloody Yuhi, and even the eyeballs can pass through Yuhi. In the face of this sudden physical change, the power beyond its heyday, such a miraculous means. For them, it is like a god. No. In their eyes, if the skeleton demon in front of them is to be called a god, it is absolutely qualified to be called the god of death. Chapter 452 Conquering the fifth layer of extreme cold hell. The awe-inspiring fighting intent, under the enchanted attribute of the berserk orcs, was immediately pushed to the ultimate. Seeing these prisoners who suddenly became capable of fighting 10 against one another, Qin Yu did not stop for a moment. His huge white-boned hand suddenly clenched the crude sword, and his icy voice reverberated again. Let's go and advance the city. Kill. With a chorus of shouts, dozens of prisoners who were caught in the fury of the orcs rushed towards the entrance to the fourth floor. Looking at this scene, Qin Yu used Feixiang to keep up, and grabbed the fat man beside him. Sir, what's the matter? The fat man, full of rage on his forehead, was caught by the infiltrating skeleton demon in front of him. You said just now that you know the 6th-style iron block, I want you to show it. Qin Yu said directly. Now he is dealing with ordinary people, with this pair of bones, maybe he is more than excellent. However, once encountering a real powerhouse, the Bone King's defensive power is simply not enough to protect himself. I don't know armament hockey right now, so I can only retreat and get the iron first. Iron nugget. The big man was stunned for a moment, then secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Sir, you don't know something, this iron nugget was learned when I was in the Navy headquarters. It's just that my talent is limited. After 10 years in the Navy, I just learned an iron nugget. It's just that in the Navy headquarters, I am also a leader. It took me 4 years to learn the iron nugget. At this time, my lord, I am afraid it is a little bit to learn the iron nugget. Having said that, Dayan did not continue to speak. In his eyes, even if the talent is the strongest, I am afraid that he will not be able to learn the iron block just by looking at it once. Now it's just a waste of time. Seeing the change in the big man's expression, Qin Yu certainly knew what he was thinking, but he didn't take it to heart and said, Don't worry, it won't take much time, you show it once is enough. Once. Hearing this unquestionable tone, he felt a little unhappy in his heart, but the situation was strong, and he couldn't tolerate him to say more. 6 types iron nuggets. Hum. The sound of the air vibrating suddenly came out, accompanied by the muscles of the big man tightening like a rock, and the whole person was still in place like a heavy iron block. From Qin Yu's deep-set skeleton eye sockets, Yuhi the gorilla jumped under the firelight, holding the crude sword, and slashed straight at the big man. The violent scene made the big man's face change slightly. However, if you cast iron blocks, if you don't have extraordinary skills, you can't move at all for a moment and the only thing you can do is to watch the attack fall on your body. When the crisp metal collision sound resounded suddenly. Seeing that the sword was bounced away, Chinyu showed a trace of satisfaction. On the next road, I kept asking some questions about the way the iron blocks were cast, and I also had a general idea in my heart. However, this is just the beginning. Chinyu is now trying to use the one-key full-level system. In this case, can he successfully use it? Thinking of this, Chinyu's thoughts turned, and the ethereal voice of the system suddenly sounded. Ding dong, the host is detected. Try to connect to the one-key full-level system of the main body, and hereby explain that it will not be activated under the maintenance character template. However, given that the host is using it for the first time, an exception is currently allowed to activate, whether to immediately perform a one-click full level on the iron block of the 6th type of the Navy. Exception. Chinyu couldn't help but rolled his eyes when he heard the words. If he can make an exception once, then he can make an exception for the second and third time. Just like a man's speech, we just sleep and don't do anything else. I just can't get in. At the last minute, exceptions were not allowed. However, there is an exception now, which saves Uchiha and Chinyu's words. He didn't think much, and gave the order directly. Immediately one-click full level. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, one of the 6 types of Navy iron block, one-click success. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you have acquired the Naval Iron Block Extension skill Empty Wood, and you have successfully reached the full level with one key. The series of system prompts made the soul flame in Chinyu's deep-set skeleton eyes jump. Unexpectedly, the iron block can also activate the empty wood when it is fully leveled with one button. If he remembers correctly, this is the strongest in CP9, the 6th style extension skill possessed by Rob Lucci. The effect is like anti-armor, which can reflect the enemy's attack back. However, this trick still has limitations. If the attack power of the opponent's display far exceeds his own defense power, the damage that the empty wood can bounce back will be invalid. It's just that, if you deal with ordinary people, coupled with the unique magic attribute of the Death Archmage, it can reflect the negative contact of splash damage, and it can have an outstanding effect. We're here. The low voice sounded instantly. The 2 fish giants rushing in front were the first to speak. Now, 2 minutes have passed since the riot. Facing the unknown situation of Magellan, there can be no delay at the moment. Break straight through. Chinyu regained his senses when his deep voice sounded. Jinchuriki column they had captured along the way with both hands, and the moment their arm muscles twitched, they slammed down towards the huge steel gate. At the same time, on the other side of the gate, when he learned that Magellan went to the 6th floor and could not be contacted, Hannibal's ambitions obviously skyrocketed infinitely. After the orders were dispatched in his hands, they immediately rushed to the entrance of the 4th floor, leading the 4 major prison beasts, and the chief of the prison, Sati, to the entrance. Deputy Warden Hannibal, can you really be alone? Sati said suddenly. She is 1.7 meters tall, with blonde hair like a lion, with devilish yuhi-colored horns, a fur coat of orangutan yuhi, a white cloak, and a fork in her hand. Gives a feeling like a big beauty yaksha. HMPH, as my subordinate, Sati is questioning my eligibility to inherit the warden, a mere rioter. Can he escape from Magellan's hands, but can he escape the blood sucking in my hands? He rolled his eyes in disdain. You must know, my goal is not the position of the warden, it is just to maintain the fierce reputation of our promotion of Chinda prison. I think that when I faced the Golden Lion, I also fought with an invincible attitude. If it wasn't for diarrhea at the last moment, he will never escape from the advanced city. Seeing Hannibal, who revealed his ambitions and boasted that he didn't write drafts at all. Sati was already used to it, and after a trace of abuse flashed on his face, he said, "Since the deputy warden, you have the confidence to suppress it, then we will stay here. Watch here. However, if possible, for the next interrogation, I hope that Deputy Warden Hannibal can hand him over to me. I haven't heard a moving cry for a long time." To the Deputy Warden, "Open the door." Chapter 453 Killed while standing. Open the door. A flash of excitement flashed on Hannibal's face, and he held up the blood-sucking in his hand, as if he had seen that as soon as the door in front of him opened, there would be a lot of light under his feet. Boom. A dull crashing sound like thunder resounded. The huge impact was released like a frenzy. The thick steel and iron doors dented in an instant, and before everyone could react in the next moment, the two heavy doors were slammed into the air. The dark crowd was the first to catch Hannibal's eyes. Looking at this lineup, when his pupils contracted suddenly, his eye sockets almost split. Now he almost wanted to greet the whole family of the jailers in the monitoring room. Moreover, he couldn't believe the most, why the prisoner, who should have been starved to the point where his face was yellow and skinny, was so excited as if he had been beaten with blood. If you don't see it in front of your eyes, no one wants to believe it. Hurry up, free the prisoners on the 4th floor, and continue to rush up. The awe-inspiring roar spread through the crowd, and they didn't pay much attention to Hannibal, the deputy warden. Chinyu's eyes turned abruptly, and he also met his eyes. "You bastard, are you the one who released the prisoners? If you let Magellan know that Lao Su is also suffering, the 4 prison guard beasts, stop them for me, and I will see, what ability do you have?" Hannibal returning to God, he roared in anger. At the same time, his body flickered and he appeared in front of Chinyu one step ahead. The blood sucking in his hands suddenly clenched tightly, straightened up and stabbed towards Chinyu. The violent scene changed the expression of the prisoner who escaped from the prison. Facing Hannibal's attack, Chinyu seemed to be completely ignorant, staring straight at him with fire-like eyes, without even the slightest dodging. The current prison escape was led by Chinyu, and most importantly, he had seen Chinyu's means and strength with his own eyes. If something happened to him at this time, it would be a death nightmare for them. However, just as this idea sprouted in their minds, Hannibal's face was filled with a hint of ecstasy, and the words that floated in their ears shook their nerves. "It's just right, I also want to try. Can this old bone be able to perform the 6 naval styles?" The flames in Chinyu's eyes suddenly soared, and the bones and joints of both hands creaked, and his fingers suddenly clenched. "Empty wood negative contact." The inexplicable voice came out, which made Hannibal startled at first. The next moment, before they could react, the blood sucking in Hannibal's hand had already stabbed at the bone in Chinyu's chest. When the dull sound of metal collision suddenly reverberated, and at the moment when Mars tensed, Chinyu's body did not move at all. When the huge impact force was vented, the next moment, like a frenzy, it recoiled towards Hannibal. At the same time, the negative contact with the innate attribute skills possessed by the Archmage of the Dead turned into wisps of black thunder that spread towards Hannibal. "What?" The awe-inspiring scream suddenly resounded through the corridor. Hannibal's muscles froze, and he fell to the ground with blue smoke. The blood sucking in his hand even squeaked, and it flew off and fell. Looking at this sudden scene, let alone Sati, the warden of the big prison, even those prisoners had chills in their spines. This horse is to stand up to kill. However, the most difficult and unbelievable person was the big man who had just talked to Chinyu and instructed the iron block once. It is rare for a skeleton to cast iron blocks, but if Chinyu hadn't lied, it would be the first time to learn the 6 naval styles. Then this is a monster. At the same time, the 5th floor of the extremely cold hell was broken, perhaps because the phone bug was destroyed, and the monitoring room was not alerted. However, Now that the entrance and exit gates of the 4th and 5th floors have been breached, how could they not know? In an instant, the monitoring room became a mess. Only Magellan, who was in the 6th layer of infinite hell, was still in the dark. Magellan, you are a rare visitor. How can you have time to call me, this old guy? Sengoku's voice came from the phone bug. Last time, when you looked for me, it was when Shiryu was messing around. This time, it won't be any trouble again. The slightly chattering words caused Magellan's brows to wrinkle. The Navy headquarters, Judicial Island, and Advanced City University Prison are separate and independent government agencies. However, in terms of individual strength, a Navy headquarters can overwhelm Chinda Prison and Judicial Island. Moreover, most of the garrison troops of the two came from the naval headquarters. Pushing forward to the sea outside the City University Prison, there are more battleships stationed than demons slaughtering orders. The purpose is to avoid, once again, something similar to the escape of the Golden Lion. However, although Magellan didn't want to have too much contact with Sengoku, he still couldn't put his mind at rest in the face of the young man who seemed to have suddenly entered his mind without the slightest memory or origin, and said, Marshal Sengoku, this time I'm here to find you. Because you want to know the origin of a prisoner named Uchiha Chinyu who was detained on the 5th floor. There is no record of this guy in my file. Uchiha Chinyu. Sengoku's brows could not help frowning, as if searching for the memory in his mind, and after a while, he said, this name seems to be the first time I've heard it. Wait a while, I'll have someone check it out, but if we can't even remember the prisoner, his ability won't be strong, so you don't have to worry. As soon as these words came out, Shiryu nodded and said with a big laugh, Sengoku, you old guy, it makes sense, there is no prestige in the strong, if we can't remember it, I'm afraid it will be lonely. The people who heard it. This time, I'm afraid Magellan is making a fuss. Make a fuss. Magellan's brows furrowed even tighter. However, this time, before he could speak, a rush of broadcast sound resounded throughout the entire 6th floor. Lord Prisoner, the big thing is bad. The 5th floor that appeared strange just now was breached by a big skeleton demon. The prisoners rioted and broke through the steel gate on the 4th floor, and are now rushing to the 3rd floor. What? Magellan's face changed drastically, and he said, why didn't you inform me earlier? And Hannibal, where did he go? In Magellan's eyes, the riot on the 5th floor should have been discovered early and told him to deal with it. Now that even the 4th floor has been breached, I was told that this delayed the military situation. Warden, your phone worm is busy, and all the phone worms on the 5th floor have been destroyed. This is the only way we can inform you. There was a rapid explanation voice in the broadcast. After a pause, he hesitated to speak again. As for Deputy Warden Hannibal, he was killed by the other side standing up. Chapter 454 Magellan's decision. I was killed while standing up. The expressions of Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain suddenly changed. For Hannibal, the careerist, they did not take it seriously. However, it is also clear that he has the strength of a major general, or even an ordinary lieutenant general, and he was actually killed while standing. This is too shocking. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, they wouldn't want to believe that it was all true. Sengoku, who boasted to Heiko a moment ago that he couldn't remember the prisoners on the phone, were all unknown people, and he felt his old face was hot. A moment ago, he talked about insignificance, but now he has broken through the 5th layer of infinite hell and rushed to the 4th layer. How can an existence with such means be unknown? Marshal Sengoku, I don't have time to chat with you now. Magellan's face was gloomy, and the phone bug in his hand urged him not to strangle him. He had absolutely no idea that since the Golden Lion escaped from prison 15 years ago, there would be such a violent escape in the advancing city he governed. And, it happened just as he was on the phone with Sengoku. This means that even if he suppresses the riot in the prison afterwards, he will not be able to wrap the fire in the paper, and he will be thrown outside in disgrace. However, what surprised him most was that the other party didn't want to hit the 6th floor. Although the prisoners on the 6th floor have been imprisoned for so many years, their strength and state are not as good as before. However, once it was liberated, it was also a headache for Magellan. This is still the premise that he has the poisonous fruit, and he can suppress them only by taking advantage of the poisonous advantage. Otherwise, it would be impossible to replace Shiryu of Rain. Of course, in order to avoid it, this is a trick to turn the tiger away from the mountain. Before figuring out the origin and strength of the opponent, Magellan still has to make a two-handed preparation. Shiryu, you have also been imprisoned for a long time. The situation of advancing into the city is unknown at the moment. I need your help. Afterwards, I will inform the world government and ask them to consider restoring you to your original position. Magellan looked back into the cell. Shiryu's expression froze. He didn't expect that happiness would come so suddenly, and the moment he showed a playful smile, he said, "Hee, Magellan, it seems that you really value that guy. However, don't worry, for my freedom, of course, I will help you suppress it." Facing Shiryu, who was eager to try, Magellan raised his brows, but did not hesitate. Now that the arrow is on the string, he has to send it. If things can't be calmed down as soon as possible, once the riots spread to the rest of the floors, this is not what he wants to see. Thinking of this, Magellan took out the key and opened the door of the cell directly. At the same time, there are the heavy handcuffs on Shiryu the Rain. Feeling the long-lost freedom, Shiryu of Rain's face became even more playful. After moving his joints, he said with a smile, "My thunderstorm should be in your office at the junction of the 5th floor. I hope you have a good time. Keep it up. HMPH, you just need to suppress the 6th floor for me, and leave those nights to me." Magellan didn't take the talk, snorted coldly, and walked to the entrance on the left. Due to the special status of Shiryu of the Rain, his prison was set up by relying on the entrance, which was also convenient for Magellan's backhand monitoring and defense. In the face of Magellan's answer, Shiryu of the Rain narrowed his eyes slightly, spit out a cigarette, and turned his eyes abruptly, landing on the slowly opening entrance. However, the scene that entered the target was a torrent of black skeletons. Whoosh whoosh. The awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang through the sky in all directions. The order Chinyu gave these low-level skeletons was to do everything possible to block those who returned to the 5th floor. As soon as the door is opened, the skeleton archers who have already squatted here are pulling their bows and shooting arrows. Hundreds of skeletons volleyed. Perhaps the power was not in the eyes of Magellan. But in the face of this sudden scene, there was obviously a hint of hesitation. At least, in his eyes, he did not expect that the 5th floor of the extremely cold hell was actually occupied by a large group of skeleton creatures. Shave. A sound of breaking air suddenly sounded behind Magellan, and the moment he tensed his nerves, Shiryu of the Rain, who was standing behind him, had disappeared in place like a ghost. When it reappeared, it had already crossed the sky of arrow feathers and came to the gate surrounded by skeletons. No knife flow, dark horse training. Shiryu of Rain was holding a cigarette, and Armament Hockey, who was as black as ink, quickly covered his hands. The next moment, like a tiger, he plunged into the army of skeletons. "Shiryu, stop for me and don't forget your mission." Magellan's complexion changed drastically, and he cried out in a hurry. Looking at Shiryu of the Rain, who rushed out of sight in an instant, he couldn't hold back his breath. The 5 fingers of both hands were suddenly clenched, and the endless venom circulated in the hands like a frenzy, and the next moment, it suddenly shot out from the air. Poison Dragon. Roar. The sound of the dragon's roar was a masterpiece. 3 poisonous dragons with a body length of 100 meters were condensed out of thin air. Boom. The poisonous dragon swooped down, and the huge impact force splashed a large amount of venom, engulfing all the skeletons that blocked the way. Violent poison, high corrosiveness, etc. With a little touch, the skeleton was corroded in a blink of an eye. Moreover, the poison dragon was even more powerful, rushing straight to the surrounding passages. However, by the time Magellan rushed out of the gate, Shiryu of the Rain had long since disappeared. 4th floor, burning hell. With the appearance of numerous skeleton armies and prisoners on the 5th floor, the riot spread like a wave. Some people are even more responsible for opening the gates of the prisoners on the 4th floor, making the original prison escape even more unprecedented. The 4 major jailer beasts have the ability to awaken the animal-type fruit. However, in the face of the 5th-level prisoner who has obtained the 2nd-level Orc Berserk enchantment attribute, it is obviously a little powerless. Boss, with our arrogance, we should be able to rush to the 3rd floor. The big man who instructed Chinyu Tizu couldn't help but said excitedly. As a betrayal of the Navy, once sent to the Pushing City Grand Prison, it represents an endless imprisonment and torture. It is obviously a great thing to see the opportunity to escape right now. No, now is not the time to be happy. Unlike them, Chinyu clearly knew the danger of advancing the city. Not yet. The big man was stunned at first, and the next moment, a stern sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded from behind without warning, tensing everyone's nerves. Chinyu's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly looked behind him. At the same time, he raised his index fingers with both hands, and the skeletons behind him suddenly folded into a human wall. Boom! As soon as the skeleton wall was formed, it was blown up in an instant, and the fierce air splashed, and it quickly shredded the surrounding skeletons. Chapter 455 Your calmness is broken by me. Boom! The large piece of skeleton was blown away in an instant, and the trend of the sword chi did not diminish, and it was even chasing after Chinyu. Wherever they passed along the way, those low-level skeletons were torn to shreds in an instant like paper paste. The violent scene suddenly changed the expressions of the prisoners on the 5th floor. The first figure that flashed in their minds was Shiryu of the Rain, who was nicknamed the Executioner of the Advancing City. Get out of the way! Chinyu's eyes sank, and he kicked the big man behind him. The next moment, the 6-type iron block was pushed to the ultimate, without any fancy, and suddenly caught the incoming knife gang. In the face of this guy who claims to be the second force in the advanced city, Chinyu is eager to verify how big the gap between the two sides is. The violent scene changed everyone's faces slightly. It's a pity that before they could react, Chinyu's big white-boned hand was suddenly clenched. Boom! The sharp knife gang exploded with a bang, and the hurricane set off. After overturning many people, it rolled up a large piece of sand and dust. Faced with this violent scene, everyone eagerly looked at Chinyu. The scene they were most worried about after being chased away from the ducks and escaped from prison, although it was not Magellan. But if they had to choose between Magellan and Shiryu the Rain. If the person who came is Magellan, there may be a trace of vitality. However, if you meet this pervert executioner, you will surely die. Take it with your bare hands. I don't know who exclaimed, and suddenly the faces of the prisoners present showed ecstasy. If Shiryu of the Rain can't stop him, then let's not talk about escaping from prison. I'm afraid it's still a one-sided killing. Seeing that he had only stepped back 7 or 8 steps, there was a shallow slash mark on his big bony hand, and even the expression of Yuziliu, who came with a cigarette and a thunderstorm in his hand, couldn't help but sank. The hardness of this bone, after using an iron block, is enough to beat an ordinary slash. Chinyu weighed the scene of the collision just now, and said to himself, according to the calculation, this body alone will fight in close quarters. I should be able to go head-to-head with the Brigadier General. Quote. However, the person in front of me is not simple. It seems that those two things need to be used. System, equip me with the must-win glasses and the Demon World boarding cloak. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the equipment must hit the glasses and the Demon World boarding cloak successfully. The ethereal voice of the system resounded in his mind. Soon, a huge cloak as black as ink appeared behind Chinyu. As for the glasses, they belonged to invisible equipment, but the flames of the burning soul suddenly soared in Chinyu's deep skeleton eye sockets. Scores or even more frightening. The breath that was originally exuded, like a frenzy, skyrocketed again. Ding dong, congratulations, the host's current fidelity has increased to 30%, and the current total magic power has reached 50,000. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 3rd level Undead Magic Undead Bomb. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 3rd level Undead Summoning Magic, Undead Knight. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining Superposition Magic, the Sky Falls. The ethereal prompting sounds of the 3 systems made Chinyu sink into his eyes, and the beating soul flame also stagnated. Let's not talk about the Undead Bomb, or the Undead Knight. If he had known in the morning that he would be able to obtain superposition magic by wearing an artifact, he would not have to work so hard to plan so many prison escapes. This is a 5-kilometer wide forbidden magic that can be covered with one blow. In the original work, even the Bone King in his heyday could only use his methods 3 times a day. Right now, with Chinyu's 30% fidelity, although he can only perform it once, this is enough. Boss, what are we going to do next? The big man who was kicked by Chinyu first couldn't hold his breath and asked. In the face of Shiryu of the Rain, they all went together. Let's not say what the odds are. Once the time is delayed and Magellan is chasing after them, I am afraid that waiting for them will be a dead end. I'll stop him. You guys go to break through the gate on the 3rd floor, I'll fight for 2 minutes. Chinyu looked at Shiryu of the Rain coldly. Leave alone. The prisoners present couldn't help but stunned for a moment, in their calculations. Many people had come to their senses and stayed behind to fight Shiryu of the Rain. They never thought that Chinyu would make such a decision. Haha, I didn't expect that you still have this kind of courage, but staying alone would be a bit underestimating me. Shiryu of the Rain, holding a cigar, took out a handkerchief and wiped the thunderstorm. This is a long-lost battle, I hope you don't let me down. Disappointed, Chinyu sneered, the soul flame in his eyes became more and more bright, and said coldly, don't worry, your calmness will be broken by me. You guys hurry up and get in the way, I will kill them together. The awe-inspiring voice fell, and everyone's nerves were suddenly tense. Dang! Yuhi's magic circle bloomed under Chinyu's feet, the shattered skeletons quickly reshaped and returned, and dozens or hundreds of them turned into a torrent and rushed directly towards Shiryu of Rain. The violent scene made the prisoners wake up instantly. After looking at Chinyu one more time, they all retreated. Boy, when I came here, I already knew that these bastards have the means of resurrection, but if you want to use this little trick to break my calm, I'm afraid it's a bit silly. Shiryu of the Rain took a deep breath. Cigar path. With the handkerchief in his hand wiping the thunderstorm's movements, he still didn't stop. In his eyes, these so-called skeletons, as he said, were just a bunch of offal. However, the thought just came into his mind, and the playful words that fell in his ears shook Shiryu of the Rain's nerves. If you add something, maybe you'll be happier. Level 3 Undead Magic Dead Bomb. The small voice sounded in vain, and the magic circle under Chinyu's feet bloomed again. The skeletons passed by, the originally deep-set eyes, and the flickering faint fire of the soul, instantly became dazzling. The originally slow movement became extremely agile in an instant, and the steel torrent formed by dozens or even hundreds of people, like a tiger and a leopard, rushed towards Shiryu of the Rain. The violent scene made Shiryu of the Rain startled at first, and the next moment a shadow of death quickly spread through his observation haki. Before he could fully react, the simple cold words had already been swallowed. Blast me. With 3 words, the skeleton that rushed like a tiger and leopard had a moment of stagnation, and the next moment, the soul flame jumping in the eyes skyrocketed to ultimate. Without any bells and whistles, it exploded like a bomb. Boom. Thunder-like explosions sounded one after another. Dozens and hundreds of skeletons exploded at the same time, and the impact of the flames and air waves formed instantly broke the calmness on Shiryu Rain's face. Chapter 456 _ Hope you will enjoy the fireworks. Bang bang bang. The explosion sounded like thunder, and the huge air wave rolled back like a frenzy, and even those prisoners and jailers who didn't escape in time were swept away in an instant. The heavy rock floor was even more overwhelmed and shattered like a cobweb. A large amount of debris splattered like bullets. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. They never imagined that Chinyu would be so powerful when he made his move. However, more eyes, still subconsciously, fell into the explosion. As the second-ranked top combat power in advancing the City University prison, they do not believe that it will be solved so easily. You bastard, if this is your confidence, then leave me your head on your neck. An angry roar came out in the endless explosion. The next moment, the sharp and ear-piercing sound of the knife roared like an angry dragon. Jung. The fierce vacuum slash was condensed out of thin air, and the sky exploded and was torn apart directly, and rushed towards Chinyu in a rolling posture. Boy, without this group of skeletons that get in the way, I'll see how you fight with me. In the ruins, Shiryu of Rain's figure was revealed. Although he resisted the undead bomb, the clothes he just put on and the cigar on his mouth were also blown up in half. Originally, I planned to use this opportunity to regain its glory. I never imagined that it would end in such a miserable end as soon as I shot. Thinking of this, Shiryu of the Rain suddenly clenched a thunderstorm with his 5 fingers, the blue veins on the back of his hands were even more prominent, and the moment his face was hideous, he shot again in anger. However, as soon as he moved, Chinyu's deep-set skeleton eyes and the swaying soul flame skyrocketed, and a more violent magic force exploded like a frenzy. When the huge blood-colored magic circle bloomed with Chinyu as the center, 5 dark mists quickly condensed and condensed. The next moment, before the slash came, a roar of horses suddenly sounded. 5 figures of 2.45 meters were the first to appear in the mist. Huge skeleton warhorse, undead knight in fine armor, holding a huge shield that can block 3/4 of the body, tower shield. The right hand is holding a magic ripple giant sword that is nearly 130 centimeters long. It used to need both hands to pick it up, but now it is easily lifted by the undead knight. Moreover, this magic sword also has the enchanting attribute of undead bloodthirsty. Once it hits the enemy, it will suffer the impact of corpse poison. Most importantly, this undead knight also possesses 2 innate skills. The first is that it can completely attract the enemy to attack. The other one is that it can only be used once. No matter what attack it receives, it can be resisted with a little HP left. It is precisely for this reason that although the undead knight is only level 35, and his real strength is only level 25, in the original book, it is often used by the Bone King as a meat shield. Shiryu, I would like to thank you very much for helping me figure out which shreds are. Otherwise I will not be able to summon these 5 undead knights. Chinyu smiled warmly, waved his big hand, and the 5 undead knights instantly formed a shield wall. Stop the attack. Roar. The 5 undead knights roared in unison, and at the moment when the huge shield in their hands appeared blood-colored mysterious patterns, they were lifted up in unison. Boom. The sharp knife gang slashed on the shield in an instant, and the impact formed was like a frenzy. However, in the face of this fierce slash, the 5 undead knights did not even shake, and abruptly carried the attack. However, in Chinyu's attribute page, there are 5 more undead knights attribute values. 5,000 HP points, only a reduction of 200 to 300 points. According to this level, it is enough for Chin-Yu to cast superposition magic and escape from this ghost place. However, there seems to be a lack of an audience before using such prosperous fireworks. A phantom beast devil fruit capable person in the form of a skeleton. A gloomy voice suddenly sounded. Soon, behind Shiryu of the Rain, came a figure with purple venom circulating all over his body, and his physique was far beyond ordinary people. Wherever they passed along the way, the rock formations beneath their feet seemed to be unable to withstand the venom, and made a rust-like corrosive sound. That gloomy-faced ultimate was almost gloomy to the point of water, with cold eyes staring straight at Chin-Yu. Magellan, you're finally here, I'm still waiting for you. Chin-Yu smiled warmly. However, with this skeleton-like posture, this warm smile, on the contrary, looks very scary. Are you waiting for me? Magellan was startled, then smiled disdainfully and said, Little devil, are you joking? This is the 4th floor, or do you think that you must be able to escape, so you try to stay calm here? Having said that, Magellan's eyes fell on the 5 undead knights, and said, You still think that these chops alone can stop me? Poison dragon. The roars sounded one after another, and Magellan shot instantly. Seeing that the 3rd floor began to be impacted, now is not the time for him to talk too much. In his eyes, no matter what abilities these undead knights possess, in the face of his venom, only one blow is enough to kill them in seconds. Roar. The sound of the dragon's roar shook the sky, and the purple venom, like a frenzy, quickly rolled back on Magellan's body, instantly turning into 5 poisonous dragons. The big mouth of the blood basin suddenly slammed down and attacked the 5 undead knights. The violent scene changed Shiryu's expression slightly. However, facing Magellan who was in a rage, he didn't want to be harmed by the venom, so he hurriedly stepped aside. His eyes turned in vain and locked on Chin-Yu's body. He wanted to know, in the face of Magellan, who even he was afraid of 3 points, what kind of confidence did the skeleton demon in front of him have to escape in the 4th floor? Witnessing this scene, at the moment when the fire of soul in Chin-Yu's eyes skyrocketed, the simple words were uttered like thunder. Charge! The 5 undead knights, those rotting cheeks, and the soul flames beating in their eyes also suddenly soared. Magellan was stunned for a moment, then he laughed uncontrollably and said, Stupid kid, I don't know how you created these monsters, but if you rely on these things and want to escape from the pushing city prison, that would be contempt for me, Magellan. So give me death. Boom. The poisonous dragon was like a tide, and the moment the speed increased sharply, it was swallowed by the 5 undead knights. However, in the face of all this, in Magellan's eyes, it was still the genial smile, and the words that fell in his ears shook everyone's nerves. Ignorance is also a sin. They are just my meat shields. I hope you will like the fireworks that will be staged next. Chapter 457 Bit Magic Skyfall. Fireworks forever. Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain were startled at first. However, before they could react, Chin-Yu's black robe moved without wind, and the moment his hands were slightly raised, the soul flame in his eyes burned violently. When the vibrating sound of the air, like the ringing of Big Ben, sounded one after another. One after another blew mysterious magic circle, blooming like a flower, dormant in Chin-Yu's body. The remaining 30,000 points of magic power exploded like a thunder, turned into a Jinchuriki column of sky high, rushing straight up. Boom. The huge release of magic power is like a hurricane passing through the border. Wherever it passes, the huge spiritual pressure contained in it is like an invisible big hand, which suddenly tightens the heart of people. Some of the weak-willed, foaming at the mouth instantly passed out. Feeling this terrifying breath, when Shiryu of the Rain's face changed slightly, Magellan on the side said coldly, How strange conqueror's hockey, but I don't care how you play tricks, but you still look down on me too much. _ No matter what attack you launch, but now you are full of flaws. Poison Dragon. A trick to use the poisonous dragon. It is not Magellan, there is no other stronger means, because in his eyes, Chinyu is only worth making him work hard to this point. However, just as this thought appeared, the venom that filled the sky was squirming quickly, intending to turn into a poisonous dragon to attack again. Chinyu's indifferent voice fell into his ears. Magellan, I'm sorry, I didn't underestimate you, but you underestimated me. My meat shield is not that simple. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with a magic sound, hitting the depths of the soul. Woo-hoo. A loud roar like thunder roared in unison. Under the venom that filled the sky, the silhouettes of 5 undead knights burst out directly, and the skeleton warhorse under the crotch rushed towards Magellan with a drum-like horse step. The short distance of 20 or 30 meters was approaching in the blink of an eye under a charge. Kill. The hoarse soul voice was spit out from the mouths of the 5 undead knights. The giant sword in his hand was like a door panel, without any fancy, and he slammed it on Magellan. The violent scene, let alone Magellan, even Shiryu of the Rain looked stunned. He has played against Magellan before, and he clearly knows how powerful this poison is. Even if he did not use armament hockey, he could still make a face-to-face attack, but he was ignored by these 5 monsters. If you don't see it with your own eyes, I'm afraid no one wants to believe it. However, it cannot be blamed on their ignorance. After all, undead magic is not a product of this world. 5 undead knights only rely on special talent skills, only have 1 HP, and ignore the attack. However, this was enough to buy enough time for Chinyu to cast spells. Seeing the attack of the 5 undead knights approaching, Magellan's face sank, and he roared. Poison Giant Soldier Hell Judge. His poisonous fruit is only superhuman, and cannot use elementalization to ignore the attack in front of him. Roar. The purple venom on Magellan's body rolled like a frenzy, instantly turning into a huge skeleton of dozens of meters, and the 5 undead knights attacked head-on. Boom. 5 undead knights had 1 blood left, but in the face of this poisonous attack, they shattered and turned into a black mist that filled the sky. Seeing this annoying monster scattered between heaven and earth, Magellan was stunned at first. A murderous intent flashed in his pupils, his eyes turned in vain, and locked on Chinyu's body. Little devil, it seems that your meat shield is still vulnerable. If your fireworks have not arrived yet, then you should die first. Boom. The purple poisonous skeleton moved instantly, raised a huge hand of more than 10 meters, and photographed Chinyu head-on. Wherever they passed along the way, anything blocking them, like paper paste, was corroded in an instant, and even the destination board had already been devastated underfoot, no exception. However, in the face of Magellan's most powerful attack, the fire of the soul in Chinyu's eyes had already burned to ultimate, and his eyes suddenly turned, the moment his eyes met. The voices that came out were like thunder bursting, hitting the depths of the soul. Hopefully, after the fireworks, you are still alive. Super Magic Skyfall. Dang dang. Like the sound of a bell, 10 mysterious magic circles bloomed layer by layer above Chinyu. The violent magic power that has been released has already reached ultimate, and the next moment it is rising rapidly. Before everyone could react, an inexplicable aura of death enveloped the sky. Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain, who shut in anger, were also instantly alarmed, and they hurriedly looked up at the sky before they had time to think about it. Boom. The huge light Jinchuriki column falls from the sky like a comet ray. Under the venting of endless magical power, with the power of Wanjun, it slammed into the advanced city prison with a smashing posture. Boom. The entire sea was shaken violently, and the huge impact caused a tsunami wave of magnitude 12, which rolled back around. The first layer that was flat on the sea surface collapsed after just holding on for half a second. The second layer, the third layer, and the fourth layer of the sky dome, only after a few breaths, also penetrated instantly. Feeling the breath that was like a death urging, it fell from the sky. Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly took action to defend. Even the giant poisonous soldier who was attacking was quickly recalled. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded like a thunderous explosion. The violent air wave impacted the entire 4th-level prison. Qin, who was also under attack, would also be injured, but as a great necromancer, these injuries were minimal to him. Looking up at the superposition magic that was about to be poured out, the magic circle under Qin feet came together again, and a closed door was instantly constructed. Secondary portal. Able to reach places that can be seen, or have been to places where magic marks are left. Of course, with the increase in fidelity, the distance limit can instantly appear up to 1,000 nautical miles away. However, Qin came to the world of Hokage for the first time, and for the time being, he could only reach as far as he could see. Looking at the two Magellans who were still under the impact of super magic, Qin stepped into the portal without stopping. One Piece's first stop, the journey to advance the city's large prison is over. The door of light disappeared out of thin air. The impact of the huge magic light Jinchuriki column also exhausted the last trace of strength, and collapsed between the heavens and the earth, leaving only the ruins of the city's great prison. As for the other pirates, whether they can escape from prison or not, this is not a concern for Qin at all. It was just a pawn for him to step into the world of One Piece. Maybe it's the character template, even Qin temperament has obviously become colder. Chapter 458 Advanced City Fell. The 4th layer of scorching hell. The closer it gets to the center of the battlefield, the more mess it gets. Rocks crumbled, cells collapsed, and many prisoners and jailers were buried. In the huge deep pit, the two figures were also covered by sand and gravel. Gollum, I'm Sengoku, please reply, Magellan, please reply. The voice of the phone bug rang suddenly. A big hand with black gloves turned out from the ruins and pressed it on the phone bug. Magellan's huge body also turned over. Armament Haki also became a mess after enduring most of the impact of super magic. After looking around quickly and looking up in a hurry, Magellan's pupils shrunk suddenly when he caught his eye. Advanced City Grand Prison was penetrated. Magellan, please reply quickly, has the 5th floor of the riots been suppressed not long ago? Do we need to send troops from the Navy headquarters? Sengoku's voice sounded again, and there was a hint of haste between the words. Faced with this questioning, Magellan couldn't help clenching the phone bug in his hand, then bit Kiba and said, Marshal Sengoku, I'm the one who neglected my duty. Not long ago, Uchiha Qin, the prisoner of the 5th floor of the extreme cold hell who caused the riot, hid the identity of the devil fruit person. The advanced city was lost. This man planned the prisoner's escape on the 5th floor, and even displayed a powerful attack method. One blow would penetrate the city's large prison. Shiryu of the Rain and I let him run away because we underestimated the enemy. At the end, Magellan clenched the golden phone bug in his hand in shame. He clearly knew that if it was a riot on a single floor, as long as he suppressed it, it would be an internal matter. But now that he was advancing into the city university prison and was penetrated by Qinyu's superposition magic, that was no longer an internal matter. That's totally smashing the sky. Compared with 15 years ago, the legendary big pirate Golden Lion caused more commotion and destruction. What? Sengoku's shocked voice came out of the phone bug. Tell me everything about Uchiha Qinyu as soon as possible, and I will ask Kizaru to rush as soon as possible. At the same time, you immediately go to the 6th floor of the Infinite Hell to check 1 or 2, and you must not let those prisoners escape, otherwise this sea is afraid that there will be another storm. The 6th floor. Magellan's expression changed drastically. Looking at the huge pit in front of him, he didn't have time to think about it. The venom on his body flipped over, quickly covering the pit, and at the same time he fell into it. Shiliu, I'll leave the matter here to you. I'll go to the 6th floor to take a look. Abandoning these words, Magellan disappeared completely. As for Shiliu of the Rain, who had just been dug out from the ruins, with his face ashen, he fiercely took a bite of the newly taken cigar, and without stopping, he rushed to the upper floor. Navy Headquarters. In the huge marshal's office, in addition to Sengoku, there are 3 generals who are regarded as the most powerful in the Navy, and the General Staff, Crane. And Garp, who was eating donuts and looked unconcerned, was waiting here. However, when he heard the phone bug and the words, his face changed without exception. You also heard that the advanced city prison was once again lost, and the guy who even Magellan couldn't stop escaped. I don't know if the guys on the 6th floor were involved. Sengoku put down the golden phone bug in his hand, rubbed his temples with a headache. His eyes turned abruptly and fell on the other people. I want to know, who of you has an impression of Uchiha Chinyu? Uchiha Chinyu. Everyone present frowned, showing a contemplative expression, as if trying their best to search for memories in their minds. But, in the end, everyone's face was confused. Witnessing this scene, Sengoku sighed helplessly and said, I don't know why this guy who suddenly appeared is advancing the city prison. But Uchiha, a strange surname, seems to be unique to Wano country. Where do I need to look? For this secluded kingdom of warriors, what really entered their eyes was because of the fierce name that Kazuki Oden broke into more than 10 years ago. Not only did he stay on Whitebeard's boat, but even as Roger, the Pirate King, he also personally poached and finally completed the voyage of the Great Channel. These points alone are enough for their naval headquarters to treat them seriously. Let them pay attention to it. He, as the General Staff Officer, took the lead and said, however, we can only investigate secretly, otherwise, if we are in Wano country, we will be exposed for the sake of someone who has not yet figured out the origin. Eyeliner, it's not worth the loss. Quote. The Crane is right, Garp also rarely said, as for the aftermath. Having said that, Garp looked at Kizaru. At the moment, the advanced city prison has been occupied and lost, and by the time they rush past, the people have already run away. However, among the 3 generals, the yellow monkey has a shining fruit, and it is known as the world's best in terms of speed. Sengoku understood instantly, and said, at the moment, there is no way for our large army to rush to support immediately. Kyabu, you have the shining fruit, you should clean up the mess, no matter how many people escaped, you should try to catch some, especially the 6th one. Layer guy, once you hit it, don't give the old man a chance. Although in Magellan's report, it is not known whether the 6th floor has been affected, but it is still necessary to take precautions. Hee, Marshal, your serious look is still quite scary. Kizaru cocked his mouth and said with a wretched smile, however, don't worry, I, Kizaru still know the importance, and I'll set off now. Leaving these words, the moment the light Madara on Kizaru's body dissipated, it turned into a beam of light, rushing directly from the floor-to-ceiling glass window. Boom. The moment the huge glass was smashed and the debris splashed and scattered all over the ground, Kyabu had already disappeared in place. Watching this scene, Sengoku couldn't help twitching his cheeks, rubbed his head with a headache and said, this is the first time this month, every time I let him perform a task, I smashed the glass window for Lao Su, can't go through the gate. Go through the gate, Garp said, biting the donut in his hand, that's not handsome. If I'm as young as him, it's more than that. Listening to Feng Liang's words, Sengoku suddenly felt that it was too difficult. However, when he thought of Uchiha Chinyu, this mysterious existence still called Wu Laoxing's phone bug. He knew very well that this time, the fall of Chinda prison would definitely not be able to contain the fire. Once it spreads in the sea, this mysterious person will enter the eyes of all the forces. At that time, Uchiha Chinyu's reward will become the most important evaluation. In the face of this kind of attack, the existence of the sea will be shocked. How much reward is needed? It still needs the highest controller of the world government, and the 5 old stars will judge first. Chapter 459 unlocks Raiden, Thunder Style Chakra Mode. Boom. Pushing outside the city, the super magic sky fell, and the impact of the waves was more than 10 meters high. With a rolling posture, he charged towards the high wall that pushed the city's periphery. Such a powerful scene has already alarmed the warships stationed outside the wall. Dozens of battleships were lined up, and the lineup was even bigger than the demon slaughtering order. However, at this moment, everyone's eyes were attracted by the figure of the skeleton giant floating in the air. To be able to come out alive under such a violent attack. Moreover, it is still unfamiliar people, there is only one possibility. The enemy is in front of you. Fire! An awe-inspiring roar came from the battleships. The artillery that was originally aligned to the outside world, with the sound of gears, turned to the sky in the direction of the advancing city. Ever since they were stationed outside the advancing city, they never imagined that such a day would come. However, they obviously maintained restraint in order to avoid accidentally hurting their colleagues who had rushed into the city. Looking at this scene, Chin-Yu couldn't help but have a headache. The superposition magic just now had consumed the magic power of his Bone King template. Advanced City is in a windless zone, and there are only 3 ways to get out of here. First, rely on flying to cross. Second, take a freestyle swim all the way. Third, snatch naval battleships. The first 2 choices were obviously ignored by Chin-Yu. With the only magic power he has now, let alone a long flight, even if he really can. But in the world of One Piece, to go from one island to another, the most basic equipment is to record the hour hand. If there is no such thing, I am afraid that it will fly for 10 days, and there will be no way to find a foothold. With Chin-Yu's current magic power, it is not bad to be able to last for a long time. Moreover, this is under the premise of not having to fight. Once they really fight, I am afraid that within 10 minutes, they will return to a situation where they are helpless. As for swimming in the windless zone, that's something to think about. Not to mention how far it is, just in the windless zone, those sea kings who have perverted longer than ordinary sea areas are no longer the masters that can be easily provoked. Right now in front of Chin-Yu, the only way out is to grab a boat. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for making a fuss about advancing the city prison, and getting 200 turbulence points, whether to unlock it randomly immediately. The ethereal reminder sound of the system sounded like timely rain. Chin-Yu raised his brows, and immediately showed a hint of joy. The power of this character template looks very good. But it was not as easy as Chin-Yu's own strength. The only thing that made Chin-Yu feel unhappy was that he almost raised the advanced city prison to the ground, and only got 200 turbulence points. However, in the current situation where others are stronger, the only thing Chin-Yu can do is to do it. Immediately, unlock randomly. Ding dang, please wait a moment, the host, the system is using the turbulence value to lift the world's resistance to the host. Ding dong, after deducting 200 points of turbulence, the host's current balance is 3 points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the 3rd Tomo Sharingan. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking medical ninjutsu. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the Raiden Thunder Style Chakra Mode. A series of system prompts came, and Chin-Yu was still a little disappointed when he looked at the ordinary 3 Tomo Sharingan and medical ninjutsu. However, when I saw the Raiden Thunder Style Chakra pattern, I couldn't help laughing. Now Chin-Yu's physical strength, speed and strength are not comparable to those in the Hokage world. However, once the Raiden Thunder Style Chakra mode is turned on, Chin-Yu's actual combat power can at least be improved by several levels. Case the character template's magic power is exhausted, Chinyu can splicing his own Raiden, Thunder style, chakra mode, and he can also deal with it. Major General Kuduru, why didn't the skeleton demon take action? Are you looking down on us? On the leading battleship, an adjutant was the first to lose his temper. In their eyes, being able to escape from the advanced city prison is at least a golden lion-like existence. And in the Navy they are stationed here, the strongest is just a major admiral. Once the fight is really down, I'm afraid it's a bit of a hangover. Hey, why are you panicking? Don't forget, we are a navy that has gone through 1,000 trials and tribulations. Kuduru was about 40 or 50 years old, his skin was a little bit withered, and he clenched a great sword in his hand. When he saw Chinyu in that skeleton-like form, a gleam of light flashed in the depths of his eyes. If he is just an ordinary pirate powerhouse, we may have no chance of winning, but as long as he is a devil fruit person, the result is another matter. Having said this, Kuduru turned his eyes in vain, locked on Chinyu's body, and shouted sharply, "Since he doesn't come down, then we will knock him down. When the time comes, leave everything to me." Fire! One after another, the cold drinks sounded like thunder. Fire! The adjutant behind him gave the order without hesitation. Dozens of cannonball tracks, locked on Chinyu's body, exploded in response. Bang bang bang. The sky-filled gunpowder and lead bullets pierced through the sky, and the awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air directly pulled Chinyu's thoughts back. In the face of the crushing attack, the soul flame in Chinyu's eyes suddenly condensed. A huge magic circle bloomed under my feet. A dark Uzumaki light gate appeared out of thin air, and immediately stepped forward in front of everyone's eyes. Boom! Just as the hind foot stepped on the door of light, dozens of flame-lead bullets collided instantly. The next moment, without any fancy, it exploded like thunder. When the violent flames surged into the sky, a huge shock wave was formed, and it rolled back around. The violent scene changed the expression of Kuduru, who was leading the attack. Before he could react, the exclamation from behind instantly tightened his nerves. "Major General Kuduru, he's behind you." Moving at high speed. Kudaru's expression suddenly changed, and observation haki quickly detonated and spread around. The huge figure standing 3 or 4 meters behind him was directly locked by his observation haki. However, in the face of this sudden enemy, Kuduru not only did not get angry, but a flash of ecstasy flashed in the depths of his eyes. Without any bells and whistles, he poked his right hand into his sleeve, and the next moment his 5 fingers clenched into fists. Immediately, the whole person turned around like a spiral and appeared in front of Chinyu first. The cold light of the right fist flowed down, with a stern sound of breaking the air, and smashed it towards Chinyu's chest. "You bastard, I don't care what your origins are or what means you have, but don't underestimate our navy, the devil fruit capable people in the area. I can knock you down with a single punch from Kuduru." Chapter 460 I need a boatman. The awe-inspiring voice reverberated in the 4 directions of the sky as if filled with magical sounds, and did not dissipate for a long time. The violent scene made the expressions of the naval soldiers stationed around suddenly change. When he saw clearly the fist guard in Kudaru's hand, his face showed ecstasy. As a navy, their strength may not be outstanding. But it is clear that, as a devil fruit person, the most feared thing, in addition to sea water, is the sea floor stone. In order to deal with it, the pirates with devil fruit ability will sometimes be equipped with some sea stone weapons. For example, Smoker's 10 hands, Zepha's sea floor stone machine gun, and so on. Right now, the fist in Kudaru's hand is obviously the nemesis of the devil fruit person, the sea floor stone weapon. Boom! A thunderous crash sounded suddenly. Kudaru's fist, which was wearing a Halu stone fist, smashed hard on Chinyu's ferocious rib with a stern sound of breaking through the air. However, the tower-like, motionless posture and the usual face made the smiles on the faces of all the Navy soldiers and even Kotaru stiff. Hee, if this is your trump card, I'm sorry. Chinyu said with a sneer, it's not that I'm underestimating you, it's you who underestimate the great necropolis of Naxxrosa. Your Majesty, Ains Ulgaun. Second, level magic electric dragon. The crackling electric light appeared on Chinyu's shoulders. The power of the second level magic was not very great, but it was not difficult to knock down an enemy and paralyze an enemy at the same time. At a short distance, at the moment when the lightning splashes, there is absolutely no way to hide. When Kotaru reacted, he was instantly swallowed by the lightning. Boom! The sound of thunder bursting suddenly echoed. Standing on the bow of the ship, Kotaru was knocked out, turned over and landed on the sea. Looking at the confident Major General, he was instantly knocked flying, and the faces of the Navy soldiers present suddenly turned ashen. Flee, we are not his opponents at all. I don't know who exclaimed, and the Navy soldier, whose muscles were tensed, jumped into the sea without any warning. Seeing this decisive and brave gesture, Chinyu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. This step on the horse is to use courage in the wrong place. Advance the city university prison, but it is located in the windless zone. At the same time, in order to strengthen the natural defense belt of the advancing city, a lot of sea kings were deliberately gathered. This jump, I am afraid it is a near death. However, the biggest problem that is bothering Chinyu now is that there is no one on the boat. Let's not talk about whether the hour hand is recorded or not. I am afraid that Chinyu will not even know how to drive the boat. The Bone King's magic power was also exhausted, and Chinyu returned to his original state. Whoosh! The awe-inspiring sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded. The golden rays of light, like a horse, traversed and arrived in a posture like tearing the world. The speed was so fast that it was a sight to behold, and an unexpected figure appeared on the mast of the battleship. The sudden scene made the Navy soldiers in the distance stagnate for a while, and then exclaimed the next moment. It's General Yellow Monkey, he's finally here. As the three most important gateways of the world government, they are all located in the windless belt. In order to be able to deal with unexpected things, the distance between the three is not very far. At the speed at which Kizaru flashed fruit, it was only a matter of 7 or 8 minutes. Are you the main criminal who destroyed the advanced city prison, Uchiha Chinyu? Huang Yuan was wearing a white gold-striped suit, a justice cape, brown glasses, and squinting his triangular eyes, looking up and down at Chin Feather. However, it looks like you're a little distressed. You can't even drive a boat, do you? If that's the case, why don't we just take a step back, go back to the prison obediently? You don't have to drive the boat, and I don't need to waste time shooting. This is the best of both worlds. When he came, Kizaru had already received information from Sengoku through the phone bug about destroying the main culprit in the advanced city prison. However, in the information, there is only one useful thing. The young man in front of him is suspected to be an animal-type phantom beast, a person with the fruit ability in the form of a human fruit skeleton. It has the ability to summon strange creatures and launch super-strong light Jinchuriki column. However, all this is for the yellow monkey. Just knocking him down in an instant is enough. Best of both worlds. Chinyu looked at it. In this legend, the salary is in place, and the 4 emperors can choose Chan Oil King, smiled and said, this should be your wishful thinking. Although I can't drive a boat, someone will always be a boatman for me. Speaking of this, Chinyu's eyes suddenly condensed, and when the gorilla Yuhi's blood was like a tide, 3 Tomo Sharingan quickly emerged, and finally looked at the sea below. Shiryu, aren't you cold? I just need a boatman. I'll take care of this guy. Shiryu. Promote Shiryu of Changyu, the former guard of Chanda prison. The smile on Huang Yuan's face couldn't help but linger, and he hurriedly followed Chinyu's line of sight. Soon he saw bubbles in the water, A wet figure burst out of the water, and finally turned over and landed on the deck. However, when Shiryu looked at Chinyu on that gloomy cheek, there was a little surprise. Originally, he planned to hide at the bottom of this battleship and escape from the prison of Push City first. I never thought that it would be easily seen through by Chinyu. Can you stop him? Shiryu of the Rain said suddenly, making Kizaru's face gloomy. Chinyu was not surprised by Shiryu's release. Instead of staying in the Advanced City University prison and seeing the sun for a lifetime, it is better to give it a go and try to escape from this ghost place. You can try it. Chinyu smiled warmly, met Huang Yuan's gaze, and said, I also want to know how strong the general can be. The sudden cooperation took Kizaru by surprise. However, his expression quickly returned to normal. He curled his lips, and said slyly, no wonder the Advanced City will be broken through. It turns out that you are still helping Shiryu, although I don't know how you can do it, but the thing I am responsible for is to take you all out. Take it back. I have to say that you are young and courageous. But, I want to ask you, have you tried getting kicked by the light? The yellow monkey standing on the mast, with a playful smile on his face, disappeared like a ghost in the next moment, out of thin air. Appearing again, countless golden lights condensed on Chinyu's side, and his right foot made a stern sound of breaking through the air, kicking straight towards Chinyu's head. So fast. Shiryu's expression changed, and he suddenly clenched the thunderstorm in his hand. He agreed to cooperate with Chinyu, but it was only verbal trust. In the face of General Kizaru's personal shot, he did not dare to underestimate the enemy at all. In case this kid in front of him, after disabling the Devil Fruit ability, just bluffed, and was defeated face to face by Kizaru. Then he didn't mind. In an instant, he killed the two at the same time. Hokage I can fully level up with one click. Chapter 461 to 480. Chapter 461 _ Have you been struck by lightning? Puff. The endless golden light gathered, and as soon as the figure of the yellow monkey appeared, the awe-inspiring sonic boom from the right foot was almost endless. The speed is so fast that people can feel that the attack has already arrived in front of Chinyu. However, in the face of this violent blow, the warm smile on Chinyu's face became brighter and brighter. In the outside world, the attack that seemed to be as fast as lightning was reflected on the 3 Tomo Sharingan, but was slowed down several times. Feeling the rushing wind, the crackling thunder arc sounded on Chinyu's body. Raiden Thunder Style Chakra Mode. Boom. The thunder light was like a tide, and at the moment of the skyrocketing, Chinyu was like a ghost and disappeared in the first place. The speed is so fast that it is no slower than the attack of the yellow monkey. Whether it was the surrounding Navy soldiers or Shiryu of the Rain, even Kizaru's pupils shrank suddenly. It was too late to take back the attack of the right leg that the force split out. However, before he could react, an unexpected and playful voice fell in their ears. I said, Kyabu, have you ever tried to be struck by lightning? Got struck by lightning. Kizaru's expression was stagnant. Just now, he was relying on the unparalleled speed of the glitter fruit, intending to severely injure or knock Chinyu into the air with one blow, in order to cut his spirit. So, I didn't even think about turning on observation haki. At the moment, Chinyu is using it, which is not inferior to him at all, and it is even more like a thunder-like method. This undoubtedly made Kizaru's nerves tense to ultimate. Before I could think about it, I quickly moved observation haki to ultimate, and instantly captured Chinyu's location. Kizaru could react. At the moment when Chinyu's pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan spun frantically, the thunder light all over his body poured into his right hand like a raging wave. Without any bells and whistles, the 5 fingers suddenly merged, and the moment they turned into hand knives, they slashed down towards the yellow monkey below. Raiden Thunder Style Thunderstorm. PFF'd. Attack together, as fast as lightning. The hand knife slashed down suddenly, and the speed was so fast that even the air could not react, and it was torn into a wave-like posture. The distance so close at hand makes it impossible to hide. The violent scene made Kizaru's pupils shrunk suddenly, but as a natural devil fruit person, he still has the means of pressing the bottom of the box. Elementalized. Kizaru roared, and Madara, the endless light on his body, quickly lit up. In his eyes, it only took half a breath to be able to break it into pieces, perfectly avoiding this blow. It's a pity that this idea just sprouted in his mind, and the next moment, the hand knife wrapped in thunderlight has already taken the lead and smashed heavily on his elemental body. The means that could have ignored all ordinary attacks, but at this moment, seemed pale and powerless. It even made Huang Yuan unable to believe that at this critical moment, a sense of powerlessness emerged in his body. Boom. The dull thunder-like cracking sound has the taste of going straight to the sky in the sky. The endless thunder splashes, and the impact of the air waves formed makes the battleship underfoot simply unbearable. The body of the yellow ape, in the elementalization, directly showed its body, like a comet, and slammed on the deck. With the sound of a thunderous explosion, the battleship, which was dozens of meters long, broke off at the waist. Kizaru's body, like a depth bomb, plunged straight into the sea. Boom. The endless waves rolled up, and the violent thunder and lightning, like electric snakes, quickly swam away on the sea surface. One after another, the Sea Kings gathered in the sea area with a radius of several thousand meters were attacked by strong thunder in an instant, and they let out a fierce cry and fainted directly in the sea. The violent scene shook the Navy soldiers on the surrounding battleships. After stabilizing his body in the wind and waves, he looked at Chinyu who landed on another battleship with disbelief. With one blow, the General Kizaru, one of the three strongest naval forces, was split into the sea. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe that all this is true? Okay, now, are you diving, or do you want me to help? The thunder on Chinyu's body dissipated instantly. It is not known how long the next voyage will last. Whether it was dealing with chasing troops or other pirates, just to deter Shiryu of the Rain, who was on the same ship, required Chinyu to have some reservations. This time, he didn't make a move. As soon as he made a move, he used the Halu stone fists that came from Kuduru to sink the yellow monkey into the sea, in order to knock the mountain and shake the tiger. We dance by ourselves. Seeing that even the dignified general couldn't withstand a blow, the naval soldiers on the battleship, the few remaining fighting spirits disappeared in an instant, and they all fell into the water. As for the battleships around, they obviously lost the courage to intercept them. For a time, the huge coastline seemed inexplicably dead. Feeling the changing atmosphere of the scene, Chinyu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose and said, "Boatman, if you don't set off soon, do you want to regret it?" Shiryu of the Rain's expression froze, but after meeting Yuhi's bloody weird eyes, he silently took out a cigar from the inner pocket of his suit and lit himself in shock. Immediately, under the watchful eyes of the public, he went straight to the cab to set sail. Watching the dignified advance of Chinda prison, the second-in-command was reduced to acting as a boatman. The naval soldiers stationed at the scene, in addition to being shocked, silently watched Chinyu and the two leave. Pushing into the city university prison, Magellan turned gloomy and rushed out from the 6th floor. The impact just now penetrated directly to the 6th floor, affecting several prisons, causing a commotion. However, being imprisoned in the 6th floor infinite hell all the year round, his strength has been weakened infinitely. After Magellan took some effort, he suppressed them. However, the final loss has not been counted, but he was restless, and after he blocked the entrance and exit with endless poison, he hurried back. Gollum, urgent notice, urgent notice. The voice of the phone bug rang suddenly. Magellan had a gloomy face, and quickly connected. What happened? Where did she stay? hurry up and let him come back to me. In the face of this sudden farce and the blow that ran through the city grand prison, Magellan's head became hot and Shiryu of the Rain was removed from his sight. After calming down now, the more I think about it, the more I can't calm down. Warden Magellan, something is wrong. After the skeleton demon escaped from the prison, he snatched a battleship and was stopped by the General Kizaru who arrived. Kazuna is here. Magellan's expression was stagnant, and then he showed a hint of joy. Let him stay alive, I want to know, what is his origin? In Magellan's eyes, no matter how powerful Uchiha Chinyu's methods are, he is faced with the golden monkey who possesses the shining fruit and is known as the three major naval forces. Must be within reach. However, this idea had just emerged, and the answer that fell in his ear shook Magellan's nerves. General Kizaru was hit by the great skeleton demon and sank into the sea. Now I ask the warden to send a manpower to search and rescue immediately. Chapter 462_Unexpected Destination. One shot down. The happy look on Magellan's face suddenly stiffened, and it was even more unbelievable. In his eyes, Chinyu's strength is very good, especially the fall from the sky, the power is even more fierce. But Magellan was confident that if he hadn't underestimated the enemy at first, Chinyu's fall from the sky would never have hit him hard, and he wouldn't have been able to escape this big underwater prison. However, the messenger now told him that even the admiral of the navy had been knocked down in one move. The gap between the front and the back is too huge. Shiryu. Where is Shiryu? He is not a devil fruit person. Let him go to the rescue. Don't let Kizaru have an accident, otherwise the old man Sengoku will never give up easily. Magellan hurriedly spoke. He is also a devil fruit capable person, but he clearly knows that the sea is their forbidden place. No matter how powerful Kizaru is, once it falls into the sea, it will be a dead end. Moreover, as the naval headquarters, one of the top three major forces, if he lost his life because he came to support the advanced city, Magellan could not escape accountability. After all, if there is an existence with the strength of a general, one less is one. However, these thoughts just flashed in Magellan's mind, and the words that fell in his ears broke his nerves. Hey, the head guard of Shiryu, he was invited by the great skeleton demon to be a boatman and escaped together. The intermittent voice made Magellan's expression suddenly distorted. If this phone bug was not made of gold, it would have been crushed by him already. You bastard, bastard. Shiryu, I will definitely kill you. Magellan roared again and again. At this moment, he only had one type of meat buns beating dogs, and there was a feeling of suffocation that he would never return. Warden Magellan, what's next? A hesitant question came from the phone bug. After so many years, it was the first time that they saw Magellan furious. After all, the damage to the advanced city was even greater than when the Golden Lion escaped 15 years ago. Let Hannibal go. As for the Navy headquarters, I will report it myself. Magellan hung up the golden phone bug after dropping a series of orders, and now his head is still a little swollen. However, facing Lien Shiryu's escape, which made him even more impatient, he quickly turned around and returned to the 6th floor, and walked towards the damaged area. Wherever it is in the heartland, the prisoners in custody are of great importance when placed outside. For Magellan, he must see people in life, and he must see corpses in death, otherwise he will not even sleep well. A day later, Chinyu opened his closed eyes, looked at the unusually quiet cabin, and frowned slightly. After going through many battles in Pushing City, his physical strength was also insignificant, so after handing over the helm to Shiryu of the Rain, he entered the cabin to rest. Although Chinyu knew very well that Shiryu of the Rain had a lot of thoughts, but after unlocking the power of the body and adding the character template Bone King, Chinyu really hoped that Shiryu of the Rain would jump around once or twice, so that he could find an excuse to guide him. Look at his direction as a man. However, according to the current hull shaking less, I am afraid that the Navy's battleships are not in a running state. Start. Character template Ains OOAL Gong. Ding dong, congratulations on the fidelity of the host character template, which has increased to 35%. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, get the 3rd level magic, group healing. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, get the 3rd level undead magic, negative explosion. The ethereal voices of the system sounded one after another, causing Chinyu to raise his brows. Group healing is originally a 3rd level magic, which can display large-scale magic healing damage. Of course, this is only limited to cases where the injury does not exceed 40%. The negative burst is the Bone King's own undead talent magic, which originally belonged to the 6th order magic. Detonate its powerful undead magic in an instant, forming a dome-like shock wave. In the original work, even a group of Tier 6 summoned battle angels can instantly become slag. Now in Chinyu's hands, because of his proficiency, his power is obviously only half. Of course, as Chinyu's proficiency in the Bone King's pretense increases, the power he can exert will gradually increase. However, after the battle with Huang Yuan, Chinyu's primary purpose was to learn the 3-color domineering as soon as possible. And Shiryu of the Rain, as the second in command to advance the City University prison, is obviously a good choice. Portal. Chinyu snapped his fingers with his right hand, and the magic power emerged, tearing out a space light gate, and immediately strode forward. Of Ain's hour gong that was in the hands of the Bone King in the original book. It was made of 7 painfully struggling snakes, each holding gems of different colors in their mouths. Although Chinyu can't get it now, in order to improve the fidelity of the character template, he really needs to get one himself. At the moment when his thoughts flashed, all the scenery in front of Chinyu's eyes changed. Looking at the empty cockpit, the deep-set skeleton eyes and the flickering soul flames suddenly soared. 2nd level magic, detection of the living beings. When the magic circle suddenly lit up. As a low-level perception magic, Chinyu was able to accurately detect all the lives in a radius of 1,000 meters. 10 meters. 50 meters. 100 meters. As the distance of exploration expanded, Chinyu's brows furrowed even tighter. In this battleship, there was no trace of Shiryu of Rain at all. It seems that while he was resting, he secretly abandoned the boat and escaped. However, the only thing that disappointed Chinyu was that this guy didn't make a fool of himself, otherwise he wouldn't mind being beaten up and then coerced to teach him a little more aggressively. There are human reactions. There are quite a few. The soul flame in Chinyu's eyes suddenly rose. After the detection magic reached a range of 500 or 600 meters, he could clearly feel the reactions of dozens of humans, groping for go here. Moreover, according to their trajectory, the battleship is obviously approaching the shore, otherwise Shiryu of the Rain would not have abandoned the ship in the windless zone so easily. Although Chinyu didn't want to cause trouble for the time being, he didn't know how to drive a naval battleship without Shiryu of the Rain. The only thing I can do is to see who doesn't have eyes, and temporarily bring someone to act as a boatman. However, before Chinyu could make a move, a loud shout came from outside the boat. Navy, please come out and surrender quickly, otherwise, if you trespass on 9 Snake Island, we will shoot you to death with random arrows. Chapter 463 Make me happy. Navy, you disregarded your conditions, our Empress Hancock, and trespassed on our 9 Snake Island without authorization. Please come out and surrender now, or don't blame us for disregarding the so-called Chihuahua Treaty. On the coast, dozens of female warriors from the 9 Snakes rushed out, pulling out the hard bows on their backs with their backhands, pulling them into a full moon, and the arrows above were quickly covered by the pitch-black armament Haki. In the original work, Luffy was taken by the Big Bear of Chihuahua, who specially photographed this man's paradise country where he practiced domineering. The leader is a little older, painted Yuhi mouth Yuhi, and painted with demonic purple eyeshadow, the leader of the 9 Snake Protector of the Nation, Kikyo. Immediately behind her were Margarita with short blonde hair, Afi Landora with brown hair, and others. As one of the thousands selected, the most basic warriors selected from the 9 snakes are armed and observation haki. However, with the passage of time, there was still no answer in the battleship, which made the head of Kikyo's face suddenly gloomy. Sister Kikyo, there seems to be only one navy inside, Margaret said first. One person. Kikyo was stunned at first, then suddenly raised it and shouted sharply, whether he is one person or 100 people, since ignoring our warning, attack me immediately. Fill the arrows. The awe-inspiring roar fell, and the stiff bow that was pulled into the full moon instantly released. Armament haki blasted towards the battleship with an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air. The speed is fast and the power is strong. With the blessing of armament haki, if a hit hits, it is several points stronger than the power of a musket, and it can penetrate even thick rock slabs, not to mention the mere ship deck. Dozens of people volley, this battleship will definitely become a hornet's nest. Secondary magic triple shield. The cold voice suddenly sounded in the cab, and the 3 layers of masks of different colors were instantly opened, blocking the feather arrows falling from the sky. Accompanied by the sound of the rain hitting the bananas, it came out one after another. The first layer, the second layer, and the third layer of shields shattered one by one like a spider web mirror, and finally collapsed in the void. As for the offensive that was attacking from the sky, under this blocking, the formidable power it possessed was also inexhaustible, and they were all nailed to the ship. The sudden scene made the expressions of the 9 snake warriors stagnate for a while. When they saw the figure walking out slowly, their expressions changed drastically. This is not a human being, it is a huge skeleton. Go and inform Lord Hancock that some people from the Navy have broken into our 9 Snakes Island. Margaret exclaimed anxiously. They had a lot of guesses about this uninvited guest, but they never thought that the result would be so shocking. Don't panic, our attack just now seems to be ineffective, but his strange defense method has also been penetrated. This enemy is not an existence that we can't deal with. Kikyo's face sank, and he shouted angrily. As the protector of the 9 snakes, if we have to trouble the Lord Hancock with any trivial matter, what kind of decency is it? Speaking of which, Kikyo's eyes turned in vain, looking at the hideous skeleton face, and shouted sharply, everyone obey the order, follow me to shoot this navy. Yes. The awe-inspiring words came out, and with the unanimous answer, they gathered into the sky-high fighting intent. As the female warriors of 9 Snake Island, under the leadership of Hancock, they obviously made them fanatical about this island country. It can be said that as long as Hancock asks them to die, no one will frown, and at the same time, they will shout slogans such as the Wise Lady of the Empress. Now, facing Chin-Yu, the long-lost offender, has obviously become an opportunity for them to express themselves. You said mine was the Navy. Chin-Yu stopped on the deck. Looking at the estuary, the huge 9 Snake landmark building, Chin-Yu was also surprised that he came to this place by accident. Although, knowing that Shiryu of the Rain was playing tricks, he deliberately threw the boat here, causing him to arouse the hostility of the 9 snakes. But if you really want to say, where is the best place to learn to use domineering, then 9 Snake Island is obviously the best choice. Otherwise, in the original book, the big bear would not have been so well-intentioned and photographed Luffy in this place. However, these female warriors of the 9 snakes are now eyeing the tigers with murderous aura. To gain an equal right to dialogue, Chin-Yu still needs to use some small means. You said, am I a navy? Chin-Yu said suddenly, his deep-set eyes, the burning soul flame, suddenly rose and swept across the female warriors of 9 snakes. The next moment, the awe-inspiring cold voice that came out shook everyone's nerves. Wrong, I am the great ruler of the great tomb of Nazareth, Ains Ul Gown. Wait, pointing at me with this toy, is it trying to please myself? Having said that, Chinyu's eyes finally settled on Kikyo, and he said sharply, "In this case, why don't you please let me unilaterally be happy? That will at least save you a small life." The inexplicable words made Kikyo and the others startled. Looking at Chinyu's cold and indifferent attitude, facing dozens of sharp arrows without any fear, Kikyo's face turned gloomy, and he shouted in a cold voice, "Okay, very good, I'll see. How about you, let me be happy one-sidedly." Quote, "Dare to despise, our 9 snakes protector of the country, whether you are a navy or not, or a so-called grave man, will also shoot into a hornet's nest. Shoot the arrows." The roars sounded one after another, and at the end, the hard bow in Kikyo's hands collapsed first. Bang bang bang. Dozens of sharp arrows covered by armament hockey turned into a black rain and headed towards Chinyu. Watching this scene, Chinyu grabbed his right hand slightly in the void, only to realize that he still lacked a scepter, and felt that he had lost a touch of the emperor's style. After a brief absence, he looked up at the sharp arrows that fell from the sky and covered the ground, shook his head and said, "It seems that you are still out of skill to please me. Then make me one-sidedly happy." The awe-inspiring voice fell, and the violent undead magic power dormant in Chinyu's body surged like a frenzy. When the huge magic formation under his feet suddenly unfolded, and before everyone could react in the next moment, the arrow feathers that descended 2 or 3 meters in front of Chinyu showed a slight stagnation. The next moment, it burst and broke. Negative burst. The awe-inspiring words, the simple 4 words were spit out, suddenly lifted up, in the deep-set eyes, under the flames of the burning soul. The dark undead magic power exploded like a frenzy, turning into a semicircular shield and blasting away. Bang bang bang. The feather arrows that attacked from the sky shattered in response to the negative explosion. The distance of 100 meters is only approaching in the blink of an eye. Before Kikyo and the others could react, the jet-black energy slammed into them with a tenacious posture. Chapter 464_Empress Hancock. Boom. The thunderous explosion resounded through half of 9 Snake Island, and the huge impact directly overturned dozens of 9 Snake Island female soldiers. Where the negative burst passed, the rocks and trees along the way were torn to shreds in an instant like paper. A range of hundreds of meters in a radius is shrouded in it. This blow, compared with the Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign in Hokage, is only a bit lacking in attack power and range. On the whole, it still feels like the same song. However, the impact of the negative burst came and went quickly, but it disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. After the sand and dust in the sky returned to calm, Kangyi was all over the land, and only the female warriors of 9 Snakes Island were left. Although the injuries on their bodies are mainly abrasions, the negative burst is an enhanced version of the negative contact of the Bone King's innate magical powers. In addition to the shock, there is also magic paralysis. It can be said that the current 9 snake warriors can move all over their bodies, except for their eyes. A huge number of people can't even move their lower fingers. "You, who are you? We are the protector of the 9 snakes. You dare to hurt us. Once Lord Hancock finds out, you will surely die." Kikyo, as the protector of the country, is obviously stronger and stronger. Maybe it was a negative burst, but he was still able to barely support his body, staring at Chinyu with shame and anger. "Hee, I didn't expect you to stand up. You are indeed the captain of the protectorate." Chinyu chuckled softly. "Seeing as you make me happy, I won't kill you, but I need some information. And you, captain of the protectorate, may have a hard mouth, so I can only use some small means of torture." Second-level magic, the Hand of the Vines. Chinyu snapped his fingers, and 4 dazzling magic circles lit up under Margaret and the others who were lying on the ground. Before they could react, the vines quickly burst out of the ground, directly binding their plump bodies. Of course, I don't know if it's because of the Bone King's original wicked thinking, Chinyu let her show where it should be exposed. That bulge and back, but the perfect photo. The female fighters who used to call themselves fighters saw this scene, and Yuhi's cheeks suddenly became ashamed. "You, what are you doing? We are the protector of the Nine-Snake Island. Even if we die, we won't say a word." Kikyo was also among the four. As the captain of protecting the country, the degree of stubbornness is obviously the same as Chinyu's guess. Don't worry, as the supreme ruler of the Nazarick necropolis, Ains our gong, will do what I say. If you please me, I will never kill you. Chinyu Lengbingbing he smiled and said, however, if you don't answer the truth about what I want to know, then the punishment will be indispensable. Tell me if Hancock is on 9 snakes now. Chinyu's voice suddenly became cold, his deep-set eyes, and the flames of his soul soared, with a fascinating taste, and he went straight to Kikyo. The moment the four eyes met, Kikyo's expression suddenly became dazed. As an archmage of the undead, even if he does not cast magic, he has the ability to shock his mind by his words and deeds. Caught off guard, Kikyo said clearly, Yuhi parted his lips slightly, and said, Lord Hancock, now. You bastard, Sister Kikyo, don't tell me, even if we die, we won't betray the secrets of the 9 snakes. Margaret hurriedly exclaimed, causing the absent Kikyo to wake up. Looking at this scene, the soul flame in Chinyu's eyes suddenly returned to normal, and he looked around the field coldly and said, it seems that as the supreme being, I am still too kind. Second level magic countless vine tentacles. Dang dang. The sound of the magic circle lighting up sounded one after another. One by one mysterious magic circles lit up under each female warrior of the 9 snakes. Before they could react, they were instantly tied into dumplings. You, what are you going to do? Kikyo's complexion changed suddenly. They were still able to be tough just a moment ago, but they watched all of them fall into Chinyu's hands instantly. It was a shame for them to be tied up in such a humiliating manner. What am I going to do? Chinyu swept his eyes with soul flames over each of the 9 snake female warriors, and said, of course it's to punish you. If you don't answer, then you have to fight. The words fell, Chinyu's pale skeleton finger picked up, and the vine tentacles tied to them crazily entangled, turning into a big human hand. Before Kikyo and the others could react, he threw them on their ass. Snapped. The crisp slaps sounded in unison, and the rigidity of the body was twisted restlessly. It seemed to make the big vine hand even crazier. Without any bells and whistles, one after another, the scene turned into a passionate symphony in an instant. Ah, you rascal, dare to hit us, hurry up and let us go, otherwise Lord Hancock will never let you go. Kikyo's cheeks were congested, she bit Yuhi's lips tightly, and hurriedly twisted her body, intending to break free. However, this vine tentacle can break free unless it can explode with great force in an instant. Otherwise, the more you struggle, the stronger the restraint will gradually tighten. Looking at the 9 snake female warrior who was still stubborn, Chinyu shook his head helplessly, and said coldly, it seems that I am still too kind. If this can't make you speak, then let me see your stubbornness, and my means, who is tougher. Vine tentacles. The awe-inspiring words came out in a hurry, and vines shot one after another, and at this moment, it seemed to explode and grow wildly. Dozens, hundreds of numbers, densely packed. If they are really thrown down, the consequences will probably be extremely sour. Witnessing this scene, the female warrior of the 9 snakes, ashamed Yuhi's cheeks, turned pale all of a sudden. If this is over, I am afraid that it will have to change from a girl to a woman. However, before they could react, 2 huge black shadows, like tigers and leopards, rushed out of the jungle behind them. The speed is so fast that there are only afterimages left along the way. Snake dance. Snake. 2 icy screams sounded, and the afterimages slid past the crowd entwined with vines like a snake. Wherever he passed, the sharp blade of cold light that fluttered in his hand, like a flexible poisonous snake, cut off the vines tied to his body directly. In a short period of 7 or 8 breaths, when a group of female warriors protecting the country reacted, 2 huge snake-like bodies stopped in front of them. There is another one, surrounded by the crowd, sprinkled with petals, standing on a huge poisonous snake, and a tall and flat figure swam quickly out of the dense forest. If Chinyu remembers correctly, this woman is probably the ruler of Nine Snake Island, known as the Empress, Boyahan Cook. Chapter 465 _ It's Lord Hancock, she's finally here. I didn't expect Lord Hancock to become more and more beautiful. With Lord Hancock's shot, he will be able to take this hateful guy easily. God, I'm going to faint, I can't hold it every time. The strange cry of a nympho rang out one after another, which made Chinyu suddenly interested. The deep-set eyes, the jumping soul flame, turned in vain and landed on Hancock's body. It has to be said that the Empress, who was 1.91 meters tall, under the fluffy cloak and the long skirt with deep slits, still can't hide her proud figure. The waist is over 100, the waist is 60, and the lower body is 90. Coupled with the slender, snow-white, long legs like suet and white jade, it simply gives people a feeling of excitement. Rao was the soul flame in Chinyu's eyes, and he jumped slightly, as if he was heartbroken. However, as soon as these emotional fluctuations appeared, they were eliminated by the Bone King's own skills and negative emotions. It's really ugly. You dare to spread wildness on your concubine's territory. Did your navy forget the Chihuahua Treaty we signed? The poisonous snake at Hancock's feet stopped after more than 10 meters from the coast. With the feather fan in his hand, he said proudly with his pretty face half covered. Lord Hancock, it's so domineering, I'm in love with it. God, if I could kneel and lick in front of Lord Hancock's feet, I would too. Come on, let's all stand up, don't lose the face of Lord Hancock, or we won't even have the chance to love. The voice of the nympho, wave after wave, can be called a symphony of madness. Looking at some of the country protectors whose eyes had turned into hearts, Chinyu became more and more calm. He knew that this was probably the sweet fruit that Hancock possessed, with its own charm. You Navy, why don't you talk? Since you don't have a long memory and ignore the contract made by your concubine, then die for me. Hancock's face sank, obviously ignoring Chinyu and feeling rude. The back waist turned over, showing a difficult 90-degree, and when the right foot was lifted, half of the beautiful leg was exposed, and a cold and arrogant voice came out rashly. In this world, no matter what you have done, the world will forgive you, your ignorance and arrogance, then repent in the stone. Sweet and sweet. Hancock folded his hands together in a gesture of love, and the pink girl's rays of light bloomed, and the sky suddenly turned pink. Dang dang. The pink peach hearts filled the sky, spanning tens of meters, and shot directly towards Chinyu's body. The speed was so fast, it arrived in the blink of an eye. However, before they could be happy, the pink peach heart, like rain hitting a plantain, hit the steel plate, and was directly thrown out. Seeing the violent scene, all the female warriors protecting the country, and even the 3 Hancock sisters, were also stunned. In their eyes, no matter who the other party is, as long as there is a shock in their hearts, they will definitely turn into petrified. Haha, it seems that your methods are as fancy as your appearance, but for the deity, it seems to be of no use at all. Chinyu laughed dryly. As an undead archmage, the Bone King has the ability to be immune to mental attacks, and at the same time, the trace of restlessness that appeared just now was also eliminated by the negative emotions of the skill. It can be said that in the face of petrification of sweet fruits, Chinyu has no effect at all. What an arrogant person, I have to see today, what kind of confidence do you have to dare to run wild on Nine Snake Island? Hancock's pretty face sank, and the moment he got up with a drink. The second finger was a little on Yuhi's lips, and Yuhi's peach heart mark quickly emerged, and the index finger was a little on the peach heart, turning into a pistol posture. Kiss the gun. Bang bang bang. The moment the index finger pointed at Chin-yu, the pink peach heart burst out like a bullet. Facing this scene, in Chin-yu's deep-set eyes, the flame of his soul soared, and the crackling thunder light exploded like a frenzy. The next moment, with the help of the Bone King's body, Chin-yu instantly entered the Raiden Thunder-style chakra mode. However, this power borrowed across the ontology and character templates can only support a minute or two. Just in this situation, everything is enough. Boom. The big foot of the skull suddenly stepped on, and Chin-yu disappeared in place like a thunder light. The incoming peach heart strafing smashed the hull deck of the battleship in an instant, and it failed directly. Seeing this violent scene, the expressions of Sonia and Marigold suddenly changed, and they shouted anxiously, "Sister, be careful behind your back." Fragrant feet. As a first-time powerhouse on Nine Snakes Island, Hancock not only understands three-color domineering, but also hones it to ultimate. Without any bells and whistles, when he turned over, his slender right foot swept straight behind him like a long whip. Iron. Boom. A thunderous collision sound resounded suddenly. The splashing thunder light ripped apart the surrounding rock formations, even some trees were cut off by the waist, and a large amount of sand was thrown up. Snake dance. Flame zombie. Witnessing this scene, Sonia and Marigold suddenly became violent. The two control the animal system at the same time, the snake and snake fruit ability, of which Sonia is a python person, and Marie Goruder is a cobra person. As soon as the huge and ugly body unfolded, the hair on his head instantly transformed into dozens or hundreds of poisonous snakes. Without the slightest hesitation, he attacked Chin-yu in the air. When the two made their move, it was obvious that they formed an airtight encirclement and completely blocked Chin-yu's retreat, which was enough to show that they had rich combat experience. Originally, I planned to be gentle and have a good talk with you, but now it seems that it is better to put soldiers first, then courtesy and then benevolence. Chin-yu sighed helplessly. The moment the voice fell, the flame of the soul suddenly soared, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, his hands clasped together. Under the frenzied thunder light and the backlog of crazy gathering, without any fancy, it slammed down towards the ground below. Recurrent violence. Boom. A thunderous explosion resounded. The backlog of violent power instantly poured down, and splashed away with a tenacious posture. The ground centered on Chin-yu collapsed in an instant. The three Hancock sisters, who were close at hand, bore the brunt of being swallowed up by the endless lightning. The resulting shock wave quickly spread around. Bang bang bang. The rewinding thunder light rolled and swept the entire coast, and the female warrior who was protecting the country was also swallowed up before she could let out a scream. After a full 7 or 8 seconds, the thunder light from the sky dissipated, and Chin-yu was still standing in the deep pit with the attitude of the Bone King. In the huge battle circle, with the exception of Hancock, who was standing 7 or 8 meters away with half bent over in a little embarrassment, the two younger sisters were also attacked by surprise and fell directly to the ground, with wisps of black smoke on their bodies. As for the female warriors who were farther away, they were obviously not so dizzy, and fell into a coma. Chapter 466_Painless and Painless Treatment. You bastard, you dare to do such a ruthless attack on your concubine, I'm going to kill you. Hancock's pretty face turned cold, and he planned to storm Chin-yu again. However, before she could make a move, Sonia and Marigold, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly stood up. However, what Hancock saw was not their bravery. On the contrary, the clothes on the body that had been nearly burst due to the transformation, were obviously burned under the heavy current. With a slight movement, it tore apart like a piece of paper, revealing a huge back. The violent scene made Hancock's face turn pale. For her, there is nothing more humiliating than a secret that has been kept for more than 10 years. Sonia, Mary, the clothes behind you. Hancock exclaimed anxiously, forgetting to attack. The violent attacks of Sonia and Marigold were stagnant at first, and the next moment did not wait for them to react, due to the excessive movement. The clothes on his body were torn apart in response, and the imprint of the flying dragon's hoof, which was originally concealed by them, symbolizing the dragon's hoof belonging to the Tianlong people, appeared in front of Qin Yu's eyes. Hancock, what happened? We are here to support you. Lord Hancock, here we come. Who is it that dares to disturb Lord Hancock? Bathe and change clothes, he will be cursed by Gorgon and become a fossil. One after another, shouts of reverence came from all directions in the jungle. The dense footsteps, and the increasing number of people in observation Hokage's perception, made Hancock panic all of a sudden. As a dignified pirate queen, at this moment, she was at a loss like a little girl. No, this secret can't be discovered. What should I do? What should I do? Hancock was anxious. Now, she not only has to worry about how to help Sonia and Marigold hide the secrets on their backs. More still, how to prevent Qin Yu from telling this secret. After seeing Qin Yu's strange and unusual methods with his own eyes, Hancock had no confidence that he could stop Qin Yu's mouth in a short period of time. Sister is here, Sonia exclaimed anxiously. The three of them turned their eyes together, and locked on the mother-in-law who came out of the jungle first. The moment she looked flustered, they heard a faint sigh. Oh, although I also have shame and don't like being too explicit, but I'm still too kind. Qin Yu shook his head, and immediately threw the demon parasitic cloak behind him with his backhand. Split. Puff. The parasitic cloak of the demon world was lifted away from Qin Yu's body immediately, losing the wrapping of the cloak. Qin Yu's current posture was simply a piece of cloth with no strands all over his body, and his appearance was too blatant. However, as soon as the demon world's parasitic cloak floated in midair, it suddenly made a sound of torn cloth and suddenly split into two parts. Under the astonished eyes of the three Hancock sisters, they entangled Sonia and Marigold. This scene fell into the eyes of the grandmother, although she didn't know what happened, but she instantly smelled something unusual. The crutches in his hand slammed down towards the ground and shouted coldly, "You all go back, Hancock is meeting the distinguished guests." As soon as these words fell, those noisy footsteps also stopped. Seeing this scene, the three Hancock sisters breathed a sigh of relief. The mother-in-law also breathed a sigh of relief. After looking at the three of Hancock, when her eyes fell on Qin Yu, her pupils shrank slightly and said, "Devil fruit ability, is it the Navy?" Navy. Qin Yu returned to his senses, shook his head with a smile, and said, "Ha, misunderstood me, we are all pirates, but when we came, we snatched a warship. Originally, I just came here by accident, but looking at them, I just thought of a good deal." Listening to the first half of the speech made Hancock and others look slightly changed, but the second half made their nerves suddenly tense. Hancock was the first to lose his temper and said, "You arrogant, your concubine is so beautiful, you will be forgiven no matter what, and we have no plan to let you leave alive." Although, Qin Yu had just helped Sonia and Marie Groud to cover up the marks of the heavenly dragons on their backs. But it doesn't mean that Hancock is willing to let those who know this secret leave alive. At the same time, not to mention, Qin Yu intends to use this mark to trade with them. Hancock, don't be impulsive. Grandma Yi exclaimed anxiously and said, looking at your tone, you should also be a young man. Since you know this secret, why can't it be rotten in your heart? It's rotten in my heart. Qin Yu laughed dryly, and said, whoever said I was going to threaten me didn't have the slightest patience. Listen to me and finish what I said. If, I can help you to permanently remove the slave imprint of the Tianlong people, but the premise is that you must teach me the method of three-color domineering practice. With the one-key full-level system on the main body, Qin Yu clearly knew that in order to gain a foothold in this world, the most basic thing is to be a domineering master. Otherwise, if you encounter a natural devil fruit person, it is often unilaterally abused. What did you say? Hancock couldn't hold back first. It can be said that the slave mark of the Tianlong people is like an invisible big hand, clenching their hearts tightly. Even sleeping at night, outside Hancock's palace, there are guards on the inside and outside, and 2 younger sisters are required to guard the gate. With such a strict line of defense, Hancock was afraid that if he fell asleep, the secret on his back would be discovered. When I was young, I couldn't find a suitable doctor, and after I became famous, I didn't want anyone to see the mark on my back. Most importantly, for Hancock, once the slave mark is forcibly removed, the beautiful back like suet and white jade will leave ugly scars. This is absolutely not allowed. After all, to a certain extent, the ability to exert the sweet fruit also requires extreme self-confidence in one's own beauty, reaching the level of self-confidence, before it can be fully exerted. If you have a pimple in your heart, keep thinking about an ugly scar on your back. Under the display of the ability of the sweet fruit, I am afraid that it will be greatly reduced. Don't worry, the means I have are painless and traceless treatments. In order to express my sincerity, let me show you my confidence first. Chinyu laughed dryly, obviously guessing Henku Graham's idea. Eyes turned in vain, and fell on the female warriors who were lying on the ground in a coma, and snapped her fingers with her right hand. Level 3 Magic, Group Healing. Chapter 467 _ Deal Level 3 Magic Group Healing. When the sound of the magic circle unfolding suddenly echoed. The blue light quickly bloomed under Chin Yu's feet. The next moment, the magic power that surged out instantly exploded, turning into a light Jinchuriki column and rushing up to the 9 heavens. Before Hancock and the others could react, the blue magic instantly turned into a smoky drizzle, drifting down against the sea breeze. Looking at this strange scene, Hancock and the others were startled at first. However, when they reacted, the scattered blue drizzle made them feel like they were bathed in warm izumi. The comfortable feeling was as crisp and numb. The numbness and stinging pain caused by the battle just now disappeared quickly. The most unbelievable thing is that even Granny Za's pale old face, like dry bark, has gradually turned into Yuhi's blood. It made them even more embarrassed to face this sudden comfortable feeling. There are also many female warriors who protect the country, shouting shameful voices. Just that Fei Yuhi just appeared on their faces, and the female warriors who were in a coma woke up one after another, and at the same time, the injuries on her body healed quickly. That miraculous gesture did not even leave the slightest scar. What the hell is going on here? The scars on my face are gone. Gosh, the blood on my chest is gone too. No, Madara is gone from my face. The exclamations one after another echoed in the field. Looking at the female national protector who had fallen into a coma, she suddenly regained her vitality. Hancock's pupils shrank slightly. This is my sincerity, you don't have to rush to decide, or arrange a place for me first, I don't mind. Chinyu laughed dryly, the soul flame in his eyes turned in vain and met Hancock. The sudden remark made a group of female warriors who were still immersed in surprises suddenly react. The head of Kikyo's face sank, he waved his hand, and shouted, "Everyone obeys the order, surrounds this madman, and assists Lord Hancock to take action." Yes. A group of female warriors protecting the country have not yet figured out the situation in front of them. However, when it comes to Hancock, in their admiration, everything needs no reason. However, before they could act, the crutches clenched in the hands of the grandmother on the side suddenly stomped on the ground and said, "Stop, before Hancock has made a decision, no one should act rashly. Why don't we monitor him first? Speaking of which, my mother-in-law couldn't help but look at Hancock. However, if there was no accident, the first thing that caught her eye was the big beautiful legs that flew over. Boom. The mother-in-law was kicked and flew, and she finally stopped after 7 or 8 somersaults. However, in the face of this kind of elder abuse, my mother-in-law is obviously used to it. After all, in the original book, she was thrown from the window on the castle by Hancock, and she was able to exist unscathed. Moreover, as the previous queen of Nine Snake Island, the strength of this old woman is definitely not simple. After finishing all this, Hancock glanced at Chin Yu and said with a cold snort, "HMPH, it's time to take a shower and change clothes, and block the entire castle for the concubine." Leaving these words, Salome, the pet snake who was not far away and enjoying the healing rain, swam over quickly, tamed Hancock, and quickly headed towards the castle. Sonia and Marigold, who witnessed this scene, relaxed their tense nerves. Not to mention, whether Chin Yu can really wash away the slave mark on their backs. If Chin Yu leaked the scene just now, let the female warrior of protecting the country know. That's definitely not a good thing. Now that Hancock can temporarily agree to the transaction, it also makes them relieved. "Mother-in-law, are you all right?" After Sonia helped her in-law up, she turned to look at Chin Yu and said, "Sister, I have to take a bath now. As usual, we will arrange for you to wait outside the palace." Clear. Since Hancock became the Empress of Nine Snake Island, every bath was a laborious effort to block the entire palace, in order to prevent the secrets on his back from being leaked. "Hee, don't be so troublesome. I'll just wait in the palace. Your sister will meet me soon and agree to make a deal." Chin Yu laughed dryly and said, "Also, prepare me some food." After a series of battles and a day and a night of sailing, this naval warship, because it is stationed in the advanced city prison all the year round, does not need to go out to sea to perform tasks. On such a big ship, there was no food at all except for some fresh water. If it hadn't been for a mistake by Shiryu of the rain and abandoned on the Nine Snake Island, Chin Yu would have had to cut off his legs just like Zapu with bare feet. Sonia hesitated. Hancock blocked the palace to prevent the secret from being leaked, and now Chin Yu already knew the secret. Blocking the palace is optional for him. Moreover, from the standpoint of Sonia and Marigold, although it is not clear whether Chin Yu can really do it. But in the face of being able to get rid of the perennial nightmare, they are still eager to see that Hancock really agreed to try. "Let him in, I'll talk to Hancock alone later." Granny patted the dust on her body, glanced at it, and Chin Yu said, "If you don't mind, I'm willing to show you the way." "Hee, if your mother-in-law welcomes you, of course I would, then I will be troublesome." Chin Yu laughed dryly and said, "However, I would take the liberty to ask if there is any solid wood nearby. I need to build something." "Stronger wood." The mother-in-law couldn't help but startled, but she didn't refuse Chin Yu's optional request. She pointed to a black and iron-colored tree trunk beside her, and said, "This is our 9 tree trunk. Snake Island's unique 9-layer ironwood is heavier and tougher than the same iron. Our arrows are also made of this thing. I don't know if it can meet your requirements." Ironwood. The soul flame in Chin Yu's eyes flashed, and he activated the character template of Ain's Our Gong. He was clearly subconsciously accustomed to possessing the Emperor's symbolic scepter. Now that he has nothing to do, Chin Yu also wants to gain more power by imitating the Bone King in the original book, so it is also very good to get a scepter. While thinking about it, Chin Yu approached Tiamu and tapped lightly for a few times. After making a dull sound, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "Can you lend me the knife?" "My naginata." Marigold couldn't help but startled, and said, "My naginata weighs hundreds of kilograms, and this ironwood requires special means of refining. If you plan to use the naginata alone, I'm afraid it can't be done by cutting it down." Chapter 468 Take off your clothes. "Mary, give him a try with the naginata. A stinky man won't understand unless he hits the wall," Sonia said in a deep voice. "However, I still have to let you know in advance that to cut this iron wood, even Mary needs to use a high-strength armament hockey to do it." In Sonia's eyes, Chin Yu's strength is very good. However, the transaction just proposed has proved that he doesn't even have a master for armament hockey. Under such a major premise, it is impossible for Chin Yu to cut down a tree stump whose material is comparable to that of iron if he just relies on brute force. Really, that's just for me to try. Chin Yu smiled dryly and took the naginata from Marigold. Looking at Tiamu in front of him, the soul flame in his eyes suddenly skyrocketed. The crackling thunder light quickly rolled away from the body. Raiden Thunder Style, Chakra Mode. The fight just now took a lot of time to use the body's chakra and crossbody. But to chop down a piece of iron wood, it is still more than excellent. Accompanied by the lightning, the madness poured into the naginata, and the sharp and piercing air vibration sound suddenly sounded. Feeling that naginata seemed unbearable, this huge thunder attribute chakra let out a whimper. Chin Yu's big skeleton hands suddenly clenched tightly, and his backhand slashed towards Taimuli. Ultrasonic Raiden Thunder Style Knife. This is Killer Bee Jinchuriki Column Force. Killer Bee has the means. Raiden Thunder Style Chakra on the knife to enhance the sharpness of the knife. Using Raiden Thunder Style to induce high-frequency vibration waves, it has a penetrating power beyond Futon Wind Style. In the original book, Killer Bee used a pencil to pierce the rock directly when he fought the ghost shark. Puff. As soon as the knife came out, the air stirred with large ripples, and the naginata, which was wrapped around the thunder light, slashed down in an instant. Boom. The dull collision sound resounded like thunder, and the big tree surrounded by several people responded with a slash. Sonia and the others who witnessed this scene suddenly shrank their pupils, and their faces were full of disbelief. However, before they could ask any questions, the naginata sword wrapped in thunderlight in Chin Yu's hand suddenly stagnated and flew up like a dragon. The huge iron wood fell into Chin Yu's hands, like tofu, and its surface was directly cut off. After everyone reacted, the iron wood that several people could embrace, only the heart of the tree more than 1 meter high remained. After Chin Yu weighed it for a while, he showed a look of satisfaction. Okay, thank you naginata, if nothing else, help me prepare a place to stay, I still need to take care of this thing. Now Chin Yu was eager to increase his own strength, and imitating an Ain's Olgong scepter was obviously a shortcut. As for what rewards can be obtained, Chin Yu has a little more hope. Sonia, he will leave it to me, you go and report to Hancock first. Granny Za retracted the shock on her face and instructed. In Hancock's eyes, the mother-in-law didn't get the slightest respect. However, Sonia and Marigold still respect this elder. To a certain extent, it is still the think tank of their Snake Island. Sonia, after taking one more look at Chin Yu, turned around and left with Marie Groud without further lingering. With the return of Hancock, the city gates of the palace were quickly closed, the guardrails were erected, and the whole country entered the first level of martial law directly. However, the only difference this time was that Sonia and Marigold, who were guarding the door, hurried to the bathroom. Sir, have you started bathing and changing? As soon as Sonia arrived in the bathroom, she saw another figure in the steam-shrouded bath. This has never happened in the past 10 years or so. Every time Hancock bathes and changes clothes, any link is indispensable. In particular, the gates must be guarded by them. However, now things are abnormal, but there must be a demon. Thank you for your hard work, Hancock said suddenly, which immediately flattered Sonia and Marigold. Sister, you are serious. It's just how the guy handled it. He didn't use armament hockey just now, so he easily split the ironwood. In addition to the ability of the animal-type Eudemon's fruit, it seems to know how to control thunder and lightning, which gives people a very mysterious feeling. Sonia explained anxiously. Hancock was silent for a while, and then said, "Let him come to see me. Whether I believe it or not, you should also have the opportunity to try and erase painful memories." In front of outsiders, Hancock is a proud queen, but in the face of the two sisters who depend on each other, there is still another side. Hee, it seems that you are not hard-hearted. Chin-Yu's indifferent laughter suddenly sounded. The expressions of Hancock and the three suddenly changed drastically. They followed the voice and saw Chin-Yu, who was still the first to catch the eye. However, Chin-Yu, who appeared this time, had a scepter wrapped around 7 golden poisonous snakes in his hand. In each bluffing snake mouth, there is a gem in its mouth, giving people a lifelike feeling. They were in a state of uncertainty just now, and they were still talking at the same time. But because of the habit, during the bath, Hancock will deploy observation haki to conduct all-round vigilance, and the two sisters are no exception. It can be said that Chin-Yu was still in the room they were monitoring just a moment ago. Now why, in the blink of an eye, they appeared here without knowing it, which was beyond their expectations. Don't be nervous, I'm a timid person, so when you used observation haki to monitor me, I also used a little trick and kept an eye on your every move. Chin-Yu smiled and clenched the hand in his hand. Scepter. For the character template of the Bone King, caution, and timidity are the most basic manifestations. Chin-Yu wants to improve the fidelity of the character template, which is absolutely essential. Seeing Sonia and Marigold with a hint of anger on their faces, Chin-Yu instead turned his attention to Hancock, who was looming in the steam. Don't be angry, didn't you decide to let me remove the imprint of the Tianlong people? For the doctor, the ketone body is just a passing glance, the beauty is just a pink skeleton, and everything is empty. Chin-Yu said again with a smile. You all take off your clothes. No, it's better to take off your shirt and reveal the imprint of the dragon slaves. Looking at Sonia and Marigold, the appearances are far from the Empress Hancock. Chin-Yu really has a kind, and doubts whether the two younger sisters were born by the old king next door, otherwise they would not be very different. Listening to Chin-Yu's slightly excessive request, if it were normal, they would have already attacked violently. But this time it was a deal, and Chin-Yu's request became too much. Thinking of this, Sonia and Marigold looked at Hancock after looking at each other. Take it all off. Chapter 469 _ It's over before it even begins. Take it all off. Hancock glanced at Chin-Yu and said lightly, if you dare to deceive the concubine, no matter where you escape, the concubine will kill you. As he spoke, Hancock looked at Salome, the pet snake not far away. Soon, Salome immediately understood, wearing a silk-thin yukata on his head, and quickly swam towards Hancock. After taking the yukata from Salome, Hancock did not evade at all, and put his back on Chin-Yu. After all, as a pirate who is used to seeing big waves and is known as the Empress, if you are cautious because of this trivial matter, you will dodge in front of others. This is shameful. After finishing all this, Hancock turned his back to Chin-Yu and sat on the steps. With a flick of his shoulders, the light gauze yukata on his back slipped off, revealing the imprint of the flying dragon's hoof on his back. The half-exposed scene made Chin-Yu, who had an unusually calm will after using the Bone King template, also jumped out of negative emotions to clear, and he was able to remain calm. Of course, Chin-Yu would think that this beautiful scene would be more pleasing to the eye if there were no two meat hills sitting next to Hancock. Why don't you hurry up? Or did you lie to the Empress just now? Hancock said coldly, but Fei Yuhi on his cheeks obviously betrayed her, and now her mind. Chin-Yu quickly reacted in the process of eliminating the negative, and said with a dry smile, I'm just thinking of a faster and more convenient way to treat you. After all, I believe that you are not used to this attitude. Let me release the fruit ability first. For the so-called treatment method, Chin-Yu was just trying to cover up, just thinking carefully. In the world of One Piece, this removal surgery may leave scars. But in the face of the medical ninjutsu in Hokage, let alone a small wound, even if the body is broken in two, as long as it doesn't die, it can be connected without leaving the slightest scar. However, Facing Chin Yu's careful thoughts, they understood that they were attracted by Chin Yu's second half of his speech. From the first meeting to now, Chin Yu showed them the attitude of the Bone King. Removing the so-called devil fruit ability at the moment made them startled for a while, and then their pupils shrank suddenly. Too young. In their eyes, Chin Yu, possessing such powerful fighting methods and negotiating skills, is definitely an old fox who has been in the sea for a long time. However, now Chin Yu gave them the feeling that they were 17 or 18 years old, like a teenager next door. Compared with the terrifying skeleton demon posture just now, the gap is too big. Okay, let's start. Chin Yu took the lead in coming behind Sonia and Marigold. The most beautiful things, of course, should be reserved for the last to taste. As for the two in front of them, they still closed their eyes, and Shuanglong went out to sea. The sudden scene obviously tensed the nerves of the three Hancocks. For Chin Yu's choice, Hancock was stunned at first, but Yuhi's pupils contracted suddenly when Yuhi's lips opened. I saw Chin Yu lightly press the backs of Sonia and Marie Groud with both hands, and the light blue medical chakras rushed out quickly, covering the flying dragon hoof marks directly. However, before they could react, the mark of the gorilla Yuhi, under Hancock's astonished gaze, melted like a tide, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. The position of the skin seemed to be bleached, and even Hancock couldn't help rubbing his eyes. Sister, has he started? I feel a little itchy. As the three sisters, Marigold is the largest and the most sturdy. However, in the face of such an occasion, there was an obvious shyness on his face. Sonia on the side didn't speak, but she couldn't help looking at Hancock, and the words that fell in her ears shook their nerves. It's over, it's over. Not, it's over. Marigruder and Sonia looked stagnant. They didn't have time to think about it, they hurried to the full-length mirror to check. When he saw clearly the picture reflected in the mirror, his pupils suddenly contracted. This horse is too fast. In their eyes, it is simply that it is over before it begins. No one would believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Is it to me? Looking at this scene, even Hancock couldn't help but get excited. For her, the celestial dragon slave mark on her back is a lingering nightmare. Now that it can be eliminated in an instant, that is completely unimaginable. Yeah, Chin Yu replied, looking at the jade back that was as smooth as mutton fat and white jade. He took a deep breath, and after stabilizing his mind, he gently put his backhand on it. The smoothness and warmth of the hands made Chin Yu frown slightly. However, compared with him, Hancock, who has always claimed to be the Empress, reacted significantly more intensely. I don't know if it was because of excitement or other reasons, and even his body trembled slightly. Looked like a little girl. Yuhi bit Yuhi's lips with a face. Chin Yu stabilized his mind again, and the chakra was running, and the blue light lit up. On that day, the slave mark of the dragon man faded quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Chin Yu pulled his hand back, it was only 7 or 8 seconds before and after. That's it. Is it all right? Hancock bit Yuhi's lips and muttered. The next moment, the whole person was paralyzed to the ground as if he had lost his strength. The grievances that had accumulated in his eyes over the years turned into hot tears. The slight sobbing sounded, and in that instant, Sonia and Marigold, who looked equally tough, couldn't hold back and burst into tears. Looking at the situation where even the atmosphere changed suddenly, Chin Yu touched the tip of his nose helplessly and looked at Hancock. He suddenly remembered something. After leaving the world of Hokage, it seems that the head kill has not been used. Looking at Hancock, the usually proud head is now buried between his knees, sobbing constantly. Chin Yu sighed helplessly, rubbed Hancock's head gently with his probing hand, and said, "It's all over, you can wear backless clothes in the future, and you don't need to take a bath, have a good life, it belongs to you girl times." Well, it should be a girl. Abandoning these words, the black mist on Qinyu's body rolled backwards, and soon the template of the Bone King was activated again. At the moment when the portal opened, it disappeared into place out of thin air. Girl. Hancock's expression froze for a while, and when she raised her head, Qinyu was nowhere to be seen. Boy, it looks like you've got things done. I thought that if you entered the bathroom rashly, you would be chased out. Granny Za said with a dry smile. Qinyu rolled his eyes, and the hidden old woman said, "You should be too colored and domineering. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise." Chapter 470_Stay on 9 Snake Island and become a son-in-law. Double color domineering. The mother-in-law was stunned at first, and said, "Boy, are you really joking? You don't even understand double color domineering." In the eyes of mother-in-law, although the time with Qinyu was very short. After hearing about the battles that took place on the coast, and seeing with her own eyes, Qinyu's endless means, relying on her decades of experience across the sea, still couldn't see through the young man in front of her. Hearing these questioning words, Qinyu touched the tip of his nose helplessly. In the world of One Piece, the sea is divided into 3 parts. The first is the 4 major sea areas, the second is the first half of the Great Channel, and the third is the second half of the Great Channel. Among them, in the first half of the Great Channel, once there is a pirate with a reward of over 100 million, it will be called a new star. Once you want to enter the second half of the Great Waterway, the most basic master is not the devil fruit, but the 2-color domineering. Right now, the strength that Qinyu has shown is obviously not something that the pirates in the first half can possess. If the pirates in the second half are roaming, the 2-color domineering should be a must. Really not, otherwise it won't take a lot of trouble. Let's make a deal with you. Looking at the questioning mother-in-law who wanted to tear herself apart to see clearly, Qinyu gave a blank look and explained. Really not. My mother-in-law insisted on asking one more time, and after seeing Qinyu still nodding, the withered bark-like cheeks gradually loosened, and said, "What a fool, you can't even do this, I don't know where you came from. However, for the sake of helping Hancock and the others, I will tell you the use and concept of 2-color domineering." As she said that, Granny put the crutches in her hand aside, her turbid old eyes suddenly condensed, and the whole person's breath was different. It can be said that the old people who can have friendship with the legendary pirates such as Rayleigh and Shachi are definitely not simple people. Domineering is actually a kind of willpower in the human body, and it is similar to the development of the brain, but to control armament hockey and observation hockey, there are 2 ways. First, through systematic exercise, open the brain's restrictions, and second, open it unexpectedly. The mother-in-law explained in a deep voice. The dry right hand suddenly slid down, and the pitch-black armament hockey spread quickly, covering the arm directly. Gives a metallic feel. This is armament hockey. Next, I'm going to demonstrate observation hockey. Along with Granny's opinion, Qinyu's mind also formed a systematic cognition of the 2-color domineering. Ding dong, congratulations to the host who has acquired the 2-color domineering. Whether to perform 1-click full level immediately. The long-lost system ethereal voice suddenly sounded, making Qinyu secretly relieved. I just listened to a lecture from my mother-in-law. However, everyone's understanding of domineering is completely different. Qinyu is still stuck in a half-understanding, and even the clues are not clear. Now that the system makes a move, it can be captured. How can Qinyu not feel happy? Immediately carry out a 1-click full level. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. Ding dang, congratulations to the host 2-color domineering 1-button full level success. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the high-level armament hockey usage method Sakura. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the advanced observation hockey method to predict the future. The continuous sound of the system prompts made Qinyu frown, but he was not surprised. Boy, are you listening attentively? Granny suddenly stepped on Chin-Yu's feet. However, before she could fall, Chin-Yu pulled back in advance like a prophet. The sudden scene made the mother-in-law froze in shock. "Mother-in-law, I learned it." Chin-Yu regained his senses with a smile on his face. Just now, Chin-Yu did not start observation haki at the critical moment. But once observation haki has attained a certain level of attainments, as long as it encounters something that damages itself, observation haki will issue an early warning in time. Chin-Yu just got the full level observation haki just now, and he didn't expect it to come in handy so quickly. However, observation haki also has two huge weaknesses. First, once the speed of the enemy is faster than your early warning speed, even if you can predict the future, you may not be able to react. Second, emotions can easily affect the use of observation haki. Once absolute calm cannot be maintained, the accuracy of predicting the future will be greatly reduced, or it will fail directly. "Have you learned it?" Granny's expression froze, and she soon saw Chin-Yu. In her deep-set eyes, the flames of her soul suddenly soared, and the pitch-black armament haki quickly spread across her arms. It made Grandma Za's pupils shrink suddenly. It was the armed color on Chin-Yu's arms, which flowed like water. "This is Liu Ying, this is the high-level armament haki." The mother-in-law suddenly came back to her senses and said, "You kid, you really pretended to be a pig and eat a tiger from the beginning. It turns out that even the high-level domineering is also a master, and I asked the old man to give it to you. Demonstration, that would make me lose face." Looking at the unhappy mother-in-law, Chin-Yu touched the tip of his nose helplessly. He knew that at the system level, it was impossible to explain clearly. He simply avoided the topic and said, "Mother-in-law, do you know Conqueror's haki?" Among the three-color domineering, Conqueror's haki is the symbol of the king that is chosen in a million miles. Chin-Yu was not sure whether he also owned it. "Conqueror's haki." My mother-in-law was stunned for a moment and said, "You kid, are you going to play me again? Conqueror's haki is a symbol of a born king, but I don't understand it." As for Hancock's Conqueror's haki, it was trained by that old man Rayleigh. If you want to fool him, go ahead and fool him. However, I want to tell you in advance, that old man is Roger's deputy. For the sake of helping Hancock, I will write you a letter of introduction. As for whether you have Conqueror's haki, that is you things are up. Abandoning these words, Granny Za picked up the pen and paper on the table, and after writing a letter, she looked nervously at Chin-Yu and said, "Boy, I still don't believe that you can instantly learn two-color high-level domineering. Tell me, did you deliberately approach Hancock?" Actually, Hancock was originally a good girl. Although she has been in the hands of the Tianlong people for several years, the Tianlong people only simply enslaved and fought for fun. Speaking of which, my mother-in-law lowered her cheeks slightly, coughed dryly, and said, "They don't care about it at all, and I tell you secretly, when I found Hancock, I checked it out. She's still there. Boy, you're lucky, or stay on Nine Snake Island and become a son-in-law. Let these girls with stone heads understand what a man's love is." Listening to this, Chin-Yu suddenly turned petrified. He never thought that the misunderstanding of learning domineering would evolve to such a level. Not even mentioning that. Chapter 471 Start of 350 million. "Kiss the gun," the cold and tender voice echoed suddenly. The pink peach heart that came violently poured out like a machine gun. Chin-Yu, who witnessed this scene, was helpless. On the island of Nine Snakes, where observation haki is prevalent, it is simply a wall with ears. At the same time, the Navy headquarters. The huge conference room seemed extremely depressing. Whether it was the general, the lieutenant general and the major general, their eyes were all shocked by the information they brought back from the city university prison on the table. "Kazuna, have these news been confirmed?" Sengoku's fingers tapped on the table and stopped abruptly, his eyes locked on Kizaru. In Magellan's briefing, it was learned that the dignified General Kizaru was hit by a heavy blow and fell into the sea. Sengoku can't wait to strangle Kizaru to death. However, it is also confirmed from the side that the person who created the prison break this time is not simple. This is the data given by Magellan. The corners of Kizaru's eyes twitched slightly. As soon as the events of the day spread in the Navy headquarters, his face became unbearable. However, in this situation, he still has to bite the bullet and report. According to the calculation, this jailbreak operation involved a total of 6 floors of the Jincheng University prison, and the number of deaths reached 968, most of which were buried in the attack of Uchiha Chinyu. There are a total of 68 people who have successfully escaped from the prison. After the inspection, it was found that there were also prisoners on the 6th floor who were missing. What? As soon as these words fell, the expressions of many admirals in the field changed drastically. Every prisoner who was sent to the 6th floor was brought in by their navy with a lot of effort. Now someone told them that someone on the 6th floor had escaped. It can be said that once these people live in that sea area, they will become a scourge. Silence, give me all the silence. Sengoku patted the conference table heavily and said, "This is the second time since the Golden Lion escaped from the Advanced City 15 years ago. Although that kid is not as famous as the Golden Lion, the number of people who escaped this time is dozens of times that of the Golden Lion. Now the sea outside is already in chaos. If the pirates outside know, you are so rude, then where will the face of our naval headquarters be left?" The awe-inspiring voice echoed in the huge office, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time, making the originally noisy situation suddenly fall into a dead silence. Seeing this scene, Sengoku rubbed his swollen head and said, "Go ahead and focus on saying that someone on the 6th floor has died." Feeling the gazes from all around, Kizaru was a little regretful now, and ran to advance the city to intercept the hero, but now the arrow was on the string and had to send it. After a moment of hesitation, he still spoke. In addition to the 5th floor of the extremely cold hell, the mastermind Uchiha Chinyu, and he conspired with him to betray, and was imprisoned at the entrance of the 6th floor of the infinite hell. The former push city guards Shiryu of the Long Reign. According to Magellan's speculation, the escape of the prisoner on the 6th floor is inseparable from Shiryu of the Reign. The King of Evil, Abaro Pizarro. Mysterious Moon Hunter Carter Rinadipin. Big Wine Basque Chote. World Breaker Bundy Vardy. There are also 2 special prisoners detained in the deepest part of the 6th floor. They are the descendants of the devil, Dagraz Barrett. Red Earl, Baroric Redfield. Every name that fell suddenly changed the atmosphere in the field. Especially when he heard the names of Barrett and the Earl of Yuhi, he was even more shocked. If it is said that those in the front are the scourge of one party, then the 2 in the back are completely the existences that can make the times run wild by themselves. It is rumored to be able to match the right hand of One Piece, Barrett of Raleigh of Hades. The Earl of Yuhi who fought against Roger, the Pirate King, and Whitebeard alone. Every harm is absolutely no worse than the Golden Lion that escaped from prison 15 years ago. The above is the list of personnel given by Magellan. Do you have any comments or plans to act? Sengoku looked around the field and spoke again. Knowing how to make amends is a good thing, but how to make amends is worth the headache. However, as soon as these words fell, the huge conference room fell into dead silence again. In such a situation, speaking freely is to hit the gun at the muzzle. Witnessing this scene, Sengoku frowned and shouted in a deep voice, "What's wrong? When you usually ask for credit, don't you go quickly? Now let you think of a way, why don't you talk?" "Marshal Sengoku, I can't blame them," Crane said suddenly. "As the Naval General Staff, she has a certain right to speak. Except for Barrett and Field, each of these escaped prisoners has the strength not inferior to the Lieutenant General, or even surpasses the Lieutenant General, so I suggest that in addition to the 3 generals leading the pursuit, 2 lieutenants can also be given the lead. A hunting team will be formed, not only to complement each other in battle, but also to retreat in time in case of an accident during the battle. Quote, "As for the mastermind of this jailbreak incident, I hope you can raise the reward from 230 million to 350 million, Marshal, so that others can pay enough attention." 350 million. The expressions of many admirals present suddenly changed. In the second half of the Great Waterway, commonly known as the lawless place of the New World, there are many pirates with a reward of over 100 million. But 350 million, that's all famous existences. This kind of bounty amount, even if it is placed in the Chiwu Sea, few people can match it. I know you should be surprised why an unknown newcomer has a bounty of 350 million at the beginning, but don't forget, he is the mastermind who escaped from the city. If you put you in the city, who can escape? His face sank and he warned. It's not that I look down on everyone here, but I just want you to know that whoever looks down on it will lose his life in the next pursuit mission. The awe-inspiring words fell, and except for the 3 generals and a few lieutenant generals, the faces of the major generals turned blue. However, in the face of the crane's words, there is no way to refute it. Okay, I have already said what I want to say. Sengoku knocked on the table and said, as for raising the reward to 350 million, I have no opinion. Of course, this time, the emergency meeting is also for the vote of all members. If you don't agree, you can raise your hand and say your thoughts at the same time. However, as Sengoku's words faded, the room remained silent. Following that, the Navy headquarters issued an instruction, and a piece of explosive news quickly spread on the sea. Starting with a reward of 350 million, the mastermind of the plan to advance the city's escape, Uchiha Chinyu's name, like a hurricane, spread throughout the sea. Chapter 472 Body marks are not afraid of lice. 3 days later, 9 Snake Island entered the sea. 2 huge sea snakes raised their slender necks, Yuhi the orangutan stuck out his tongue, and dragged the pirate ship representing the honor of the 9 snakes out to sea. Lord Hancock, you are going to go to sea again soon. It seems that there are only 3 days before the last expedition. By the way, you were sick in bed a few days ago. This time, Lord Hancock is planning to send away the man who entered the 9 Snake Island by mistake not long ago. Man, is it the kind of man with 3 legs in the legend? Did you take a peek at it? Is it true? Of course I've seen it before. This is a rare opportunity. The length of a man's 3rd leg is simply tisk tisk tisk. A series of voices sounded at the mouth of the sea, and it suddenly became very lively. Some female warriors who had never seen a man climbed to the heights one after another, wanting to see the strangeness of the man's 3rd leg. Feeling this different atmosphere, Chin-yu, who was standing on the deck, couldn't help but cough. Haha, little devil, to be honest, can this 3rd leg make me happy to see it? The grandmother suddenly appeared and said with a big laugh. Chin-yu rolled his eyes helplessly, this disrespectful guy, and said, when I see Rayleigh, I will bring you a message saying that you miss his 3rd leg, he should be able to swim. Looking for you. Riley. The mother-in-law's expression became stagnant, and then she shouted angrily, you brat, dare to make fun of the old lady. When the old lady saw this thing, you didn't know that you were in that corner. If you dared to talk to Riley saying these words, you don't want me to help you trick Hancock into marrying. However, as soon as the cruel words fell, Hancock's cold voice sounded behind him. Someone, throw her out for me to feed the sea kings. Sister, this. Throw me. As Hancock's order fell, the scene instantly became chaotic. Of course, they wouldn't really throw her mother-in-law into it to feed the sea kings, but they just planned to let her dangle less in front of Hancock. Otherwise, with Hancock's temperament, a few human sculptures would be created by accident. Oh no. Under this slapstick, the 9 snake pirates quickly left the port under the pull of the 2 sea snakes. 9 Snake Island is located in the windless zone, and ordinary pirate ships cannot sail at all except through external forces. Moreover, if some are not familiar with this sea area, or have the means to effectively deter the sea kings that awaited them, all shipwrecked, my concubine can only take you out of the windless belt. If you have other places to go, you can only rely on yourself for the rest of the journey. Hancock stood on the bow and said coldly. Qin Yu was not surprised by this. After all, the 9 snake pirates are famous, but they are hostile to men, if they are seen by outsiders. The dignified female Emperor Hancock was actually in the same boat as the man, and it felt not much different from the same bed. Don't worry, you can show me if there are any boats along the way, I'll just grab one. Qin Yu said indifferently. On the island of 9 snakes, he has already made a record hour hand to the Chambord Islands. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if there is no ship, he can still rely on the Bone King's flying technique to support him for a while. Don't worry, finding prey is our 9 snakes' specialty, and the boat will definitely be able to help you find it. Hancock turned around and left after dropping those words. Soon after the order fell, the female soldiers of the 9 snake pirates on the boat started to move. In 9 Snake Island, although it can be self-sufficient, many resources are obtained by looting merchant ships along the way. And Hancock's battle to become famous, as well as the invitation of Chihuahai, also came from the looting of an expedition. However, every time she was looted, because of the title of Shichibukai, she was spared the pursuit from the Navy headquarters afterwards. Lord Hancock, there are 2 ships ahead. Shall we go over and take a look? A female soldier hurried over. Hancock raised his eyebrows and said, What ship? It seems to be a large merchant ship that transports gold from the sky. I'm afraid there will be a local Navy escort. The female soldier hesitated for a moment. Heavenly gold, that is the protection fee paid to the world government every year by the member countries. These protection fees will be personally escorted by some local navies. Before he became famous, Hancock sacked merchant ships carrying the heavenly gold. But now she is already in the Chihuahai Sea, and the merchant ships that transport the gold in the sky are obviously mentioned in the Chihuahai Agreement. After all, the gold in the sky is also the face of the Tianlong people, in case something goes wrong. That all damages the dignity of the Tianlong people. Dragon people. Hancock heard the words, his pretty face turned pale, and his body trembled. This is from the fear of the past. However, before Hancock could continue to speak, a large hand directly covered her head and rubbed it lightly. The sudden scene stunned everyone in the field. In their eyes, Hancock is an unattainable empress who can only look up. However, being so lightly offended now completely subverts their cognition. Okay, you have eaten and drank for nothing on 9 Snake Island for several days. Before leaving, I will give you a sigh of relief. Qin Yu smiled warmly, withdrew his hand and looked at the huge merchant ship in the distance, saying, The merchant ships of the Tianlong people can set off my status as the supreme and supreme. The next time we meet, I will resound through every corner of this sea, goodbye. Abandoning these words, the character template of the Bone King was instantly activated. Of endless magical power, the black mist rolled back like a tide, taking the form of Ain's Ulgaun. However, this time, he was holding a golden scepter and wearing a white skeleton posture. Second order magic flying. The voice suddenly changed from soft to indifferent. The cloak automatically fell without wind, and the whole person quickly lifted into the air. Boy, are you crazy? That's the merchant ship of the Tianlong people. If you do this, you will be stared at by the Navy headquarters for the rest of your life. Granny Za hurriedly rushed out from the corner. Hancock, stop him quickly. I'm not afraid of lice. I think about the Navy headquarters, and I should miss me now. Qin Yu's deep-set eyes, the flames of his soul flickered, and when he left these words, he turned into an afterimage and transported it far away. The merchant ships of heavenly gold swept away violently. Witnessing this scene, the mother-in-law looked anxious and said, "Hancock. Throw her down for me." Hancock regained his senses, stood up slowly, and said, "Dare to offend your concubine, I hope you can live until the next time we meet." However, as soon as these words fell, Sonia's voice came quickly from the stern. "Sister, you, hurry up and look at the reports of these 3 days. Chapter 473 Look down on yourself or look down on me." Newspaper. Hancock was startled at first. Even the mother-in-law who had been dragged away stopped and looked at Sonia subconsciously. However, when he saw the front page of the newspaper unfolding in Sonia's hand, with the skeleton bounty on it, his pupils suddenly shrank. "Hang, there is a reward of 350 million, what is the origin of that man?" a female warrior stammered. Faced with this questioning, the moment everyone's nerves were tense, they all looked at Sonia. Three days ago, as a subordinate of the world government, the advancing city grand prison, which stood side by side with the naval headquarters and judicial island, had the largest escape incident in history, and the chaos even affected the infinite hell known as the 6th floor. The number of people is unknown, but there are definitely not a few prisoners who escaped. For the first time, Sonia felt that her tongue was not easy to speak. However, when I thought about the horror content that was published in the newspaper, I still bit Kiba and continued. And because of this, the mastermind of this escape incident is Uchiha Chinyu, who appeared on our 9th Snake Island and is known to the outside world as the Great Skeleton Demon. The awe-inspiring voice, at this moment, seemed to be filled with magical sounds, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Everyone's eyes swept around and locked on the figure swept away by the Tianlongren merchant ship. Their faces were full of disbelief. "Haha, concubine has already said that he is not a simple person. Regarding his appearance on 9 Snake Island, all rumors are strictly prohibited. Next time we meet, concubine will find the place in person." Hancock chuckled lightly, in a single voice. "Sail, return to the windlass belt, we will look for other prey." Accompanied by the ships of the 9 Snake Pirates. On the huge merchant ship carrying gold from the sky, a group of admirals wearing bone masks had just received the telescope. Lieutenant General Bastiu, the 9 Snake Pirates ship that appeared just now has turned around and left. The adjutant opened his mouth to report. Immediately, the Navy soldiers who were leaning on the railing all around showed a disappointed expression. As a Navy, I know a little about the rumors that are rumored at sea. But for male creatures, the most beautiful woman at sea, the female Emperor Hancock, is so breathtaking that many people are willing to take the risk of death to see it. Seeing that the adjutant beside him was also disappointed, Bastiu snorted coldly and said, "Why is everyone showing this expression? Isn't that expected? This time, we are escorting the gold from the sky sent by the countries of the East China Sea. The Empress is a member of the Chihuahai, but no one dares to offend the authority of the Tianlong people." Having said this, the adjutant immediately cheered up and said, "Lieutenant General Bastius, you were right, this is a fat mistake. As long as we complete this trip, the rewards of the world's nobles can be worth as much as ours. Annual salary." Quote. What's more, even if a guy with short eyes really came to commit the crime, once he heard the name of Lieutenant General Bastiu, he would have fled with his tail between his tails, so we still need to thank Lieutenant General Bastiu. What a job we won. Yes, thank you Lieutenant General Bastius. With Lieutenant General Bastius here, even if the 4th Emperor comes, they will give 2 points of thin noodles. The huge deck suddenly became lively. In the face of this bragging, the bragging force made it fly, and a smile appeared on Bastiu's serious cheeks. However, as soon as this arc appeared, an indifferent voice descended from the sky. "Hee, it looks like I'm not here at the right time. However, I have no intention of running away with my tail between my legs, and I have no tail, so I can only tell you one very unfortunate thing. This ship, Ains Ooal Gong, want it." The small voice, at this moment, with the taste of directly hitting the soul, shook everyone's nerves. The adjutant's face sank, and Huo Ran raised his head and shouted angrily, who is so arrogant, dare to speak mad? The ruthless words were spit out, but after seeing the black shadow in the sky, the last word was swallowed back by the adjutant. Immediately, he stammered and said, yes, it's Uchiha Chinyu, the great skeleton demon. How could he appear here? Skull Demon, isn't that pushing the city to escape and offering a reward of 350 million to the mastermind of the prison escape? He wouldn't have the idea of making gold in the sky. This is something of the Tianlong people. The huge deck suddenly became flustered. No one would have imagined that the fat poor who came out on a rare trip would meet the recent push into the city prison escape. Is there a reward of 350 million? The handwriting of your naval headquarters is really surprising. Chinyu was also a little surprised, but after changing his voice, he said again indifferently, however, you made a mistake. The matter, I am the supreme being of the great tomb of Nazareth, Ains Gaon, the ruler of terror. Now, I'll give you two choices. 1, hand over this ship, and 2, fight to the death. I'll give you 30 seconds to think. The indifferent words swept through the audience, causing everyone's complexion to change dramatically, even Bastius was no exception. Ding dong, tell the host, get the fidelity of the character template improved, the current fidelity is 40%. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 7th order magic, the root element of fire. The system's ethereal reminder sounded in Chinyu's mind, causing him to raise his brows. If I remember correctly, this 7th order fire root element, once activated, will summon a high-level fire element with a level of 85. Not only that, it has high attack fire attribute magic, but also has an immortal body in the face of ordinary attacks. As long as you still have a magic link and you don't encounter the same level of water attribute magic, this high-level fire element will not disappear. Facing the sudden reward, Chinyu also left the space of consciousness after browsing for a while, looked at Bastiu not far away, and said, the time is up, tell us your choice, war or surrender. The indifferent words sounded again. However, this time, it gave them a sense of death. In the face of the identity of the mastermind who has a terrifying appearance and escaped from the prison in the advancing city, if they are not afraid, this is absolutely impossible. For a time, everyone's eyes were locked on Bastius' body. Facing the prisoners with a reward of 350 million, it seems that only the title of Lieutenant General can give them a sense of security. I want to duel with you alone. If you win, I will give you the boat, but if you lose, we will leave immediately. Bastius raised his head suddenly, met Chinyu's gaze, and said in a deep voice, I, Bastius, will definitely defeat you even if I bet on the name of the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Quote. You challenged me. Chinyu was slightly surprised, and shook his head with a sneer at random, saying, however, you think too highly of yourself, or you underestimate me. With your title of Lieutenant General, it is not worthy of me. Shoot. Chapter 474 Kings are not mediocre. In addition to indifference, the cold voice was not mixed with other emotional colors. However, it seems a bit annoying when it falls in the ears of others. The dignified Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters was so despised by others that his face was obviously unable to hold back. You bastard, you dare to despise me. I will see today, what ability do you have to stop my shark-slashing sword? Bastiu's face sank, and he roared in anger. You really want to fight? Chinyu's dimly lit eyes turned in vain. The dangling body quietly landed on the guardrail and said, since you want to humiliate yourself, then I will fulfill you. However, your opponent is my servant. Come out, Roots Fire Elemental Spirit. When the violent magic power, like a frenzy, exploded in Chinyu's body instantly. A pair of deep-set eyes, and under the fast-beating soul flame, there is a magic circle of the gorilla Yuhi, which quickly blooms under his feet. The fiery wave of air rolled back in a rolling gesture, and an indescribable depressing aura filled the air. The fire element that was endlessly floating in the void was quickly extracted. In an instant, it turned into a high elf with a height of 7 or 8 meters and wearing a flame coat. The blazing flames, even the deck that had been burned as a fireproof layer, also squeaked. This is still a high-level elemental elf. Under the order of Uchiha Chinyu, the flame was deliberately controlled to be released, so that it did not burn instantly. What the hell is going on here? The expressions of the people present suddenly changed drastically. Even Bastius is no exception. He had already learned about the skeleton demon, which could summon zombie-like undead monsters out of thin air. But I never thought that this kind of monster would be created, with flames all over its body, and it exudes such a huge and depressing aura. Lieutenant General Bastiu, what should we do? The adjutant was the first to lose his breath. This method in front of them is beyond their cognition. Feeling the gazes cast from all around, Bastiu couldn't help clenching the huge shark-slashing knife measuring 1.2 meters in both hands. His face sank, and he shouted sharply, "It's just a mere way to cover your eyes. The goal is to kill the skeleton demon. This kind of small thing, I can solve it with one knife." The awe-inspiring words came out. Bastiu clenched his hands and fingers suddenly, and the momentum of the whole person was like a sharp blade out of a sheath. The next moment, when Huo Ran raised his head to face the high-level fire element, the whole person disappeared into place out of thin air. Appeared again, already one step ahead, came to the front of the high fire element. Looking at the demented fire element, who couldn't react at all, Bastiu showed a playful smile on his face. "Shave. Call out." With his ghostly steps, Bastius once again disappeared out of thin air. Momi's wonderful operation made people stunned in shock. When he reacted, Bastiu had already taken the lead and appeared behind Chinyu. HMPH, the truth that a soldier never tires of deceit. Isn't it possible that no one has taught you that, rather than dealing with these monsters that waste time, it's better to capture your king faster? Bastiu laughed teasingly. The muscles of both hands bulged like a rock, and the huge force poured down like a tide, and suddenly fell down. Shark-cutting stunt ripper. Boom. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves, and all the Navy soldiers showed ecstasy on their faces. After all, in their eyes, Chinyu and the fire elemental elf were like big fools, as if they couldn't react, and stood in place. If this knife is really solid, it will definitely be able to take off the head of the great skeleton demon. When the thunder-like metal collision sound resounded suddenly, causing a violent wave of air to roll back. The specially protected deck beneath his feet was also overwhelmed and burst open with a sound. However, in the face of all this, the 2-meter-high skeleton demon in front of him was like a mountain, motionless, and fell into Bastiu's eyes, causing his pupils to shrink involuntarily, and his eye sockets almost split. With this knife, he can easily cut even the Sea Kings. It's very good to catch the thief first, but you have forgotten one thing, the king is not mediocre. The cold voice came out. The moment Huo Ran turned around, the exposed skeleton body was dyed pitch black at this moment. Armament hockey, which were as black as ink, circulated around him like a poisonous snake. This is the whole body armament hockey. Bastiu's face suddenly changed drastically. There was no time to think about it, and he quickly pulled away and quickly retreated. However, as soon as the footsteps started, the words that fell in his ears tightened his nerves. "You guessed it right. As a reward, let me see, Lieutenant General of the Navy Headquarters, what qualifications are there to challenge the majesty of the king?" Chinyu said indifferently, hesitating. The black ink-like skeleton's right hand, under the entanglement of the flowing cherry blossoms, is even more splashed with endless thunder. If you don't make a move, it's already a killing move. This is Chinyu's behavior. Dragon Claw Hand, Thunder Dragon's Breath. Boom. The big black skeleton hand, with a sprint like lightning, was directly buckled on Bastiu's cheek. The next moment, before he could react, the 5 fingers of Skull's big hand suddenly clenched tightly. Boom! The endless thunder light, like a rage, exploded in an instant. Under the crackling arc of thunder, Bastius was enveloped in it in an instant. The seemingly indestructible bone mask shattered. Before Bastiu could react, his stout, ox-like body was lifted up like a baby. The next moment, it suddenly slammed down on the deck. Raiden Thunder-style, heavy storm. Boom! The thunder light was like a note, and it hit the deck in an instant. The seemingly indestructible deck, at this moment, cracked like a piece of paper, the violent attack posture. It couldn't be stopped at all, and it quickly spread around. The huge merchant ship tilted at this moment. The violent scene suddenly awakened the Navy soldier who had fallen into a trance. However, the first person to meet them was the icy gaze that beat the soul flame. Okay, the person in the way has been resolved, Chinyu said indifferently. However, fortunately, I am short of sailors now, so your lives can be guaranteed for the time being. Of course, you can also choose to jump into the sea and play with the Sea Kings, but don't be as stupid as the so-called Lieutenant General, thinking that the dignity of the king can be offended at will, otherwise there will be no exceptions in the end. Having said that, Chinyu slammed the scepter heavily on the deck. Immediately, he shouted in a cold voice, "Tell me now, do you intend to surrender to the supreme being of the great tomb of Nazareth, Ains Ooal Gong, or die?" Chapter 475 Talented Navy Rookie. We surrender. Bastiu's voice suddenly came from the deep pit on the deck of the ship. Soon, a figure with blood on his face, black smoke all over his body, and a little charred figure climbed out of the deep pit. Lieutenant General Bastiu. The adjutant's expression changed suddenly. However, before he could finish speaking, he was stopped by Bastius' probe. Don't you even listen to my orders, go and repair the ship immediately. The awe-inspiring words came out, with an unmistakable taste. Before the group of Navy soldiers could react, they saw Bastius turn around and said respectfully, Supreme, please state your destination. After we repair the ship, we will set sail immediately. Seeing Bastiu's attitude changing 360 degrees, Chinyu certainly knew what his plans were. However, what Chinyu has to do now is to increase the turmoil in this world. Only in this way can you get more turmoil points and quickly liberate your own power. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for getting 1,000 turbulence points. The current balance is 1,003 points. Before the next time, the random unlock limit needs another 1,000 points. The ethereal voice of the system suddenly sounded. Seeing this scene, Chinyu was speechless. What this horse is trying to do. Moreover, the required turbulence points soared to 2,000 points in an instant. The food appearance of this system is too ugly. Supreme, can your flame monster be temporarily withdrawn? Bastius said cautiously. Chinyu withdrew from the space of consciousness, looking at the elf of the root of fire, which was of no use. The soul flame in his eyes flickered a little, and then disappeared out of thin air with a wave of his hand. Watching the high-level fire element disappear in front of his eyes, leaving behind a deck that was so severely burned that it almost burned through, Bastiu's cheeks couldn't help twitching. Okay, next, before I set a new sailing goal, continue to follow the original route. I wish you a happy journey. Chinyu turned around and walked to the cabin after leaving these words. The battle just now did not consume much of his strength. But in the face of this sea full of unknowns, he still needs to maintain his peak state at all times. Moreover, he needs to figure out one thing, and at the same time prepare for the next, tossing huge storm. Looking at Chinyu's back and disappearing from sight, the adjutant's expression couldn't help but stagnate, and he stammered, Is he a fool? He detained us, and even the phone bug was not confiscated, is it not afraid? Are we tipping off? Snapped. However, as soon as these words were spit out, Bastius's slap came on the face. Shut up, no matter what his plans are, what we have to do now is to try our best to save our lives. Bastius snorted coldly and said, at the same time, regardless of his intentions, he lost the transporter of gold in the sky. Merchant ship, we are already a felony, now is a good opportunity for us to make a contribution to the crime, hurry up and give me the phone bug. Quote. As soon as these words fell, the expressions of the Navy soldiers present froze, and they instantly understood the seriousness of the matter. Losing the things of the Tianlong people, with the urine of the world's nobles, they are definitely a dead end. Right now is undoubtedly the only way to survive. Navy headquarters, in the marshal's office. Looking at the thick stack of files on the table, Sengoku felt his head swell a bit. During this time, dozens of prisoners escaped from the city due to the fall of the prison. Although Sengoku had immediately ordered the three generals to pursue it separately, and also asked many lieutenants to join forces to deal with it. However, looking at the pursuit order issued by the world government, his brain is still tingling. Cap, can't you eat less donuts and send me a boat? Sengoku rolled his eyes helplessly. Still on the sofa, Carp, who was leisurely eating donuts, almost wanted to go up and strangle him. At present, a large number of fugitives have escaped from the advancing city, and the forces that the entire naval headquarters can send are working. Even his dignified admiral had a headache. Only Carp could still sit here and enjoy himself. Che, you still have a headache about the whereabouts of Uchiha Chinyu, the mastermind of the escaped prisoner. The ocean is so big that even if I want to find it, I am powerless. Garp swallowed the donut and took out his nose. You don't forget, I have asked you for a vacation not long ago to go back and visit my precious grandson. According to the calculation of time, that guy should also be qualified to come to the Navy headquarters to be a brigadier general. During this period of time, the old guy Zephyr has been semi-retired. The new generation he has cultivated is not as good as the next generation. It seems that it is still up to me to revive the glory of the Navy headquarters. Your grandson. Sengoku couldn't help but startled for a moment, and then said in a sullen voice, Cap, don't forget the rules of the Navy headquarters, how many newcomers are watching the position of Brigadier General, and you will take your grandson as soon as you speak. To get the position of Brigadier General, I am afraid it will be difficult to convince the public. Besides, if you let that guy from Zephyr hear you, he'll have to strangle you. Don't forget what happened this time around, and among the newcomers, stationed at the mouth of the East China Sea, Roger Town, where One Piece goer D. Roger was born, is a newcomer known as Smoke Smog, but one pirate ghost is worried. Once where the East China Sea pirates are, they want to enter the Great Waterway to supply in advance, but 90% cannot escape. Sengoku pulled out a stack of Admiral's documents and said, this Heijiantina, who is in the same class as Smog, is even more powerful, and has a bit of a Peach Rabbit style. Also, this year's accident, who survived by virtue of his own strength, the newcomer Ain who has the fruit of superhuman regression, and the newcomer Bins, who has the fruit of superhuman flourishing. Once they grow up, they will be able to stand up to half the sky of naval justice. So, even if your grandson comes, you have to start with low-level soldiers. Chang's voice echoed in the office. However, in the face of Sengoku's bitter conscience's persuasion, Carp took out his nostrils and blasted the huge booger, and said, no, the big deal is that after I bring that kid, I will challenge the brigadier generals one by one, all of them. After the fight, who still has grievances, didn't we do the same at that time? Quote. Seeing that the oil and salt were not getting in, and thinking about Carp back then, Sengoku reluctantly rubbed his swollen head. In the era of the great pirates, there were many strong men, and the strong men of the Navy were replaced too quickly. Therefore, there are not as many rules as there are now, and most of the time, fists talk about things. but it is precisely because of this reason that the naval headquarters is too chaotic, and many generals have defected. In the end, after Sengoku became a general, this rule was abolished and the so-called military merit system was implemented. Right now, if Garp was allowed to pick up his so-called grandson and come to the Navy headquarters to toss, it would be breaking the rules. Thinking of this, Sengoku couldn't hold back his breath and wanted to say something to stop him. However, a rush of phone bugs sounded first. Chapter 476 The highest alarm sounded. Mosamoxi, I'm Bastius, I ask the marshal to speak directly immediately. The urgent phone bug rang out without warning. Kakuna just had the idea of leaving, but was instantly dispelled, frowned, and said, This Bastiu, didn't he rob me not long ago and ran to the East China Sea to escort the gold in the sky? Why suddenly I passed the superior general and asked to talk to you. Looking at Garp with a confused face, Sengoku couldn't help but glared and said, It's you who wanted to be lazy in the name of escorting the heavenly gold, but you just slept and didn't have time to grab the mission from Bastius. However, he is so anxious to contact him. Could it be that he came across some news about prisoners? As he spoke, Sengoku ignored Garp and connected the phone bug. However, before he could speak, Bastius already spoke first. Marshal Sengoku, something bad happened. The merchant ship carrying the gold in the sky was attacked by Uchiha Chinyu. All of us fell into his hands. Ask for support. What? Sengoku's face changed drastically, and he couldn't help standing up. If Tiantianjin was attacked, he might not be so excited. But now the mastermind of the prison escape from the city, who has been searching hard but could not be found, finally appeared. Haha, it seems that the gold was robbed in the sky, but it is a great good thing. Hurry up and report the coordinates to Sengoku. He is so anxious that his head is smoking. Garp pouted his nostrils and laughed. I also really want to see who this little devil is, who can toss more than a golden lion. As the golden robbery in the sky good. Bastiu's face suddenly became bitter, which was related to the lives of hundreds of people in their entire ship. Now to Garp's mouth, it has turned into a good thing, and the gap is too big. Cap, shut up. Sengoku glared at me and said, Bastiu, don't be nervous. This time the gold in the sky was robbed. It seems that the Tianlong people will help you solve it, and you can find Uchiha Chinyu's whereabouts, on the contrary, is a great achievement. Now please calm down and tell me the whole process, and why you still have a phone bug in your hand to contact me, and where is Uchiha Chinyu's destination? Sengoku, who is known as the Admiral of the Navy, raised many questions in an instant. After all, in his eyes, no matter what reason Bastius had, he was able to connect with him, and this situation was racing against time. Bastiu heard the words, and after a brief pause for 7 or 8 seconds, he hurriedly opened his mouth. With Sengoku's assurance, he was not worried about the Tianlongren's reckoning. Not long ago, when we left the Windless Belt and returned to the Holy Land Mary Joa, we encountered a big skeleton demon who fell from the sky. Afterwards, we also had a short fight. With a series of hurried voices, Sengoku's expression became more and more gloomy. When Bastiu finished the last word, he immediately said, You mean, Uchiha Chinyu, in addition to being able to create zombie-like monsters, is it possible to create flame-type creatures? Moreover, in the last meeting, Kizaru mentioned very precisely that Uchiha Chinyu did not use armament haki, and according to Magellan's report, he did not find it. Right now, he suddenly displays a high-level Liu Ying, defeating you instantly, and controlling the power of thunder. There are only 2 possibilities. First, he has always been clumsy and likes to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. Second, he has superb learning ability. In just a few days, not only learned armament haki, but also mastered high-level domineering. Quote. Speaking of this, Sengoku's cheeks became more solemn, and said, If it is one, it proves that this Uchiha Chinyu is scheming, and it is also consistent with the identity of the mastermind of the prison escape incident in the city, if it is the second, in a short period of time. In a few days, learn armament hockey, then this person must not stay outside, and he must be captured as soon as possible. Quote. With Sengoku's analysis, even Carp forgot to keep picking his nostrils. As the developer of the 6 forms of taijutsu, Garp's physique talent is very high, and armament hockey's attainments have long been unfathomable. It can be said that there is no problem in breaking a mountain with one punch. However, it is precisely for this reason that he is more aware that armament hockey can be honed to a high level in a short period of time. That means that this Uchiha Chinyu can no longer be measured by genius. The word enchanting might be the best noun. Okay, you don't have to be nervous, this is just my speculation, and what Uchiha Chinyu is doing now, and his strength are all within the controllable range, compared with those tricky Chiwahai and the 4 emperors. Before we don't have our own power, we are still babies, so what we have to do is to kill them in advance. Sengoku said in a deep voice. As soon as these words fell, Bastiu quickly reacted and said anxiously, Marshal Sengoku is right, he is only alone now, as long as we gather the strength of our navy, he can crush it casually. It's just that the order he gave now is to let us continue to the Holy Land Mary Joa. We have no way of knowing the exact location and target, and this phone bug, he should have specially reserved it for us to inform us. Hearing this, Sengoku couldn't help but nodded, frowning slightly, and said, I am afraid that he is provoking our navy by doing this, but this is exactly what we want. The more arrogant that guy is, the more we can take the initiative as soon as possible. What you need to do now is to obey him temporarily, and at the same time, send the trend back to us at all times. Next, since that guy intends to provoke our Navy headquarters, then I will let him see the true strength of our Navy. Chang's voice was mixed with an unquestionable taste. After a few more greetings, Sengoku hung up the phone bug. Regardless of whether the other party does it intentionally or not, reducing the call time is undoubtedly the most likely to reduce the chance of change. Sengoku, you should have a plan, right? Garp said suddenly. Sengoku put down the phone bug in his hand, looked at Garp, who rarely showed interest, and said, Hee, it seems that you are also interested, trying to find out the foundation of this guy. Since the last time, I think it was when Roger was alive. However, this time, for the sake of prudence, I still plan to bring Akainu and Kizaru back. As for Qingzi, who went to the East China Sea to chase Walder, the distance is too long. With his temper, he will not be able to come back for a while. It's just that with Akainu and Kizaru around, no matter which target he chooses, it's enough to capture him alive. To be alone, to dare to take the initiative to provoke our naval headquarters, this is impatient. Speaking of which, Sengoku picked up another golden phone bug, and after pressing the Yuhi-colored button, a rush of summoning sirens spread throughout the Navy headquarters. Was originally running to ultimate stopped in an instant, showing a shocked expression. The last recorded alarm sounded was 15 years ago, when the Golden Lion attacked Marin Vando. Chapter 477, The Experimental Game of 9 Dead Lives. A day later, head to the waterway of the Navy headquarters. 2 merchant ships transporting the gold in the sky are moving fast on the wind. Even the sails of the mast are raised to the top, in order to increase the speed of the ship to ultimate, so that it can reach the naval headquarters as soon as possible. Some of the navy in charge of the helm, as well as Bastiu, who was standing on the bow with a wound and bloodstain on his face, would take a look at the cabin behind him every once in a while. Deep in the pupils, there is a hint of urgency from time to time. In their eyes, as long as Uchiha Chinyu has not changed his mind, he has arrived at the center of influence of the Navy headquarters. Then, no matter how powerful this skeleton demon is, it is absolutely impossible to fly. At that time, they will also make a huge contribution to the robbery of the gold in the sky this time. Thinking of this, Bastius couldn't help but shouted loudly, "Take the helm and move at full speed. You must return to the Navy headquarters within 2 days." All the Navy soldiers were immediately shocked, although doing so would easily break the sails and masts, and even the keel of the ship would be damaged. However, when they thought of the terrifying strength of the great skeleton demon, their hearts seemed to be tightly clenched by an invisible big hand, and there was an illusion that they could not breathe. However, this excitement just sprouted in their hearts, and the words that fell in their ears shook their nerves. "Stop." The simple 3 words, mixed with the extremely cold taste, drifted out from the cabin. Before everyone could react, he was the first to catch sight of Qin Yu, who was holding a scepter and walked out slowly, showing himself as a king of bones. Seeing this sudden scene, while the expressions of the people present changed drastically, Bastius hurried forward and explained, "Lord Ains, we have no other intentions." Meaning, the soul flame in Qin Yu's eyes turned in vain and landed on Bastius. "Do you think I'd be interested in your stupid ideas?" Qin Yu's current idea is to use the hands of the Navy to increase his influence on the world, thereby causing shocks and gaining more turbulence points. Therefore, he tacitly acquiesced to Bastius's approach to tipping off. However, how to use this kind of tip-off, in the big net cast by the Navy headquarters, to find a trace of vitality to counter the passengers. This is what Qin Yu has to do now. When Bastius heaved a sigh of relief, his face changed. This confident attitude made him even more incomprehensible. In front of him, he was the mastermind behind the plan for the escape from the big underwater prison in the city. A young man called Uchiha Qin Yu, and called himself His Excellency Ains Ulgaon. However, in the face of this series of confusions, Bastius hesitated for a while, then bit Kiba and asked, "Your Excellency Ains, are you planning to change the route you are traveling, or do you have any other plans?" In Bastius's eyes, since the other party clearly knew their little actions in private. Now let them stop the ship, there should be some idea. "I want to do an experiment and need your help." The soul flame in Qin Yu's eyes was jumping. With his eyes on the sea, he turned around in vain, and the scepter in his hand suddenly stomped toward the deck. Second level magic, the temptation of succubus. When Yuhi's magic circle quickly bloomed under Qin Yu's feet, and the Navy soldiers who passed by couldn't help but retreat. However, facing the magic circle that passed by in the blink of an eye, they were already covered in it as soon as they moved. An unusually strange smell spread quickly on their bodies. The strange scene made Bastius's face change drastically. Looking at Qin Yu in a hurry, he shouted in a hurry, "You, what have you done to us? What is the experiment you are talking about?" After seeing Qin Yu's extremely bizarre methods with his own eyes, at this juncture, Qin Yu's every move plucked their nerve strings. "Hee, please don't worry, this is an experimental game of life and death. Of course, as long as your strength is stronger and your cooperation is more skillful, your chances of survival will also increase. Otherwise, you will cut 90% of your people. It is possible that all of them don't die, it is possible that one remains, or it is possible that they all die." Qin Yu laughed dryly, and under the endless black fog behind him, a specially made skeleton emperor chair appeared behind him. Immediately, under the watchful eyes of the public, the big horse sat down with a golden knife. Facing the astonished eyes of everyone, the scepter in his hand suddenly stomped and said, "The game of the dead, now begins." Boom! On the silent sea, the low water waves broke through the sound, and suddenly sounded. One after another, huge bodies rushed out of the sea, casting huge black shadows. Those round eyes turned into the blood-colored orangutan Yuhi, which made people feel horrified. What the hell is going on here? Bastius's face suddenly turned pale. Looking at the sea kings rushing out, the number of them reached 20 in the blink of an eye. If they continue at this level, then there will be a mortal situation waiting for them. Hee, don't try to escape. The light that shone on you just now can stimulate the tyrannical carnivorous nature of these sea kings. No matter where you escape, you will end up dead. Chinyu played with the scepter in his hand. Therefore, there is only one way in front of you. Under the attack of these sea kings, I will support you for half a day. During this process, I will help you a little bit, at least let my experiment in this game add a little more interest. Now, please Lieutenant General Bastiu, use your name of slashing sharks to the ultimate, or you will end up dead. Having said that, the scepter that Chinyu was playing with suddenly stomped again, and the simple words were spit out. Start. Roar. The deafening roar exploded like thunder. A fall, completely aroused, the fierceness of these sea kings. The most unacceptable thing for them is that the pink light on their bodies is even worse than before. It was as if he was covered with a layer of light clothing. In the face of the attacking wind, Bastiu suddenly drew out his shark-slashing sword and roared angrily when his face turned pale. Ains Ool Gong, you devil. All enter the first level combat alert. Use the AB battle formation. Must persevere. Let us go back alive and see our family. Live. Open the cannons and suppress their offensive. The snipers must spot the weak points and kill them with one hit. One after another urgent cries rang out on the huge deck. Looking at this scene, Chinyu tapped the head of the chair with his white bone finger. Chapter 478 _ There is no mercy in the New World. Roar. The roar of fierce tears burst like thunder. As an iron Jinchuriki column shot towards the merchant ship with an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air. The fishy wind, and the sea water, tensed everyone's nerves. The sea king in front of him looks like a giant sea snake with a length of more than 10 meters, but if this blow is really a hit. This special merchant ship that transports gold in the sky will definitely collapse in an instant. Shark crash. The awe-inspiring roar suddenly sounded, and the moment Bastius stomped the ground, he disappeared like a ghost out of thin air. Appeared again, and had come to the sea snake that was attacking. The shark-slashing sword, which was suddenly clenched in both hands, made a stern sound of breaking through the air, and collided head-on with the incoming giant tail. Bang! The giant tail and the shark-slashing knife collided instantly, and the sturdy scales were shattered. Da Peng's blood splashed down, and the thick tail that few people could embrace was cut off at the waist. When the sea snake let out a scream, Bastius slashed again from the air with his backhand. Vacuum slash. Bastius roared again and again. A half-moon slash of 7 or 8 meters instantly tore out the air and slashed on the sea snake's head. PFF'd. The seemingly indestructible scale armor shattered in response, the huge snake head was thrown down, and the blood of the big tent splattered down, dyeing Yuhi's surface. Once he succeeded, his morale, which had been a little low, recovered a little. After Bastiu blocked the first shot, the surrounding gunners also fired their artillery. Along with the roar, the attacking sea kings were directly repelled. However, in the face of the fierce sea kings, these blockades only made their attacks a little stagnant. The next moment, the sea kings who rushed behind them directly passed them and launched a more ferocious offensive towards them. Bastiu's face changed slightly, and after raising his hand and slashing 4 or 5 vacuum slashes in all directions, he roared anxiously. Second echelon, close hand-to-hand combat. As soon as these words fell, the sturdy Navy soldiers who were hidden in the team came out one after another with heavy weapons. The various sea kings attacked by Kanzi roared in unison. Iron block. With the 6 styles together, more than a dozen sturdy Navy soldiers blocked the attack route of the sea kings head-on. The next moment, they collided with each other. Bang! The huge impact was vented like a frenzy, giving people the feeling that it was like a train colliding head-on. The deck underfoot not only shattered, but a person flew out like a sandbag. The violent scene obviously caused the already precarious camp to be defeated in an instant. A Sea King may not be something to be afraid of, but when dozens of Sea Kings are attacked like crazy at sea, if there is no strong strength, there is no way to deal with it. Get out of here. Shark slashing storm slash. As a lieutenant general, Bastiu is obviously strong. When he was drinking violently, he clenched the shark slashing sword tightly in both hands, and it turned like a hurricane. The Sea Kings that were chasing directly encountered the endless wind blade slashes, pouring down on the body's surface like rain hitting bananas. Some of the Sea Kings that could not be avoided were instantly smashed and turned into a blood mist that swept across the sea. Together with the huge deck, it was also covered with blood plasma for a while. Let the stench in the air linger even more. However, it is precisely for this reason that the originally mad Sea King offensive has obviously stagnated. It gave Bastius and a group of Navy soldiers a chance to breathe. Sniffing the pungent bloody smell around him, a trace of resentment appeared on Bastiu's face. His eyes turned in vain, and he landed on Qin, who was sitting evenly and roaring in a hurry. You devil, what are you going to do? Kill if you want. Why are you teasing us like this? Teasing, Qin asked indifferently, and immediately laughed dryly. This is a new world. Between soldiers and thieves, apart from life and death, do you have pity on a pirate? One more thing, I am a skeleton, not a devil, although the name of the devil is very good. In order to thank you for pleasing me, please do your duty as an experiment, and I won't let you die easily. Tier 3 Magic Group Healing. Second, Order Magic Orc Madness. Dang dang. The voices of the two magic circles sounded, and Yuhi's blue and two color rays of light bloomed in an instant, forming two magic circles that enveloped the entire merchant ship. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves, and even Bastia's face suddenly turned ashen. After seeing Qin strange methods, causing a large group of Sea Kings to riot. They don't dare to care. However, before they could react, the moment the blue misty rain fell on the body, the injuries on the skin and bones quickly healed. At the same time, a tyrannical force, like a torrent, quickly swept away in the body. The muscles of the whole body are like a rock, being stirred up. Unprecedented abundance of power made Bastiu and the others' faces change dramatically, and their eyes locked on Qinyu's body. This is your power. Hee, what is it? What is it not? Just live, there is no mercy in the new world, it will take half a day for you to survive. Qinyu said with a cold smile. I hope to meet you later, and you will still be able to survive. Abandoning these words, Qinyu turned around and disappeared out of thin air. The sudden scene made Bastio's face change slightly. When observation haki quickly swept through, Bastiu was stunned in place. Lord Bastiu, what happened? Where did the skeleton go? The adjutant's expression changed involuntarily. Didn't you perceive it? He disappeared, not on the boat. Bastiu glared back. An absurd idea popped up in his mind. Escape. However, as soon as the idea emerged, Bastius quickly annihilated it in his mind. Not to mention, this time is about whether or not to catch Uchiha Qinyu's lure battle. Just facing the Sea Kings who are eyeing all around, they have no way to retreat. And with these two inexplicable light formations, everyone's injuries and strengths have been improved. Under such circumstances, it is not surprising that it may be able to resist. Thinking of this, Bastio's face flashed a hint of determination, and he shouted sharply, Don't think about escaping. The method of the skeleton demon is not something we can guess. The only thing we can do now is to attack the Sea Kings. To survive for half a day. Quote. Everyone, listen to me and take turns attacking and defending the camp. The method used by the great skeleton demon just now has the effect of healing. We will try our best to exchange injuries to kill these Sea Kings, although I also really want to kill the great skeleton demon. Thousands of swords have been slashed, but he has a sentence, and he is right. this is the Great Waterway, and there is no mercy in the New World. Chapter 479 I'm just clearing. Hey. 20 or 30 nautical miles away, an air-hissing sound suddenly sounded, and a door of light was torn open. Soon, Chinyu stepped out of it, and at the moment when the flames of the soul flowed in his eyes, observation hockey rolled back like a frenzy. It should be around here. Found it. Chinyu muttered to himself, and then suddenly turned to look further afield. Soon as his eyes fell, a fiery Jinchuriki column, with a dignified gesture, rose straight into the sky of the sky. The black lead cloud accumulated in the sky, under this blow, rolled back directly, and a big hole was pierced abruptly. Chinyu, who witnessed this scene, did not stop for a moment. With a flick of his figure, his magic power surged, and a portal was torn open again, and he jumped away to the time and space of the island ahead. Boom! The soaring flames shattered the backlogged lead clouds, and in the end, collapsed into the sky in all directions. Above the scorched earth with a radius of 10,000 meters, two panting figures stood opposite each other, their clothes more or less blackened and scorched. However, in the face of this situation, the spirit of the two clearly mentioned ultimate, and the energy was locked on each other's body without any relaxation. Fire Fist Ace, if you're going to challenge your father, you'd better pass me first. The whole body was dark blue, with eyebrows like Shirakumo like Murlocks, and he was the first to speak. The young man opposite to him was a supernova from the East China Sea, the captain of the Spade Pirates, and Fire Fist Ace with a reward of 400 million. Jinping, although you are Chihuahai, but we Captain Ace, but the first person in supernova, you can't stop it. The crew of the Spade Pirates who stood in the distance and cheered, shouted one after another. Looking at the scene that became lively for a moment, Ace, who was full of pockmarks, took off the hat on his head, smiled proudly, and said, Jinping, I didn't expect that I would meet you here. Whitebeard, known as the strongest man, then I will take off his head and let the world know that I, Fire Fist Ace, are the strongest existence. Besides, my subordinates are the best in 100. You might as well join my subordinates and fight against Whitebeard with me. The small voice, as if infused with a magic voice, echoed in the four directions of the sky, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Jinping's face sank when he heard the words. Ace, Dad's benevolence is not something you can understand, his solicitation is only for the strong, so I hope you can think about it again. Otherwise don't blame me for shooting you. Defeat it, and bring it back to the father. The voice fell, and the atmosphere in the field was inexplicably depressed. Since the negotiation is not right, there is only one result that follows. However, before they could react, an unexpected voice suddenly came from the sky. I said, you are not tired of talking, and I am tired of watching. If you don't fight, then I will. When the faces of the people present changed suddenly, they did not wait for them to look up. A gigantic skeleton shrouded in black cloak and covered in white bones descended from the sky. On the merchant ship carrying the gold from the sky, Chinyu saw signs of fire in the distance from a distance. That's why I temporarily gave up the experiment and ran to join in the fun. It's just that he didn't expect that it was really guessed by him. This is the 5-day honeymoon battle between Fire Fist Ace and Jinping in the original book. Who are you, dare to hinder our head of the duel? Come on, shoot this troublemaker for me. A Spade member who seemed to be not low level, looked at Chinyu who appeared 7 or 8 meters away from them, and shouted first. In the backhand, he took out the musket and suddenly pulled the trigger. However, this scene fell into Jinping's eyes, but it made his pupils shrink suddenly, and he shouted in a hurry, stop, he is not something you can mess with. Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out suddenly. Dozens of fiery bullets fell on Chinyu's body like pear blossoms in a torrential rain. However, in the face of all this, Chinyu was completely unknown. The huge scepter in his hand was reinserted on the ground. When the crisp sound of the bell rang suddenly, a huge blue magic circle bloomed around Qinyu's body. The next moment, before everyone could react, an indescribable aura descended from the sky. Super magic, sky fall. Boom. The violent light Jinchuriki column swoops down from the sky like a comet. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to react. After I recovered, I hurriedly looked up at the sky. It was already too late. Boom. A thunderous explosion resounded. The blue light Jinchuriki column, with Qinyu as the center, shrouded the huge deserted island. The rocks collapsed, the sand and dust rolled back, and the impact of the air wave directly set off a wave of more than 10 meters, sweeping away around. In an instant, this sea was like entering the end of the world. What is the origin of this lunatic, and why did he sneak attack as soon as he appeared? A flame channel was torn out instantly in the blast of air. Soon Ace and Jinpei were seen flashing out of them. As a natural fruit ability, as long as it is not a special attack method, it will not suffer too much damage. However, before Ace could recover, an icy voice suddenly sounded in the rubble of the explosion. Have you misunderstood? I'm just clearing the field. Qinyu walked out slowly in the blast of the blast with the attitude of a bone king. The soul flames that flickered in those deep-sunk eyes became more and more intense. Madman. This thought flashed through the minds of Ace and Jinpei. Clear the field with a big move. Inflict hatred on those underlings. This undoubtedly exceeded their expectations. When he thought that those subordinates just couldn't react at all, they were swallowed up by the attack, and Aston roared in anger. Okay, very good, I'll let you see how scary I am when I get serious. However, before he could make a move, Jinbei had already stopped him first, and said with a sullen face, don't underestimate the enemy. If I remember correctly, he should have been promoted to the Chinda prison to escape a few days ago, and was called the escape by the Navy headquarters. Mastermind, there is a reward of 350 million skeleton demons. 350 million. Ace was stunned at first, then a trace of disdain flashed on his face, and he shouted angrily. It's only 350 million, and you dare to go wild in front of me. Today I will take your head off. When the voice fell, Ace moved first. Without any bells and whistles, he punched Qinyu in the air. Fire fist. Boom. A low roar of air suddenly sounded. The moment the fiery flame exploded on the fist, it turned into a frenzy of training and rolled towards Qinyu. Chapter 480. The difference is not a reward to measure. Boom. The fiery fire fist, like a cannonball, rolled towards Qinyu head-on. In an instant, he was submerged in it. The explosion caused by the air wave made the flames go straight into the sky. Ace, who witnessed this scene, flashed a murderous intent in his pupils, and in a flash, he rushed into the explosion circle first. Ace, be careful and deceitful, it shouldn't be easy for him to become the mastermind of jailbreak. Jinping's expression changed, and he hurriedly reminded him. In his eyes, Ace's strength is good, but the only thing lacking is that he is young and vigorous, lacking in judging the gap between the enemy and us. Otherwise, he wouldn't do anything stupid to challenge Whitebeard. HMPH, a guy who was lucky enough to escape from prison, can't even escape the Navy. What ability can he have? And my reward is 50 million higher than his. Ace didn't look back, disdainfully cold with a snort, appeared in front of the flame Jinchuriki column. However, before he could react, the flames soaring to the sky showed a stagnation, those flames created by his fruit ability. What's more, at this moment, the link with him was disconnected. The sudden scene made Ace look stagnant. The next moment, I was the first to catch my eye. A pair of flaming eyes lit up in the sea of fire. A huge sword several meters in size condensed from flames slashed down towards Esri. The unexpected scene made Ace startled at first. Before I could think about it, I hurriedly raised my hands to block. Boom. Huge power, cathartic like a frenzy. With the same attribute, the flaming giant sword could not cause fatal injuries to Ace, but the distance contained in it instantly overturned him and smashed him heavily on the rock formation dozens of meters away. Ace. Jinbei rushed up. As soon as he approached, he saw Ace turning over from the ruins. His face was ashen, and he hurriedly looked at Chinyu. However, the sight of the sight made his pupils shrink a little. What monster is this? The 7 or 8 meter high root of fire element stood in front of Chinyu. Originally, Chinyu, who was in the sea of fire, stood behind him unscathed. The big hand of the bone skeleton clenched the scepter a little and said, "This is some of my little tricks. You can think of it as someone who has the ability to burn fruit just like you. However, before I defeat you, I want to ask a question. Has my reputation spread far and wide in this sea? A person who burns fruit like me?" Ace's expression froze, and then his face showed a hint of madness, and the endless flames erupted from his body. Like a cannonball, it shot towards Chinyu again. A distance of tens of meters, but in the blink of an eye. As soon as he appeared in front of the element of the root of fire, Ace suddenly pressed his hands in the air. Mirror flame. Boom. The violent fire Jinchuriki column detonates instantly in the hand. At a close distance, it directly penetrated the body of the root element of fire. Yu Wei shot down 100 meters away unabated. Boom. The rock formation collapsed in response to the sound, and the huge impact force caused the hot air waves to roll backwards. However, looking at the fire element that was penetrated in the chest, after a little squirming, it healed again. The height of 7 or 8 meters, under the infusion of flames, was forced to rise again, reaching a posture of 12 or 3 meters, making Ace's expression suddenly white. In his eyes, the monster in front of him not only possesses elemental undead means, but can also absorb his flames and enhance his own strength. If it weren't for the difference in appearance, I'm afraid it's really like what Chinyu said. The fire element in front of me will be another Ace. Hee, I said, you can't win it. Chinyu laughed dryly, and in his deep-set eyes, the flame of his soul jumped down and landed on Jinping's body, saying, "Trouble, please answer my question. Will you use this to judge whether to kill you?" Kill us. Ace was stunned for a moment, and then roared frantically, "It's just arrogant. I may not be able to kill it, but as long as the attack is strong enough that the monster can't protect you, then you can only it is certain to die." Quote. Great Flame Ring, Emperor Yan. Ace suddenly raised his right hand, and endless flames quickly emerged in his right hand. Witnessing this scene, Jinping's face suddenly changed drastically, and he shouted anxiously, "Ace, hurry up and move away. There are rumors that the guy's speed is as fast as lightning," and he sunk the yellow monkey with one punch, almost burying it in the sea. Quote. As fast as lightning. Ace couldn't help but stunned, and the movements in his hands also showed a slight stagnation. However, before he could react, the indifferent voice that fell in his ear shook his nerves. Another rumor, but I'm faster than lightning. The sound of crackling electric current echoed, and the next moment Chinyu's skeleton stepped forward, and under the endless thunder, he directly entered the Raiden Thunder-style chakra mode. Coupled with the Navy's 6-style shave that I learned not long ago, the speed is completely indescribable in words. Call out. With the sound of breaking the air, Ace just felt a flower in front of him. A huge figure that stabilized his head appeared first in front of him. The pitch-black armament Haki had already covered his hands, and with the crackling thunderlight, the hands that protruded out were as fast as lightning. Suddenly, Ace's face was clasped. I'm sorry, the difference is not measured by a bounty. For example, you don't even know armament Haki. The indifferent voice was not mixed with the slightest emotion. Ace just felt his face tighten, and the next moment, his whole body slammed down on the ground like a heavy hammer. Flower Sakura Black Storm Heavy Flow. Boom. A thunderous explosion resounded suddenly. The endless thunder light, mixed with the pitch-black armament Hokage, was like a 9-day thunder, smashing on the rock formations. The huge impact force poured out like a frenzy. The rock formations and the earth collapsed with a bang, and the reversed airwaves overturned the earth with a radius of 1,000 meters. The billowing sand and dust rolled back, and the debris flew horizontally. When Jinping's face changed drastically, he couldn't help but quickly took a few steps back. After the sand and dust subsided a little, Jinbei's hands and fingers suddenly tensed, and Armament Hokage quickly turned around before rushing to the center of the attack. However, just after walking half a step, a hurricane centered on the battlefield suddenly rolled up, revealing a large circular pit with a depth of 12 or 3 meters. Immediately, he saw Ace, whose life and death were unknown, and Qin Yu, who was standing by the side unscathed. Seeing the outcome of the battle, Jinbei's expression suddenly changed. Just now, he and Ace fought, but he was just holding on to block and delaying time. After all, Whitebeard personally issued the surrender order, and Jinbei did not intend to use Armament Hokage to confront Ace. But I never thought that the big skeleton demon in front of him would directly defeat Ace, who is known as the first person in Supernova.